still see a Kelvin, but I think with Viscous as well as Sinclair, you already have a lot of utility there. But for Lotos, it's a question for Drakkar. Do they think they have enough damage at this point? Because you're lacking the Calico, you're lacking the Infernus, you're lacking a Warden. You can't pick Yamato either, so you are slightly starved here. I think Mirage and Shiv are pretty damn good in terms of damage, where Shiv can frontline for you, Mirage can just plink away from the back line. It's really how they want to tackle this, because the moment Lotos have just picked away a lot of the big heroes from them. I mean, Vindicta is a very, very good pickup, probably on Coffin, I imagine, because he played Viscous, I think, twice yesterday, Vindicta twice as well. So obviously, Viscous was already picked up by Drakkar, so they'll pick themselves up Vindicta for this time. Geist as well as Pocket. Yeah, it's you're lacking a little bit of supportive capability here for Lotos. You're lacking a little bit of pick potential as well, I would say. You don't have the Holiday. The Paradox gets taken away. It's like, what are you forced to do here? You're forced to pick up a Bebop or a Mo and Krill, but even then, it's like the Mo and Krill sort of needs some kind of setup, and if Drakkar can effectively space them out, yeah, I think your problem here is literally just pick potential.
Yeah, it feels like it's gotten a whole lot more limited quite quickly with this one. I am curious, but thing is as well, the only problem you then further run into now is, as much as the Geist nerfs aren't actually that bad for what they are, they do make it far harder to actually get the ult off in terms of being up close, because your lifesteal now slows you down a lot more. You don't have the additional range. It's another meter that's been shaved off the top, which does make a world of difference. So yeah, this is looking a little bit scary. And you get a 7, bud, as well.
I really like that. I think it's a really nice pick. I would not be surprised to see that as a supportive ult 7, as opposed to more of a carry. I think that you can get a lot done just off the back of kind of playing into your static charge as well as the cloud storm. Like, both of those abilities very, very strong in team fights. And I think overall you have a lot of good potential for that front line. The 7 realistically just needs to be that X factor. Again, if we look over towards Lotos, they're forced to buy knockdown at this point in time. They don't have anything to do with it. Like, this point, for me, you really just want a Mo and Krill who's buying Magic Carpet to remove that 7 from the air, or potentially stun out one of these key heroes in the front line. Like the Shiv, we saw a lot of Mo and Krills getting a massive amount of value from getting the Shiv done. And I guess that's your pick hero. You're going to be running alongside with Vindicta, getting those sleep daggers, getting the tethers off, but Matt, that's not an easy comp to make work. That's not an easy comp. It has a lot of damage. It's got a lot of potential there in terms of team fights. But Drakkar, I think Drakkar can just space them. It can just space the majority of this game.
Yeah, it feels like one of those where you need an unfathomably clean early game to really be able to put this into a position where it could edge out the needle. Overall, I think head-to-head on the picks, it does feel like you kind of had that early line drawn in the sand, where it does just feel far more comfortable. You've got what you want to starve out the course of this game. The survivability's there as well. Yeah, I don't know. It's not really going to be as beneficial as well. You're still going to have to invest into the knockdown, like you were saying, because obviously Sleep Dagger, it's not going to cancel out that ult. You can throw it out, but it's not going to help you in the way you want.
Or we're going to have a flying Infernus up into the skies with combustive.
Send him up. Yeah.
I think Drakkar's done really well. I think it's a really nice last pick from them on the 7. It is a fantastic read into Lotos. They're like, wow, they've got no stun. They've got nothing to take us down, and being ult 7 in the backline, that's just going to give us a huge amount of capability in team fights. Yeah, I love it. I really do love it. And also being able to just stun a lot of these key targets, being able to have 7 for static charge on the Vindicta in the air, man, you're going to force out, even if only one player on Drakkar buys knockdown, you force out the Ethereal Shift if she ever buys it, which I don't know if that's going to be very likely. A lot of times Vindictas are not spending all that much money on those types of items and towards the late game. So yeah, static charge can completely shut down the Vindicta. Ooh, I do think Drakkar easily wins out, at least in the comp pick.
Well, that's the thing. I think, yeah, 100%. I would agree with you. In terms of the actual picks here, the way I can see it synergizing, looking into the crystal ball, I would agree. I think it's a lot more of an uphill battle where you are relying heavily on potentially, maybe the change is benefiting you somewhat, at least in terms of the early game. But I don't know how far that's going to go. It's a
so
rough one,
funny.
but...
So funny. You know, the holiday and the lash ban, and you back yourself into a corner by doing that. And Drakkar just seemed... It's just funny that Drakkar's like 5th pick is Paradox. And all that while, Lotos just don't ever pick it. Like, well, I think you already... You get the Calico, you get the Infernus, you get the Verdictor. It's like, we have a strong lineup to start off with. We know Lady Guys has been nerfed a little bit. Potentially we can give that to the other side. But we need a Paradox. We need a Paradox on our team to get them up into our face. We need to get something to shut these players down. A swap onto us a 7 mid-air, you know, a lot of times that can put you in a position where you can actually do enough damage to break him out of that. Because until he gets Infuser, you know, he's a little bit squishy.
Yeah, that would have been viable, but it actually would have been a nice way to slip in. It felt like it was kind of just waiting for it to come. Then in the end, we get the Pocket Haze pick. Definitely more of a sleeper. Didn't expect the way this went. Yeah. All right. Well, that's the draft for our opening game, at least. Like we said, today's going to be a bit of a learn experience all round. You know, the changes to the heroes are one thing, but of course there was a few tweaks outside of Rescue Beam as well. We'll get into it as we go through when things are relevant, slip you in with little tidbits, small facts from the Dead Air boys. But yeah, bro, this is an interesting first game. Definitely, obviously, you're seeing the knock-on effect in terms of ban economy, which is odd because here I feel like it doesn't really attribute in the way I expected it to. Their left field bans, blank. It's still having me a bit of a head scratcher.
Honestly, I do think that we probably will be wanting to go back to the days when Mirage was a massively prio pick on the ban. I think Mirage is actually really strong at the moment. He didn't get touched whatsoever. Overall, just a very good pick. And we already saw his win rate like skyrocketing to 83% in this tournament already. I mean, albeit being only one day, things can change going forward. But despite that, it's a very, very strong pickup. Now, I respect Lotos for picking up the Infernus. The Calico, I do think, you know, it really isn't as strong. You know, you're getting less melee multiplier on your leaping slash. You're doing less damage. The damage amp reduction was a big one on Return to Shadow. Has been reduced from 30% to 24%, and that sounds small, but it is significant in terms of the amount of damage done after that Return to Shadows does go through. And just base health been reduced by 13%. They were chunky nerfs. Over towards Calico. And I do respect Drakkar for coming into today and being like, we're not going to prio pick a Calico. I don't think they played it much yesterday anyway, but I think it's understandable not to go for the ban on it. I think the nerfs are enough for Calico to already be in a much better state at least.
Yeah, it's nowhere near as bloated as it was of a hero. And that's the thing. It's the compounding of all of those nerfs back to back is the bit that really sends it through. Because it wasn't, you know, sometimes we've had Calico patches where it is just minor nerfs to health growth, minor nerfs to the gun. Here, it really was everything that's become a problematic sort of issue in the community that everyone's been kind of calling out for a while, right? You targeted the box maxing. Ironically, it's the fact that literally the only positive thing to say for Calico players off the back of this patch is probably just the bug with the pounce being able to have an extra jump almost every kind of like 0.5 seconds. But even then, yeah, it might help you with some movement.
You
but
can
in
walk
this sort
on air
of
with
competition,
it,
you can,
cool.
You can go full Jesus cat, which like, it's kind of sick, but I imagine that one's getting patched. It feels like it shouldn't work that way. You literally see like the fake floor come in where it's like, oh, I have pounced.
Interesting.
It is interesting, yeah.
The molecules are quite hard today on the air.
They do defy gravity, cats, you know. You know, in a lot of media, blank, they actually use cats for mocap whenever they do like dragons and stuff, because they find that the way that they move is kind of similar to, you know, what
we'd imagine a dragon to look like.
What we would think a dragon would move like.
I do think dragons are just big cats, aren't they?
Probably big cats that enjoy gold.
Sleep a lot.
Yeah,
you know, generally pretty pissed off if you wake them up. You know,
they will scratch you, possibly bite you. You know,
you get a dragon's case, it's more like a rake, but not good.
Quite a large rake, I would imagine.
Yeah, big claws.
Yeah, whole hand straight to the face.
What's your thoughts on the size of a dragon? Because some
where it would be.
Yeah,
in terms
some
of, okay.
media paints a dragon as like the size of almost two massive buildings, whereas others like country cottage.
I think it varies. I think if you're
Think
looking
so?
at some of the smaller dragon species, yeah, because I think it'd be like a hierarchy. If they were to be real, I imagine it would be like a hierarchy. If you'd have the smaller sized dragons, yeah, and that, like your wyverns and whatever, and they'd be kind of house sized, I'd imagine, like that sort of, maybe the size of sort of a bus, that kind of area.
Right.
Then I think as you advance further up, sort of the older dragons, because I'm thinking they're probably kind of reptile like, and like crocodiles don't really die. They just sort of live forever unless like something wipes them out, because their bodies are like really weirdly designed where like nothing gets them ill. They can just sort of stay alive and like tank gunshots. So yeah, I don't know, bro. I think they'd probably live for a while, be quite large in stature, at least the size of like, an apartment building or something, surely.
Yeah, potentially. I think that's a maybe on that one. Again,
We'll get the boffins to check it out. We'll send an email
I've not
now.
really thought about the variance, the dragon size. That could be the case.
Well, it'd be a whole animal kingdom, wouldn't it? It wouldn't
I think
just
you might be
like
right.
default
You might be
dragon
right.
one. You'd have the lineage of dragons. Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, here's a joke about the draft dragging on.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
There you go,
nice.
workshopping that one.
Yeah, I mean the draft is finished, as you can
It's done,
see.
yeah.
If you've just tuned in, good for you. You have not had to wait at all. In your eyes, the game should be starting very soon.
You haven't been pressing the button. Press the button, Blank. Press the start game
I'm
button.
pressing the button. I'm pressing the
Press
button.
the button. Press the button
Pressing
now.
it.
All right?
Do my
Come
best,
on.
dude.
You keep delaying it. You keep hovering your finger over the top, teasing me, telling me you're going to start the game. Oh, come on. Start the game.
No.
Stop doing this to us
I
every day,
refuse.
Blank. I can't believe it.
Look, in my head, Drakkar's already won. I don't want to
Hey,
start
you've
the
cashed
game.
out. You've
I've
just
cashed out,
accepted
yeah.
already. It's done. You've seen the
I have.
draft. You were like, yeah, it's over.
I don't want to play the game. I don't need to. It's done.
It's like the only way to win, but, is to not really play at all. Then you never risk losing.
It's true. Sometimes I just look at the jackpot machine. That's all I need. That's
You
all
just
I need.
stare at the ranked Q button
I'm like,
and go,
yeah, I do.
not today.
Yeah, I won that game. I won that game.
Not today. Oh, mate. I tell you what, though, on a positive note, whilst we still do have a couple minutes, I assume. Obviously, we've spoken a lot about the nerfs, which there is an abundance in today's patch, and we'll clue those up as we go. Another nice gameplay adjustment that actually was a super positive buff and is one that feels way better, and you can tangibly see it, even though it's one of those where you read it in the patch notes, you're like, oh, I wonder how that'll feel. Outright, Project Mind has been improved massively. It feels like the hitbox is now far smaller, way more accurate. It doesn't clip. You can line it up. As long as you've got vision, it will land. Like, even in movement, I was testing it out. It just feels infinitely better. So whatever secret sauce they've cooked up to kind of slim out the hitbox, make the predicting better, Valve have nailed it on that one. Like, Wraith players rejoice. Your gun might be now slightly broken and the barrel's gotten a bit rusted, but you can TP without getting stuck on a small shrub, which that's ideal.
It's good. It's good. I love that, the guy who writes the patch notes as well, dropping a little bit of lingo in there as well. It's like, in cases where Wraith would clip on the nearby geo.
Yeah, but map
Unintentionally.
geo, mate. Map
Bit
geo.
of map geo, is it?
The game dev terms, you're not using that one? You're not throwing that out? Geo's a classic.
Oh, that geo was a little bit awkward, wasn't it, guys?
Ooh, look at the fight over there towards that geo.
Yeah.
Sounds like an American cast, you know what I
Come
mean?
on, guys.
Yeah.
Geometry. Let's just say geometry.
Why was that so British, though? Why are you doing that with a fake English accent?
Geometry.
Geometry. At the theatre. Look at the geometry.
Let's get some geometry in here, actually.
My God, the magnificent Sinclair's boshed them, isn't it? 5 large boshes in the chat for that one.
Boshes.
Chat, I don't believe it. He's boshed them. Yeah, he's crying already. Look at him. Oh, but it's already descended into madness. We're not even into the first game.
Boshes from magnificent Sinclair.
That should be a line, though. That'd be unreal. Imagine. He, bangs you out with a stolen lasso. 6 large boshes for that one.
Shut up now, Lars.
Oh, God.
Yeah, it's good.
Shut up when you are talking to me, Lars. I'm on my gap, yeah.
You need to put some respect on my name, yeah?
It's all caps, Lash. I can't, mate. That's mental. Like, what are we doing? What's happening? Just role playing as fake English Sinclair, having a bit of e-beef with Lash. Lash, what are you doing?
Ooh,
You flogged me, bro.
You flogged me.
I'm on my gap yard and you flogged me out of nowhere. Like, I'm just trying to clear my lane and you've come in going, oh, look at the kill changes. I'm just sick of it, bro. Sick of it. Oh. You're right.
Sorry.
Like,
No,
straight murdered you on the air.
That's absolutely gassed me.
Yeah, no,
that's good.
That's good. G'd you up for the day, though, isn't it? That's like a hit of coffee straight to the brain.
Oh, I'm straight to the T. Straight to the green. Ooh, press the button.
Have you pressed it? Oh,
There it is.
Mate. My God, Blank Casts figures out how to start the video game. Single-handedly, commentator, blonde, has been denying us from watching this action. But we're ready now. So strap in, guys. Best of 2 on screens. This is the game we've been waiting for. Let's see if it delivers. First outing on the new patch. Freshly out the oven from Valve Software HQ in Seattle. And now we get to open up our papers and see how it goes in lane. Let's get into it. Drakkar taking on Lotos. We're opening it up with what could be quite a close matchup here. But the draft blank, that's what's got us guessing.
Yeah, I was a little bit nervous for Lotos coming into this one versus Drakkar. And again, I think that for Lotos and Drakkar, I was assuming this was going to be a little bit more of an even-Stevens type of matchup. But with the way that we saw Lotos build into this one, I think you're right. They need to have a massively significant early game to really get things done. This is the beautiful new mid lane changes. You just saw a little bit of it, not a huge amount. I'm sure we'll see a little bit later.
Yeah, dude, that's the other reason that had me kind of perplexed with the idea of the instantaneous Lash ban as well, being so early in, where you have unintentionally nerfed him again towards mid lane, but there is so much more free cover. The Veils make it way easier, the new big bridge as well. Like, it is going to be harder to get those successful ults off or a team fight towards mid side now, as you can break it, or even if you don't break line of sight, you just get caught on the map, Geo. Anyway, Piggy opens it up. That's the Sinclair pick we were talking about. What do you mean, mate? It's a Valve-approved term, Blank. I've seen it in the notes.
Look at that, the boom received as well. We got little level up indications. That's cool. Enjoying that.
Dude, that's like a whole other topic as well, right? Because obviously, technically, you are now getting abilities at a slightly more condensed rate early game. It's far more consistent to understand as well, which should help some of the newer viewers getting into Deadlock. It's a cool change. Like, that's a sleeper that is actually now. Sick. Yeah, genuinely. Like, game's rewarding you to fight. It's rewarding you to actually gain power.
Yeah, it sounds like a cool you on the back. Pats you on the back when you get a level. It's cool. Cool. Take a look at some of these lanes, though, really quickly.
There it is.
Ooh. Pyro's down. Again, Mirage Sinclair, it's a really strong lane. It's a brutal lane to play into, because I think when you... we were talking about it yesterday, but when you look at pressure lanes, I think when you look at the heroes, it's Sinclair up there at the top with the best of them, and then Mirage. So that is a horrendous lane to be playing into. I would hate to play Mirage Sinclair lane. It is just constant pressure, especially on a Lady Geist who has to sacrifice some of her health to use those abilities. She's not only getting chipped by herself, she's getting chipped by the enemies constantly.
It's fun to see as well. Obviously, Piggy's always had such a big FPS background, and it translates across a lot with that Vexing Volt. So his actual understanding of getting full mechanical use out of it has been very fun every time I've got to put my eyes on him when he's playing a bit of Sinclair. Early game's been working out well for him so far, 3.2 in the lane. So peeling ahead off the back of the early damage done. We'll see if that does really compound with some of these opening kills, get a feel for how that's starting to vibe. Pressure back on the Greenwich side. A lot of damage done onto the Vindicta. Try and get up top, clear the way for the Geist at least. Oh, Hex gets off. Hang on a minute, but...
Yeah, it's a fantastic Hex in the middle of the Tevra as well, because that Tevra was brutal over towards Drakkar there, but Piggy as well as Rake get out very easily. They're both about to get their ultimates as well, so Sinclair's already got his online. Traveler, not massive impactful in the lane, but you know, still gives them some global presence. And there is Stormcloud available. Well, that's annoying. He does. It saves his life a little bit. It got awkward.
Yeah, a little bit. Hairs on the back went up. Squeaky bum time in the lane, but getting away with effectively a stalemate off the back. How crisp are the daggers going to be towards the new and improved Broadway, though? That's the question. Static charge back over, stun you in position. Meanwhile, the carnage continues with Mirage being able to find the damage out, and Pyro even going down quite quickly there. So more damage being established. I know, dude. Pyro. That's actually a sick rename for Ava.
That's a big pickup for the 7. You know, honestly, at this point in time, probably want to be using that Storm Cloud at some point. A little bit of advantage in lane, because you've got a big shave off on the CD there with the casting buff.
Well played.
Yeah, it's always terrifying when you see the spirit buff or gun buff spawn in. Your eyes always light up, you're looking at the minimap going, please no.
Yeah, well, I'm always frustrated when I get movement buff on my side.
Yeah.
That was a fantastic puddle punch. Knocks him out of the combustive concussion and gets his teammate to safety there. Wonderful stuff.
It's good play. Great use of the Viscous Fist so far. Punching his teammate to safety multiple times already over the course of this lane. Been a bit of a change of hands as well in terms of control, at least on Greenwich. You've been able to force it back. You were relatively far pushed as well. Having to play under Guardian consistently, but you start to get a little bit more poke with things. It wasn't really the damage to the actual bombs that was changed for Geist, more so just the fact she's a little bit slower now with that lifesteal. Gun damage reduced relatively as well, but you can keep pushing out what you do best. Ooh, rotation around those smoke bombs up. You've got the healing rat in the haze, quick visit. Throws out the dagger and gets the stun back off onto the Viscous. Forces the cube. Calico goes in for the parry. Looking to see if they can actually get a whole load of damage off onto this blank. Going to be down to about 25% here. Forces out the ball back in. And they look to at least ward them off. That's a lot. Just off the back of the one dagger, being able to gain some control.
Wow.
Re-engage. Oh, you're still alive, but the execute will turn that one around. They do trade it from the dot damage at least. But even then, 1 for 1. It's kicking off in York.
Yeah, a nice bit of a return fire, honestly, coming through from Captain. But didn't have the goo cube up to save his teammate like he had done so many times. Just punching the guy. Wonder if he can get the kill off here, but not likely. Still no flame dash in the back pocket, but some sick movement will get him away from that one. Dashing, sliding across the ground. Blob will find 1. Trax will get down because of it, and Sai will find 2. Not the ideal character to be getting a lot of kills there on side is the Calico, who will be up to 6.2k now. It's a very nice little extra lead for them.
And this is a Calico where, as much as it's a little bit more awkward now to maximize the game from the boxes, Sinners have become even more lucrative due to the reduction in HP. We'll come back to that in a second, though, as the splatter does go off, but it's not enough to shut down. You're going to be able to stay alive and build off the back of it. So Fourth wins out on that one. Sai continues to actually grow quite a nice early lead. And this is where these kills, rewarding far more souls, will really compound quickly. I mean, that's 7k in the bank already. K souls a minute.
Yeah, it's massive. Absolutely massive. And Calico getting ahead like that, starting to roam more effectively, that becomes problematic for Drakkar. Right now, their highest net worth is Break with 6.7k, but Force is getting ahead now nicely too at 7.5 himself. Trooper will find Piggy. Can't tell if he was just resetting or not, but won't go down to any of the heroes.
I don't want to die.
Why is that bugged? That feels like it's bugged. That's the second time I've seen Captain parry the Guardian, and it still continued to punch as well as laser him.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It does look a bit weird. We'll keep our eyes peeled, but there's certainly some shenanigans inside of this patch. There's a couple of things that feel a little bit broken. Sometimes it does take about a day. You get those hot fixes and it smooths it over. Burst damage back to force the pressure. See if you can actually cause him to have to abandon on this. I mean, down to 240 HP. You've got a massive ball rolling towards you over the top. Dunks down and leaves you flattened.
Yeah, nice little pick up there. Sleep Dagger also felt like it hit there. It didn't do anything to him. He might clip the Geo there, Jackie. Good Hex, but I don't think it's going to keep him alive for too much longer. No Goo Cube available to keep him up and alive, and he won't get out. Piggy, once the gun goes down, and we were worried for Lotos in terms of their early game, in terms of the pick potential. You said, you know, they had to get ahead early if they wanted to snowball this one, and they certainly have. You know, a lot of roaming's been going on, especially with the Vindicta, the Pocket, Calico, Haze. There's massive potential, and all they really have to do is just let Force get ahead. Currently at 10k at the moment to be their hyper carrying towards that late game.
No, it's nice, man. You know, obviously we were kind of worried about it in terms of the draft, but maybe realistically, they've actually really pondered this one based off the back of those soul changes and the trooper economy being tweaked, and they're playing into its hands. But it's the way to do it. You're forcing fights. You got a Calico that still feels confident. Sometimes that's all you need. Manifest the good plays. Meanwhile, Madness kicking off back over towards Broadway. Damage out. Pocket went in, got the ult off, did afflict them, but he's been affected by the response back from Piggy. A magic trick blank. Guess what the result was? He made him disappear.
He did. Put him in his top hat and boshed him off the map.
Can't bring Bosch back already. It's too early for a Bosch. Save it for the ult. Save it for a 5-man.
Yeah, at the moment, right now we're looking at Drakkar, 52k to 55k. It's not terrible. And they are just allowing Blob to get ahead as well. You know, currently up to 10k, so he's just high performing in the jungle at the moment to be a bit more effective towards that late game. Spirit resist was reduced over towards those walkers as well, so Infernus should be doing a little bit more damage, especially with the afterburn, though most Infernuses these days are building a little bit more hybrid and slightly leaning over towards gun. Cosmetical will find Pyro, the help of Vrake as well as Captain. It's all popping off a little bit. Finally, we get some more walkers down here. Again, still one Guardian, still one Guardian still up on blue, which means they are yet to find that flex slot, Jackie.
Yeah, that was the key point. I was going to cue that one up, but you were already cerebrally connected to me, Blank. That'll be the difference today, right? For some of these teams, the difference of if you are already having a bad game, it forces so much more out of you to get those early flex slots. I think we were saying in the pregame, like, I think it actually is a better change, but it might take a little bit of getting used to it. The carbine could save your life, and it's smooth moves for the damage out as well. Walls thrown in, but so low, you can't convert from that one. You bought a bit of time. The cooldown's going to be so brief anyway, you might as well use it just to try and delay. But they push back round, pick up that frag. Bit of grouping as well. I mean, Calico's on the hunt. That side that's at 10k at the minute, stomping in the opening moments, cooling off somewhat now. In the past sort of 3 minutes, you've started to recede relatively, not being able to find as many free picks with them being a little bit more switched on. Already, this is quite an interesting early game we're getting out of this, though.
I think when you're looking at it, Vrake's still doing very well up to 11k, and you're starting to see a lot more souls on Blob. Piggy, melee charge, backstabber as well, so going a bit more for the Hex melee build, which I'm always a big fan of. Does he die? No, it doesn't tick quite enough on the daggers. I really do wonder what Cosmetical is currently saving up for at the moment. 3.8k in the back pocket, maybe just hasn't bought just yet, but that might come back to bite him here.
Ooh, I mean, the Hex is nice at least to give yourself a bit of time for this. Ult thrown out at least from the pocket for the fadeaway, make it feel a bit more uncomfortable to go for the chase, but Piggy's been looking pretty aggressive in this game so far already. Damage goes through, you do isolate the pocket and get the pick up from it, so still Piggy on top, enjoying a bit of a free pickup there. Chase back on the Ava. Sisai still looking to roam and harass at least round towards Yorkside. Bit of a read on the group. Look at the positioning. I mean, Piggy's starting to link over. 3-2 on the split so far. Calico's going to be close, but it's a few seconds late. Piggy spots you. No getting away this time.
Vindicta comes through. No chance for the flight just yet while she's indoors. Will get hit by a nasty splatter, but should be able to get away from this one. Likely, unless the ship comes in. Cosmetical won't quite find it, but the 200 damage baseline for the killing blow will do the trick anyway. We're going to talk about this a little bit earlier, but I think Pocket's not a bad pickup to go up against Cosmetical. You saw Cosmetical to go down earlier to the affliction in quotation marks, just purely because of bloodletting and the additional damage on top of that. did end up taking him down. So it's a nice way to take advantage of what is a pretty strong ability on Bloodletting. Just dropping the Affliction on top. Toxic bullets found already, as well as opening rounds on Force, which was nerfed, by the way. No longer works against objectives. It was tearing objectives apart, by the way. So nice to see that get removed.
Yeah, early game it was a real pain in the backside, so glad to actually see that change. Again, that's one that almost feels like it was unintentional with how it was being utilized. Game of cat and mouse, but the mouse is actually Paradox trying to chase down Sai. Just bobbing and weaving around the back line. Ooh, quick bounce up for the bounce pad, bit of chasing going back in. Ult thrown out. That's actually from Piggy. Using that one to get the dot damage back over and take away some of the potential healing. Combustion looking for the reposition. You catch onto the Shiv. So Cosmetical being hit more literally on that one. And this is going to carry on. I mean, there's still a lot of chance for another pick from this. If they could actually get the chase off, Sleep Dagger is going to be coming back up relatively soon. Oh, mate. Maybe room to actually split off this, get a bit of map control. It's going to force the rotations back over towards Greenwich side now. So Drakkar, a lot of attention is being drawn towards that side of the map.
Yeah, it's certainly not looking too cosmetical right now for Drakkar, as things are starting to get ugly, with Force getting 17k on the soul count at the moment. A lot of damage being done. They will pick up the urn here, try and take it across. You can't hold on to this one for very long anymore. 45 seconds and it'll start to take your HP down by 1%. So a little bit of a new change in there to prevent teams from holding on to the urn for half the game, which I really like, because it did feel a lot of times mid game to late game was sort of a stall out of who could hold the urn the longest.
No, it's a nice gameplay change. It's one that should encourage more really proactive use of the urn rather than delays. And this is proactive plays being made round towards Greenwich as well. Flank round the back, return to shadows was thrown out. Low HP bars though. Ball is going to be used, rolling round, down the ramp, into the Hex, looking for the damage. Oh, mate, jumping up on top. The Execute chasing you down with the Shiv nipping at your heels. And for Force, he couldn't back up quickly enough. Low on health and taken out of commission. Just lurking in the Duke closet, hoping no one's going to pay you a visit with only 200 HP to play with. Slowing Hex into the instant cast of the Storm Cloud. Doesn't have the damage output. DPS check's not going to work. The Tether's thrown over, and Blob will eventually fall.
Kaza from a distance on the barrage. Nicely placed barrage too. Looked like it could have been iffy. Managed to make it happen. Pyro still doing work over here towards Trax. It was a good ult from Vrake as well on the Traveler, because the assumption was that they were going to just trade the Walker for the urn, but Vrake makes the executive decision to just let the Paradox hold on to it longer. This time around though, they will juggle that urn, pass it back into the hands of Piggy, because at this point Trax has been holding on to this one for a long while.
Paradox will swap onto the Geist. You have to get up close with that life swap now, but does pull it off. Ooh, swap back as well, and a great use of the Vexing Bolt, comboed into the Execute. Say goodbye to your Geist. Calico sprints on in. Ava at least looking to harass with a bit of backup now there. You still got close grouping to play with, chasing them up from the secret shop. Dot damage applied. Piggy burning out, will fall. That's a pretty good cleanup. I mean, for the cost of the 1 kill onto Pyro, they convert with 3 kills and now the urn in their possession.
Yeah. Did they not? They didn't get the hand in on it either. That's so unfortunate for Drakkar.
Yeah.
That thing got passed back across, so Pyro was able to delay long enough for them to come on through. Again, difficult fight because Blob's forced to use Stormcloud fairly early there, you saw, versus Rayake. Yeah, we're going to go for a quick mid-boss here. And we actually get to take a look at the new improved mid-boss arena, which is going to be awesome.
Yeah, a lot of visual and gameplay improvements on this one. Overall, feels far nicer. They said in the patch notes, it's the first pass of it becoming a sewer. So those of you that are aware about Ratfella, it's real. It's happening, Blank. We're getting the sewers.
Back.
Ratfella's on his way, but it's going to be happening soon. I can smell it already.
Yeah, I can smell the cheese, dude. And there's some ominous looking grates down there as well, where eventually Ratfella could even appear.
Yeah, the weird door. What's that door about? What's going on in there? Yeah, that's what I want to know. Is that where he lives? Is that where he's ratting out? Who knows? But Rejuve going to be dropping slightly quicker now as well, with the second shaved off that one. So really have to be smart about your decision making. The further second being shaved off. Might feel like it's small, but in the grand scheme of things, it can certainly make a difference for going some of those more risky steals. You've got to be pretty switched on with your rotates now.
Yeah, I think with Pyro now being able to pick up Berserker, Killer's become a bit more of a terrifying player in the lobby. A lot of damage done. I think what we're doing right now for Kakazo is just waiting to pick up Spirit Burn likely in the build, which is going to be a huge pickup for that pocket. Sai did get far behind a little bit earlier, really just taking the time to run around the map, get things done, just using a lot of that early game burst with Return to Shadows as well as Leaping Slash to be effective. But it's worked out. It has worked out.
Using the Rejuve, it's a calculated push. Split the attention between both lanes and see if you can get away with these walkers. Claiming both would be absolutely ideal. The last second TP, mate. Woo. Savannah saving the life of the magnificent Sinclair. Cheeky Bosch for that one, as he's going to be able to dip out in the last few seconds. Piggy remains in play. Trade back onto site. So that's the Rejuve burnt there. You can see the picture-in-picture as well. Both lanes being constantly inflicted pressure, but it's looking a whole lot worse for Greenwich, as that's it going down. Further flex slot being added over.
So now need a pickup on 2 more. Guardian did get picked up a little bit earlier there for Drakkar, so they do have 1 flex slot on board, but no more than that. And there's not really a lick of damage over towards any of the walkers coming through for Lotus. Forces out the Goku, but a lot of damage sent through. Even with all the Spirit and Bullet Resist on side for Captain, he is taking hella damage. Drakk's just not finding much value at this game either, really, with the paradoxical swaps. I mean, a lot of times he has been just relegated to defending a lot of these objectives. Hasn't been able to take the initiative. And again, fair play to Lotus, because they dominated this early game. They really took control of it, using the Pocket, the Vindicta, as well as Haze and Calico to quickly rotate around the map, just get work done. And it is really showing in terms of those early kills or how impactful they can be. You can't afford just to be dying all over the place anymore and waiting for that mid game to scale.
Oh, mate. Sleep Dagger into the Alk Fire on the floor. Quick thinking with the Tornado, at least, to be able to dip back out from that, so you're not consistently being burned down. But with Fixate being applied, snipe ammunition in the back pocket as well, this should be the end for the Mirage.
Yeah, Break doing his absolute best. There is 1 clap back over towards Kakazo. That's about it other than Pyro. So a 2-for-2 trade there. Trax is extremely low. Will go down to Rayake. Piggy falls next. So 4-2. Still 4 Rejuvenators in play. Is this another from Cosmetical going down? I think it likely is.
Look at the muddied spawns as well, bro. The difference in timing. You've got like 10-second staggers between the 2 groups of spawns we're going to be having here, with literally only Blob alive. That ult's not even at halfway as well, so cooldown on that puppy is still going to be building back up. It means they're going to have all 3 of these walkers now in the pocket, tidy those up easily. And really, they're bloating this one out. They're putting themselves into an even better position. It's the flex slot off the back of it. Great use of the Rejuve for objective control. So much pressure still being applied with that final wave of creep pushing its way up. Yeah, you still got to wait another 17 seconds as well for Cosmetical to come back. So they're on the struggle bus right now, Blank. First class ticket to Struggle Street.
Pretty much. They're going to have to be getting off fairly soon at this point as well, because they need to do something. They need to stop into a shop somewhere, pick up some items, pick up some gear that's going to get them back into this game, because Blobs, realistically, they're a big target on the team at the moment. 29k just picked up Unstoppable, so the ult will be doing a ton of damage coming through for Drakkar. But the rest of the team is looking down on their luck in terms of soul count. 18k for Cosmetical, 18k for Trax. Drake, the only other who is really pumping those souls out at 25k currently. They need a strong team fight here, Jackie. Take advantage of Stormcloud.
Mickey, it's rough as well, trying to find someone that's viable to actually get a nice use of the old steal off. Ooh, that might be your target, though. There's the dive in from the pocket with the clap back instantly. So 2 clean pickups there, shutting down both the pocket and the Geist. Nearly a minute of downtime for them. You've got to try and really get your ducks in a row on this one. Focus up a little bit. Disadvantage fight, that will give some time back over to Drakkar to actually push out these lanes, see if they can get themselves one of these walkers that have evaded them for so long. Heavy grouping on Greenwich with the delay from the Mirage. Oh, and Paradox going down. Oh, mate, this could go from bad to worse as well. The sheer output of bullets that you're getting off from this Infernus now. He's got the Hydra to work with. He's just spamming them out. There's dots galore. I thought that was going to be a good opening for him. It looked like you'd finally thrown yourself into a position. Traded both of the delays, at least, with the Hex and the Sleep Dagger. So Piggy still showing off the movement, but for what it is, you've kind of lost the edge you had there.
Yeah, I think the Trax, he's trying to locate Force there to get the paradoxical swap off on him. Again, I think going for the zip line in that situation was fairly dangerous, really open, and likely that Force is going to look back. I mean, good wherewithal from him as well to immediately clap back on that one, get the pickup on the stunt. Yeah, but for Drakkar, like, that was a good fight. It was a good fight for them. Despite getting afflicted on 4 of their players, which was a massive pickup from Picasso, by the way. Now you do have this instance where you're looking at Drakkar and wondering how they're going to go next, because mid-boss should be fairly free. There's no Hex, no nothing really to stop them from doing it. And it does feel like this will just be a 1-up for Lotus, despite the comp pick.
Oh, yeah. You feel how quick it drops now as well, man. Looks substantially faster with how it's being deployed. And again, second rejuve of the game being claimed for really zilch. No investment, didn't have to worry. You won the fight at just the right time. You put yourself into a position where you're already quite far ahead as well. I mean, the net worth head count, 171 to 147. Vastly different. The additional flex slots as well, helping them out with just having more itemization to play with. And you got Ava on the move, showing off the new pounce. The kind of buggy pounce that lets you break these boxes. Well, it's more like a kick, really, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, it's still pretty good, it seems, especially with enduring speed. You're getting around the map very quickly. I think the difficulty for Drakkar has been the fact that it's been some very scrappy fights throughout the entirety of the game. I think Drakkar's comp works very well in terms of the team fight. Good swap into a Hex, but Flame Dash is still running whilst in the Rabbit.
It starts with a simple cut.
Base Guardians having so much damage impacted onto them as well. It's complete clear around towards Greenwich side. Say goodbye to York as well, up close and personal now with the life drain thrown out. Far slower when using that bad boy at least, but not going to matter when you're mid-air gliding around. Ooh, good adjustment at least. Into the actual ultimate from the 7 to buy time. So they're going to have to back off and at least posture slightly further back, letting them fight towards the front base Guardians on blue lane. Mayash is done for, so you do lose out on your haze. Pocket thrown back in over the top as well, with the rejuve still there. You might as well fight on this one. You know you got a good lead. Oh, Bud, return the shadows directly on top of them. Get the amp off into the Fists of Fury. Yeah, Fist of the North Stars arrived blank, and it's shining bright.
Yeah, it feels a little bit like a last hurrah here. The constellations aren't looking good for Drakkar at the moment. I'm sensing some pretty bad omens here in the future. Sapphire Patron will go down, and there's a ton of time still left on Blob, Cosmetical, and Break. I think this is just the finish. And again, for Lotus, wonderful stuff. Amazing early game presence. Really good control over the map. And for Drakkar, realistically, they wanted more of these fights over towards their objectives. They had good team fight potential, but again, it's that scrappy nature of Lotus. They get in and then they get out again. Very, very tough to work with. So yeah, great first game there from Lotus to pick this one up and go 1-0 in the series. You still have one more map to play though.
Yeah, it's lovely. It really does make me think, what are we going to be seeing with the instant picks going into the second draft? And obviously, we'll hypothesize about that in a few moments' time. It's been coming up pretty quickly, so we'll get there when we get there. But you're right, bro. That's an interesting game. Obviously, in terms of sort of, you know, what my lizard brain's telling me, I was thinking composition-wise, you had far more to work with, where it felt like, you know, they should have been able to control the game, but really just playing to get the absolute min-max out of the changes with the early advantage. And that was a great use of the Calico for that as well. It's one of those moments where it feels like nerfs. What nerfs? And you kind of just played to your play style, consistently getting engaged in the fights. You get the haze coming alive as well. So much potential to harass and convert those early kills. And you saw that bloat. You were seeing like the sole differential in the opening sort of like 6 minutes of the game was gargantuan for some heroes.
Yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot confusing. I think that for Sai especially, you do have this case where still felt fairly squishy in the early game. Leaping Slash wasn't doing as much damage, but it still, the kit is still there, right? The kit is still there. You know, Gloom Bombs are still doing a heck of a lot of damage in those instances. So is Return to Shadow at the burst, and that's how Sai was playing, just as a burst character. Towards the end game, we didn't see Sai at 3.8k HP. I think he was sat around about 2.8, which is a lot healthier for the game, in my opinion. But Lotus was so far ahead at that point that it was very difficult for Drakkar to get anything else done. Yeah, so 3k roughly.
It's interesting stuff, man. Curious, you know, we had our questions about the bans, but we've certainly been given answers off the back of the plays that were made. Lotos taking that one home nicely with the first win in our opening BO2 of the day. Same format as yesterday, by the way. If you're tuning in, you've missed the schedule, you're wondering what's going on. Opening 3 games of the day today, we will be covering them, myself and Blank. And then, of course, we switch things up with some different surprises in store for the last 4 BO2s of the day, Blank.
Yeah, I think that honestly, today's going to be a fantastic one. I think if you're tuning in right now, and we're happy about it, and you get to listen to us for another few games or so.
I'm trying to do the math on the hours.
I was trying to do the math. Is that probably 2-3 hours?
Yeah.
2-3 hours. 2-3 hours.
Something like that.
But then later on, you get to watch Cricket Gaming, and I would definitely stick around for Cricket Gaming. I know I will be watching in the background as well at the same time, because they are a very kill-heavy team, where they're hitting up on some fantastic little maneuvers towards that early game, getting a huge amount done. And from what we've seen there from Lotos, you know, if you put a big stock onto those early game kills, then you can get yourself ahead very, very quickly and kind of snowball the rest of your team. And it did feel like they only really needed one hyper carry.
Yeah, dude, it's interesting. It certainly has affected the flow of the game. But we will take a brief break before we set up the next map. Won't be long, about 5 minutes on this one, guys. Grab yourself a drink and tune back in a couple minutes as we carry on the action here at One Wins Bombshell Volume 6. Welcome back, everyone. Thanks for sticking with us as we resolve some slight technical issues, but we're ready to carry on with One Win's Bombshell Vol.6, of course, joining us for the second game of our BO2 to open up Day 2 blank. We're already somewhat into the draft, so we'll quickly recap this one and get our thoughts in a row. What are your initial openers on this blank?
I mean, look at this. You got the Infernus banned away straight away for Drakkar. Sinclair as well getting rid of. I mean, for Drakkar, that's fine, I guess. I mean, I don't know if there was too much Sinclair play from Lotos before, but the one thing that did go through was the Holiday for Rayek. And he is a good Holiday. So we'll see what they can get done. They did pick up the Mirage as well. So Lotos sort of having the opposite build here, where they're able to pick up Viscous and Mirage, take that away from Drakkar. And instead they go for the Warden and take Pocket, Paradox, and Haze. So a bit of counter picking going on at the moment. It feels like the teams have just switched sides a little bit. You get Lash as well. So a lot more pick heavy coming through from Lotos. So they're just showing us something completely different going into game 2.
Yeah, this feels like a real sort of turnaround from what we had initially there. Obviously, sort of the knock-on effect from that opening game. Band's definitely feeling a little bit more like kind of what we were expecting, I think, going into today based off the adjustments in the patch. Final 2 picks there over on the side of Lotos. You're going to get the 7 in and the Ivy as well. yeah, all in all, this is shaping up like more of an interesting game in terms of the comps rather than what was a little bit more one-sided last time around, but completely nullified by the actual early game and snowball that we saw.
Yeah, I think that Ivy as well, so there's a lot of potential to get around the map and take the 7 from Drakkar as well. So potentially a different last pick coming through from them. You wonder if Blob wanted to play the 7 again. We'll see. Quick look here. Blob could pick up the Wraith. It is available. Again, depends if he's playing Warden this game.
Yeah.
I'm very curious.
And I do wonder as well with that, if teams are a little bit more hesitant now, just off the back of how scary it sounded, of course, with the nerfs that we're getting, not only to the HP, but gun growth, the raw damage nerf to the actual gun output as well. Yeah, it might be a little bit frightening to dip your toes back in the pool. But we do get another Lady Geist this time around. Drakkar going to be able to lock that in as the final pick to round out the team.
Yeah, I think Lady Geist is a completely fair pickup here for them. A lot of damage, can hold down lanes very well. I think that now that you're trying to protect those final Guardians, those final Walkers, Lady Geist Bomb is significant in terms of being able to just hold a lane down for a long, long time. We saw Pyro do it very well last game where he was just anchoring on the other side of the map. And that was very, very useful for Lotos, so they could just continue to roam a lot with Force and Pyro basically doing a lot of that anchoring for them. We'll see what Lotos want to do here because this feels like a lot faster of a comp, but they still have that similar vibe where you'll have your anchor in the 7 as well as the Mirage, and it's likely to be Viscous, Holiday, Lash, and Ivy roaming. Ivy's probably going to be more of a protective roam, I'd say. But yeah, for Drakkar, interesting. Very, very different pickup here. Wondering how they're going to capitalize off the Haze, though, because they don't really have that Haze Calico combo, that Haze Holiday combo. You're realistically likely going to be seeing the Haze roaming around with tracks on the Paradox. We'll see. We'll see how it pans out because I am curious to see how Drakkar plays for now. I'm also curious to see how Warden pans out in after the changes because it weren't massive changes. And again, you're right though with Wraith that it's a little bit of a dangerous one to go for at this stage today, at least after the new patch with a lot of the changes that came through. Probably waiting for more builds to be cooked up in the back end, right? Because there is now a little bit more emphasis on Card Trick, having its damage scaling increased, but its damage reduced early game. There is a lot changed from her. So we'll see. We will see.
Yeah, no, it's a curious one. It feels like, fundamentally you're going to have to change somewhat with how she was basically just such a bully the entire game and a split push madman, which is another thing that really has kind of been inadvertently changed somewhat. And you saw some of it inside of this matchup where it doesn't feel as viable for those consistent splits where you could go from all the time kind of backdoor out on a Walker and heroes like that were benefiting massively because of it, where you do actually have to be more proactive in terms of the soul distribution of being there within that window for the fight. So it's a lot compounding here that's kind of probably affecting the decision making, especially as well, Blank, when you think, that was a late 10 p.m. EU release into us now being live about 10 hours later at 12 p.m., give or take. So it's one of those where you're kind of limited in terms of time to not only get your hands around it, but get your heads around the way you're going to be adjusting as well. It's why we were saying these early games are going to be quite the sort of test of how things are shaping up with the comps.
I'm curious to see what melee groups want to do with it, though, because obviously they're on NA time, so they had a little bit longer to kind of go through the patch and maybe make some things happen. A lot of our other teams today are more on that EU end, so like us, they went to sleep shortly after that patch dropped and then woke up early today to play these games. So yeah, the likes of Virtus Pro, Drakkar, Lotos, they're all going to be in that same boat. I wouldn't be surprised if Lightbringers just stayed up all night. Just testing things.
That's what I was going to say. If you're me, you just sat there the whole night recording everything, just slowly putting together the patch, understanding the matrix that is the Deadlock's patch cycle.
Yeah, and if you're like me, waking up at 6 a.m. and be like, oh, bloody hell.
Yeah. Look at this calico jump. Look at this bug. Look at this viscous hitbox, Blank. What do you think of this? Oh, mate. Right, well, anyway, we're back in. Obviously, Lotos taking the first game if you're just joining us, but it is a best of 2. So Let's see if there's room for an equalization or how it's going to go. Nice establishing shot on the new Broadway as well. It is a bit more awkward with those lash ults. I'm curious to see how it's going to pan out on this one. Far more cover blank. You can break the use of the ult just off the back of where you stand. It's a little bit more forgiving with a lot of the clipping allowing you to get caught and not be pulled in. So you've really got to dive into those.
Lash Holiday lane though. That's pretty rough to play against. A lot of poke damage just with crack shot, as well as ground strike being thrown into the mix as well. Mirage doing a lot of poke damage from up on high. Try and take advantage of that side is really, really strong as well, because not only do you get advantage of that high ground, you do get first pick on the boxes. Bit of damage done back from the pocket here. Very important to get done. No, crack shot into the ground strike, like we just mentioned. That is a combo and a half.
Pays off early. The burst damage and some dirt kicked up to boot. And we'll see how the flow of early game kill trades really goes on this one. Obviously, it's a lot more lucrative now. We saw the payoff from it. So if you can find a way to pill ahead and potentially play a little bit more aggressive, realize these guys are going to try and bully on this one now. Can't be as defensive with it and rely on control of the creep as much. Bit of an exchange between either sides on Greenwich, but cleaning up on the lane and making sure you're taking those souls home with you.
Yeah, Drake on the pocket, by the way, a bit of an interesting one, because he's played a lot of heroes this tournament so far. I think he's had the Mirage, he's had Dice, he's had Holiday, now he's on the pocket, so very good player in terms of having a lot of variance in their picks that you can use in your games. Piggy on the Haze, so we're probably looking at more of a supportive Haze here, similar to what we saw from Sanya yesterday and Oberkim.
So low. Both of them forced to just cower on top of the shop. Looking for any beans on discount at the back of the shelves with how they bullied them. You're going to get free control of the wave on this one. And the risk potential of peeking back into it as well, without actually having ample opportunity to get some of the HP back. I mean, you've got the stun into the ball. Ivy as well, similar scenario there. So it is quite uncomfortable. A lot better in terms of the push out that we're seeing, at least back over on York side. So Lotus continuing to find success there.
Yeah, Drakkar across the board is just hemorrhaging, honestly, at the moment. Pretty rough. I mean, Tracks, Captain, Piggy, all fairly low. Cosmetical in not the greatest of spots at the moment. Overall soul count as well. If you look towards Kazo, 2.9k, and Rayek on 2.9, so they're getting closer and closer towards those goals. It's so unfortunate to lose a lane like that early as well. I think the Holiday definitely complements over towards Kazo on the Lash, who's slightly weaker in that early game, you would say, before Ultimate comes online, but combination between well-placed ground strikes from up on high into crack shots lets them get through that game early. So now you're looking at Blob as well as Break, who are both very low on souls, going to be going up against a Lasso as well as that Death Slam very shortly here, Jackie.
We've seen already just how punishing it can be. So low HP, man, you peek into that, it really is going to slap you in the face. Uncomfortable early game as well for Piggy on the Haze thus far. He's been targeted quite heavily. He's not able to even find himself into a position where you can start to ponder the idea of roaming and getting too much out of this. Falling behind in souls and being kept in check. Background-wise, it makes sense, man. Like, he's always had really good aim when it comes to hitting consistent traces. He's very smooth. It feels like he's played a lot of arcade FPS, those kind of games where it's intense action, so you can see it in the way that he approaches the game. Battle back, though, this time onto Pyro. It's a good use of the Tornado to at least stay alive and get yourself out of dodge. Healing right thrown back over to try and pop him back up and build from this one. You do have the added benefit of course, at least that potential for the Goo Cube to be thrown over if it gets dicey. Okay, leap up for the carbine. Suddenly the shoe's on the other foot with Shiv. Doled out, mate. He thought he had got away, but Jin's mark says hello.
The Lasso comes through, but quickly taken down by Blob there. There's some damage done here from the Goo Ball. Will manage to get out of there. Again, I need to test this in the break, but there does seem to be almost a hidden change coming through with the Guardians in terms of parrying. I don't think it works the same way it was pre-patch.
Yeah, it's weird. It is an odd one. It feels like there is certainly some trickery going on with how it's interacting off the back of the parries. Wasn't mentioned in the notes. Nothing in there that would lead you to believe there was some sort of gameplay change around it. So curious. There is, as we said earlier, a couple like little bugs that have propped up with this patch. So we'll keep our eyes peeled, ear to the ground, see where it goes from here.
I think the main thing I'm curious about at the moment is Force and Psy, because wow, they have done a great job at not only dominating in their lane currently versus Piggy, as well as Cosmetical on the Warden, but it does appear to me like they've been taking massive liberties when it comes to the boxes and breakables in the lane versus them, because they are far ahead. 5.1k and 5.4 right now for Psy.
I think in reality as well, like, you are more encouraged to actually make sure you're claiming those boxes upon spawn now with the changes to the early Trooper soul value. So it is a little bit better in that sense, but we fell into that trope of like lane is king, leave lane will result in far less souls. Looks like you've got way more opportunity now on this patch for variance in where you're gaining your souls from. Bit of a dive back over. Ooh, damage being applied at least. Good use of the slide mechanic to constantly get the mag working for you. Bomb over the backline into the stun on the clamber. And that will finish off Force. So Seven's batteries run out on that one.
Very aggressive plays over towards this lane. Struggling slightly as the damage keeps pouring in over towards this Walker, and there's not really too much response here. When you had the double roam coming over towards lane 3, they will pick themselves up the Guardian in the process. And Ray goes down to Vrake, which is a nice pickup here. So Drakkar not going down quietly, at least.
Out in the back pocket. You've got both the Lasso and the Lash in a position where if there is an overstep, potentially it could be thrown out. There you go. The instant leap. That's huge, mate. 3 Bosches off the back of it with the support. Yeah, that's what you wanted. The deadly combination. Great reposition as well from the Holiday to assist. The trickery continues and the Guardian will go down, capitalizing from the window they present themselves. Movement could save your life, but the slide down from the Ivy only gives you more chances to burst back. Good use at least from the full kit to delay and make it uncomfortable. Predicted parry, hoping there was going to be a punch thrown at you, but Psy doesn't like the sound of that.
Yeah, I mean, going into a little bit of a kudzu bomb, ult build alongside with Backstabber works out really nicely for you. Piggy will finish off Pyro, but not before he's able to take down the Shiv. Inside of Drakkar. Clean up here. Yeah, Piggy's got a lot on his hands right now. There's a huge amount of lanes that he has to try and fix at the moment on these roams alongside with Trax.
Full rate of fire as well, full gun at the minute outside of the healing right, so just building to get the fixate instantly off the back of the synergy with the ult, of course, scaling with that damage, so could be curious. If he does course correct and get himself into a good spot, man, there is so much potential. We've seen it recently with how it can be effective. Scraps continuing across the map here though, 1-for-1 trade, Cosmetical backup. Ooh, the zipline knock off. Oh, that hurts.
I like the thought process though, you know, try and get on the zip to immediately get out. He was waiting for the, I think it's 5 seconds you need before you can get on that zip line after taking damage, so just slightly late on it. Mid lane on the other hand, Blob is getting absolutely decimated. That Deathslam was huge. They were playing out in the open there. Again, you're playing around new territory with that mid lane, so maybe you're not aware just of how strong the Lash was going to be in that position. But we are playing at a pro level now. This is the case where you can't just be giving Lashes 3 death slams like that.
Yeah, mid lane now especially, it feels like playing around those veils, especially the connection path. You've got to be able to use it to nullify that ult. This is what I was saying as well, Piggy, just building that rate of fire with the gun items, you just turn into this Beyblade that really can rip through anyone. Doesn't matter who you are. The damage output and the build up of fixate just starts to ruin you. Chase back onto the Ivy as well, just as the Soul Urn's going to spawn in. So focus here on the objective gameplay. Bombs drop down on top of them. See if you can buy time for a re-engage from the team. They're calling for reinforcements. Visca's already rolling over. That's Coffin coming in quick. We'll see if he can get some output back over. Piggy grabs the urn, but rolled down by the ball. They make it uncomfortable at least to try and get away with this one. There's the stun back over onto the shift. Wants to use the movement with the shotgun alt fire to dip out, trying to make it so he's not on the low ground and can't be susceptible to the stun.
It's the first last stand we've seen realistically in this game, and it got absolutely nothing done other than creating a little bit of space for Piggy to get away from this one. I guess it's not a terrible time to be taking Urn, considering Goo Ball's down, Lasso's down, as well as airdrop, but that's going to be up fairly shortly. So they need to be thinking about making a move for this one. Just holding it for the time being. F-Slam as well as Stormcloud, though. Tricky handing here for Drakkar.
Depends on the
no
positioning.
response.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's no rotate over. It literally is just 7. I know that's still scarier than it sounds. Potential to maybe get some shots off to deny souls. Couple pots, look like a few of those at least were snatched, but basically for free on the response. Kept yourself locked in towards mid lane. Ult is there again, so Death Slam on standby. Holiday being chased. That's Paradox at least with a reposition. Ooh. Seeing if you thread the needle, maybe set up the idea for a chase into your side jungle, but they don't bite on this, so Lash able to go and grab some of his farm as well from the nearby tier 2.
Yeah, I think when you look at it, they didn't really get too much map control off it, but for Lotus, they do have the added benefit of both Blue Guardian as well as York still being up and available for their team. So kind of rough the way this has panned out. Paradox looking for the swap over towards the Cube. Gets the ball out just in the nick of time as well, Jackie there. Given the survivability, and Trax is now in a very bad position.
Yeah, welcome to Rope City. Whiplash gameplay incoming. Did make it up to the top, but that's the end of the proverbial tracks there as he'll go down. Ooh, Warden with the backup defensive last stand as well, just trying to get away. Doesn't want to be next on the chopping block and leave them down 2 players with a slightly off timing on the spawn as well. So a bit of a bite back at least. I mean, in terms of the soul differential, 66 to 69k here. 13 minutes into the game and our second of the series. It was the first win for Lotus in the series. Seeing if they can take a 2-0 home on this one.
Should be fantastic for Lotus, considering they had some troubles yesterday. Getting a 2-0 here would be amazing. Piggy doing a lot of work in these, but an immediate lockdown over towards him means the bullet dance doesn't do enough work. A slight little bit of heal there comes through.
You see the thought process, but payoff really isn't there. Doesn't work out what they were hoping for, and unfortunately as well, it's one of those where as soon as you catch whiff, you sort of see the shenanigans happening where you're realizing how you're dying so quickly with a fixate build up. It does sort of change the style of investment playing around that haze.
Let's push blue.
So soul count's not terrible at the moment. They're looking at a 5k lead, and that Urn pickup and hand in was pretty beneficial when it came down to it. Captain's not had a lot of value on this Shiv so far, falling further and further behind. Great pickup over towards Piggy. They can start to work this Guardian as Walker once again. Still really no objective control at the moment from Drakkar. They are just playing on the back foot.
We're somewhat uncomfortable. Key players dead at the wrong time, and it gives you this opportunity to actually push out on the lanes as well. So York side just being unloaded on. Should be the free Walker take from that one. That's the first of 3 fallen, giving them an open flex slot. Nearly. I mean, it's a nice heads-up maneuver to drop off the zip at least. It would have been the stun and then potential so much damage thrown in from that bout. He dodges out on that one, at least gets away with his life. But objective-wise, that economy is starting to peel further ahead for Lotus. Wrap around the back for Mirage as well. Tracing, how's it looking? Good shots, actually.
there's just a lot of action going across the board at the moment where I don't think Drakkar can really keep up. Again, I really like Trax as a player on this Paradox, but he just feels a little bit outclassed in these matches at the moment where he's just not getting enough done. There's been some good Paradoxical swaps overall as a distraction play, but just nowhere near as effective as some of these other plays. I do feel bad because I think yesterday he didn't actually have some terrible plays. He actually looked fairly decent.
Non-stop scrappy gameplay here. Ivy's done as well, barely clipping on the backhand side of Piggy. Again, just phrasing the ult at that point. Last ditch attempt, got to do something, but the damage over time from the floor. Oh, mate, that's why you need the Weed Whacker, not the Beyblade. Shiv, up close and personal versus Lash, battle of the primary colours. Hello! Oh, mate, that should be the kill. There it is. That's rough.
Man, Picasso picking that up is insane. Like, you know, I'd be calling script. I'd be calling auto parry script on that one, but that is crazy.
No, that was crazy. Like, genuinely unbelievable. Great timing with the mechanics there. You love to see it. Stay smooth with the aiming as well. Very, very switched on.
And no one seems to care.
There's been a lot Ivies and Backstabber, extra recharge, you know, Mystic Reach. That's all you really need on an Ivy to be pretty successful. And again, I do always love to see more Arcane Surges being bought. Like I said yesterday, there's that added little bit of pressure where you've got to hit the jump dash beforehand. But other than that, you know, you're getting a huge amount of value off your kudzu bombs because I mean, a lot of extra spirit just off the back of that one item.
Well, there's the heist gameplay. Get in, snatch captain, and make out like a bandit for free. Chase back as well. You managed to get 2 for the price of none on this one. Consistent build up from the dots, pops it, doesn't quite finish. You're going to try and hide behind the tier 3. But they are professional hide and seek world champions, Blank. You are not getting away from them that easy. They won it in Seattle 4 years running.
I can smell the spot you're hiding in. At this point in time, Lotus absolutely taking this game away. I think Drakkar's had an absolute mare. Ground strike should finish it off. Club goes down. I do not see this game going back in the favor of Drakkar at this point. It has been. We saw that first game, which again was a masterclass in just roam, and now we're getting a little bit more of that idea of pick potential, where they have used that holiday, they have used that lash extremely effectively. But again, I do think Sai has been a critical factor in this game. I think if you're an Ivy player, like the key thing about playing Ivy is just having that global presence, and Sai has certainly had that.
Yeah, super useful in terms of the timing with the stuns, supportive when he used to be, great damage output, and yeah, we saw that previously with the individual skill shown on his Calico, so it makes sense it's translated over. Ooh,
it's a weird. It is weird, isn't it, though? Like, you know, for him to go from playing Calico to playing Ivy.
Yeah, I know. It's
but
quite
do so well on both.
But it works, mate. Mechanics are there for him. Back down in the mid-boss arena as well. You get the quick rejuve down. That's a freebie. Yeah, I mean, look. I just don't see the potential timeline where how far back you're starved out with itemization as well, right? Like one walker alive at this point. It's just Greenwich. You've got the full rejuve. Split push early. Let the Mega Creep push this out. One group's team fight, and they know it's coming. You can see the split really being quite heavily reliant on we must defend this walker first.
Yeah, the rough thing as well is, you know, you're looking at Force here, who is a force to be reckoned with at this point in time. He does have Storm Cloud, which is a really effective tool for zoning players off objectives where they could just go take the walker nice and easily. Sai likely should go down here, but he's created enough of a distraction that, look, the base is being sieged at this very moment.
so much time on that. That's actually so sick. The fact that he's able to delay for so long, even the additional few seconds towards the tail end, right? Kind of the penny drops if you realize how deep they've pushed up. The base Guardians are suddenly just very expensive rubble. Man, all right, you know, circumvent expectations, keep them guessing in terms of the map presence, and it works out well. And you don't even have the ability to really run the risk of going for some sort of aggressive response back where you send in the solo warden to try and steal away maybe a walker. It's just not got the same sting to it with the last stand adjustments. And then even if they do, but you know, you're thinking about the respawn time on that, with them still being down, it would have been 2 players with muddied spawns, fresh off the rejuve. Like, you don't want to risk it.
I think when you look at it as well, for the soul count, it's 118k, so they're only 20k behind. You know, there are definitely winnable games off the back of that. Nice, gets him out of there. Don't throw him back in, or do.
I guess you can. That's one option. It was a nice initial flick on the sleep dagger from Piggy to stop it, but this really could become quite an issue. There's still 18 seconds left on that Death Slam as well. You might not even worry about it, but you're going to get locked down at least with the stand. Oh, slides out in the nick of time, so the Warden can't fully get the extra burst he wanted off this. And that's the last stand gone. Quick flash. Look at the timing now, though. We're down to 4 seconds. You switch your way back around. This game's starting to flip again. You're in a spot where you can get so much out the back of the lash ult, fling them into the ground, supported by the AoE that's coming out from the team. You tuck into the corner, hope that maybe there's a chance for a last-ditch play on the Geist, but not today. Trax gets 1. That might be all they get from it. You're going to have a clean house with barely Piggy alive. And still, you can just double back and take the walker from it.
Yeah, last flex slot as well as this one. Going down inside this lane. Yeah, it's rough. Again, what I was saying before is that 20k soul lead, it's not insurmountable, right? I do think at this point in time, Drakkar's in their own heads. They're not able to find much value out of anything, and Lotos has just had a very, very good morning, it would seem, honestly. So, yeah, I think for Drakkar, this is a case of I don't see this going back in their favor. The soul leads massively swung now in the favor of Lotos. This is a case of just finishing the game. Infuser now as well on Force. He is unbelievably strong at this point in time and nigh on unkillable.
Great use of the character as well, just being able to dip in, get the damage out. Oh, the steal, mate. The Ivy Slam into the lasso. Salt and pepper on top, as that one is delicious. They're loving
like
this.
that.
Yeah, that was
using the warp stone as well to warp on top of them to drop the airdrop. I've not seen too much of that before, actually, so I really like that little change. Again, for Lotus, they don't really care. They got the drop on the Patron.
No real benefit from it either as well, with the low HP but no real death, so that reduction in time, if anything, it just comes back to haunt you even more. And they've got ample time to dip out, spend the additional souls that are in the back pocket, get those last item picks up. Effectively, really, you're just looking for the go signal to try and make a play on this. Piggy does push back, smoke bombed up, tucked in towards the corner. You know, if you overshow too much presence, really, as well, it gets quite detrimental. You could lose out. If you give them a pick, it resets any kind of slight edge you've got at this point where you can steal away a few souls, get a little bit of the farm on your side. So they've got to play passive and just back up.
Respect to Trax there, he was still looking for more picks and a general idea of where Rayek was playing. Want to go for that one. And if they can continue to just capitalize on those spawns, continuously take them down, there's potential to get slightly back into this game. Down goes the Alk Fire, but damn, the damage coming through from that Mirage is tremendous.
Ooh, oh, the lip! Mate, the slight slide, that's what's got him. Had the lip blocking the vision. Piggy throws out the ult, but the flog is enough.
Nice moves there. Slight misplay on the ultimate, but it didn't really matter. Piggy lived for a lot longer than I expected, though. And, yeah, this might be just GG here, especially getting this pick over towards Captain. Symmetrical, sorry. Probably Captain as well soon.
Yeah, I think the IVVO says it best. The well played. It's what it feels like, mate. Really just such a rough spot. Kind of rock bottom position to be left in now with no way of defending this. As soon as the guy goes down, they know they can just storm in, already making their footwork into the base. They're in the Patron pit. They're smashing it to bits. That's going to be a nice 2-0 for Lotos. It really well played in both games, Blank. Different styles of deadlock, but impressive nonetheless. This was a fun series.
Yeah, it really was. And you can already see like a lot of these changes coming through just from the patch notes. I mean, it wasn't the longest patch notes in the world, but just those changes in terms of, you know, objectives giving you a whole bunch of souls immediately, kills being a little bit more rewarding, and just the flex slots as well, because it felt like you could steamroll that early game, and then as long as you maintain control, you were just not losing. It does feel a lot more now where if you have that lead, if you have that control, you're likely to win. We could kind of call it towards that probably 80% mark, whereas realistically before it was more like 95% mark where you could be like, yeah, this game's over and it's in the hands of the other team. But yeah, it's nice to see. It's nice to see. And again, these games are closing out much, much quicker now too, because you just don't have the flex slots, which was sort of gifted to you before, where you know you get 2 Guardians, that's a flex slot given to you. Now you can get a little bit further into the game. It's like you need to have good map control. You need to be grouping up properly. You need to have those good roams. And it's not to say Drakkar's a bad team, because I don't think they are at all. I just think that they massively struggled in that game versus Lotos, where it was so fast paced and there was just never that moment of respite for Drakkar.
Yeah, you've got to adapt so quickly with how this patch has changed up. Like you say, it might be a kind of slimmer patch compared to some of the patch novels we've had, but the quality of the changes in terms of affecting the meta is vast. And I think it also goes to show as well the difference of that reliance on the rescue being so prevalent, but not only with it having double the cooldown, now being up to 60 seconds, ties into your point about the flex slots. You need your core itemization to be prioritized first. You can't all be buying the big pool noodle. It's just not going to work. So a lot of these fights that would stall out games are not happening anymore. It's such a different flavor.
It's actually such a good point that you make as well about rescue beam, because you can't just stall out these fights a lot of times. And it even goes further than that, where you play these scrappy compositions like Warden, like Geist, like Shiv, you get more value the longer a fight goes on. They're not getting the added benefit of getting rescue beamed every other second for a large chunk of their HP and stalling these fights out longer. So it is actually just a massive indirect nerf for the likes of Shiv as well as Geist. Now you've got to be a little bit more careful with your positioning, with when you want to go in, how you're going to heal. We did see this game, Resto Locket being used by the Lash, and Spirit Shielding actually coming in clutch a lot of times to force this game.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? This patch really does feel like kind of risk versus reward, right? Where you can't rely on the old faithful anymore. It's got to be put away. We're seeing a lot of some of the more aggressive names coming back into the forefront of things with the picks, which I hope is a trend that continues. I am enjoying this. Yesterday was interesting enough, but it felt like we have reached the end of the tether for the flavor of the month meta. Yeah. Now we're getting something a bit new. It's a nice fresh dish. You know, we've gone to the Deadlock restaurant, Blank, and I'm like, waiter, some more of this, please.
Well, yeah, because I mean, the previous patch was kind of like a mukbang, right? There was too much of it. The team fights were too much. I was like having to go through it. This now feels like a delightful 3-course meal that I can get through and get to the end, because you know your main course is like those team fights where, you know, there's not too much of it there. The team fights are fairly clean when they happen because players aren't living for a tremendous amount of time. When you go for a big ult play like Death Slam, it's not immediately being rescue beamed away. Holiday is more impactful now because rescue beam isn't built as often, where you could just rescue beam a player out of the holiday lasso. There's lots of stuff like this. I mean, Mo and Krill might even be more popular because rescue beam's not been built as much, and combo doesn't have that direct counter. It's something that you've got to more consider to build on your support player and think about what character is going to be building that in your draft. So many cool things that just come off the back of that, because Rescue Beam was such an influential item in the meta.
Yeah, it really was. It really, really was. It's crazy, actually, that we're already seeing the knock-on effects. But I'm glad, you can see as well, definitely the research that was put in. It felt like there was definitely a few hours last night from that patch getting to grips with it,
Yeah.
kind of theorizing what they wanted to do. And they've taken to it instantly. You grab the ball by the horns with the adaptations in the play style. And for some teams, I think that is a bit of a sleeper where it's kind of rough, right? More for the European sides as well. If you've got a normal sleeping pattern, you're like a regular human that goes to the gym and eats fruit, it's probably not going to work for you, bud. But hey, that's the first series wrapped up. More to go, though. We'll be back after a brief break, so take a couple minutes and then join us for some more interesting fresh pack action here.
Breakdown.
And welcome back, everyone, as we get in position for a second series of the day. Already, the games have been delivering blank. Our first matchup was fantastic with some exciting results. Excited to see what comes next.
Yeah, we just had a big yap session actually just during the break about how like the game has just fundamentally changed with the rescue beam nerf, which it was just a small. It's not like a nerf on how effective the item is. It's just on how often it can be used. And a 30-second cooldowns is big. But yeah, it's just changed things up. So no more rescue beaming on the goo cubes, no more rescue beamings on the guys who's almost dead, so she can get another life drain off in a fight. It really does feel now like when you play a fight well, when you play a team fight decently, that's it. You should win it. Again, I do think there's stuff like lasso not being immediately countered by rescue beam all the time because it was such an accessible item, as well as Mo and Krill combo. These are all really healthy things for the game. We're also discussing Resto Lock and how we felt about it. And Resto Lock, it seems to also be in a really good place where, you know, it's not your first buy in lane. You can't afford to have it as your first buy in lane, but it's still effective and proactive.
No, definitely. I think it looks like a really good patch in terms of health of the game, with punishing players more, making you actually think about the itemization in a better way. The generic, you know, all buy this is the absolute best min-max is kind of gone away again. You know, will that remain for a month from now? We'll find out. But for today's games and for the quality of at least for the next week or so, mate, it looks really good. It feels like you balanced things in a better way to actually force players to kind of play the intended manner of deadlock again, which is nice. You know, I'm strapped in, kind of dialed in now to see where this goes from here.
Well, our next matchup is going to be Drakkar versus Melee Creeps, and I do worry for Drakkar a little bit. Coming off that back of that game, I do feel like they were a little bit mentally boomed, and honestly, towards the end of that match, you saw them just kind of throwing themselves at the mercy of Lotus, where they're all just moving out of base, just wanting that game to be over and done with, so they can go up into their next matchup here versus Melee Creeps. Melee Creeps, pretty successful and good team. Excited to see them play. We'll see what Drakkar can do here, because I think they're going to have to fundamentally rethink how they're playing out these matches now, because the Shiv and the guys just no longer as free to just roam around in these fights and not having tons of healing thrown their way. And, you know, even Radiant Regeneration got a big nerf. You know, the HP regen was reduced by 130 on the health that it gives you back on ability usage. It does scale with boons now, so it is more effective towards that late game, but it's not giving you that immediate burst of healing towards that early to mid game now, where you are just unkillable as long as you're throwing out abilities during fights. So yeah, overall, a lot of very, very good healing changes. So I'm quite happy about it.
No, it's nice, dude. Like, healing is the bane of my existence in Deadlock. You know, it's one of those where we've had very in-depth conversations about this before in the podcast, but this kind of feels like a patch that does justice to that, where you can see Valve sort of turning the cogs of maybe they don't like this either, and they want to shape things in a different direction. Because I think that's the most frustrating thing, where for a while now, it felt like you were getting away with liberties and living kind of, you know, with a sliver of HP, just always thrown into a state where you couldn't be taken out, which doesn't reward some of, I think, the core mechanics of Deadlock that they want you to improve on, that kind of skill expression that's always been the focus, right?
Yeah, they want poke to still be meaningful in the game. Where, you know, if you're doing damage in a team fight, if you're getting people low underneath Guardian, under Walker, their options are like either have someone who's a dedicated healer on the team, or have someone who's able to just go straight back to base, have those zipline boosts ready and available so you can get back. I mean, even stuff like Fortitude change, I mean, it's a very minor one, damage taken, cooldown increase from 12 seconds to 14 seconds. That's still a good change in the right direction, in my opinion, where there was players who were quite literally leaving team fights for 12 seconds to get the healing from Fortitude and then coming back, which is crazy to me. So that extra 2 seconds might be helpful in that case. Melee Creeps, they're going to ban Sinclair away from Piggy, and Furnace is banned away from Melee Creeps. That's a targeted one over towards Leffer, I do believe.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised with some of the gameplay that we've been seeing, especially in this tournament and historically as well. Such a pain in the backside, mate. Knows how to play it to perfection. So it's fair enough. Drakkar are going to go in with a first pick of the Goo Boy himself, Viscous, out on parade. So the Goo fandom enjoying that one, Blank.
Yeah, Viscous definitely felt a little bit less egregious in those games where, you know, he was running the server with the Goo Ball, which did a huge amount of damage. So that got reduced a little bit. So I think that overall that's nice, as well as Splatter not just taking away the entirety of your health bar. I remember playing against a fella, I can't remember his name, but he was hitting me for like 800 damage on Splatter in lane. I was like, what is this? This is crazy.
Goo fella. I know the guy.
Goo fella, yeah. But yeah, overall, I think Viscous, still a strong still a strong pick. Cube is still one of the best abilities in the game, but it's no longer backed up a lot of times by that rescue beam. First pick for Melee Creeps will be Warden, which is no surprise there. Still strong. I think slight nerfs on his ult didn't matter too much. We aren't seeing as many last stands be incredible, but Melee Creeps could show us a different flavor of Warden here.
Yeah, we'll see what the build is, if what they actually run with it. 'Cause that's the other question, right? Obviously, we were saying where Last Stand sort of inadvertently as well, going down a little bit in terms of its viability, not only with the nerfs, but with the cooldown reset. If there is going to be a little bit more of a shift to that mid-game gun being even more prevalent, or how you're going to play with him. We were discussing it in the break as well, where it just feels like because fights now aren't anywhere near as drawn out, getting the actual added benefit from those Last Stands into late fights where you do normally clean up and just blow ahead, it's not there. So yes, a bit of a change for what has been, about a month and a half of a very farm-heavy Warden that feels like he will be taking your lanes and probably your base Guardians before you can really do much about it.
Yeah, again, I think Warden is just generally fairly strong. The new builds could be fun. I mean, I'd like to see a Spirit version of the Warden with the new Spirit scaling on top of it. Again, you ban away the Infernus, but you do leave open the Mirage there by picking Viscous first. And again, I think right now, if I was to do an impromptu tier list, I would probably put Mirage up there at the top at the moment. He is incredibly strong alongside with Infernus on this current patch. So yeah, I think allowing Melee Creeps to pick up Mirage this early, a little bit dangerous. I don't think Viscous is as of a priority pick as he used to be anymore, Jackie.
No, it seems like there is a bit of a shift in the balance, which I'm here for. I'm enjoying it. It feels like maybe we are getting more of a focus back on kind of rewarding players that really do have that unbelievable aim and feel like they are good to keep themselves in fights where you're more self-sustained. You're not worried about sort of having the backup support that's always looking over your shoulder just in case, which might even course correct things with Viscous, even with the slight nerfs, putting him back into a role where we're seeing there's more movement-oriented damage build. So I'm loving it, bud. I'm loving it. Kelvin and then the Shiv as well for Drakkar. Obviously, for the Kelvin nerfs, it was really just Ice Beam. That's all it was. We just saw nerfs and adjustments there to how Ice Beam's going to be functioning. Does feel like sometimes it, rips your hair off from miles away and leaves you cold, like a really sad cold shower, Blank. So I don't mind a bit of a nerf on that.
Yeah, exactly. I still think the grenade build is very, very strong, and I'm glad Drakkar picks into Kelvin here. It's not banned. I think that now Kelvin's probably one of the more priority picks if it's not banned in these games because healing, right? What does Kelvin do very well? He does healing very, very well, and he's one of those characters where you can comfortably pick up a rescue beam. I think that's a fair pick for a Kelvin to go for, because realistically, you just need Mystic Reach, extra recharge, potentially even a tank buster. And then you sort of set. You might want to build like a Spirit Burn later on if you're feeling crazy. Maybe an Escalating Exposure with the Ice Beam. But really, those are your core items, and you can build a little bit more into supportive. And I think for Drakkar, that will be a very, very potent pick for them, especially with the Ice Dome being kind of a direct counter to both Last Stand as well as Death Slam coming through from Lash. That's very nice. There is a Geist and coming through from melee creeps. Does they still value Geist very highly? I think they should. I think Rescue Beam was one of those things that added to her strength, but it being taken away doesn't mean she's not already still strong.
Well, it was the duality of it as well, right? Because as much as it also benefited her, it did come back to haunt you on occasion where you were up in their face, about to get the steal in, and they've just been dragged miles away. So it could really sort of be that double-edged sword. Outside of that, it was the slight damage sort of nerf really to gun growth, and then the movement slow. You do lose a sliver of range as well. But again, I think that's more rewarding of kind of probably the gameplay style they want Geist players to have, where you are sort of lurking, getting those last-minute steals in. It's interesting. Coming through quite quickly now as well. We got another Calico outing for Drakkar, so we'll see how that's played out. The holiday was really key as well. That's been a big pickup over the 2 games we've seen. So I'm glad to see Holiday back in the server, and then Pocket Haze on the side of melee creeps.
Yeah, it's kind of curious what melee creeps are going for at the moment because you're likely expecting maybe a Paradox as the last pick, but they could equally, try and go for the Yamato and just go for more of this roam heavy composition with the Lash, Haze, and Pocket doing a lot of that heavy lifting in the roam category. I would sort of expect a Paradox here, but again, I wouldn't mind the Yamato considering what we saw from Lotos in their first game. But yeah, Drakkar going for something much more roam heavy with the Calico and the Holiday after looking at their previous matchup versus Lotus. Kind of curious what their final pick will be here. Again, they could easily go for something like a Yamato 2, but we'll wait and see. Right now, I think both comps very strong. Ivy picked up for melee creeps instead. Poshy Pop potentially on the Ivy. We'll see.
Yeah, I could see it. It's a classic. It is a classic, mate. Obviously, the viability of the IV as well. Again, another hero that probably does actually benefit in a way from not having to worry about investing one of your slots into the rescue beam, getting the stun off more effectively as well.
Yeah.
And you kind of do become the self-rescue beam with the ult as well for the potential airdrop just to save players. You can use it defensively and aggressively. So, yeah, wouldn't be surprised.
It's a curious one because I think we saw Low Main on the Lash before, but Low Main also plays Ivy, and Poshy Pop has that flex pick onto the pocket. So it is interesting. Again, it's nice that melee creeps have like a quite varied roster in terms of what they can play. So it is difficult to kind of pinpoint who's on what here. So we're waiting now for Drakkar's last pick. Now it could be. I'm going to keep saying Yamato, and then they're not going to pick it. They'll pick the 7 instead. So I'm glad I prefaced that straight away. So yeah, 7 is the last pick. Still very strong, good hyper farmer, hyper carry for them. And again, I think that's what Drakkar was potentially missing there. So picking up the 7 is nice.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad at all. Interesting then. All right, well, that's the draft completed for that one. That's what we're working with, at least for our opening game of our second series. Curious to see how things go down. Excited to get another outing from the melee creeps. Obviously, it was an exciting matchup. The early trade that we saw, one of our first games back yesterday, mate. They did come out swinging. There was a lot of chutzpah, at least in terms of the play. And I think for Drakkar, it can go one of two ways, where at least you've had the mental reset. I think, about a 10-minute break there between the series. It felt like there was some lingering effects from the first game, kind of getting to him a bit with how aggressively it snowballed and how in your face deadlock it was. But they were adapting. Obviously, again, it wasn't a great result going into game 2, but there was adaptations there where you could see the adjustments kind of trying to counter things on the. I feel like composition wise, you're in a better spot here already just from the draft. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, exactly. And I think yesterday for melee creeps, I mean, they went 1-1 versus Grigger Gaming.
Yeah.
Grigger Gaming had again, though, we have to say that Grigger Gaming had one of the most intense bouts of gameplay we saw from yesterday with Sanya Sniper going off the entire time. And it was very, very fast paced. So for Melee Creeps, they're not a bad team whatsoever. And I think versus Drakkar, who I would say is quite a slow team, they need to show us something a little bit more fast paced, which is what this composition would indicate from them with the Calico as well as the Holiday. So we'll see. I think Melee Creeps did deal with that quite well yesterday. But yeah, I'm excited for this one. I think Melee Creeps should have this in the bag. There is always that speculation of ping diff, but we'll see how that comes to fruition. I imagine it's going to be too much of a problem, though.
Yeah, they've been through the trenches a few times, mate. You know, I think it becomes sort of second nature as much as it is really quite evident at times. When it does get you, it gets you. We've all been there, deep on the opposite side of the world servers. I know we've had some crazy outings, mate. I remember our time back in the closed testing time days when we were playing on Asian servers, not from Asia. It was the only way.
Man, we would play until NA servers finished. Well, I guess we'll play on the Asia servers now.
Should we do two games on Asia and then we'd go to bed? Sad.
That was bad. That was bad. We should have done that. That was silly. That was silly
we were globetrotting too much. We never should have. We never should have. But hey, long forgotten days at this point. A year ago now, blank. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. You know, it's always a potential timeline with one of those things. It's the nature of online competition, especially early doors, without being region locked. But it does result in more interesting games as well. Kind of gives that blending of the scenes, which is always exciting. Great for the growth of the scene. And again, shout out to One Win for that being the 6th volume here. 10 grand on the line.
Yeah, man.
5k, mate. 5k lion's share for the winners. Like, it's a great investment to keep the health of the scene going.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, even just for some of our newer teams as well, well, not newer, because I think a lot of these players and these teams have been around for quite a while, just like shifting from one team to another. But it's nice to give those players an opportunity at like quite a sizable prize pool and just keep them playing. Honestly, because I think that's one thing that I just really want to see more of in the Deadlock scene is just more teams consistently playing across the board. Because I think we have had very similar names for the past year just going on. And massive respect to those players who have put in the time to go pro in a game that is constantly changing. You need to be very fluid in your ability to adapt and change. And that's a very, very good sign of a player. Going into the future. So you'd hope that, you know, when the game releases in however long time, you know, the orgs are looking out for these players who have previously played in a lot of the DFNs and these one-win tournaments, which have been fantastic for the scene, and picking them up because overall, not only are they good at the game, but you know that they're going to be clear and focused when you go into those new metas in the future.
100%, but I think it's really cool as well, at least, that, you know, you can see the sort of coming together from the community in the sense of the brand value for a lot of the professional players that we've got, where it's not only the time invested on the server from theorizing, but also giving back to the community, be it through sort of guides, tutorials, streaming, you know what I mean?
Oh,
like
mate.
They've really been
It's
putting a
huge.
shift in, which is, it's great. It's wonderful to see. Because obviously, you know, grassroots right now, not many salaries going around yet. So it is one of those where having opportunities like this, where you generate ad revenue, you're winning events, like getting your hands on that as the paycheck, it's also motivating. And you can see it from the way some of these teams are grinding. Like, the investment is fantastic.
It's very, very cool because I mean, if you look in game as well, like in the build browser, a lot of the top builds which are updated regularly and quite well maintained are by some of these top players, these pro players in these tournaments. I mean, Zergy keeps a good handle on a lot of like the Mouse 1 builds. Poshy Pop releases a lot of builds who is playing on Melee Creeps here. Yeah, it's really nice because they do share their knowledge to the general player base too. And you know, if you want to catch any of them stream, they're probably streaming some of this tournament right now. So you can have a dual monitor stream. Do come back and watch us though, because we will miss you.
It's true. We'll know you, the viewer at home, will be aware.
I'm looking through the viewer
bro.
list right now and I'm adding you a spreadsheet. So I'll know if you've left.
He's documented it. He's like Santa Claus, but for Deadlock, you know? He's making a list. He's checking it twice. He's going to find out who's playing McGuinness. Yeah, deploy the rat fella. He's swamped up and ready. Mate, again, also, that's another tie-in, bro. Like, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles reference. You know, the rat fella in the sewers that's mutated. It's right there, Valve. Like, just replace mid-boss with a massive ball of rats. We need it. We need the giant rat.
Yeah. Because I do think the mid boss does feel somewhat out of place. I get that he's like.
You don't like the booger boy?
Okay, I think he's like the cumulation of all like the goo in the sewers, I guess, all the goo.
All right, yeah, kind of like slime, I guess. I can see that.
That's the general. I do think that maybe in the future we'll either see an updated model or something completely different. I do like the idea of the Rat King in the sewers. That would be
the
cool.
giant rat that makes all the rules. Yeah. It's got to be done. It's got to be done, mate. There's nothing else that makes sense, Blank. Giant rat all the way. We need Rat Fella, and we need to focus up and get into game 2. Second series of the day, so let's kick it off, see how things are going to go down. Once again, opening it up here on Broadway. New and improved. If you've just woken up, you haven't seen the patch, you're like, what on earth is happening here? Don't worry, we'll explain it as it goes. Let's see then how this is going to unfold. Laning matchup here, you've got the Ivy. Meanwhile, it's going to be a Holiday Viscous and, of course, Jacob Lash. Actually, though, subvert expectations. He's down on Greenwich side, so Pocket's coming in. That's why you were playing a little bit further back towards the stairs, waiting for that rotate round.
Yeah, I mean, the Lash lane not looking too bad overall. You still get a lot of advantage from playing over towards the side of the lane. There is a lot of high ground to take advantage of with ground strike. Gone are the days of mid where it used to be that tower, and you would have Yamatos and Lashes.
No skybox.
Oh yeah, so horrible indeed.
That was the worst timeline. I actually would argue as well, but it's probably far more beneficial in outer lanes at this point, because as soon as you sort of get switched on to knowing how to counter it, you could just avoid that ult so many times. It limited more as well in the jump potential to get the slams off with the map geo adjustments. So yeah, we'll see. We'll keep our eyes peeled and see if that theory comes true. Anyway, opening pick is instantly grabbed on that one. It's a quick first blood.
Yeah. I've just noticed that Hydration's currently playing right now for Melee Creeps, which is cool. Like dropping him into the roster alongside with Leffer. You got Pushy Pop on the Pocket, like we expected. Low main over there on the Lash. And it's Quig on the IV. How could I forget? Honestly, yesterday, Quig on the IV was extremely potent. Really, really strong. Good stuff from him.
Yes.
Yeah, Hydration
right.
being in. Curious.
Yeah, the Hydro homie himself, man.
It is.
Let's see, bud. All right. A bit of a change up. We keep you guessing. We keep ourselves guessing, really. Guessing by proxy, Blank.
Get him in there. Previous Overwatch player. Get him in.
Let him out. Let him out now.
Let him out now. A very, very good player, though. Like, very talented.
Yeah. Another one, when you're talking about some of the names we were saying that have been absolutely grinding. Mandem's never left. I don't think he's ever closed the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah. We don't have AVG in, which is surprising. I think he played pretty damn well yesterday, actually.
He was giving it. He had a lot of impact. I mean, only change obviously like Warden a little bit different today compared to yesterday, but yeah, like he was absolutely giving it on the server. We'll find out, I guess, or maybe not. Who knows?
Iggy on the Holiday, though. Cosmetical goes down again to Hydration. You know what? We were talking about before, and this could be a wonderful turn of events, but Hydration popularizing that Spirit Warden build. Please play the Majestic Leap build for this game. Please.
The throwback potential. And actually now, with the way that it would work especially, you know what as well, that's the other thing, Blank, the risk reward again of not having the reset on the ult with the full countdown now being engaged. Majestic Leap makes it far more lucrative to actually get use out of that last stand from a less risky position for the engage.
Mystic Reach. There's a Mystic Reach been bought early. Oh, it could be. I mean, to be fair, that is pretty typical, but I'm hoping.
It bodes well. It bodes well.
It does bode well. We'll wait and see. We won't talk about it too much and see how the game progresses, but that would be my favorite to see here for Melee Creeps.
You don't want to scare it.
No.
It's very,
It's a
very
delicate creature.
Exactly. Let him come out of the bush on his own time.
At the moment, it does feel like Melee Creeps do have slight advantage in terms of like kill pressure, but Piggy is being phenomenally annoying over towards Quig. 14 seconds that crack shot, so just the base gun damage, which is fairly high on the Holiday. Gonna chase for it too. What a splatter though from Captain.
That's nice. Good connection.
Message?
Showing us how to do it.
Bullseye.
El Capitan coming out swinging early on. 4 minutes in at this point. 1k soul difference. Calico looking for the leap back over. The problem is, in comes Jacob Lash, low main. Being able to make that one work. Not a fan of cats. Hates cats, this guy.
Yeah, enough about it. We'll send the cat back to the base. Lick her paws and her wounds. Come on back.
Careful.
Sorry.
Oh, man. Chase back down and towards the riverside here as well. Reset up on top. I mean, you've got a bit of a stack to work with, at least inside the lane. Pressure in the back line from the Mirage to keep getting those tags out. Good moves on the lift up as well for the slam damage. Ball comes back over, but you've dipped out from that one. Both of them relatively exchanging equal blows in terms of the engage. It's the 7 that's lower, with Blob having to tuck in towards the shop. Can't run the risk of peeking too much on this as well, as you could build up those stacks from the Jin's Mark so quickly, just getting those slaps in on the face. So Leffa just able to clear the wave and reset things. Cat comes back in, stun off on a Lash. That's going to leave him in a susceptible position. Wanted to ult them, but low main not getting a payoff from that one.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, in that moment, getting the flog instantly into the Death Slam, hoping to get the heal to transition into a Death Slam back in towards the Guardian. That would have been a nice play, but yeah, overwhelming damage coming through.
It's fairly calm at Broadway. Going for those roams. Meanwhile, you've got the frozen shelter being popped out to counter with the additional healing. Back over towards the haze. Throws out the last stand as well. And really hoping you can commit on to this one. You are going to be able to convert with 2-for-1 trade back over as hydration goes down. Piggy comes in to assist with a quick flick on the crack shot.
Yeah, I think the hydration to the Kelvin Dome on top of it was a little bit tough to withstand there. It was getting a lot of healing, but similarly, a lot of that was going back the way of Trax as well as Piggy. And Sire just wasn't able to extend that damage through. So really nice play there. Shiv inside a small space as well is horrendous to play against.
Also, ironically, the title of his autobiography.
Meet your end.
What's that?
Shiv inside a small space.
Yeah, we don't like that. Wow, that's a lot of damage. That's a grenade into Leaping Slash. Bloom bombed on top of it. Low main is feeling the heat at the moment.
It really is. Incoming blue ball. Ding, ding, ding. There he is. Clean up crew action. The splash zone in full effect. Instantaneous cube as well with the assist off the back of the healing tree to keep him tanked up. Looking good in terms of the HP. So focus on York boding well early on to allow them some space to start pushing this one out. Get a bit of an edge over the melee creeps. There is a response again as well from the Shiv. Oh, he gets out, bud. No lockdown today.
Yeah, nice little cheeky movement there, using the alt fire as well to push him further away. And, you know, decently played from Quig, you know, coming over, trying to support and holding that Guardian as long as possible, but not meant to be. Overwhelming presence in that lane at the moment from Drakkar.
This is nice. A little bit different from the Merly game. Obviously, you know, the praising the fact that comp's been switched up a little bit to try and play around it, and it's working out. They're coming out with aggression. Ooh, flick back over. You're hoping the sleep dagger would buy you enough time to get away, but the chase is engaged. Over on the green lane at Greenwich as well. This park is going to be turned red with blood being spilt from the fight that's kicking off. A few fists thrown out. York continues to be problematic with Drakkar winning out time and time again. Quig has to go back over to try and slow this down, using the AO Elise and the Kudzu bomb to hold them slightly further back. Good slide mechanics to keep the pressure on. That Guardian's going to drop, but 15% left on it. You throw out at least a flask to clear the wave, and it somewhat pushes back.
I mean, Captain being on 10k at 8 minutes into the game is unbelievable stuff, by the way. Last time goes through, and again, that dome on board. We're talking about this at the start of the game, how it's so effective. Managed to get one thing done, but Captain comes through with the goo ball, and now Hydration left high and dry.
Slam off the wall with a quick reposition, but it's not enough because you've got an execute primed and ready into the stun as well. They get the Guardian and get away with liberties on the lane.
Yeah, it's tough right now. Poshipop currently the highest soul count for melee creeps at 10k, but Left has fallen behind a little bit, only 7.5k. So you two big carries on the team in terms of the Warden as well as the Mirage. Starting to fall behind just a little bit here. Trax, though, doing very well on the Kelvin, I must say. This has been really nice.
Ready to show 'em what Lash is
It's been
all
heads-up
about.
gameplay. Good use of the frozen shelter. Overall.
Let's
Good
push
aim.
Broadway.
The crack shot's really been paying off for Piggy. It's always nice to see him when he comes down with a bit of an aim hero. Over on the chase as well. Got the ping back over, knows the location Mirage, but no real room for the aggressive push-up, with Blob being quite far back, having to clear the wave that was pushed towards the Guardian. Piggy will steal away a bit of your farm, but maybe not if Hydration has something to say. Throws out the lasso, but off target for the grab.
Yeah, unable to pick it up. In the meantime, we do have Trax running the urn at the moment.
Let's push blue.
Blob's pretty low, but does still have ult on board. There's also the dome available. He's able to get the kill here over towards low main. Could make things a little bit different again. Getting low main very low with the Death Slam, who guess wants to throw it out here in this fight. There goes the dome. Placing the urn in. I don't like that interaction whatsoever.
Yeah, it is horrific. The fact you can have it for free is ridiculous with how objectives work for Frozen Shelter. For about 6 months now, it's mad, Valve. What are you doing? Already, though, trades back over. You get the Calico cleaning up from the back of this, trying to see just how much you can squeeze, not only from the soul lead, but from the actual battle of attrition as well. 3 dead with a slight stagger on the spawns, with the haze going down about 10 seconds post the initial frags. And now you're going to have more space. Lane's pushed out. They can try and get a bit of control from this and see what they can steal. Jungle on the cards.
Yeah, right now, I think for melee creeps, they are definitely falling behind quite a bit at the moment. But Drakkar, much better gameplay from what we saw against Lotos earlier on today. Quite a very big change in terms of their roster as well, in terms of the hero picks. So very quick thinking. They didn't have a huge amount of time between their previous game into this one versus melee creeps. And honestly, if you would have asked me at the start of the day, I would have said that this would have been the harder game for them to play.
I would agree with you. Genuinely, you think from sort of the head-to-head in the names, that's how it would have gone. I think actually it could very well be the difference of the mindset change, where they are leaning now more into what feels like it's already very quickly being shown to be effective, more aggressive, having to play for those frags early with the difference in it. And that's what they're doing. They're posturing for fights rather than feeling like it's always on the back foot. It's nice to see Drakkar playing this way, looking for engages. Hydration as well, just absolutely eating it, bud. Everyone's on top of him. Damage found. And Calico being able to build from that. Nice lead as well established over on Captain. That's 15k in the bank for the Visk.
Yeah, building directly into a lot of spirit as well early on. So his goo ball is hitting hard at this point in the game. Now looking to regress over towards the Walker. Trying to look for something. No Death Slam available just yet. Airdrop used to buy a little bit of time. Last stand is up, and at the moment Hydration's making his way over. I do think that he is actually building into ult as well. Saw him with the Enchanter's Emblem earlier on. Yeah, Trax is having a fantastic match this one. Hard to deny it, really.
He's been a lifesaver, literally, multiple times. Lemaine, at least here on the lash, able to hit back. Ooh, you hear the dinging, but no chance for it to connect. Blocked with the vision behind. So the bridge causing mischief there. Meanwhile, the mischief's just beginning for Leffa. Pushing back over at least to try and get some space, knowing they're susceptible now on that York lane.
Nice.
Dive back in. Good use of the ultimate. And you're getting it so low. Holiday on the split. That's Piggy that's got to tuck in, try to stay alive with a consistent tick down. Out of the fight for so long. The man that's stuck in the fight, though, is Trax. Dome out. He's going to keep them pinned for a few seconds, but now they can execute on the real target. At least take the objective on response.
Yeah, I think when Poshy popped that affliction was less about, getting the win on the fight, but more about zoning them away from the Guardian, because it feels at the moment that the boys over on Melee Creeps were very much dedicated to try and take these Guardians down. Leffers out of it too. Poshy Pop tries to come in, misses every single barrage. That does not feel good for you.
No, it doesn't. And I think as well, like the manner in which you've lost these little ones, the cheeky kills back over. It's going to add a bit of insult to the injury. Gives them even more room to bloat the initial soul lead that they're starting to build up in a few of these heroes as well. More importantly, you're also getting these sinners out now as well, so the golden statue buffs being sucked up by the Viscous. He's like a very gooey vacuum for any kind of buff on the server. Yeah, it's mad.
It's so silly. I mean, you have to give credit to Melee Creeps, though. They have been definitely working the map in their favor in terms of breakables, in terms of taking jungle, as well as troopers, because they're only 2k behind, which is definitely surprising, Jackie, at this state of the game, where we have seen Melee Creeps consistently losing out on these fights, but you're just eking out a little bit of control here and there. Honestly, having Viscous as your highest net worth isn't the most ideal thing in the world. You'd rather that be over towards your Shiv, but 16k is not too far behind. Another free earn likely coming through here, Jackie. On tracks. Dirty globe.
I'm running that bad boy. Yeah, it is mad. It is mad. The frozen shelter just getting so much for free on that one. You're going to be able to secure that easily, get the extra AP as well, which does go the extra mile now, Blank. It's another sort of sleeper change that you've got to be switched on to, where obviously there's less levels now. Getting that additional AP to max out with the tier 3s and all of your abilities, getting those earned, it's going to help you massively.
I think that you look over towards him as well, and he didn't even have to use the globe for that. But it's mind games at the end of the day. Like, he's just heading over, and realistically, for Melee Creeps, like, well, we can't really contest this at this stage of the game, so may as well just not go for it in the first place. Saya not finding a lot of value off of this haze at the moment, honestly. Pretty difficult targets to lock down on towards Drakkar as well. Not many squishies.
No, good sustainability. It's interesting as well, bro, because obviously you bring it up there with the Viscous, right? As much as he is hoovering up a lot of the souls, I think it's the way that he's playing it, where you're seeing that change of pace, where again, you can afford to be a bit more in your face. You're not really worried about kind of being sort of backline of healing, distributing, not only the rescue being the cube as well. He's making full use of the kit to get up in there, make it uncomfortable. And constantly just displacing them as well in terms of the positioning with the puddle punch. Nice moves from Piggy, trying to dodge the damage that's being thrown at him. Quig on the chase. Some great IV gameplay yesterday. Let's see if he delivers again here. Punch around the corner, but he's not up close. Great timing, at least, in the return to Shadows. To try and keep yourself in a good spot. Or knock on the mantle as well. That's a hell of a bag dropped on the ground. And for Hayes, you've got to focus on getting out of here. You don't want to be lingering around.
Yeah, and this is the problem for the Haze. There's just no heroes on that team that don't have some form of delay, right? So for Shiv, he has bloodletting, which is very minor, but that gives him time to get away. It gives time to delay for the rest of his team to come in. Blob can just static charge. Captain can goo ball out. I don't think he really needs to at this point. Could probably just splatter your face off. Holiday gets out with the bounce pad, and you just saw their Trax and Break are both able to hit return to Shadows or delay with the frozen dome. So it's a really rough game for Saya, honestly.
You can't hide from me, Hayes.
Yeah, I think that kind of influences your point even more there, right? The emphasis on that one. Piggy with the snatch and grab. Barrel to the face. Throws out the lash shot, but obviously desperation, really. He's still going to pay the cost for it. It'll be back up, but it's not going to help out in terms of persisting on the instance, going back towards his objectives. You've got the split push developing as well. We're focused across the entire map, so all of your walkers taking hefty damage. Wide push in with the Warden ult, but they've already got what they wanted and starting to disperse. You don't really find much from it. No delay tactics. Meanwhile, over at Greenwich, the same outcome. They're able to complete their journey on that one, and that'll be the full house.
3 at the same time. Yeah, I think at this point in time, it's just the map control is massively lacking for melee creeps. Poshy Pop attempting it away. Killing Blow is up and available. Might get out with a drop. Return Fire also on board. Yeah, Sire is at this point, you know, a great player, but somewhat useless in this comp.
Yeah, dude, you kind of hinted yourself. It feels like with the way the game's unfolding, especially as well, becoming more tanky, there's just not much you can do to actually be proactive in it. Oh, at least for now, right? Highlights where highlights are due. It's 3 resets on the spawns. Got a nice bit of a stagger there as well. 20 seconds back up before Shiv's in action on Cosmetical. And they look to apply pressure as a unit. 4 of them posturing back over towards that Greenwich lane. See if they can push up York, rather. It is just the one man, but he is a big ball. He's going to start rolling at them. You want to get the lockdown off, but he's able to keep them rolling around. And just by time for the rotate, Kelvin gets there as well with Frozen Shelter. Suddenly it goes from being able to push out the lane to starting to back off because it's so uncomfortable. Quig is trapped in there with them. Puddle Punch as well for the extra burst damage back over. Slap in the face on the left foot. You get the lift up from them. Oh, the lash. It is at least one slam down. So Track's taken out. Trade back over, though, from the Calico, who's still harassing, still chasing. And Hayes suffered the consequences. Could even be a further frag from this. Living on borrowed time. And thankfully, low main will stay alive. Maybe I spoke too soon. Here comes Shiv straight in.
Cosmetical straight back on this one. They're looking to turn this back in their favor. It currently is a 4-for-3 trade, which isn't horrendous, but the urn pickup could change how that goes down. I think when you're looking at melee creeps at the moment, they are definitely struggling. Their team fight potential is really strong, but honestly, Track so far with that Frozen Dome has been creating so much space for the team that it's really difficult. It is really, really difficult for them to get too much done. And again, it's that idea of they pick the lash into Kelvin at the end of the day. I think the rest of the picks sort of made sense, but overall, that Kelvin pick from Drakkar was unbelievably strong, and likely you'll see next game it get banned out by melee creeps. I would not be surprised because Trax has just found too much value out of it.
Too many souls, too many souls. We need some denies in here. Oh, look at that, though.
Wow.
Long range lasso. That's a perfect counter. Goodbye, low main. You lose the lash instantly over the top rope, though. It's Poshy Pop looking to hit shots on the pocket. Back up because Shiv's coming and knocking. You send in at least a bit of resistance to buy time, but it's too little on focusing towards the urn. They've already got what they wanted from this one. You get the map control. You force them out of position. You're going to be able to convert this as well to more of a snowball if they can win off this fight, drawing them in to the ball. Damage back over, quick stun. Hydration does pop at least the last stand up top with the shock, and that's a finish back off onto the Haze again.
Yeah, even with Lightning Scroll and Hydration, it's just the fight is not going in their favor. Attempts to come back in, but Quick goes down. Hydration likely to fall next off the back of this one. Cosmetical running him down at the moment. Poshy Pop's out of it. Yeah, Drakkar's just, again, their comp is very good. And they did need a little bit of that extra healing, and Kelvin is efficiently picking up the slack there. So Track's coming off from two, like I would say, quite lackluster Paradox games into this masterclass on Kelvin. It's great to see. It's great to see. And probably will make them feel a lot better going into their next game.
But yeah, man, it feels like it's all sort of clicked so quickly with the adaptations. It's really, really nice. It's beautiful to see how this is coming alive. You know, instant dive on the mid boss here as well. Late main does have ultimate. Goes in with the initial flog, trying to put the hairs up on the back of their necks to scare them. It's so quick on the drop now with the rejuve. It is just a posture to try and delay, make it a bit more uncomfortable. They'll still get what they want from it with no deaths. Focusing on staying alive for him is the bigger piece of the picture. He has a quick bit of a grab on the jungle as he scarfs back to safety.
I think really the only saving grace at the moment coming through from melee creeps is that technically the defense is not too terrible with airdrop, Death Slam, as well as Last Stand. Cheeky.
I think Cheeky kind of summarizes as well a lot of the adaptations we've been seeing from Drakkar over the course of this one, where it is far more sort of, confidence fueled. They're giving it, repping themselves into the plays. Shout out to the Calico Pounce. Do love that one. It is a nice animation, actually.
Low main, bit of a tough position for himself. We'll get out of there though. Nice and easy. And melee creature, they need a clean fight. Like we said last time, 20k is not insurmountable. It's just the fact that they're lacking flex slots massive at this point in time. They don't even have the second flex slot available to them off the first walker. So they really do just need a clean fight in the next 5 minutes. Take a walk off the back of that and try and snowball off the back of it. With the way that the team comp set up for Drakkar, you're expecting a pick to come through at some point. A mistake to be made coming through from melee creeps, just purely because they are behind and there's a lot of pressure coming through from the team on Drakkar. But at the moment, just waiting for that Rejuvenator to run out, not making too many mistakes, not trying to push the boat out too much.
Posturing back round towards Broadway. Again, another run. Could instigate a horrific fight for them. Always the worrying factor as well, knowing how Trax has been getting away with murder on the ult usage. Like you said before, that hasn't even necessarily needed it half the time. All right, there's the grab onto Piggy, though. Flash up in the air. Good use of the ults on top of one another to get the burst damage off. So one rejuve forced out. Chase in from the Viscous, looking for the slowdown on the Haze, but she's already done the damage.
Decent damage coming through from melee creeps, and they knew they had to force this fight, but low main going down to Cosmetical there with a quick flick on the killing blow. Bad stuff, knocked down over towards Poshipop as well, knows he has to get out immediately, can't have too much impact in this fight, and a full reset using the Frozen Dome. Goodness me.
Step into the Frozen Shelter, we've got Cornettos, and everyone's back. HP's good to boot. Make full use of the rejuve off the regroup as well. Still, just shy by 30 seconds on the respawns. You've really got to put up a big defense here, or your base is going to start getting turned to rubble. Over the top rope, looking for the engage. Barely within the radius. Not going to matter though. No follow-up potential from it. Just playing on the back foot, looking to attempt to delay and see if you can find anything here. Base Guardians going down as well, so more potential to work with the flex slots. That's if they even really need them at this point. Shrines are going to get torn up. Lasso's good for the grab as well. Ooh, the rescue beam coming in clutch on that one.
Yeah, massively necessary. It should be a Patron drop here, unless they can do something about it. They don't have Death Slam last stands coming up in 2 seconds or so.
Chase back from the lash. Lomane keeps him guessing.
Consequences once more.
Now back over though. Quick! You are stuck on the ground, buddy. No getting away. Instant slow as well. Lash does get the ult off. Grabs 2. Quick slam. Looking to follow up on it. Oh no! It's so brutal. Time and time again, Blank.
Again, it's just a case of that Kelvin Dome kind of ruins the game for them. They have so much like dive potential where, you know, last stand, it's got a timer ticking on it, right? Where you can wait the majority of the last stand out with Kelvin Dome. You can deny Lash Ult with Kelvin Dome. You can deny Affliction with the Kelvin Dome. It's really difficult. And again, I think Trax just makes a very heads-up play here, as does Drakkar picking into it. And that will be Patron likely going down here. For Drakkar going 1-up in the series versus melee creeps.
Yeah, it's a huge result. It's a huge result, mate. An interesting game in terms of, you know, where we went from the draft to the actual gameplay as well. I mean, man, for Drakkar, a bit of a rough start to the game overall in terms of the day, right? Like first series, bro, you were coming out in kind of a bit of a head scratcher for some of the plays. It felt like they were in their own heads a little bit. Massive reset there, though, and they've adapted over the course of this. It's really nicely played from them. I'm glad to see, actually, them kind of repping themselves in these plays.
I think Drakkar just play it very nicely. They really do. And again, the comp picks were fantastic. It was a bit questionable coming through from melee creeps and what they picked up overall versus Drakkar. I enjoyed, the hydration. Actually tried to go for the Alt Warden build. Respect to him, you get the plus scaling at the moment on Last Stand. He wanted to give it a go, give it a try. But I still think it seems to be slightly weaker than Gun build. Though, again, it's hard for me to really pinpoint whether that was the issue or was it the fact that they had so much peel on the side of Drakkar. They had the Kelvin Dome. They had so much reset, so much capability to get out that, that Last Stand just could not get too much done. Again, it's just one of those games where Drakkar just plays their comp phenomenally well. And it's one of the few games we've seen during this tournament where it has felt like counter picks have come through.
Yeah, no, it's good adaptations, not only with the changes from the patch, but also just over the course of the day in terms of reading their opponents. And obviously, it did feel like, maybe there was a couple of missteps back in the response from the draft there from melee creeps. We'll see. We'll see what the adaptations are looking like when we do get into the second game with this one. That's going to be more of sort of a tale that will give us the full explanation. But I did enjoy the team play. I think that's the biggest thing that you're looking at in terms of the communication, the way they were playing off one another. It was really good understanding of how to assist each other. Like all these team fights, so clean in terms of the ability usage, the actual choreography of it was really on point.
It is hilarious to me as well that the fix a lot of times comes through with like, how about we just get an actual support hero who can feasibly buy Rescue Beam, and then Rescue Beam can be strong again. So yeah, it's an interesting one, and I think that you look at Drakkar though, and there is a caveat to it where they've just gone 0-2 versus Lotus. They've had 2 extra games than melee creeps today in terms of in a pro capacity to be like, what's good, what's strong. What shouldn't we play? So I think for melee creeps, this is likely going to be a case of, back to the drawing board in this next game. What should we pick up? Definitely ban bloody Kelvin. All right, for the first thing. That can't happen again.
Yeah, get rid of that bad boy. Absolutely running away with it in terms of controlling the game for the soul count and just being able to counter so much as well. And obviously, it's easier said than done in one of those where Frozen Shelter does have its liberties. It can have its moments where it feels like it's a bit of a cheese, but it genuinely was just great understanding of using the ultimate as well there. Good delay tactics, saving the team, aggressive usage as well, even for just some of the mid-fight resets where it was incredibly beneficial to get the extra HP back in. Love to see it, bro. Love to see it. These are the stats, of course, at the end of the series on that one. Quite a few highlights. And fair play to Drakkar. Great reset on the day. A 2-0 bud would be an incredible result for them, especially with the start you've had. If they can find a way to equalize here, you'd be over the moon.
Yeah, I mean, there is always that tiny little voice in the back of my head that says ping diff. But again, I think for Drakkar, you cannot fault their ability in that game. It did look really nice. Left 4 still ends the game with max damage though on the lobby. When does he not? But Hydration actually had about 29k damage. It wasn't minimal. It wasn't minimal from Hydration at all on the ult build. It just felt like the follow-up just wasn't really there. Again, Lightning Scroll was a very, very cool addition to that build too, in terms of just complete carnage across the team. I'd like to see him play it again, but not have to play it versus a Kelvin. I think that was the real issue.
Yeah, the lockdown from it, just being able to nullify it and either trap him or just completely restrict him from being able to get the additional damage was uncomfortable. I think obviously it took a little bit longer as well to get it online in the manner that he needed it to, especially just with being able to control any of those flex slots. Like it was a lot rougher in terms of the economy there.
Yeah, you need more
objectives. Yeah, you do. You really do.
Itemization for a build like that, it requires your second, third flex slot to start to pop off, because that's when you really start to hit some power spikes. And I was looking at some of the builds as we went through that game, and for melee creeps, they were forcing themselves to have to sell some of their items to buy some more of that 6k category, and that's the power of the flex slot at the end of the day. So yeah, I do think the early game really does matter now, where winning your lane is nice, but I think that there was always that people would advise that if it's not a lane that you think you can win, just try and stalemate it out and then look for more plays in the mid game. And I think that's more important than ever, that if it's not a beneficial lane for you, you need to try and just hold out for as long as possible. Get that 6k mark, try and not give deaths over. Again, for low main, I think we saw a couple of deaths from him early on. And again, he's on the lash. He's not super strong until he hits that 3.4k. Certainly can do work, especially once you get Quicksilver Reload and Mystic Burst online for that flog. But yeah, it's an interesting one. It's an interesting one.
Yeah, no, it definitely did. You know, we're seeing a lot of the knock-on effects of the patch coming in late last night, of how it's affecting things, with a few substantial changes there really being put under the microscope in an environment like this. It's why it's so interesting. It did fall, obviously, like after day one of the group stage, right?
It's a case of having a team that just maybe understands the new meta a little bit quicker than someone else. It's not to say that Melee Creeps is a bad team whatsoever, but you got to remember, this is like their first day on the new patch. Some teams, it's going to click immediately and they're going to know, right, this is what's good, this is what's working, this is what's not. For some teams, it might take a little bit longer. It's not to say that they're a worse team, it's just they're not quite there yet. You know, we've had it many times in the past across multiple different esports where one team will popularize the strongest team comp. I mean, for Overwatch, it's very simple to go back to literally the GOATS team, the composition that was named after that team, where, you know, they may popularize it, they got a huge amount of success out of it, but then other teams started to, you know, pick up on it, and then they were beating them out later on. So yeah, I think that's a caveat that everyone should have in their mind today, is that some teams, this is just making more sense to them sooner. And I think tomorrow will be a way better litmus test of like, right, who's good and who's not.
That's what I'm saying. It's actually like kind of unreal it's happened on day two, right? Because obviously as we get closer and closer towards playoffs, we'll start to find what ekes out where those percentages are and how things are adapting based off the nerfs and the heroes and the respective changes to the actual, you know, flow of the game itself as well. Yeah, it is cool. I think, again, though, you know, we were sort of highlighting back in the previous series how you can feel the effects of the soul changes for kills. And again, this is another one where like that impact is just not really something you can understate. It's cool to see. Get the neck crack, mate. Get yourself ready. The draft's back.
Done.
I don't want you feeling uncomfortable. You know.
Yeah, I know. I've got to click the neck. Sometimes you do. To be fair, I go so far over this. People were like, "Are you trying to break your neck?" And
Fully
I'm like,
rotate.
"Well,
you can't do that." But it's
I'm like
bad
a 360. I'm like a 360. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Straight rubbernecking. Not here. Not today, Blank.
So Calico Ban comes out from Melee Creeps. Drakkar will go for the Infernus again. So targeting Leffer. I mean, he still did pretty damn well in on Mirage. But getting rid of Calico for Drakkar, it's so funny. She's gone through so many different nerfs, and yet teams are still like, I don't want to play against Calico. And honestly, my own games, if I see a Calico on the enemy team, I don't want to play against Calico either. So Drakkar pick up Viscous. And he did very well. Did very, very well last game. Captain got ahead very quickly. Still doing a huge amount of damage, actually, with Goo Ball, which was surprising to me.
Yeah, no, it was impressive. Obviously, the Soul Lead was just absolutely miraculous as well, of how quickly he was able to compound that together and be very aggressive, which is nice. It was interesting to see more of an in-your-face Viscous, again, not having to worry as much and having a support to rely on where he could be the playmaker. So that was quite fun. Mirage again thrown over, so obviously Melee Creeps having that one in the back pocket. We've been saying, with some of the changes that are coming in for a few of the other gun heroes, it is nice to see a bit more Mirage. Feels like there really is a lot of uncapped potential there long term, so we'll see if it comes back out here. I do wonder what this is going to shape up with, me. I feel like it's going to be quite a different draft once this one's fully shaken through the pan.
Yeah, we've opened Kelvin again, technically.
Oof, there it is.
So there he is. Hydration back on the Warden, playing the ult build. I'm not sure what the play is here for them, because I think Shiv, Kelvin, Viscous was already pretty nuts for Drakkar last game. Picking up the Vindictor, maybe for additional, the Spirit Shred is very, very nice on Crow, but we talk more often about Tether as well, which would be very good for locking down targets like Viscous, like Shiv in the future. So we'll see how that pans out into the future here.
Yeah, it is at least some lockdown to work with. Combo that with the Warden as well, with the Binding Word. You can make it a bit rougher to get those executes and at least close the gap in some of the more uncomfortable situations. We were seeing him coming alive in the team fights as well, so if it's a similar scenario here, at least that's an element. Haze ban there for melee creeps as well. That's Haze removed.
It's a big head scratcher.
Yeah.
I guess I could ban the holiday. What's going on?
The lasso's been a nightmare, mate. Like that's been the game changer with the pick potential, the fact it's been so beneficial.
I guess they don't want Piggy on the haze. I guess that sort of makes sense, but is Piggy just going to pick Sinclair now?
But that's what I mean, right? Because it's one of the, he was doing the roaming alt build haze. It did work out pretty well, but it didn't really like give him that much stock in that matchup anyway. You know, like kind of mid game, it massively fell off for him. It was just getting counted out. Arguably, like his Sinclair is way better. You can also play into the Warden more.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, they pick Holiday for themselves.
All right, there we go.
7 ban comes through from Drakkar, so it can't come out as a last pick there. Interesting.
At least this actually has been the most thought-provoking draft we've had.
Yeah.
You know, that's cool.
I mean, it's cool to see that Haze is like so valued so highly, honestly. Because I think the roaming build has been really, really good since we started seeing that come out over in Deadlock Fight Night. Players been finding a huge amount of success off the back of it. I suppose for melee creeps, they don't really want to deal with a Haze going up against the Mirage, Warden, and Vindicta. Like one sleep could be the difference between death and life. Especially for Warden, you're getting sleep darted. That's going to completely shut you down in terms of your last stand. Also, Warden's not the most maneuverable of characters, other than his 2, which gives him a slight move speed boost.
Okay,
There's Sinclair for Piggy.
Yeah, we do get the Piggy Sinclair as expected. Geist as well. Obviously, still quite proactive. Doesn't really feel like there's been too much of a knock-on effect from the additional nerfs that were slipped in. Ivy back over for melee creeps again as well. It felt like an off game for Quig compared to last time around, but like he was really just absolutely living it up on the Ivy. Limited opportunities in the same way, at least into this series thus far.
Yeah.
But wouldn't mind seeing him back out on it. Like he does have the understanding. We've seen that before.
I do think that although this has been kind of a weird draft going through. Removing the Calico and the Haze for melee creeps, fair enough. You don't want to deal with this roaming playstyle that a lot of teams are starting to introduce with this new meta. It's forming. I don't want to say new meta, but this new patch. Let's just say new patch. So getting rid of that does mean that Drakkar's a little bit slower on the uptake. You get a pocket thrown in there as well as a last pick for Drakkar, which is kind of nice for them. Affliction's always decent. And low main back on the Lash. I actually, again, melee creeps, this looks a lot better than last time. The last draft looked pretty horrific going up against Drakkar, where there was so much counterable by it. Again, you are picking Lash into Kelvin, which doesn't excite me at all.
I think it's slightly more counterable, at least this time around, with the addition of the Holiday in the mix, where you could prioritize isolating the Kelvin more. But yeah, again, Bud, it does stick out like a sore thumb of one of those where, especially with just how good he was in terms of the quick engages to get in with those frozen shelters and make it rough. I think you're going to have a hard time being able to get those picks back on him.
What there needs to be is there needs to be some flexes on towards Silencing Wave for melee creeps. Genuinely, like you can buy that item on a lot of heroes and it'd be useful. Silencing Wave versus Shiv versus Viscous versus Kelvin. That's all very strong. Even just versus the Geist as well. Like like when she gets low, you just silence wave her so she can't ult. I think that actually would be majorly useful. So I think for melee creeps, if I suggest any item, I suggest Silencing Wave here. Because they sort of need it. They sort of need it.
Pinch that crow's lips. Do not let him speak.
Shut up, Crow.
Yeah, silence, Crow.
It's
all right,
okay,
well,
Crow.
Yeah, you're allowed to speak, Crow. We appreciate your opinions, you know. squawk your mind. Crow
Please. Crow King.
King. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
That could be a mob, mate. Maybe that's what mid-boss is going to be.
The Crow King. To be fair, out of all the games that have ever existed, Crow bosses are the coolest in terms of entrances.
It swoops in from above.
Yeah. Or just like gets formed from multiple crows all come together.
Fighting over some chips on the street.
And they could like just dash some chips or like in mid boss in like the in soggy chips in the sewers.
That's your new
Disgusting.
tier 2 item, mate. Soggy
chips. Yeah.
Throw them down. Swarm of
Have
seagulls and potentially the crow himself come in for it.
Or it's like a 5% to summon the crow boss. Yeah, that'd be
Yeah,
cool.
that's what I mean. Like it's a random event, you know. You'll always get seagulls, but will you get the crow?
Yeah, I like that. You know, it's like a gamble item. I quite like a gambling item in the game.
Bit of rivalry as well between the Rat Fella and the Crow King. We can see that in lore. That would fit. Obviously, the upcoming leaked hero, Rat Fella.
Yeah, if you've not seen it, you should go check it out. Pretty big.
It's everywhere, bud. I'm sure everyone's seen it. You can't not see it.
Dude, you see this guy in chat? Crow is legit handless and dumb. What the? Can't say that. Horrible.
There are people giving it about the Crow hero.
Mods, get him.
Everyone hates crows.
Mean, very, very mean.
You know who is up there, actually? Magpies are a pretty good bird, not going to lie. They're cool.
There's a lot of omens around them that I don't like them. I'm suspicious of magpies.
They do like train you from youth to believe that there's like superstitious nature in the magpie.
Yeah.
I don't believe it, mate. I think they just
You don't
kind of look
believe in
like
it?
small flying orca. They got the white, they got the black. They've nailed it.
Do you believe in walking under like 2 poles? Do you believe in that?
Well, hang on, that's not even. You mean like walking under a ladder for bad luck, or do you mean the road signs?
Yeah, do you believe in that?
No, bro. Why would walking under a road sign give you bad luck?
You could just be careful though.
But even that's mental. Like that's not existed forever.
Be careful.
Is it? That's like
be
John.
careful.
That's John the Builder. That's his handiwork. And then you're there going, "Oi, don't walk under that, mate. You're gonna get cursed."
Yeah,
How do you
but,
think
like,
he feels? He's been
is
working
it-
in the
is it-
sawmill
it's
all
like-
day,
it's like
bud, putting up telephone poles, and you're
Yeah.
joshing him. You're making a mockery out of him.
Yeah, but it's like a 2-second veer that you have to go for.
but why'd
Just
they
in
leave the
case.
hole? They left the hole for you to walk
Just
through
in
it.
case.
Otherwise,
Just
they
in
would have
case.
blocked it off. You know what I mean? Like the government would have realised, damn, like
can't
all
believe
these
this.
all these telephone poles and signs
You're-
are giving people bad luck.
You're a horrible under ladder walker. I don't like this.
I'll walk under ladders all damn day.
This is a horrible revelation for me, but I don't like that.
I own a black cat. I walk under ladders. Luck ain't touching me, mate.
I do have
Like,
3 black cats though. So,
That's what I mean. And you're there
Yeah.
going, "What do you think about road signs? Are they cursed?"
yeah, but I don't think it's the cat's fault. You know. Yeah, it was
Well,
born that
obviously
way.
not. Like, what's the cat
Yeah.
doing? He's just
That's
a cat.
why I get them because they don't get adopted very often.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah.
It's mean,
Gotta
but
get yourself
it's
a
mean.
black cat.
Got to look after them, keep them safe. They're good people, like great company.
They are. Yours just wanders around. Mine tries to eat my hair in the night.
He's in the background. He's there now. He's just look.
He's chilling.
He's watching. He heard us talking
He
about
does
Rat
just
Fella.
stand there though sometimes,
Yeah,
which does
ominously
freak me out. Yeah.
watching from
it
a
does
distance.
freak me out.
That's what he
He's
loves.
in the middle
like,
of the room.
Yeah, he just enjoys it. Like he'll have a watch, and then he'll have a walk, and then another watch. Oh, there he is. See, look, he's on the move.
Having to lie down.
Yeah,
good
he'll have a
lad.
little sleep. See, how's that going to curse you? It's not.
Well, I think walking the ladder might. You know,
Right,
ladders.
but then what if a black cat
ladders
walked
have got
under a ladder?
ominous energy, Jackie. They've got
If
ominous energy.
What do you mean ladders have got ominous energy?
They do.
Have you ever done manual labour? Like,
No.
oh, but you got to climb up ladders blank. Like that is just the world.
I've
That's
climbed, I used to
existence.
do window cleaning. Back in
Oh,
the
there you go.
day.
You have done manual labour. Like, yeah,
Yeah.
that's a graft. That's a job.
Yeah, but I still didn't walk under the ladders.
But
though.
you didn't use the ladder.
I used the ladder. I didn't
You
walk
had an-
underneath it. It just gave off ominous energy. That's what I'm telling you.
What do you mean? Like it's going to fall on you? Or
Yeah, I was frightened by it. Why do you think there's they've got lots of additional things in here? You got to clamp them down. This is a crazy long draft. By
wait.
the way. Holy.
What do you? No. What do you mean you got to clamp it down? It's a ladder, but like you just put it there and you climb up it because you put it in the location necessary.
You've got the long ladders, and you've got this on the
like
bottom
a double ladder.
On
Do you
the
mean a
bottom
double
of the feet,
ladder?
yeah. On the bottom of the feet,
Yeah.
they've got like the little things you clamp into the grass.
Yeah, so it doesn't
Yeah.
fall over.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You got to clamp it down.
So why would that be dangerous?
Dude.
See, you've rogered yourself, bro. You've
I'm not saying it's
absolutely
gonna fall. Look, it's
magnificent laddered yourself.
It's not about the ladder falling on you. It's about going underneath the ladder, and the next day,
It's cursed your entire family lineage.
They forget to put cheese in your Subway.
Oh, but that actually, I can explain that to you right now. But so there was this mad revelation, right, where they got like all the top scientists together and they had this big sort of boffin
Wait,
off.
what?
And they literally did this, and they all had a big discussion where they said like, "Oh man, if one thing happens at the result of another, but it could have been disconnected, what should we call that?" And they came up with this term called a coincidence.
Oh wow, yeah. We talk about
Yeah.
correlation, causation. Yeah.
See?
got you. Yeah.
That's what I mean. Anyway,
Yeah, but
we spiraled into a podcast episode. I don't know
Yeah,
what's
but I
happening there.
will always attribute it to the ladder or the mirror that I broke last week.
You broke a mirror. Oh, that one is real.
I broke it. Fair.
All right,
To be fair,
GG, bro.
I'm mega cursed, by the way. I've broken at
You
least 7 mirrors, by the way.
Smashed a mirror at the bit.
Yeah.
I mean, I've broken
I've
a few
cursed like
mirrors in my time.
my whole bloodline by the amount of mirrors I've done.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Actually, look, I'll give you this. You know what? Like, all of that aside, mirrors kind of are scary. You know, they're weird.
Sharp, dude.
Yeah,
Sharp.
dude, they're super aggro. They're really fragile. Cost an arm and a leg for no reason as well. Like, homie, I know you're just kind of polishing some metal or something. You can't fool me.
I don't know what a mirror is.
Like,
What is a mirror?
You've coated something onto like a bit
What
of
is
flimsible
a mirror
wood.
made of?
What is mirror material? What is
It's
that known
glass
as?
with a reflective coating on one side. That's all it is.
Wait, well, no wonder it's so fragile.
I can melt some sand and do some reflections on it. Easy.
Yeah.
Cost me like maybe an hour at the beach. That's it.
If we get the sand, that's step one. Like, that's
Yeah.
doable.
I can make fire.
You need a kiln and something to like
do a
engage the
kiln.
heat.
I could
Yeah,
do a
we
kiln.
can figure that out.
I could blow that glass.
You think you could make a window right now?
I would make a window right now.
I just do it on stream.
It wouldn't be a great window, like maybe be a window. You see through it.
Wait, hang on. I've forgotten
transparent.
that mirrors and windows are different things. But actually, well,
yeah.
technically, then every mirror is a window, but just
Yeah, no,
like,
you're right.
a bad window because you
Yeah.
can't see through it. Like,
That's why you can look into the window of someone's soul, and if you look into the windows, it
you
looks
stare back at yourself because underneath it is actually a mirror. That's mental. Like, I mean, that's like some really insightful meta commentary into like how the human psyche works midway through a deadlock draft. Have you ever looked at
Have you
yourself
ever looked into a man's soul before?
and seen the eye staring back, telling you should play more deadlock?
Having
Yeah, but-
played Anno, windows are apparently really annoying to make. Yeah, true, actually. Yeah. Honestly, most games make windows and mirrors like unreal difficult. You're right about that, Zombie Group. 100%.
Well, it probably is like a bit of a craft, bud. You know what I mean? You got to. Like, we didn't even know our mirrors worked until 5 seconds ago. So it goes
Shut
to
up.
show, like, clearly there is some
Don't
sort
tell
of elevation.
people that. If
we
people
literally,
tune in, I don't want people to know about that.
mate, what do you? Everyone that was tuned in, like, these guys don't know what they're doing. They're talking about mirror. They don't know what a mirror is. He's scared of ladders. Like,
I am.
that's insanity. Like, that's absolute insanity.
Oh, Christ. But yeah, realistically, we're just waiting for the game at the moment. I could make a win. I could make a win.
I just love the self defeat of admitting. So anyway, yeah, that is the draft. That is what we've got there.
Yeah, that's what you get. This is what you get right there. Okay, this is it. Okay,
It's
Look
if you
at
look
it.
at it,
Look
it will
at it.
reflect back what you hope to see. Oh, hang
There
on,
it
it
is.
actually will. Unbelievable timing. Look at that. The reflection given to us this summer, June. Open the mirror and shine it for deadlock. Oh, we're in, but can't believe it. Actually, unreal. Blue Lane.
cinema.
Here we go. This is cinema. Absolute kino.
Dear me. Well, here it is.
Right. Anyway, deadlock then.
Yeah, I bet deadlock. Spot of deadlock, Squire.
Oh, 5 big booms for the nearest deadlocker that can present me a mirror!
Right, sorry, I've lost my mind.
It's
Anyway,
all good.
so we've had the draft, and now we can get a bit of gameplay. So we're into it. We've had the nice establishing shot. You've had the Baroness. Now we're into the laning. We're going to kick it off over on York side. Curious, obviously, who's on who. We've got a rough idea, of course, as the boys have been quite similar in their picks, but there is some overlap, quite diverse hero pools on a lot of these lads, so we'll see what they're rocking with. Expecting Piggy to be showing off the moves on the Sinclair. He is a lane bully, bro, and I tell you for why. That Vexing Bolt, they should call it really bloody annoying Bolt when he's playing Sinclair.
Yeah, it gets me vexed. It does get me vexed. Tough times. Vindictor into a Kelvin lane here. Not the worst thing in the world, but we're really trying to bully hydration at the moment, which is fair enough. You don't want a warden running around on full HP the entire time. Low main's going to drop a quick pause on this in the meantime. But we can talk about the lane comps overall. So you got Pocket and Geist over in blue lane. Again, you typically want to have you Geist anchoring on a blue lane. We talked about it before, where she's very good at clearing the waves. And Viscous Sinclair. This is for Drakkar, by the way. That, like we said, that is a horrible lane to play against. Vexing Bolt as well as Splatter Spam into Puddle Punch. Yeah, tough stuff. Map away, and a Shiv Kelvin lane. We saw how terrifying Shiv in a small spaces. Pretty clutch little stone form there required, and low main's going to get some damage to them, but with Savannah still up, that is tons of damage in the early game going through. Can't really afford to face off against the Sinclair when the 2 is up.
HP on the Lash is so damn low. Yeah, he gets the Vexing Bolt off the trace on that one. Just trying to realise the angle. He's looking where he was, but yeah. Gets it flicked over, shuts him down. Quick's gone. Ooh, this is a slippery slope already. Early deaths, this is obviously becoming problematic with the changes, as you can snowball off the back of it. And this Guardian's just eating it because of it. I mean, 2 minutes 43, about 20% HP left on Yorkside Guardian. It's a nice early dive. Leafer having to back up as well. Uses the tornado defensively to keep himself out of dodge.
Great damage alongside with the tether into the binding word, but not enough to get the kill. And I honestly think at this point in time that melee creatures really need at least one lane to start doing well. One lane.
One Wayne.
One Wayne, please.
World.
I need one Wayne right now.
Bring him to me. Fresh Wayne. Oh, mate. Can't bring the mirrors back in. Let the mirrors go. They're clean. Sorry. They're reflecting themselves away to a different timeline. For now, though, it's a little bit of a shot back over on Greenwich Side, trying to keep this pushed out. Kelvin snowballs straight to the lips, cooling you off. Barshy Pop, of course, just stacking their souls. Ooh, quick fly in. Good use of the tether as well, cancelling out the movement capabilities of the Shiv. Flick up, and tracks is down.
I think that's an early pickup on the reactive barrier for Cosmetical as well, which I don't mind in this lane. I think it's a good pickup versus Binding Word as well as Tether. Will keep you fairly safe in this one. At the moment, you have Piggy just trying to take this Guardian as soon as possible. Quig is taking unbelievable amounts of chip damage here.
Alt economy's coming online early as well. 4 of the 6 available over on the side of the car. Lowman swoops in for a quick tag, but has to back off from it. Can't really overcommit realistically, and it's probably not worth it with how much they've already done. Like the differential of taking it now at a couple minutes off the back of a clean fight with how they've been bullying towards the lane. You're going to play it a little bit smarter, make the most of this one. Obviously an overstep as well from the Lash now. Having that steal on the ult could be huge. Quick trades back towards Broadway as the plays are being made. Mirage being able to hit the final shot on that one.
I will admit, mate, like it's such a grim lane playing into Viscous Sinclair. I'd probably want to mow and krill myself in that lane, honestly.
It is horrific. It's like a horror movie. This summer, the magician and the goo. He's also a pig. A pig magician. Ooh, right. Let that fort pass. That's a good fort, but we'll put that away. Put that in the fort briefcase.
Yeah, you stole that immediately. Hydration, they're doing good work. Again, this is what melee creatures need. They need one lane at least to do well here. Last game, it was all lanes losing across the board. And a very good lane to win as well versus the Shiv and the Kelvin, because these are the two that started to pop off massively towards that mid game. They should pick it up. Nice. Quick goes down though. Captain.
It's the early game.
Close, but not close enough.
At least starting to get a bit closer as this run goes on. Obviously, cell differential is not ridiculous. Being able to keep it relatively close by. Kills will always help as well to fix this one up if things do go somewhat west. So in terms of getting that first Guardian, it felt like it was going to be all York for Drakkar. Instead, of course, the shoes on the other foot with melee creeps being able to shut that one down on Greenwich side far earlier. Obviously, flex slot changes there as well. So thinking about guaranteeing themselves the additional power. Oh, longer into this one's a little bit more of an investment. Cube's good to give Piggy the space he needed. Avoids the stun as well with that stone form slamming down on top. Harass back. Yeah, the quick shots off onto Poshy Pop, so he's got to retreat from position.
Okay, it's not going too badly. You're right now, melee creeps are up by 3k. Only one lane guardian down currently. Lefa's not doing too badly in terms of farm. It's been very close for Lefa. There's been a fair few times where he's been like on a lifeline. But yeah, looking very nice here. Good damage coming through from the snipe as well. Keep him. Even the guys to bay couldn't really follow up on that because of the snipe. So that sort of step in there coming through from Poshy Pop.
Yeah, it's good. Doesn't always need to be the frag. Just the tag to soften them up is enough to buy space and time. Ooh, using the map geometry to his advantage here. Gets up to the high ground. But the unexpected ball from the side slaps him in the face. Low main dusts off the goo and looks to try and harass again.
Here comes Hydration though with the ult, doing a fair amount of damage, but the Dome keeping him alive for quite some time. Leaper now can start to engage in the fight. No tornado to lock down Kelvin though. The stacks are going up. Should finish him off just on the fort. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good use of the burst. Glad to see a change early game as well, right? Because obviously that was where it was so problematic for them. The lanes just felt kind of uncomfortable last time in the out into melee creeps. Ooh, Hidden Geist crouching Tiger gets the swap off 39 HP. Oh, there it is.
I actually think that if we saw Sire keep running, likely Poshy Pop would have cleaned that up without casualty.
I think so. It felt like that's how that was going, but
This is just the beginning.
This is looking really nice. Very, very nice so far for Melee Crews. Again, I think the big difficulty was that Hydration got so far behind early. Pulling out the Vindictor and just making that into a much stronger lane with the Tether Binding Word just keeps Hydration in the game. That's all they need, right? Because the last stand just wasn't too strong and he wasn't really in a position where he was able to use it effectively. He's spending most of his time farming, right? You know, trying to get back into the game as opposed to having big impact in that early to mid.
I'll find a place to snipe.
and obviously that synergy is going to be very lucrative later into this one as well, where you can just restrict the positioning in the fight so much more and control the engagement if you stack those bad boys up on top of one another. So I'm sure we'll see a little bit more of that. Ooh, repositioning from Piggy around the top of the roof over the warehouse, looking to see if he can get the steal off onto the camp and force the push back. So low main having to retreat. That's the quick steal on the ult as well. A magic trick that you're not going to enjoy, but at least he's got a savior. Oh, mid-air ult back as well with the Death Slam, looking to try and get a grab onto them. Countering fire with fire. Clear on the wave and a stalemate off the back of the dive.
Yeah, good reposition there from low main. Tough stuff. I mean, Piggy is an absolute criminal on this Magician, though. Like the quick swaps on the teleports and all that just to get into a better position. They do not want Kelvin picking that one up. Forced to use the dome now to just grab it. Heather doesn't come through, forced to drop the urn in the process. They know they have to fight for these. This is what kind of allowed Drakkar to get so far ahead last time, is the free urn pickup.
Target-rich environment as well for Poshy Pop. Trying to see if you can line up a great snipe. Oh, nip of the heel on the back of the Viscous. So Captain's able to keep himself alive with the use of the additional goo. Cube up. Stall this one out.
Meantime, that's massive for melee creeps. A lot of action happening on the other side of the map. No last stand even required to make that Walker pick happen. That's just very, very bad news for Drakkar. I didn't even notice it happening as it went through.
The life drain into the slam, so low on health.
Nice.
Just looking for a quick slam. Oh, he's getting away with it, but the bomb will stop him. Stub the toe on the stairs. Nearly close, but no cigar for Poshy Pop.
What stuff. Again, no real capability to hand this Ernie easy because they already used Dome earlier on and they pick him up as well. That is tremendously bad news. Would have been on the back foot. Here, Hydration can just run it down. I mean, Sire's like, Hydration, I need help. But he's much more concerned in getting that earning, which is good. Again, quick adjustments to the gameplay. They realized just how impactful that urn was. They don't want it going towards the side of Drakkar. This is likely Sire going down here. Don't see him getting out from this.
No, man. It's really nice as well. You're loving the crosshair placement, the way that Piggy's playing this. Really smart decision making with the use of the kit. Always on target. That's the thing. This is why I was saying, like, the FPS background there, the way he's always played these far more aggressive, fast-paced shooters, it translates over. Like, he's not playing your CS blank. Never really been interested in games like that, but stuff like the finals, sort of quick, fast thinking where you need that tracking aim, he's very, very good at it. It's why you can also see the adjustment shots coming through, smooth on the moves. He's living it right now. He's in their heads rent-free with the engagements, but always able to dip back. He's setting himself up to have a safety net with that teleport to the Savannah. So do love the use of the assistant we're seeing.
Yeah, I think the big difference in this game versus last is that as soon as Melee Creeps was able to get any form of advantage, they have been risky in their plays, but they know that they just cannot be inactive in this game, right? They can't stall things out. They just have to keep putting on the pressure. But getting that urn off the map as well is a very, very big deal for Melee Creeps. They didn't want it just sitting around and being that free opportunity, because most of the fights that were forced by Drakkar were off of that urn in the first place. So they're going to consistently try and fight for these pickups as opposed to the hand-ins, and I really do like that.
And of course, last time around, that's where we saw so much lucrative plays coming off the back of the frozen shelter for him. A little bit more questionable last time with how it unfolded, but let's see. Of course, refunded straight back to him now as he's going back in again. Lash gonna grab you. See if you can get the pickup. Use of the Hex as well to send him running. Lefa has to back up. Ooh, lasso on the drop down. They're going to be dragging you into their territory. Forces out the cube, but you could punch him into a better position if you want to. Quick warp stone to try and sprint away. Snipes used for the burst damage, but enough HP to still be breathing.
Yeah, hard to go for that punch there as well, because I think a lot of Viscous these days are very good at going for the cancel parry. They're just worried about going for it. Steals the last stand off from Hydration. We'll run it down, but Moose just TP's back out again because Mythical does pick up the killer over towards Sire. Big engagement happening over towards mid right now. A lot of damage coming through. Captain's fairly low, but the Ice Stone will start the healing back up again. Great parry coming through from low main.
Oh, the parry makes a world of difference, bro. You were in some sort of frozen hellscape, really. That frozen shelter dropped on you. Parry's great, but on the chase, you still get executed. Same result with Cosmetical, making that one far more lethal. Gives him the edge of the blade. Harassment onto Lefa as well, and sending him packing. Okay, nice pick up onto the Lash. And seeing how much space they can actually take from this one. They can start to shove onto the lanes, see if they can keep their focus on that blue Walker. Poshy Pop wrapping back over. Takes down Piggy, so the magnificent Sinclair will not be performing today.
Poshy's definitely felt quite regal this game on this Vindicta. Looking really, really nice. Massive amounts of impact as well. Just even some of these lane swaps as well coming through from Poshipop to make the game slightly more palatable for melee creeps.
It's been good adjustments, but you're right, dude. You can feel the impact. Ooh. Not going to be happy. Cut over to that one with Tracks in a very meaty sandwich. Warden and Lash on either side. You do not want to be the filling on that one. Re-engage, though. And you can actually make plays on this. I mean, he's got the ultimate. Grabs onto the last stand. He's going to get the additional chunk damage out, seeing if he can harass response back from the real Warden, throwing out an ult of his own to stalemate the fight and send them scarpering. But they can quickly group back round towards mid lane.
Disgusting plays going through from Piggy. He drops the teleport all the way back, so, you know, he's getting the half cooldown on that last stand in the first place. Goes for it himself, forces hydration to use his, puts it on cooldown for quite some time, and then just TPs back out again. So getting a huge amount of value just off the basis of essentially setting himself in, going for something dangerous, and teleporting out. So Piggy has, again, been this big factor in the game right now for Drakkar. Low main's in a whole world of hurt here. Not likely he's getting back out of this one.
No, yeah, that is brutal. On the ping pong table, getting slapped about by the viscous ball. Ooh, knocked off, but won't matter. Quick stun on the reposition. In terms of the urn, though, that's going to be the next key focusing point. You've got Holiday running it right now. It's in her hands. Dive in. Drop on the ult, see if you can get the anti-heal off, but in the meantime, it's not going to buy any sort of delay against them pushing their way through the Guardian. And so closely grouped here, with Urn now in their control. So a nice early lead that's going to start to develop from this. I mean, you're about 11k ahead here, but you can keep pushing.
Yeah, Left has just constantly had pressure over towards green lane as well, just consistently pushing in over towards the base Guardians. They've done a lot of damage over there as well, and it was why actually that knock has been dropped. Are we doing mid boss right now? Oh my god, okay. That's Affliction down, I suppose. There is a Kelvin Dome that could delay on it, but is that really going to be enough, especially with Death Slam in play as well as Lasso?
Ooh, there's the drop down with a Frozen Shelter. Last second on it. It's going to isolate the objective. You can't grab that one. What's the flow, though? Parry into the punch back. He gets stunned. Ivy gets the snatch off. Hydration able to secure that and keep getting the damage out as well off of the ultimate. Shiv just looking for some kind of impact. Left is spotted as the weakened targets, and the execute goes through to kill one. But look at the knock-on effect. Even when they clean up from this, man, you're not going to squeeze anything else out. Cosmetical will fall later into it. They're going to have only 2 of the rejuves burned with 4 dead.
Yeah, great impact from Cosmetical there. All things considered, does get 2 of the rejuves off of them. Also, all things said, I love the play there coming through from Trax. I know it was unsuccessful, but he was even baiting out punches whilst he was leaving the dome up to try and bait out the parries coming through from melee creeps. It's not meant to be, but yeah, Trax is still a very good Kelvin. He's just not had enough impact in this game. Looking to put the earn in. Hex comes through, quick forced off of the point, and likely they should get their hand in on this one with Trax doing that one for them.
The Piggy return to assistance have been leaving them in so many uncomfortable positions where they are wasting out additional ability usage, attempting to get the burst off onto him. Snipe up from the top rope. Meanwhile, they force him all the way back towards the base Guardians and isolated another free pickup with Hydration, claiming that one.
Still playing the Spirit Warden build as well, so you love to see it. And again, it did have a lot more success this game. And overall, his last stands have been lovely. Another case of instant Hex after getting lassoed. Should be the death here. Yeah, Snipe will pick it up there from Poshipop. What did you see? Yeah, I'm pretty sure this game's over. It had been over for quite a while. I just think that there was around about that 10-minute mark where they fought for the earned pickup, and I think that was the big change for them, is that they couldn't allow Drakkar to consistently force them to follow their positioning. They had to be pretty proactive in terms of how they were going to deny them. So forcing out Trax's dome on top of the pickup was just a massive scenario for them.
Definitely feeling the adaptations, man. And obviously this is just free farm at this point. You got ample opportunity with the rejuve still being up for set of times. You can just clear out the jungle, get those item buys in. You know you're very far ahead right now in terms of confidence and the actual positioning on the map. Base Guardian's still alive. Now, Piggy's been relatively annoying in a lot of these situations to at least get a look in. They're going to be hearing this from the audio, but not worth overstepping the mark. A tether into maybe a free pick. You've got to just play defensives. They're going to turtle up, be focusing on the objective gameplay, potentially a scrap over the urn.
Again, forcing Drakkar to try and follow up on this one. Full ults on either side, looking for something big here, does find two quick movements, but instantly gets stunned off the back of it. No follow-up with a ground strike here, Jackie.
No, he's not able to get it out. He's got to dip out and keep himself alive. Meanwhile, Pocket goes in to engage and get the anti-heal out. Everyone's starting to suffer, reeling as Lash returns from the action and wants to give them whiplash physically. Getting the damage out. Piggy are trying to be annoying from the top rope, throwing out hexes. But right now it feels like they're the ones that are cursed. You're losing on numbers, down 2 players, consistently being pushed back towards the base. A nice slap from Piggy, straight to the face of the Holiday at least. But the revolver's doing work. He did TP away, but still falls going down to low main. And at that point, it's just Blob left. Lady Geist versus the world.
Yeah, 2 base guardians been pushed at the same time here, all with super creeps as well from the fading rejuvenator. So should be 2 pickups on the shrines and into the drop on the patron. Should be able to get all the players back up again in time. So likely you're going to see melee creeps back up and then re-aggress slightly later on. They put the urn in as well. Again, it has just been 100% control over the urn this game, and I think that's, and I'll say it again, I do think that that's what happened last game. Is Drakkar just made melee creeps dance to the tune of their own song, whereas this game, you know, it is melee creeps that have coming in and turning the boombox off because they've had enough.
Yeah, mate, they're sick of it. They got the death grips on. And Drakkar were not aware. They weren't ready. Didn't listen to the album, mate. They've got captured blank, and that's not what you want in a situation like this.
They've got footage on that ice tomb being popped
They
on
really
pickup.
do. Nightmare scenario. Well, Weakened Patron sat in the base shivering. This was, if it could wear boots, they would be quaking.
What kind of boots would the patron wear though? Would it wear one singular boot?
No, you've got like big ass cowboy boots.
Two of them?
Yeah.
Just on his head?
One for either hand. He walks on his hand.
Let's push
Nice.
That's what you
Still
need,
all
mate.
3 walkers. Again, we talked about this a lot today, Jackie, in terms of the flex slot changes. Much more prior been placed on that final guardian as well. I don't think melee creeps even got that final guardian for almost 10 minutes in the game. Another fat ult coming through from low main. Forces the ice dome as well, and I'm pretty sure that was the priority for him here, because that is one of the big reasons they were able to win a few of these fights. Looking to get the Death Slam back onto him. Piggy comes back through with the Sinclair ult of his own.
God, it's brutal, bro. I mean, the fact he still gets away with murder as well, literally getting out and staying alive on a sliver of HP, and the rest of the team able to first off the back of the damage that's been established. You get 3 dead. The 1 pickup you do get there is on the Quig. And like you said, that was timed down to the second, really, of it coming back off cooldown with the Frozen Shell, and so just able to remove any chance of having that defensive capability for a defense late into this one. Low main still harassing, feeling free to dive in, get the swoops in, so it's uncomfortable to Shiv, be able to trace him and get some nice shots on.
Oh man, they don't even have the first flex slot, did I've just realised. This Guardian's been up for so long.
And Guardian's just been living on borrowed time. Meanwhile, you just backdoor, that's the game.
Yeah. GG. GG, boys. GG. Melee creeps way better. Way better this game.
Yeah. It was
glad.
really nice
Glad.
to see. Great. I think, again, it did feel like one of those kind of similar sort of stories what we saw back with the first series, really, where it was like cold water to the face with the changes with some of the picks that were coming out, very aggressive early laning phase, and it felt a bit uncomfortable. Here, you really do win the lanes, you've been able to hold your own, just snowball from that. A lot more in your face action. Glad to see it, mate. Low main actually getting a whole lot of mileage out of the lash ults as well, and countering the setup, making that Kelvin just feel uncomfortable, where it went from like spot on, like god tier ults in terms of the timing or just for objective gameplay, to being starved out where you're having to throw them out just from uncomfortable situations. So good read to counter it.
Yeah, it's kind of those things where low main played into his Kelvin last game, whereas this time the Kelvin played into Lash. Whereas, he was forcing a lot of those ults out there nice and early, where you could really get that Shiv in a position where you get full resets on the fight on the Geist, as well as the Shiv using that frozen shelter. Not meant to be. Leffa also doing huge work of just putting pressure on the map. But I think as soon as that one lane started winning with Hydration as well as Poshy Pop, Leffa was just left to his own devices. And that caused a lot of pressure on the map, allowing them to go for more of those 4v5 pickups on the urn as well. So overall, just Melee Crew's doing very, very well. Drakkar, though, got to give them credit where credit's due. Wonderful first game from them. This next game looked pretty decent. Piggy putting on a pretty cool show on the Sinclair. But Captain just wasn't quite up to snuff this game either.
I would pay to see the Piggy stage display, mate. Like, he was giving it really good use of the Vexing Bolt. It's always been a key skill set for him. You could see it as well, just in terms of the decision making, with the way he's using Assistant to engage fights on his terms always. So, great harassment, good gameplay. All in all, though, I think props where it's due. It was just a massive return to form for Melee Creeps, looking a lot more like themselves, coming out and making it work as well, which is nice because obviously we were very much excited to see Hydration pulling out the Warden, going for that more sort of aggressive ult focus build. This time around he's able to farm, find a way to activate it early, whereas before he was the one starved out, never getting the spec slots, never getting a chance to actually invest into what he wanted, and it just it doesn't hit the same, mate. It kind of goes a bit flat. It's like Coke without the gas in it, where you just haven't got the taste. But this time he was good, he was on point, full sugar.
Yeah, you got Poshy popped into the right place, honestly, this game. And I think that was the key pickup, is putting Poshy Pop on that Vindicta, which is some of the nicest Vindicta plays I've seen in a little while as well, alongside with Hydration. I mean, Binding Word into Tev has always been a nightmarish combo. 22k, dude, damage on Hydration there was really nice, whilst also having a 38k soul lead. Bam! Yeah, really nice stuff. And I'm glad Hydration's bringing back Spirit Warden.
Yeah, it's good, bro. I'm excited to see it, man. I do enjoy a little bit of Gun Warden. It's fun to play mid-game. You can start to rip people to shreds. But hey, if the ult's going to get nerfed and we start building ult again, I'm living for it. Start throwing out those aggro last stands. Always synergizes with the Flask as well. I can't get enough Flask playing. I'm going to be telling you, I'm just going to be constantly smashing one. That's all you need.
Absolutely, dude. You gotta throw them out where you can and where you can. In the meantime, I think we're going to head to a quick break whilst we get ready for our next game. Make sure that you do subscribe to all our socials. You can scan that QR code using one of them square devices that have the camera on the other side, and then you can use that, and it'll take you to all the socials that you might want to check out and keep up to date with all the games that will be happening over the course of the next few days up until the 22nd. So don't miss out.
Yeah, a lot of action, a lot of excitement, a whole lot more deadlock. So we'll see you in a few seconds. Join us after the break. Oh, hello there. Nice to see you again for another exciting game of Deadlock. We've reserved your table already. This is your waiter, Blank. He'll be taking you through the steps of your dining experience. It's a free-course menu, Blank, all chock-a-block with exciting Deadlock gameplay.
It is, yeah. So we start with a nice little starter at the end of the day. Drakkar versus Lotos, which was pretty spicy. Pretty
Yeah.
spicy indeed. Then we moved into our previous main course of Drakkar versus the boys over on Melee Creeps, which was a great game. You know, it was a great game, great course. Now we're having a little bit of a dessert right now with Virtus Pro into Melee Creeps, which should be a very good one. I currently have a long cat,
Oh, hello.
which he's just chilling. He's having a good
Nice.
time.
We've got the cat
Um,
cam. We've got the other
got cat
cat's
cam.
Here, he's over it. Hang on, I'll move.
There he is. Somewhere in the room. Oh, there he is. He's on the only bit of white furniture, which is nice, easily seeable.
He likes standing out. He's like that. He loves attention. He's kind of like me. I don't know why. Oh, but no, you're right, bud. I think all in all, it's actually quite a good analogy to sum it up, because that's what it feels like, you know. Each course has had a lot of sustenance to it, good taste, good zest. They've all provided something a little bit different, but all in a neatly digestible package. And now we get here, obviously, like you say, that it should be a bit of a dessert. Obviously, for us, it will be our last game of the day before we switch things up. Don't worry, plenty more games to get through. But I am really interested in seeing how this one goes down. I'm glad as well, you know, obviously from the mental side, it's a great reset, bouncing back for a 1-1 result there from Melee Creeps. Completely different style of game as well. So it bodes well going in now to what obviously will be Melee Creeps taking on Virtus Pro, the VP boys.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the VP boys, obviously, we know are extremely cracked at the game. But as our Melee Creeps, we saw them quickly adapt on that game versus Drakkar. I think Drakkar just kind of had like a bit of a better comp than them on game one, which worked well versus them. Either they figured out what they wanted to do around the Kelvin, how they were going to play around it. So yeah, it was decent. It was definitely decent. We got two cats here on the screen, on the broadcast. There's going to be two big Bosches for Melee Creeps with their cat logo coming into this game versus Virtus Pro. We'll have to wait and see.
Maybe it's an omen, but in your mind, they're a bad omen. So hopefully not. Hopefully they've not walked past any ladders today.
I don't believe in that.
mirrors. Well, look, some of the vibes.
I don't have to believe in everything.
Homie, I don't know if you realised what you were saying, but like it felt that way. It felt a bit aggressive, kind of anti-cat behaviour. But I'll let it slide.
Whoa.
I'll let it slide.
I'll go get all three of them in a second. I'll hold them all.
You're putting down a bit of a Jason Kaplan vibe right now. Like I think you probably sat there on forums saying how much you hate cats.
Hey, look, man, don't be sad. The only cat I don't like is Ava. Annoying, box-breaking menace in my games. But yeah, get a draft on screen. And Calico's gone. Beautiful. Well done.
Hey, all right.
I like that.
Anti-cat rhetoric again from Blank. Expected it, but
oh my god, dude.
Keeps proving my point. It is what it is. First pick coming in, then we get the Mirage pickup for melee creeps. Friends straight into the mix. Obviously makes sense, dude. Like feels like it's been really powerhouse right now, especially in this patch as well, with some of the other gun heavy heroes being sort of scaled down in terms of the damage output. Mirage, if you're good at the movement, you're good at the aiming, you've got so much survivability and so much damage that you can really lay out. Been really, really worth it in terms of some of the pickups we've had today.
Yeah, I think when you look at melee creeps as well, we don't have an Infernus ban coming out from Virtus Pro, and is it Poshy Pop or the Mirage? Maybe melee creeps want to pick up a Infernus later, but I think overall Infernus is very, very strong. Virtus Pro though, they do ban out the Warden, so Hydration won't be able to jump onto that. We'll see what Hydration wants to play in this game, but overall, a pretty usual start, I would say, getting the first pick on the Mirage. I got cat hair all over my face, dude.
I wonder what was going on.
He's molting. See? He's molted all over me.
That's what you get, bud. It's summer. You've picked him up. He's furious. So he's left his fur all over the place. Teach you a lesson.
It was funny. Yesterday, I was watching a zombie group was saying that she's got fur all over her mic from her cats. And I have the exact same problem. Luckily, my cat's fur is black, so it sort of blends in. But yeah, I feel the pain.
Give him a wipe, bud. Just get in there. Nice wipe. Wipe him down.
It doesn't work. You've got to pick it out, and it's just not worth it after a while. I've decided.
He's got a little afro just growing on the mic. I'm sure it'll be fine. Edit it out in post. No one will notice, but you don't have to. Just don't mention it on a live broadcast. Then no one will know.
Oh, they'll hide the mic now the entire time. Yeah, maybe.
It's made you feel self-conscious about it, but don't worry. The game will distract all. Vindicta pick up there as well for melee creeps. And then, of course, we've got the Inferno slipped on through. Yamato for VP there.
Yeah, I think it's the first time today we've seen Yamato picks, if I'm not mistaken. Virtus Pro also picking up the haze, so likely Obicam going to be jumping onto that. So I think for melee creeps, they get a pretty substantial roster already with Mirage, Vindicta, as well as Infernus. We've just seen Poshy Pop play really nicely over towards her last game on Vindicta. So I'm excited to see some more of that. But yeah, for Virtus Pro, I'd be excited to see one more pick hero coming through. I'd like to see a Holiday on Virtus Pro as well, but we'll see what they end up picking up. Just because we've seen how strong Holiday Haze combination can be. But yeah, for melee creeps, I think they had a Holiday last game. I think it was Sire playing that one and getting a lot of work done there. But we're into second bans now. And I don't know if either team's going to ban a Kelvin. Are they going to let a Kelvin go through? I think that could be pretty beneficial to one of these teams. Yeah, we've seen Grenade, Dome, as well as Rescue Beam was very strong. But it's the Viscous and the Lash getting banned away. And again, understandable for Virtus Pro to be banning away the Viscous. Very, very strong hero. Even with the changes, I thought that he'd be a little bit weaker, but nope, not at all. Still extremely potent. And Virtus Pro will pick up the Sinclair instead.
Yeah, it just feels like he's back to be played a little bit more proactively again, really, which is it's quite nice to see. So fair enough. Obviously, does leave the potential chance of it being picked up open there. We'll see how it pans out from here. I've been really enjoying a lot of the Sinclair gameplay that we've had today, though. It's always fun. So nice slip in again. Does give you some potential. We'll see what sort of ults are going to be on the line to being stolen, though, once we get these picks back through. That's the old curiosity case. Taking out both the Warden and the Lash in the bans obviously limits you a little bit on that side of things. But hey, man.
It sort of depends. It does, I would say, prevent melee creeps from dropping in a 7 last pick here now, because you don't want to be picking the 7 into a Sinclair at all. Holiday gets taken away on melee creeps. Oh, okay.
I think it's still go for 7, but
Take it back. Take it back. You have it. You have the 7. Yes,
try
please.
and steal it. Poshy Pop will
Yeah.
have you instantly back. We've got stakes for days.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. That's definitely not a pick that I expected versus the Sinclair. But I guess you don't want Virtus Pro having it either. So you just take it off the table. Maybe go into a Power Surge build instead. Not that it really matters, honestly, because you just could upgrade the ult yourself. So yeah, tough stuff. Tough stuff, melee creeps. It's just the one ult though. Lasso also can be pretty effective. Stealing that one away, get your own kind of steals. I don't know if it's still possible to do. I think it is, where you lasso into teleport and it drags you all the way back.
Have
you tested that recently?
I'm not sure, actually. I haven't tried it on the latest patch. I don't know if this has been
confirmation
changed.
from chat at some point, hopefully. Someone's listening and has tested that recently for some random reason.
Just out in the field. Got to know, You got to be aware, Blank. Squeeze those oranges.
Let me just pull up Deadlock.
Yeah, let me just log in right now.
Let me just log in right now. Test it.
Just a quick look. It's relevant. Needs to be known. Okay, let's see where we go from here then. Obviously, last 2 picks for the side of VP. Melee creeps with 1 to go. Curious comp so far from either side.
I think for Virtus Pro, it's pretty standard for them. Guys, Yamato, Hayes, Sinclair. I think all those pretty decent characters. For melee creeps, this is more like what the new patch is kind of enabling a lot more of, which is the Mirage and the Infernus. Mirage was already very good, but there were more priority picks. But now he's like really up there, alongside with Infernus, who was always a decent pick, but it wasn't like your prior pick, right? But now I think with the Nurse bringing other priority picks down, he's now in a position where, oh, damn, very, very good. Medicree's picking up the Abrams as well, but it's Shiv and Kelvin as the last picks here. We saw how effective that was for Drakkar with Cosmetical, who was insanely good on the Shiv. I mean, at the start of the day versus Lotus, he didn't look too strong, but going into those last 2 games, felt like he'd really warmed up a lot.
No, 100%. It did feel like, it all started to sort of click and come together. So nice to see. We'll see if it's a repeat history sort of type vibe on this one. Okay, so Kelvin thrown into the mix there. You do like the fact we're getting a bit of an outing from Abrams as well. It's been kind of, lacking some big blue boy for the past games that we've been casting Blank.
Big blue boys, yeah.
Yeah, throw him back in. Oiled up, ready.
Yeah, I mean, there was a time where he was picked very, very often, back when it was I can't remember the name of the build now. It's really annoying me. Anyway, Mr. Lipstick himself was playing it very often. Pretty much just more going into Spirit. Gubami. Oh my god, it's come back to me.
I knew that was what you were going to say. It was in my brain, man. I could feel it. That was what was going to come out of your mouth.
Yeah, no, I mean that was the fun build back in the day, which did a lot of Spirit damage. I mean, it's still kind of typical now where you kind of build hybrid-ish, but I still think Abrams takes a lot of skill to make work. Does seem like a very dumb character to play at the end of the day. I'm charging in, I'm slamming down, I'm pressing my 1. But I do think it's a lot more than that in terms of when is a good time to go in, when is a bad time to go in. Unless you're Listic, in which case you're just going in all the time and you die a few times here and there. It doesn't matter though, because you're still going in and you're getting stuff done. Somehow Listic dies like 8 times in a match and they just still dominate. Don't get it, but it works. He's kind of the punching bag of the team, and a very good player. I do like you, Mr. Listic. Don't get me wrong.
I just like the summary of the Abrams breakdown. I think that actually is probably what it should say in the game. Just take that quote. He's a bit of a dumb character.
A bit of a dumb character, but
I'm charging in. I'm having a slam. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's mental, bro. Just the idea. It just reminds me of Peep Show. Just, we're doing the bloody song. When's it gonna end? I'm having a bloody slam.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's got to be done. It's got to be. I think, but
yeah, fair.
It is a bit of a cerebral character. It doesn't look it, but it is.
More than meets the eye.
Yeah, I tried playing and I sucked on it because I have no brains. Okay, very little brain cells up in this head. Okay,
lack of grey matter.
You know it. I'll play it for 2 games in a row, and you're there like, can you please stop playing the blue man? Can you
Yeah,
stop playing the blue,
You
man?
give me something else. Stop playing Abrams.
And then occasionally I'll throw it back in, and I'm like, I think I've got it. I think I've got it.
One
this
game
time.
back. I
Yeah.
sit there watching you play. Yeah, it's rough. It's rough out there, but it's all right, mate. It's all right. It's different. You just get to watch and enjoy the good times, the good Abrams.
Yeah. I am excited to see it come through. But Virtus Pro, I do like their comp a lot. But I think both, for the first time today, I would say, I think both comps very viable. I don't think there's too many anti-picks going in here or things that I would find questionable, other than, let's say, the 7 pick into Sinclair.
Yeah.
But I suppose you just want to take it off Virtus Pro. I know Zergi's been playing a lot of 7 recently and having a lot of success on that. Actually, quite curious to see what Zergi's going to be on this game.
Yeah, dude, it will be fun. Obviously, a lot of potential, actually. Variance here with the hero pool overlap, so we could be throwing out a few different things. Also, isn't it weird, looking back, actually, how smooth and young old Abrams looks?
Oh my god! Didn't know where you were going there for a second. Oh my god!
No, bro. Yeah, the Abrams portrait, Blank. Focus up, homie. The Abrams portrait. Come on.
Yeah, it does look weird. I don't
Look at
like
him.
it. Yeah.
And what's he up to?
What's he doing with his mouth as well?
He's selling you insurance. That's what he's doing. He's not slamming anyone.
It looks like he's denying me insurance, actually.
Probably. Yeah, your
Yeah.
claim has been proven false. Unfortunately. Mr. Abrams has said no. Please write your name in the book.
Mirage. Wait. So, Yamato, most definitely Listic. Trust me.
All right.
Hayes, Obikim, likely. The rest I'm a bit iffy about. I could see Zergi on the Geist. Maybe a Mikhail S. Shiv. In before I get all this wrong. And it's a tough time for me.
Statistically, there should be at least one correct.
Yeah. Sharik
A
on
1
the
in 6
Sinclair.
is doable. Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure.
I'm just throwing
take
things
that.
out at this point. I'm just going to wait till the game starts.
Well, you see, don't say that, Blank, because you never know. So if you just waited,
Yeah.
that might be a little while, you know?
Someone saying in chat that Dimov could be on Hayes. Mikhail S on Shiv, yeah. We assume.
Was it? So I'm just right. I was going to go off on a tangent about Cluedo. I don't know, man.
Go on, do it. Do it.
Well, because I was just saying, like, you know.
Don't be a
was it-
coward.
Was it
Just
Dimov
say it.
in the mid-boss arena with the what would he even use? Like, not candlestick. He's not going to bludgeon someone, is he?
Emo
Probably-
Sinclair. There we go. Thank you.
Yeah,
Naked.
with the magic wand. Was it him in mid-boss arena with a magic wand? Is that the murderer in this game of Deadlock Cluedo?
Oh my god, we get a lot of speculation in chat right now. I appreciate
Set
it.
everyone off, mate.
I appreciate the speculation. And now I feel less in that situation where you got people that me. I'm trying to figure this out.
You've passed blame. You've
Yeah,
mitigated
I'm past
the
blame.
by
Dude,
spreading it off.
chat's wrong. Chat's wrong, dude. 100%.
Guys, what are you doing? Come on, guys. This is mental. It's ridiculous behaviour from everyone. We've really let the side down.
All right,
We look
okay.
like fools.
Naked's betting the house on this one. Zergi on Hayes, Obikim on Kelvin, Listic Yamato, Sharik Geist, Michaela Shiv. All right, okay, I can see it. Everyone's now agreeing with Naked. Have your own thoughts and opinions, guys. All right, you were all elsewhere before. Okay.
It's become like a bit in war. We got Naked for 500. He's in. He's in. Do I hear anyone else? Anyone else got any idea?
Can I get it? Oh, the game's almost ready, guys. Got to get your bids in. Got to get your
Quick,
bids
figure
in.
it out. Figure it out. We
We're
don't want to be wrong.
for a little bit. We're over the names for a little bit, so you get your bids in now. Get your bids in now.
You don't want to be wrong, guys. If you're wrong, you're going to feel sad.
Yeah. Mods are going to get you.
All right. Well, let's find out in this comedic game of Guess Who. That is also a competitive game of Deadlock here in the group stage for one win. Bombshell Vol.6. Oh, don't spoil it for yourself by reading the names before you know all the names. That would ruin the fun. But we are into the action. Early damage being thrown out. We're kicking it off with a Greenwich POV. Zergi on the Haze. Did I have anyone with Zergi on the Haze?
That was a that was coming through from Naked for 500.
Oh, there he is. There
Zergy on
he
the
is.
head.
He's won the shipping container. Congratulations.
he?
You've got 500 meters of
Show me the
Ethernet
money.
cable.
Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. Go right into it. Starting things off at the moment. Already massive push going on from the Haze and the Geist over towards the Infernus 7 lane, which actually is pretty damn aggressive lane, especially static charge early on. That would be alongside with Afterburn. That's a lot of work happening there. So yeah, I can see exactly why both Zergy and Sharek just want to push that Guardian in the entirety of the time. Don't really want 7 and Infernus Bastion in the tower. There is Sharek on the Geist. Demov on the Sinclair, Zergy on the Haze, and Michaelis on the ship. So I got one right.
Yeah, it is the 100% win rate there, though. For
I got
Naked,
2 right.
So fair play. I told you,
Yeah.
bro, statistically, you should always get at least 1. So
Yeah.
good job.
Thanks, bro. I appreciate that.
I'm proud of all of us. Nice round of applause.
Yeah, round of applause in the chat, guys, please. Please. We all did really well.
Type clap now.
Type clap right now.
Oh, mate. Absolutely, man. What a day of shenanigans. And they'll only continue here. Mate, 2 minutes in, so much pressure dumped in. Blue lane getting absolutely slapped left, right, and center like a prodigy track as they have just ripped through that Guardian.
Yeah, it's good. It's very, very good. I mean, honestly, again, Sinclair, incredibly strong in lane. We've seen it before. Getting a massive amount of work done here. Kelvin Shiv lane, we kind of expected this one to come out. Very, very good work been done on that side. It's just a massive amount of damage. Yamato Sinclair is disgusting, especially pushing Guardians. Listic does take a hell of a lot of damage, though. We'll have to back it out. In the meantime, Sharek with the quick flicks, actually. Very nice damage been done.
Big back it up, Terry. We go the repositioning. Low HP, of course, on 2 of them, so you don't want to overstep. You're getting a fair amount of control out of this, consistently bullying back over. Mystic looking to aggress as well into hydration of the top rope with the Abrams. Slamming about, grapple through several walls, displaces space and time to get the quick stab in to tap off the back.
Nice.
Enables Dimov for the flick over. Vexing Bolt comes into full effect, and that's a nice pickup.
Beautiful stuff, honestly. From Dimov, backline. Listic, you know, put a little bit balls to the walls there, but works out in the end. If I was Leaf, I'd be very upset about that.
Instead, you're just still a bit upset in general.
No, I'm having a great day, man. I'm having a great day. There's no ladders in sight, you know. It's happy days.
You know, no evil, no bad juju. Everything's good. It's been a nice time. I'm glad. And it should only get better from this point upwards. It's like when you're halfway through climbing up Everest. You know the best is yet to come.
Yeah, I love that from Zergy. So do you see that, by the way? He's like waiting for the souls to pop up from the Guardian.
No souls, no more, homie.
Read the patch notes. Come on, dude.
Yeah, I've been keeping my eye out for it on a couple of occasions where you've seen a little bit of a stop off the back of a kill where they are waiting sometimes. Like the memory lapse, we're so used to it for like a year now, and now it's suddenly gone. It is quite funny. Up close, the steal on the snipe. The magician with a magical sniper rifle. Bloody hell.
That's very nice. Quick heals coming through on the side as well. Overkim going to keep KLS in action. Keep going. Guardian goes down. This is a very quick pickup coming through right now from Virtus Pro.
Yeah, bro, you've been running away with this one early. All 3 of the Guardians locked down. More to be done here as well. Quick going to be caught on the escape, so the 7 really can't even get away. Folds over like paper.
Yeah, I mean, we're 5 minutes in. 2 Guardians down. 1 away from a flex slot, which they can't even use yet. In fact, no, all Guardians down. Damn. Crazy. Thought York was still up.
No, literally the full wipe, mate. Flex slot, lane control. Very dominant early. That's by far the quickest take of all three. The trio of Guardians we've had over both days.
Fearless Fury's crying right now watching this happen.
Mm-hmm.
Getting ready to play up against Virtus Pro after this. I hate having to call the game really early, but this doesn't look promising. I'll put it that way.
Well, certainly speaking. Trying to throw back out the damage at least and establish some sort of defense towards Broadway. Call for the backup over to assist on this. It's giving Zergy free room to roam as well. Get some of his camps in, make sure he's building up on the soul count. They're harassing deep on the York side, just being able to peel back the HP bars. Ooh. Next level back foot gameplay. You are walking in reverse.
I see the enemy.
Okay, he moves out. He's back in spawn. He's got that TP set up. We are seeing a lot of backstabber today, though, dude. Seeing a lot of backstabber currently. Very, very strong item. They're doing some big work. It's just, I think even with the distance nerf on it, where it no longer procs at range, where you could like hit someone in the back from 100 meters and still get that 100 free damage off, it's still brutally strong.
Zergy on the lift up just in case they overstep the mark. We're posturing to maybe try and sniff out a fight towards the jungle. Worth the overall investment. Pressure's still been applied on this lane. It's been basically free the entire time. They're just shoving out this wave. Dive around the back. Hello. Here we go. Magissu on the trace down. Oh, the punch
he's back
was done. And he's back where he wants to be. Grabbing the Abrams ult for the slam as well.
He's aura farming. What is this? Oh my days. Unacceptable behavior.
So
Early pickup on the fortitude as well, so just getting around the map nice and quick. Should have presence the majority of the time, doesn't have to go back anymore either to heal. Hmm. 7k at 8 minutes. Oh great, not terrible.
brief moment of respite, but still the difference is very vast. I mean, you've been able to play all those Guardians early, just waiting for a prime opportunity to engage. Finally producing the swing out for the lasso, going to get the grab into the Walker Stomp, crack shot, first round one, backup arrives, damage coming out as well. Okay, let's get some low, but low main, able to get the adjustment shot off and leave him in a very rough spot. Shuts down one at least. Calvin's able to back up and stay alive, but don't really get what they were looking for. Dragged into the unknown with the lasso. Ooh, combustion around the back, straight into the 7 as well. Supercharged.
Not even a chance to get off the life swap. Zergy having a good time in this game on the haze. Probably yapping about something completely off topic. But Virtus Pro looking very strong right now.
Chunk from Listis. That is a hefty slice. He wants the biggest piece of birthday cake.
It's now for melee creeps. Still keep themselves in it though. Tries to get out of there. The movement. Nice parry coming through from Dimov. On the Walker, by the way. That's not his.
So cheeky. The shenanigans he's getting away with were actually quite miraculous. Ooh, Stone Hex round the corner. Try and keep you where I want you. Poshy Pop having to back up and get the assist as Quigs come round to wrap in. Actually getting a chance to shove somewhat on one of the lanes. This does open up the avenue for a bit of a push back towards that British side as well.
Yeah, LS looking for the swing round the corner, gets it very low. Nearly gets out with the TP, but Mystic able to finish that one. So Poshy Pop still falls, same could be said for the 7. Meanwhile, middle quick stun, the shoulder charge, but still the blade is mighty sharp. That's Hanzo steel.
I mean, it cuts straight through the concrete somehow on that corner. Listic just using the last ditch on the killing blow to get a little bit of damage through. 11 minutes Walker. Second flex slot accrued here. Continuing to push in. There was a moment where it did feel like Virtus Pro were having a bit of fun with it, but I still think melee creeps not to be trifled with too much. So Virtus Pro go back into a little bit of the danger zone. Good damage. Kelvin Dome into the bullet dance. Always a criminal combo.
Tom breezing through this one. Nice use of the quick backup as well. Sleep dagger on the fade away to keep the pin in position, make it feel at least a little bit more uncomfortable for hydration. Goes in 5 at a time. Respawn on either side, left coming back up 3 seconds. Always curious where Dimov is, man. He's all over the place. You can never quite tell. He's so smooth. There he is. Where's he now?
Back.
See?
Yeah.
Where am I going to be? You never know.
I think the cool thing about it is that he just has the capability to farm so much because he just leaves it at a jungle camp, heads out, grabs the troopers, straight back to the jungle camp, straight back to the breakables. A lot of times where you do see these magicians at such high value throughout the entirety of the game.
Sleep Decker cast out, but that one's not going to land on the target. Big dive for this. Bit of back up there as well, though. Unfortunately, Kelvin plays by Dome if necessary. Up top, the lightning coming down. The sparks are flying.
Oh
Tried
my
to go in for
God.
the aggression on it. Pinned in place. Oh, but
I mean, honestly, the frozen shelter into the counter Stormcloud is unreal, by the way.
I mean, all right, we've been getting some quite ridiculous plays on this one already.
Another walker down. Yeah, still need one more though to get their first flex slot on board. All the while, it's Virtus Pro working on their third here.
Where this lands. Here's a special trick just for you.
Execute from the shiv round back. Oh, barely catching your low main, going to be cut to pieces, chopped up like fresh vegetables. Stun back over on the shiv as well. Looking for the chase. Keeping this pressure on. I mean, you've got the freedom to just absolutely unload the damage onto that walker now. Take this one quite quickly. And that's the last remaining walkers. Keep the flex slot to boot from this. Full clean up with the trio of them being deleted from the map. Re-aggression, 9 of it at a time. Sliver of HP finally falls. Dome thrown out for the quick mid-fight heal. Get the team tanked up and then go back in.
Nice! Wow, actually counter spells a combustive concussion there from Listing, but gets parried in the process. Made it look so good up until that moment.
Might as well. Had the execute ready. Poshy Pop gets popped. And this is brutal. 15-second average respawn. 4 dead. Base Guardians gone. Walkers gone. Freedom to go back. Spend the extra souls in the back pocket. Splash the cash. Oh.
Left is gonna get one. Gonna get one. They're in your base. They're in your base already. Potentially get one. Maybe get one.
Spooky. Very spooky. I'm going to be grabbed as well. In the meantime, it's the benefit of having that availability of the frozen shelter. Not like it's really overly going to be too problematic without the anything going up to this point. Dive in onto the mid-boss, feel comfortable, fight for this one, pick it up, get themselves a rejuve. In a great position to flow the game very early. It's probably 15-minute mark of how they've been dominating through this one.
Yeah, even picked up the urn and left it on standby. Listy goes for the ult, for the confirmation. We'll pick it up, nice and easy. And the frozen shelter as well. It's just painful, dude. It's just painful.
Yeah, but it's raw. Ult on ult combat inside the arena. Electricity. Full Metallica level gameplay. Everyone's riding the lightning, and then you just get froze out, starved, but you can't really do much from it. 2 dead again. You've got Reju with boss with only Zergy going down, paying price. Still ult on the Geist as well, but so low on HP. Boshipop just trying to play Ring Around the Rosies to stay alive.
I mean, Poshipop did do some fantastic damage during that fight overall, but not quite enough to make this one work. Left for like the Dark Knight in his cam there.
I knew the sapphire flame could
Need him to rise, though.
Kelvin.
Need him to rise. 19k, he has been farming. Yeah, 16 minute.
Removed the soul bag. It would be very painful for you. Oh god, bud. Right, well, back in. Sinclair up to his old tricks. Ooh, the double hex off the back of the melee as well, getting the damage in place. So raw. And a quick T back, so you can just get these base guardians in a matter of seconds. Oh, hello, round the back. Slap to the face and a bomb being dropped to the front door as well. The base is starting to crumble, it's getting awkward. Rabbits all over the shop.
Rabbits all over the Wayne. Oh, good. And they're still juggling this urn right now. They're saving grace at this point in time. Jungle been farmed up by Virtus Pro. All on the side of melee creeps, of course. You can see the majority of Virtus Pro's farm is all still up and available, so they're just denying as much as possible over towards their side of the map. And again, it's like they have so much map presence, so much map control. What can you do right now? Melee creeps is just... They're in base. They're in base.
Yeah, bro. Literally back to basics. Back to attempt to defend. Attempt being the key word in reality with the sheer aggression that we've seen being thrown at them here. Reju still to play with as well for a little bit longer. Those lanes being consistently pushed out. Feeling uncomfortable, really. Soul League keeps on going up. I mean, 19k. It's a decent chunk of change.
Yeah, especially at this stage of the game as well. 18 minutes, all flex slots. Only lost the Guardians and 1 Walker so far, and that was primarily because they were just forcing pressure over towards base Guardians. Dimov once again in your base. Has the TP out available. I'm pretty much just keeping them in spawn. Again, they're really struggling. They're having to get these bits and bats of souls and farm on the side of the lanes, but that's realistically all they're having. Remember, it's 45 seconds that you get now on the urn while carrying it until it starts to do damage to you. A tick of 1% every second. Only hold on to it for so long.
Yep. He never left. That's the secret to this. He's just always in base. So brutal. He really is one of those who you just feel so starved for ideas as well, just waiting for the inevitable.
Yeah, you pretty much all you're doing right now is just trying to cycle this urn as much as possible, because that is the factor that's holding you back right now. They're waiting out the rejuve as well. But it is good that they're holding on to the urn, because it does mean that they can't really make a play with it. So that's all Virtus Pro is doing, is just keeping the pressure on, waiting for the urn to back out again so they can pick it up.
Good night.
Nice tracing for the denials, confirming the souls on the lane. Bridge buffs up, going to be instantly claimed. Make sure you got those in the back pocket. Finally, a window of opportunity to eke outside of the base and into the warehouse, seeing if they can find an opportunity to steal away the urn and get that down. So the bounty of souls at least being claimed. Pays off for the patience.
Yeah, it took it down well, though. Again, it felt more like they were able to quite comfortably juggle that urn. Like, a little bit more coordination. Likely in pub games, that's not going to be the case, and it will have more impact there. But Maybe they need to make it so it goes on a timer for absolutely everyone on your team. I don't know how broken that would be. Yeah, it's a tough one to balance, I would say.
Just watching the demo for Rasus on the minimap, but like it's unreal. He's just
he's a wrangler.
He's all over him like a rash constantly, and there's just nothing you can do.
Yeah, it's like the melee creep shepherd at the moment, just herding them all back in towards their patron.
Would you like to see a magic trick, boy? I can make rabbits.
This place is just cold, staring at the base, realistically.
Well, this
And that's a pick.
Leave the base, mate. You get knocked down straight to the face. Take the anvil. Zergy popping the ult as well. You are pinned in position. So no opportunity for the response back. 2 dead now, and that's the go, Sam. See if you can initiate from this and look to put yourself a team fight up, and then the game to boot. Everyone finding success thus far. 3 dead off the back of it. Quick Scarper, get inside of the base and at least play with the additional HP to work with. Shrine's going to be blown to bits. You will have that respawn wave at least if they take Patron off this. You're going to get everyone back up for another fight. Ult economy as well. You got the lasso, and there is still the 7 Storm Cloud in the back pocket. It's looking to just harass close towards the base. Slightly slower on the Patron drop as well from its positioning there. This is what it comes down to, really, then. Already posturing further back, knowing they don't want to overcommit to it necessarily. Get a clean fight, then end.
I mean, you look at this at the moment, this is what I was kind of expecting. I thought that they would just leave Patron up with the respawns and then just take mid-boss off the back of it. But no, it's not the case. They just get Patron dropped down. Honestly, I suppose that if you leave mid-boss up, you drop Patron, you force a mid-boss fight, and I think Virtus Pro is fairly confident of winning that one. They're just waiting for some ults at the moment.
So raw as well, obviously, with the flex slot changes. Like, even if you do go for the risk of trying to push this out round towards Greenwich side, 1 walker's not enough. Got to be all 3. So just a light shove on the lane, get it pushing up close. Does deviate Listic back to clear that. Creates a little bit of space towards Broad Bay.
It's a cool build from Zergy as well. Good damage. Slowing Hex in there as well, and I think that a lot of people struggled with was kind of transitioning that supportive scouting build into something that does damage as well. It is a little bit different this game and hard to fully analyze because they were so ahead, so he could pivot on the build quite nicely. So all ults are up, barring life swap. There's 5 seconds on it, right? So now they have the confirmed Rejuvenator with Yamato. The Shadow Transformation, as well as Kelvin Ice. It's very hard to steal this mid-boss off the Virtus Pro.
Get the lasso thrown in. The adjustment back up, using the Kelvin to block that off. Okay, throws out at least the Storm Cloud to get the damage over. But meanwhile, Listic was set with his eyes on the prize for the claim on the Rejuve. KLS able to shut down Linkfoot as well, so he's out. Goodbye hydration. 1 by 1, they're cleaning house, mop and bucket in the mid-boss arena, and it is going to be squeaky clean come the next few seconds. Can't get away on the holiday, but it probably will be a vacation in the game. Weak and Patron already sat in base, waiting for him to collapse. Going to look to guarantee this one with the chip damage already coming through. Creep's doing it for them.
Yeah, they could just go ahead in the game. I think they're looking to finish off low main here for nothing other than the prize of having another head of melee creeps. But yeah, game should now be over.
There we go.
And from start to finish, it was a pretty dominant game. Not our fastest game of the tournament so far, 25 minutes. I think we've seen a 22-minute, but it was clear to say that Virtus Pro was in control the entirety of the time.
Yeah, but it felt that way. Really clinical stuff. Just obviously, basically forced them to play base simulator, where they just took every calculated decision, controlling the game as they saw fit, only engaging on their terms, and great conversion as well. Like the response time was instantaneous. Never really forced out a position. No chance to really. Yeah, you just couldn't find the impact on the map to actually ever cause them to fragment too much.
Yeah, it was a tough game. Very, very tough game for melee creeps. I was going to say it's a close one. It's not. It's not a close one at all. Sadly,
Not really.
It was a rough game. It was a rough game for melee creeps, and again, I think that just comes from time in the server. Realistically, they were playing a very, very strong composition, using Kelvin to their advantage. Who we're seeing now has always been like a pretty unreal pick in any kind of comp scene, but here especially now where rescue beams aren't all over the place, that additional healing, that additional reset with Kelvin Dome is even more tangible in these matches.
Yeah, it's also just like the harass potential with how annoying you could be. Like lasso just consistently being thrown at you. Yeah, that's one thing. But then what about if you've got a magician that's turning your entire team into rabbits and slapping you in the face? Just consistently being able to have to get out of jail free card and really just be nipping at your heels. It was just good map control, good decision making the whole way through, and just showing up massively. VP doing what they do best in that kind of situation. I'm comfortable as well with the ult usage at any opportunity where you're trying to sort of throw in a counter back and use that 7 to full advantage. If it wasn't the Kelvin in your face, doming you to high L, you'd just get the steal off from the Sinclair as well, and it was magnificent.
Yeah, again, I think a lot of times when you're stealing an ult from the 7, you're not going to out damage the 7 a lot of times, and he will most of the time actually clean up on you first. But it's that added benefit of having the snow dome there alongside you to consistently put that pressure on, keep Dimov up in those scenarios, and let him just get the full cycle of the ult out and locking down Quig. Not a great game. Not a great game. 2 players going flawless there with Oberkim as well as Dimov, and then 1 death across the board. Listic with 4 deaths, classic Listic, realistically. But yeah, overall, very, very good game. Very good game. I think Leffer definitely tried to get as much done as he could have done there. He was able to take 1 Walker, but the map presence was just otherworldly coming through from Virtus Pro.
Yeah, it was rough as well. Like that Walker dive was one of those where you're sweating, but just hoping you at least get something from it. And obviously it was nice at least to give that over. You got a little bit of stock back, but just so much weight on your chest the entire game with the way that VP as a team were controlling the map. So it is brutal. Does feel like he's continued this streak, though, of nearly every game having highest damage. Win or loss, mate, he's been up there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's been good. I think Leffer is genuinely just a very good player. And again, it's nice to see him on the Infernus. I think that he was big on the Infernus back in the day as well. And now that it's a little bit more, I don't want to say viable, but it's actually up there as terms of one of the best heroes currently. He's having a lot of success on it. We're going to get our next draft through very shortly for our final match today, at least for us, because there is still 4 more games happening after this one with Zombie Grub as well as ZP, who will be joining you and taking you through that one.
Yeah, bro. More action to get through, but obviously, as we said, the whole day has already been so jam-packed with a different flavour of deadlock in each matchup. Curious, obviously, what we're actually going to see from the draft on this one, of how that's going to have a bit of a knock-on effect, bro. Probably some bad memories, Try and forget, reset, go back in.
Yeah, I think it's hard because that's gonna stick in your mind a little bit. That is going to stick in your mind a little bit, that last game. It is tough. Very, very tough for melee creeps to come back from that one. Because I think they played last time where they'd been able to somewhat figure out the scenario of how they want to play it going forward after their initial loss. They came back into it swinging, looked much, much cleaner. But after that game, it's like you're struggling to figure out what went wrong other than just losing lanes quite quickly.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? I think the kind of emphasis on that with what we were seeing, like ridiculously fast takes from the Guardians, like Broadway fell in a matter of minutes, constantly being forced out, just felt so uncomfortable to be able to really get any map control from it. So yeah, that's one thing, bro. It does hurt. It does hurt.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, overall map control is much more significant these days as well, with the 3 walkers needed for your last flex slot, 3 guardians required for your first. You do have to be fairly with it in the game, because now it's no longer a case of you can win those 2 lanes, you get 2 guardians, you know, it's okay if one of your lanes loses. You actively need to help those lanes. So again, I'm still feeling this kind of idea of that you maybe sometimes just want to stalemate those lanes, but it's very hard because heroes like Mirage exist, heroes like Sinclair exist, lanes like Kelvin, Shiv exist. Very, very difficult lanes with high pressure on them, where it's difficult not to be under your tower. And when they are taking shots towards your tower, they're doing a lot of damage. Shiv Kelvin in particular just have quite decent gun scaling from the start in terms of over towards objectives. Even the Kelvin as a supportive role, his gun does hurt in the early game and can really shred through those Guardians early on. I think you can't let Virtus Pro get Dimov on that Sinclair though, because he was unbelievable. He's everywhere. He's everywhere.
Yeah, it was just the entire time, like just getting away with absolute murder, right? He's in your base, he's not in your base. He's on York, he's in your base. Where is he? That was the big question mark. And it's just the harassment as well, where it wastes so much time of ever feeling confident to try and sort of initiate off the back of a play, because everyone's just hexed constantly. If they're not just sort of running around trying to stay alive, they're getting slapped up. The punch damage as well was going through the roof towards mid-game there with how it was scaling. So yeah, it just kind of hurts, bro. Like Go Gadget pimp slap straight to the face from a magician, you know? Like, oh,
yeah,
mate.
it's the capability. It's the capabilities to TP back from anywhere, and I've heard people talking about in the past about potentially making like a range, like actually have a range on the TP. So once you get out of that tether distance, let's say, you can't TP back anymore, because it is fairly egregious at the moment where Dimov is literally inside your spawn room. And then he's TPing back to Blue Walker. Like,
yeah,
mind blowing.
No, it is crazy. Like the usability for it, in terms of the freedom you have, is kind of crazy. Obviously that's one way of using it. We were seeing it earlier on as well. Piggy was a great example with the more aggressive use of it, where you were just kind of using it to sort of go in for the chip damage mid-fight and then have it for back to safety the other way, where it's not just for base diving. It just opens up so many different options. So yeah bro, Sinclair, it does always feel cool to get those different matchups. Hearing though that we do have the next draft on the go, it's cooking. So let's have a look. All right, VP first ban. That's going to be Mirage taken out.
Yeah, to be honest with you, like, although Poshipop didn't have the highest damage on his team, there was a lot of fights there where Poshipop was doing a massive chunk of the work, especially towards that last mid-boss fight. Poshipop came in and was just cleaning house, doing an incredible amount of damage. I do think Mirage is still that prior pick. I would say it all today, and I'll say it now just before we finish up. It's important. Melee creeps, obviously, with the Magician ban, like that had to come through. Dimov was so unbelievably overbearing in that last match, and you cannot have the Yamato Sinclair lane again. It just cannot happen.
No, it was so rough to deal with, mate. Fair enough, like, had to be done. Ban him out, get rid of him. You know, they're not supporting him anymore. They're not going to his live shows. They're not going to be watching the Magnificent Sinclair live in the Curse Apple. No,
it's not a nice thing to be watching, especially when you're at the brunt of the magician's joke at the end of the day on stage. You're not in the audience like us, having a watch and being like, haha, funny magician moment. You're feeling it. You're feeling the hexes. We're waiting for our first picks to come through now from both Melee Creeps as well as Virtus Pro. Guys comes through for Virtus Pro to start off with, so a nice start for them. Again, the Geist is just generally a very good anchor, and I think that's why the majority of our teams are picking it today. Warden gets picked up for Melee Creeps. We know that they like to play that. They want to get hydration on that again. It had a lot of effectiveness and wasn't banned out first time by Virtus Pro here, so they get to pick it up.
Yeah, fair enough. It makes sense. It's been super viable. Like, obviously, the only one time it felt like it was rough was when you were starved for flex slots the entire game. So, man, obviously, kind of flashbacks actually of what we just saw there. So maybe that point does have some contrast anyway. But we'll see. It's definitely more of a comfort pick where he's going to feel like he can actually have the impact he's looking for. And it was starting to build, like especially mid game, you could see the impact it was having with the less oriented gun build, more in terms of just having that ult up regularly, burst damage from it, the range as well for some of the fights with how spread they've been with the grouping. It did feel a lot harder to pin down all the VP boys. They had nice spacing in a lot of their team fights. So obviously, at least there, like with Warden's last stand, if he's building into it, you get in the range, it does make it a bit easier. We get Viscous as well thrown into the mix.
Yeah, overall, very, very strong pickup for Melee Creeps, taking Viscous and Warden. And again, you kind of look at it this way, for hydration, it feels like he's stepping in for AVG today, where potentially this is the kind of the comp that they've practiced with him on, is that he's playing Warden. They likely expected a ban to come out at some point, but yeah, I think it feels much better for hydration to be on that Warden and then start to build around him after that. I think Lightning Scroll will be very, very helpful if he's able to get towards that level of the game, for just team fights in general.
Oh yeah, it's a pain in the ass, mate. Like the Warden up with Lightning Scroll, just randomly wrecking your life when you feel like you've owned him, does help. Does go the extra mile. Oh, there we go. Right, double pick coming back through. We get the Yamato for VP and the Vindictor.
Yeah, that's hurtful. That is hurtful, dude. I think that when you see Virtus Pro bringing out both the Vin as well as the Yamato, now Poshy Pop has to go towards Pocket, right? Because we've seen him play the Mirage, we've seen him play the Vindictor. Likely the Pocket is what he'll come out with. Because Quig generally is very, very good on the Ivy, and I don't think putting him on the 7 was ideal. I think he performs way better on that IV overall. Again, hard to say with conviction, considering they're playing against Virtus Pro, so you're not getting the best test of it. But for Virtus Pro, playing the Vindictor, bringing that out, I like to see it.
Yeah, it's nice. It'll be a good pickup. You're right in two ways, where obviously it does benefit them. It's like a strong hero that synergizes a lot with the overlap of hero pool they've got on this roster. But as you say, it just isolates so much more for Poshy Pop. Man, and I think in reality that was a big game with the Vin earlier in the tournament. That's where we started to see him coming alive, feeling like he was finding his form. Holiday pick thrown into the mix. So you got a little bit of pick potential. We've got the lasso maneuvers that can be sick. So at least that's one back in the court.
Yeah, again, for Melee Creeps, they ban out the Haze, so Zergi's not going to be able to play that one. So curious how they go about this for Virtus Pro, but likely what they've done here is kind of, I'm imagining, because Virtus Pro has a lot of compositions they can play, is they'll have built into this. They know how influential Zergi was that last game, and he'll likely have a different pick to come into this one. But Melee Creeps just don't even want to think about playing it, which is reasonable. It's fair enough. These are very targeted picks coming out in terms of the bans categories. Calico is open. Potentially Melee Creeps could pick that one up. Really depends. But I think for Virtus Pro, Kelvin's still open. Could pick that into Shiv as well. Infernus gets banned, so Malefic can also target us out. You target both their carries, man. That's rough.
Yeah, that does sting. Actually going to be pretty rough to play around, really, especially how much this opens them up. Man, yeah, this is an interesting draft with how this has been going. You do feel for them. You do feel for them, Blank. Rough first game into basically feeling like you're just being so isolated in terms of any comfort picks.
Yeah, because I think earlier today, like, I mean, even yesterday, a lot of the bans that came through were like, these are the bans you want to get rid of for just general purposes. Like, you don't want to play against a Calico. You don't want to play against a Warden, so you ban those out. You don't want to play against a Sinclair, for instance. But this is like Mirage into Infernus. Both decent bans. I'm not saying they're like unorthodox at all, like unusual bans, but it's very much a case of Virtus Pro is like, oh, you like playing those heroes, do you? You're getting a lot of success off those heroes. We're just going to ban them out. So Melee Creeps, they'll pick up the Kelvin, which takes it away from Virtus Pro at least, but they're starting to have like somewhat of a lopsided comp as we get towards the end of it. Like I'm definitely wondering what else they're going to bring to the table here.
Yeah, it's interesting as well, right? Because obviously you're a little bit more limited in terms of the actual the potential viability for the extra gun damage, would say maybe, especially with how things were going previously, you could always throw the Wraith in there, but then you have to factor in, obviously you've had a bit of a hit there with the recent changes. Feels like people are a lot more hesitant to ever sort of go for the gamble right now. Had the buff of TP feeling super smooth, but in terms of the gun damage nerf, it's substantial. Lower HP as well. So viability there. You're starting to come away from full auto. It was all full auto for a long time. Now things are starting to feel a bit different. So where do you go with this?
Yeah, I think that for melee creeps, maybe they put low main on Lash again. And they do what they did previously, which is just to get him very, very farmed, and they let the other characters take a lot of the brunt of the roaming. So when he does come in, he's a bit more of a carry potential. Calico picked up by Virtus Pro, though, does feel pretty tremendous. I think that for melee creeps, it did feel like they didn't have like a dedicated Calico player ready and available, whereas Virtus Pro, again, like we said before, they have a lot of separate picks that they can all play and flex across onto. So now you've got Vindicta, Pocket, as well as a Calico roaming. You're throwing Yamato into the mix, but likely just going to have the Yamato and the Geist farm up. You're looking realistically for maybe a pick hero towards the end here, but honestly, your roaming potential with Calico as well as Vindicta alone is quite a lot.
Yeah, there's tons. There's tons that they can do with this. That's the scary thing already. Oof. I don't know, man. Getting a bit worried with how this is shaping up already. Okay, here's the final picks coming through. So we do get a last pick for VP. They do go for Wraith in the end. It kind of makes sense. You still have the overlap of comfortable players that wouldn't mind playing. Curious to see at least then how it's actually looking, obviously, with the adjustments coming in off the back of the patch. More card focus. You do have the slow. That's an added benefit, right? When you get the tier 3 out of it, 25%, you can use that to your advantage, I guess. But counter that with the 18% gun damage that's been removed from you, bro. It is a bit of a slap in the face for you.
It's a tough one. I mean, Poshipop likely playing this Wraith as well. We know how good he is. We know how strong he's played it in the past. But you're right. Wraith has been kind of gutted a little bit.
She got taken out back, homie.
She did. She did.
To the bike shed.
Like I said before, a lot of the newer Turners players were just Wraith one tricks.
Yeah.
Because she was just that good, and you could just burn people down. I still think she does a lot of damage. I was testing her out yesterday. But yeah, I think it's that early to mid game where she could come online a lot quicker. I think you sort of need to get more towards that late game now and have the full build available before you start melting people. Yeah, we'll see how they play the Wraith out here. But yeah, Virtus Pro, scary composition to go up against. But melee creeps, again, Holiday, Viscous, Kelvin, Shiv, they have a lot of reset potential here. They've got a lot of survivability, keeping that Warden as well as a Shiv in the fight for a long time and having Poshipop as sort of that backline player. It does work together.
There's options, yeah. There's definitely options. You kind of got to make the best of a bad situation in terms of the way the counter picks went in early with those targeted bans. So fair enough to them. Kind of hoping as well, of course, it's one of those where you really do need a kind of throwback game where it all clicks for the Kelvin. Everything's sort of feeling good. You're being able to get those effective counters off. Obviously, it can be lucrative. But again, it just depends for me, really, Blank, on the early game. That's going to be sort of the litmus test of how this one shapes up. We can theorize, but in reality, based off what we saw previously, you're getting like a 3-minute Guardian take on Broadway. It's just bloody raw. There's nothing you can do with it.
Yeah.
If you can try and turn this one around the early game here, get that early advantage, we'll see. The people outside are excited. They're revving their engines. I think they want this game.
I'm revving my engines as well. I mean, we've done a lot of chatting. We've done a lot of speaking on topics such as mirrors, glass, how it's all made, how it all works. But we're looking to get into this last match now. Looking to get ourselves geared up and good to go. You're in our group stage. Virtus Pro versus Melee Creeps. We do have a lot more action throughout the rest of the day as well. Still 4 more best of 2s to go after this. I'll be tuning in. Be in the chat. Maybe. Potentially. Might just watch. Eat a bowl of cereal. Who knows?
Doesn't sound bad. Sounds pretty good. Sounds like a good time. Yeah, it sounds
nice day for me.
Yeah. You're living, mate. You're absolutely living. Yeah, bro. I guess we'll find out. I guess we'll see. You never really know. Kind of keep you on the edge of your seats with the suspense of when it's going to kick off. Have you adjusted to the edge of your seat from that?
I have yellow. I'm relaxing.
Yeah, yeah, that's nice. You got like one of those. Oh, hang on. We've transitioned. Here we go. We're in. We're into the action.
Boom.
And they've even paused for us. Nice.
Yeah. Straight into this one. Good Dimov on the Calico.
Oh.
You know, this guy likes getting towards the back line. Do the same here on Calico. Poshipop dropping a pause in here. Feet! What?
Why was there a single frame of that?
Someone get this observer! What the? That's crazy, dude.
That's a
Can't
mad
be doing
cut.
that.
That's an unbelievable cut. I know we spent half an hour talking about ladders and snakes, but that's a hell of a cut.
That's
Clip it.
crazy. Yeah, clip
it.
that.
Pull it, pull it, pull it. Unbelievable.
Oh, observer's just wilding out at the moment in the background.
Oh, Bomber Oh, mate. What a day.
That is
That's
funny.
tickled me. That has tickled me, actually. Not going to lie. Didn't expect that one. It's kind of like an unexpected gripper base jump scare.
Yeah. Look at observer trying to avoid them now. Keep them behind the Geo,
Keep those feet hidden.
as you would say.
Keep them down. Down on the ground. That's where they should be. Right then, let's get it. We're into the action. We can kick it off. Second game of our third series of the day. VP 1 game up versus Melee Creeps. We can see if this is going to be a tale of two halves or if it'll just be a classic all over again. If they can run it right back.
Stain my hands. Flash is ready.
Yamato.
Zergy on the guys this time around. Okay. That's a lot of damage. Don't usually see people fighting in this area of the map just yet either. That will be Sire down. Great parry from Listic as well. And that's 3 out in the space of 20 seconds.
Ayo.
Yeah, I mean, what else can you say really other than
Bumper Clark. That's unreal.
get back on the feet count here?
Yeah, dude. Protect your eyes. This is not PG-13 viewing. Very aggressive stuff already to kick this off. All right. Let's see where it goes. In for a penny, in for a pound. Push backing up. See if they can try and repel the oncoming assailants. Already that confidence brewing. Cards thrown out over the side. Let's see what Poshipop can get up to on this race. It actually will be fun to watch. Obviously, as we said previously, right? Like, you know, jokes aside, and for what it is, with a character certainly being targeted inside of this patch with a lot of key nerves, he's definitely got the talent for it. We see mechanically, he's got great understanding of the character, plays into the kit really nicely. So it's always fun to watch. Card Wraith as well. And that's what you're going to be focusing on. Try and build more into that spirit, less worrying about the gun builds, melting your way through players, and just getting those nice traces off with the card can be super beneficial early game. Sergey able to go unmatched once again versus the Holiday.
I mean, it's a massive influx of cash so early over towards blue, especially on the Geist as well as the Yamato. That's a cruel lane to have to play into. And right now you're looking at Sire on 1.2k, low main on 1.5, and you just know that Yamato, Listic as well as they're going to continue to pressure the advantage.
Our yellow guardian has been defeated.
There goes the York Guardian. Vindictor getting the shots off on that one. So first Guardian falls at the 3-minute mark. Average fairly similar to what we saw before. And this is what I was talking about, bud. The nice tracings. First class posts. Tracks him down. Hits that one. And shuts down the Lash Elise. Getting the opening pick back over there. And trying to give them some space to play with. Oh, all right. Bit more. Yeah, okay.
A little bit of comeback there. Poshipop, it is nice to see. I mean, Dimov's not on the Magician, but at least we're getting card trick. Shark, is this your card?
No, it was actually the King of Spades.
Well, you're having a 7 of diamonds to the face.
Not ideal.
Got no choice.
No. Rough Magician maneuvers. Hitting them with the cards all over the shop. Ooh. Might come unstuck, though. Yeah. Cape straight into the forehead. Wraith shut down as MKLS aggresses on the pocket. Clear on the wave as well with the assist from the Lash. Able to push this one up. Gunning for their second Guardian already. Keeping this lane shoved out with a bit of time. Poshy Pop's already back on the zip and coming over.
I mean, surprising because you would have thought it was the blue Guardian to go down first, but no. Quick already spams the parry. I'm going to back it off a little bit. Keep it careful. Keep it safe. Oh, nasty. If you didn't have the healing right on, that would have been the snipe.
Chase back around for the Calico. And let's see how this goes as well with the roam, right? Obviously, Vindictus starts to get activated. Ooh, gun buff as well. Added Nightmare Fuel.
Yeah, that's actually a massive deal for the Vindictor as well, because fire rate does a lot for the Vindictor just on the flight alone. Getting more tags on the spirit damage early on like this. Pretty rough. I always see these players like on characters that I like Vindictor, like Bebop, and I think about playing them later. I did play Bebop later last night. It didn't go well. And I imagine the same thing's going to happen when I try and play Vindictor later on as well. But yeah, it's nice to see some of the best players in the world just showing exactly how to put on a show.
Oh, and they have been delivering in that front. Some really great maneuvers. And it is fun to watch, you're right, Bray. Ooh. Poshy Pop just getting pressure thrown out time and time again. Trying to stay alive and have some fight back into this one, but everyone focusing down. And it's Leffler that takes the brunt of the damage back from the KLS.
Big circle on that one, but not big enough. Catch Poshy Pop. And we'll clear him up. The long distance Glock it. I'm looking for a little bit more on low main. Gets the parry off. Does it really matter? Doesn't have the enchanted satchel to make it happen. KLS will go down. A little bit overzealous though.
Oh. Okay, Lemon catches Zergy at least. Brutality. Throwing that one around the back of the church and splattering up the Geist. Oh, rapid movement on the Viscous, but the grapple hook will let you re-engage. All fire to the face as the goo gets splattered. Taste of his own medicine. Could be baiting a bit of a chase as well from the Warden. You got the backup. I mean, that's Pocket coming back over. Keep the pressure on. That's such a shoved lane as well. Double back just to clear the creep quick, and then you've got a whole wave going in. Meanwhile, similar sort of story over on Greenwich as well. They're fighting up close towards Walker.
Oh, no!
Oh, mate.
Dear me. Overkim tries to pull off a maneuver and a half. Not meant to be. These players aren't going for the second punch, tell you that now.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable scenes. So rough. So far shoved consistently. Stunned with the goo ball at least. Lemaine throws it out to try and at least slow him down a little bit and create some space. Can shove the lane with it, but you look at what's going on the other side of the map and it's still Carnage that's backing up VP's plays time and time again. Telekinesis up for the lockdown towards Broadway, and that at least nets them one pick. There's the trade back onto Quick though, so you're going to lose out on the Kelvin. And this is a Kelvin bank that's been completely isolated whole game. Like 8 minutes in, he just can't really have any freedom. He's not able to find himself, even really just the creep in lane. It feels uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's tough. It's really tough right now. Melee creeps. Again, they just keep the pressure on. Michaelis diving under Walker. Swift movements here coming through from hydration and the heal.
Oh, the
He hits
save.
that, almost gets it. A number one should do the trick though. Listic's not playing.
It's good timing to at least give him the additional healing and stay alive, but for what it is, death seems inevitable at the minute up against that Yamato. 6 frags in the back pocket. Listic coming alive as we expected. Ooh, Lefer's trapped. You got bullets whizzing by your rear, giving you a free short back and sides. And it will be the commit on that one as the snipe lands.
56k to 48, almost nearing 10k lead. We had one early before there was a slight comeback coming through from melee creeps, but again, still working a lot of those towers, a lot of the walkers getting a little brunt of the damage. Shark does go down though, for low main. Yeah, I mean, honestly, for melee creeps, not doing horribly here. There is a clap back from their side.
It'll give him as good as they get. If there is an opportunity to actually push on an advantage fight, like they're making the most out of it. It just feels like it's a bit awkward at times. As Poshipop forced back, Alkfire over the top, trying to slow things down. They were hoping they could grab onto the Vindictive, stop you from making the hasty getaway. But the Bandit maneuver works. You get the snatch and grab on the Solar and peace out. Cavalry's arrived to harass as well, with their attention being split between the lane and the location of the Solar. Geist over the top, great damage done, trying to burst him down up in the air, slammed straight into the earth. Crater for the Warden.
He's not getting back up from that. Sire trying to do the best to keep things happening, but D-Mob's on the way. Backstabber engaged. Additional move speed as well, but we'll back it out. In the meantime, Overkim is going to get himself nice cheeky urn pickup.
Pick them off one by one.
The clutch cube. Will it be enough to really save your life? So low on HP, you're just going to be bitten down. Ooh, over the top rope. Good moves. KLS with a quick adjustment on the pocket. Listic low, but still surviving with just a sliver of HP. Warp around the corner, trying to get the steal back on the HP as well. Might actually get away with a kill on that one. Barely. Goes down in the end with Viscous just limping out of there. Low main definitely putting emphasis on the low in his name right now. Doesn't have much health to play with. Here's the chase from the Calico. Back round on York side. It's Poshipop. It's just been taking so much damage. They're all over you. Clutch cube again. This time it's for the self-heal. But they're diving on top of the Walker. Looking at just first off the back of this one. Stun into the wall from it. Looked like he was out the radius.
Yeah, I don't really know how. I think he only used. Yeah, he didn't actually use Enchanted Satchel there. Saving it. I was wondering why they didn't have the damage to finish off low main, but it's because he didn't Enchanted Satchel into Cloak, just a Cloak into the cold front, hoping that would have finished him off. Not meant to be. Things don't look too dire for melee creeps so far. I mean, yes, they're getting dove underneath Walker at the moment, but it hasn't spiraled out of control yet. 12k solo, yes, maybe. But still, nowhere near as damaging as last game, where Sinclair really was. Just keep them all in one place, caging them up.
Please don't slow them down.
Maybe actually starts coming alive on this Viscous as well. It's being so annoying. Proactive stuff around towards mid lane. Meanwhile, the chase going down. Cat nipping at your heels. Baiting out the Holiday. Dumping damage onto the Viscous, keeping the attention drawn on him. Like you always say, quick with the reaction times and the movement. Aim's always on point. Ooh, couple denies. Not going to matter too much as the grand scheme of things. You've got the Lash setting up for the aggro play. Has the Death Slam available, but wants to use it at the precise moment it's going to be most beneficial. Doesn't overcommit onto anything. Again, further harassment of the Victor as well. Dive back in. Low main's looking to try and steal away something from this. Goo Cube is forced out. Punch up into the trap from the frozen shelter. Parry if you want, will still punch through it. That's 2 pickups against VP. One quick trade with finally Goo Man being decimated.
low main out of the way is nice and beneficial, all things considered. That is a nice predict on the ground strike. Waiting for it to come off. Oshipop will go for preemptive parry. It's not meant to be, though. That will be the first walker going down, which is a big deal for Virtus Pro, unlocking themselves another flex slot to take advantage of in this game.
Take out Warden.
Dimov. It might be a different hero for him, but the gameplay still feels the same. So consistent with just being able to aggress and harass, leaving them in some awkward spots. About 14k ahead at the minute. Taking the additional jungle where possible, clearing out and keeping the waves pushed.
Headed to Broadway.
Dimov on towards Poshipop. Always can get away with the TP, though, so not massively in too much danger. Sharik finding at least one. That's quick on the Kelvin. QQ will keep him up a little bit longer. Has to make the quick movements. In the meantime, KLS multitasking, gets himself the buff at the same time. No QQ.
Straight back down. Trapped in position as well. Sent off to the Swiss Alps as they put up the ice dome to trap him in position. The rage cage is unfolding. And the KLS is the man on top, stacking up the bodies. Another one to play with. Leffer at least clashes back against the Vindicta to put Overkim down. Dimov with a quick adjustment there. Trades it on the Warden. He's thrown into the cuffs. And they have presented themselves an opportunity to get the rejuve from this. Instant slide down, the fight ends right near the arena. You get the rotate back over with a movement buff, making it even easier. And they can start to dump damage on this.
I mean, with both Leffer as well as Quick Down, you don't have Frozen Shelter, you don't have Last Stand to work with. Realistically, your only chance at a steal would be a clutch lasso, as well as the telekinesis, but really, that's only locking down 2 players. And with Listic having Shadow Transformation, very unlikely to be picking this up one off him. This is the beginning of the end. This is how it felt in the last game. Virtus Pro picking up their first early mid-boss. I think it was roughly 17 minutes last time they grabbed it. Yeah, here went a little bit earlier to push those lanes out with the enhanced troopers.
That's exactly what they're doing. Split on either side. Break up the attention with the wave pushing itself out on both Greenwich and York. Lomain's there looking to at least delay, see if he can try and slow this down, buy a bit of time. Quick tether cast over just as he throws out the warp stone to reposition. Caught in spot, KLS dives in towards the back line. The burst damage is good to shred through the Walker's armor quite quickly, so that one now crumbles. Now you can convert on these kills, that's the focus. Into the ball, I mean, he tries to roll out, at least with the bullet resistance, but you're not resisting the sheer level of lethality that's being thrown forward. Sliced over the top, assisted again by KLS to just pop through on the pocket. And this is not what you want, mate. Going down quick. Climate change for Kelvin. It's hot blank and he's melted away, and so is the rest of the team. Melee creeps one by one crumbling. You got the full shove up on Greenwich all the way towards the base Guardians. Dive round the back on Yorkside because they just want the frags at this point. They know they can get away with it. A further one picked up to the total tally. Walker's blown to bits, and the shrines are starting to be shredded as well.
Yeah, we're on shrines already. Actually is not able to finish that one off. Unfortunately, I imagine that Listic would be happy to come back with his team in just a short while to grab the other one. Or they want to go for the drop here, which is likely. That's quite a cool build on the pocket as well. Or not a cool build, but just I quite like the addition of the Cultist Sacrifice. With Barrage giving that damage amp as well, just the additional little bit of fire rate does help like your gun have quite a bit of impact on the pocket. Just nice to see. Cherry going full DPS on the lash. Love to see it.
becomes Listic. Just when you thought it was safe to go back in lane. He sniffs the blood in the water and starts to aggress once again, just harassing. So much damage done. Big connection as well on the Alt Fire, and that's a free conversion of Partial Pop, which you can then push even more from. That's with the ult being spat back in your face as well to try and slow you down. Left has had to invest that last stand to see if he can do anything. He's got backup from Quig at least for the on-site heal. Punches being thrown in towards the guy's 10-second on that life swap, so you can't use it to your advantage, but you can call for backup. And VP's reaction time is great. They dive in together, they're able to adjust. Snipes coming out as you keep them pinned in towards the base. They can finish off both of the weakened shrines, and that's 3 dead with a 10-second split on the respawns between Poshi Pop and the duo.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a very good choice to pick up Pocket here for McKayles as well. Purely going against Kelvin as well as Leffer. You saw just there, they'd waited for McKayles to pick up Spirit Burn in that fight, and Leffer was hardly getting any healing done whilst inside that frozen dome. Not only that, just off the last stand in general. Life swap comes through, nice bit of extra damage just to start the fight off with, and they're looking to clean this one up, nice and sharpish.
Yeah, shut it down, walk away with the victory. And, I mean, fair play at this point. Still got all the rejuice to work with only Pocket falling. KLS goes down, but the quick trades are there. Clean house, they want to do this one finger licking good blank. They want to leave no one alive and then shut it down with a 2-0 victory on the day over Melee Creeps. And that's the way it's going to go. Nothing you can do to contest back against this.
Yeah, very similar story here for VP from yesterday into today. Some pure dominance coming through as they will finish out their final match here versus boys over on Melee Creeps in a 2-0 sweep. Wonderful stuff. And overall, very, very interesting to watch. Some cool plays, different comps both times, and nice counters. Again, I think, you know, they were literally just waiting to finish off that game for McKayles to get Spirit Burn online, and then once it was very, very difficult for Melee Creeps to go for that classic reset using Quig on Kelvin to get themselves into a better position, because he just wasn't healing anything at that point.
No, you just couldn't out-heal the damage output. Unfortunate for them, really. For what it was, you know, obviously, we've got to see a couple of highlights there with the card tricks coming in from Poshi Pop, good tracing. But yeah, just, again, feels so similar to what we had in Game 1, right, where you're cleaning out in the laning phase in like 3 minutes, 4 minutes, being able to just shove every advantage. Never really being caught out of position blank. Man, hell of a series there from VP with a quick 2-0. Both of them being pretty dominant games for the squad. The Polar Bear had claws today, Blake.
That it did, and they weren't sniffed. It looked good, looked very, very good. And they stayed very frosty during these games. Again, like, if McKayles had Spirit Burn at this point in the game, it would have been over even quicker. Yeah, overall, very, very fun. Very, very fun to watch. Dimov was very effective on that Sinclair, and I think going forward, teams are going to be super aware of, like, you need to ban Sinclair against him. Then there's always the difficulty is that if you leave the Calico open, it seems extremely comfortable on that too. It's just the variety of picks that VP has in the storage case, which is the terrifying thing about them. But yeah, very, very fun stuff. And being able to switch between heroes as well, with Zergy playing on a Haze 1 game, whereas we had Geist in that game as well, and I'm moving on to Geist for this game instead, so someone else can pick up another hero. Very, very good stuff.
Yeah, it was a lot of highlights, a lot of interesting plays at least. You know, I will say over the course of the day so far, it's been great. It feels like you're sort of seeing the development there, really, of how players are adapting to the recent changes. It was a fresh patch last night, right? We saw it inflicted with how it was affecting a lot of the early drafts, teams changing amongst series as well, having to completely overhaul their play style. In terms of the isolated game we just had here with VP and Melee Creeps, it did just feel like they were going from strength to strength, you know, playing off one another, team play, the synergy. It's something that we've always seen is so strong between them. And just getting to grasp of the new patch very quickly. It didn't really feel like it's, you know, done much to knock them off kilter. If anything, it's kind of benefited them, because not only were they winning those lanes so dominantly, it's further exacerbating that issue of not being able to get any flex slots in. So obviously it's an uphill battle now of being the full clear on the Guardians and the Walkers. So yeah, bro, kind of a match made in hell. Glad we did get to see the race pick, though. First one of the day. Obviously, far fewer in quantity compared to what we'd had previously with the changes. But you did see the viability of the cards there, kind of back the way it used to be, where card trick was the focus, full auto was the secondary. I don't mind that. I kind of would advocate for that, honestly. Full auto, kind of meh. It's lame that was the kind of big piece of the kit. So I'm glad to see card trick at least getting more airtime once again.
For sure. And a really good game from Listic overall. Hitting 25k. Had some significant maneuvers around the map, making Yamato look very fancy indeed. But yeah, very, very tough. The guys over on melee creeps. Kind of outclassed a little bit there by Virtus Pro. Poshipop definitely did his best. Again, those targeted picks at the start of the game were horrendous to deal with. Yeah. Or melee creeps not being able to play Infernus or their Mirage. It really hurt them.
It was a double-edged sword, wasn't it, as well? Because it's the fact it wasn't only the targeted bans, it was the targeted picks, like you say, and just kind of starved them out of any hero economy to work with. It was rough. Well, there you go. That's the end of that one. It's the end for the cast for me and Blank today. We will be back tomorrow with some more action. But, of course, there's still so much more to get through. 4 BO2s left to go. So if you're thinking about tuning out, don't, because we will know, and that's kind of rude, actually. So stay around and enjoy the rest of the games. We'll see you later on.
down.
Welcome back, everyone, to 1-1 Bombshell Vol.6. $10,000 prize pool up for grabs over the 6-day tournament. And we're in day number 2, match number 4. It's now me, Zombie Grub, casting alongside Seymour, you might remember from a previous 1-1 Bombshell. How you doing today, Seymour?
Fantastic. It's great to be back for the day. Unfortunately, ZP couldn't be here, but games have been great. VP is rolling, and I'm hoping that we get a new winner this Bombshell, but the back-to-back defending champs are looking good.
I think they're just literally back to back to back to back to back. Because I think they're picked up from being buff enjoyers. So I was checking that out as well. And turns out VP pretty good, but that is not a surprise. That is nothing new learned. They just continue proving it. They have some fun with the drafts as well. They're experimenting with some different characters, some different players on different characters. And it's been maybe a fun ride for them as they look towards the finish line more so than anyone else, I would say. The first, I guess, typical challenge that people were expecting were melee creeps. But then obviously everyone's going to have their eyes on potential VP versus Abrahams later down the line. Their rivals, I suppose, in the scene as of this moment. But we're not getting to that quite yet. The next match is going to be Virtus Pro versus Fearless Furies. But you got to be real careful. I am going to admit I might say Furies every once in a while. I apologize in advance. It's very clearly a Furies. That's a dragon. But there you have it.
The Fearless Furries. It's one thing if maybe like the dragon was like kind of like had a little bit of fur on it, but the scales don't really go in kind of par with that at all. But no, this is an important one, I'd say, for Fearless Furies, just as much as you look towards VP and you're kind of putting them in the spotlight of, okay, they're rolling, they're looking good to make it into the playoffs, most likely make a deep run, possibly even a chance to have another title under the belt. For Fearless Furies, this is a team that, off the roster changes, they lose to one win yesterday, and they still are showing some struggles. So new patch last night, this new team that's formed off the roster changes, hoping that everything can come together now to have a big game against Virtus Pro. What a game it would be if they could steal something off of this team.
That would be an upset. That would be worth talking about for a while yet, but that is not the expectation. We are into the drafts, as you can see, and just to get it out there for anyone listening audibly, Viscus was banned by Fearless Furies. Virtus Pro went for the Lady Geist ban, as well as choosing Mirage Warden for them. Sinclair was chosen first and foremost for Fearless Furies, which is kind of interesting, and then Yamato and Holiday. We don't see him usually that early on in the draft. Early, I think we might have seen him second, but not first.
Calico's wide open right now for an opening draft pick. And this is something that we were talking about in the green rooms, that VP have been kind of focusing less at times on banning the Calico, maybe having the test on how good she still is with this new patch after the nerf last night, or how they can play against her, against other teams by leaving it open. I've noticed more bans towards the Viscus, so I do like that, but Fearless Furies with the Sinclair, Yamato, Holiday, very strong with the lockdown, the obviously the Hex that's going to be able to break up some of these team fights that Virtus Pro throw to them, and the scaling that Yamato is going to bring, that is solid for VP on the other side. Adding that Calico in, it doesn't shock me whatsoever. If she's going to be open for the second half or just before the second half, just lock it in. Don't leave it up to the bans.
Yeah, which is that a result of the patch, or is that Virtus Pro? I mean, not necessarily needing to worry about her, I suppose. The confidence is through the roof. They also didn't bother trying to get that out yesterday, right? So, but it might have moved down in priority, basically, and that's what we're here to see today. You're 12 hours after the new patch. Infernus was their next ban, which Infernus has, I think, been talked about a lot amongst the community as being now higher up in the priority. It was already decently high, right? Especially as responses to some characters. But then now that Wraith has also been nerfed, there is some discussion about, what is that better character for that position. And Lash comes out for Virtus Pro, so I'm speaking.
Yeah, easy pickup for Listic there. I think the Warden's going to be the Warden and Calico both. I think going into today was my biggest question on, how big the change does. It doesn't seem like the changes have impacted them as much as you look at the patch notes and you think it's going to change them. Still very strong, still very capable. We've obviously seen Warden players start to build more into the spirit to avoid just having the gun buff from what we've seen before. Helps with the ultimate just in general, but for Fearless Furies, I think building further in retaliation towards this after banning out the Kelvin. Makes me wonder where they're going in terms of, I was going to say playmaking potential. Bebop's right there alongside the Holiday for the lasso and the hooks, but I'm thinking more into frontline presence. We haven't seen some Mo and Curl. We have seen Abrams played quite a bit, so if they go into the Abrams pick, I think that could be, obviously it's a gamble if the Abrams gets ahead, but we've been seeing Abrams get played, and I'd like to see them have a little bit more presence to battle against those Wardens in the fights.
Yeah, Warden, you know, a lot of the times Sinclair is chosen for the Warden like counter, but also I think Sinclair is just like solid overall, right? So that's kind of taken care of already, but I'm looking at this Bebop coming in earlier than expected too. I mean, we have seen him, but maybe just not 4th, maybe 5th or 6th actually. And there are going to be obviously multiple ways to make those plays, to be able to grab someone right off the bat. Obviously try and take them out of the skies as well in the case of Lash, and then actually be able to cut them down to size. We have Shiv coming in as another, I think, solid pick. I don't think he's really changed in the priority, right? He didn't get hit by the patch, did he? It was Calico, no. Kelvin, Lady Geist, Viscous, and Warden and Wraith. There you go. So yeah, he's I think he's going to stay exactly where he is, which is usually pretty up there. But again, they decided to go for maybe a composition we've seen. It's just like the order of things are a little different for Fearless Furies.
Yeah, that's a solid pickup for Opcycle, who loves to play the Shiv as well. I think that, you know, you're just putting a very, I want to say a hero that, you know, Opcycle does love to play into your team. That's good. I think that Bebop shows me shades of maybe they learned their lesson yesterday against Overseas, who just was such an issue against them on that Bebop, and they're looking to use that against Virtus Pro. Obviously, if you can stop this Lash from at least shutting it or opening up some plays for Virtus Pro with those hooks, or get some opening hooks off those lanes, it could snowball into the further Guardians and Walkers for the Fearless Furies, but also to go for the Wraith on top of that. They have quite a lot of burst damage in the opening game. This is going to be a lot of strength towards the laning phase for Fearless Furies.
Yeah, their potential for getting the picks is pretty high. What do you think about the Vindicta with everything that was Vindicta on the board already? I mean, sure, it seems that she's actually well loved amongst all the regions now after a brief absence from being in the draft. But just picking her, last alongside Holiday, Bebop, even a Wraith now. I mean, maybe not as good as the counter as the Haze, but yeah, I'm wondering if there's going to be some difficulty actually getting her involved. If how much Fearless Fury is going to be able to try and catch her out. But then Pocket, obviously a great addition to any team fights, can open up a team fight in quite a big way with Affliction. So I'm not surprised there, the Lash Pocket combination that's solid, but
yeah. I mean, I like the Vindicta. I think it's going to be tough, especially if Fearless Furies and this Bebop pick is, really eyeing to take the space away from that Vindicta in the sky. However, when you look at the opening phases for Vindicta, who's going to start to get ahead or get active in these fights, I mean, it's going to be good for at least, making sure that the Sinclair can't be too active in those fights, especially if you're, forcing away those Spectral Assistant TPs early, or even with the Wraith, the very squishy characters over on Fearless Furies that you're looking to burst down. And with that Vindicta, it's going to make it hard, I'd say, for Fearless Furies to exist in these fights. But I think that just goes to show, just in general, when you have the Vindicta alongside a Pocket in a team fight, you go in for the Infliction. Eventually, those Assassinates are going to come into effect, and it's good cleanup to pair up alongside the heroes that Virtus Pro are bringing into into this composition, alongside the Warden as well, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you imagine a team fight with Virtus Pro's draft, and you can imagine this really beautiful execution. Lash throws down, Pocket Affliction, Vindicta snipes anyone who's already low, and then Warden just like last standing and cleaning things up as well. I mean, that would be the ideal image. I think we're going to get a lot of that just because we're also favoring Virtus Pro overall in this game. But there is that chance for Fearless Furies to get those picks, to make some plays. We'll see how good Bebop is. As we were saying yesterday with some amazing analysis, Bebop gets hooked good, Bebop doesn't get hooked bad. So that's going to be something to watch out for. But now we are getting into the game, as you can see. And we can start talking about how the lanes match up against each other.
Yeah, and I think that right away my eyes are going to focus to where this Shiv is paired up. And I can see that the Shiv alongside Sinclair over towards our right side, pairing up against a Calico and a Lash. I think that just in general, if you can get this Shiv ahead, it is going to create issues for Virtus Pro, but Virtus Pro answering it with the Calico and the Lash is going to make it very difficult for that Shiv to find those killing blows, especially considering that the Ava is going to be elusive, that the Lash is going to be able to skip across the map with those whips, and it's not going to be easy to finish. But it is a lot of pressure to deal with if you're Virtus Pro still. It's just trying to maintain that pressure and deny any success from Oppocycle.
Yeah. It was a ton of pressure being applied on that right side. But elsewhere is actually our first blood. On the left, looks like Bebop Wraith was having some difficulties against the Vindicta Warden, which I could definitely see. Wraith especially maybe not really finding her power spike until later on in the game. Mid is a real talking point a lot of the time. Yesterday, you open up that mid, for instance, if the Holiday portion right wins this mid lane, then opening it up, roaming around, being able to help the other lanes is very, very powerful. But it remains to be seen, because we're not just talking about the draft, talking about the lanes, we're just talking about the overwhelming pressure that Virtus Pro brings to a series just by nature of their name. The favoritism that goes to them is quite insane, and everyone acknowledges, right? It's not like some fake champion that's going to be dethroned anytime soon. No. So that's majority of what I'm worried about. Even if they do end up having difficulties, say in a lane, in I think one lane, maybe not the entire laning phase, I feel like they're going to be really good at compensating for it, right? Fixing whatever went wrong.
It's the final boss. And you want to go into the final boss with the utmost confidence. You want to make sure that you're prepared and, you have those strategies fleshed out. And this Fearless Furies team, especially considering you brought the best from Lotos and Sis Rejects from Volume 5, two teams that, we're fighting in the early or late phases. You mix it together, and you're hoping that can transfer into a conglomerate for more consistency against these teams. If you can actually shut them down, then it's an improvement when you're looking at this. Yes, you lose to one win in an 0-2 fashion, but then you look at Virtus Pro, you come with a little bit of strategy, a little bit more confidence getting that loss under your belt. You learn something, and even going 1-1 against VP would set you up for potentially making the playoffs this time.
Yes, with the group format we have going on, guys, just everyone playing everyone right, round robin, best of 2. It's going to come down to the numbers, and so one win against a favorite could be absolutely huge. Once again, the mid lane is really where a lot of the action is happening. Yes, a couple of people from Fearless Furies have gone down. I'm not sure it's impacted the overall state of their lane significantly enough compared to what we're seeing in middle lane, which absolutely these finds from Fearless Furies on Virtus Pro are really starting to add up, maybe to even a surprising fashion. And this could be perhaps where Fearless Furies find that little grab onto the ledge. The mid lane goes well for them, and then suddenly they are able to roam around and help out and take control while also suppressing Virtus Pro.
Yes.
But we do still have Wraith really struggling to get a foothold, just constantly taken out.
Can you imagine that is going to, say, level out as the game goes on, as the Wraith starts to solo farm? But this is a Fargrevko who is in trouble, and your Vindicta is starting to feel really good if you're Virtus Pro. Obicam, 4.6k, starting to get in towards the ultimates too, and we saw that from Fearless Furies, and I love that when you're going into lockdown compositions with the possible telekinesis, the lassos, the hooks, and even the hex that's going to interrupt quite a bit. Using them early, opening up those lanes, putting some pressure on towards those Guardians, and trying to stay ahead. That is important for Fearless Furies going into a comp like this, and you need to see it happen way more, just like we get right there, the telekinesis and hook combo.
Not quite able to finish him off as of yet. Then also just trying to maybe even, get some shots in, of course, trying to help out, distract, maybe split the attack damage, and hopefully they both survive. But if you both survive incredibly low, sometimes that feels kind of worse than just letting one person die, doesn't it? Because at least they could revive really quickly, come back, and help out. But now there's going to be constantly on watch mode, am I going to die anytime soon? But obviously that left lane went the way of Virtus Pro. The Guardian is already down. That's fantastic. I'm still really looking at this mid lane because we have the Yamato and Holiday just really outsoling Michaela S and Listic right now, the Pocket and the Lash, which I gotta say is also not very common I mean, as far as the setup, sure, whatever. I mean, Mikkel S. Mikkel S can sometimes have these games where he dies, and it's just like not that great for him. But he stays okay on souls, and so the rest of the game still is fine too. But that might not be happening in this one, because we do have a Death Slam come down. VP are doing well in the other lanes. No doubt about that. It is just the mid that maybe is where Fearless Furies can grab onto for the hope.
And Arian's going to get hunted down too by Demov, so you start to see VP pulling ahead towards those outside lanes. And I think you bring up a good point, even for Mikkel S. It might be slow at the start for this, especially when you're playing up against the Holiday. A couple good lassos from Ayano, and it's very hard to just live in those scenarios. For Pocket, however, Mikkel S just needs one good team fight, an Affliction, and that's your job set to set up all of your carries in terms of, you know, Obakim, Zergi, and maybe even Sherrick or Demov to put the rest away. And you know you're not the one who's going to need to scale up fully. So as long as you hit that good Affliction, that's where the Pocket's going to come in handy later on.
No doubt about that. That is always the nice thing to look at. It's just kind of surprising. As we were talking, Fearless Furies coming in as the underdog. Mikkel S, definitely one of the most popularly talked about players. Popularly streamed, just also super solid professional. And it's just one of those rare occurrences you're pointing out, like, hey, this mid is problematic despite having these great names on them. But it is the case, though. I keep saying it's problematic for VP. The Guardian did go down. I don't think, as we get finally going down as well, Ballistic is going to be traded out, however. And a little bit more after that, in fact. The Shiv is in some massive trouble. Not much more they can do. So they're going to go down as well. Some players trying to get involved, but that might be, one bridge too far. Not worth getting involved. But trying to speak about the involvement. That mid lane, maybe VP was going to have some trouble there. The Fearless Furies combination that was in the middle haven't really been able to widen their reach. The Holiday hasn't been roaming around, helping some of these other lanes, and that's what I was hoping would kind of compound. As it happened, we still have difficulties on the lanes, and we got a nice Hyper Beam also looking for some more kills as we look back onto the right side.
That is a great moment for Fargreco, too. You stop any sort of early presence into damaging that Guardian, you keep it intact, and you are slowing down the opportunity to boast that flex slot early from Virtus Pro, but it's not going to stop just yet. We're still in a very back and forth fight. It was an early last down from Zergi that procs some space given out of Fearless Fury, so good back and forth happening towards the right side of the map while everybody else is trying to figure out how to open up potential walker takes through the left side or middle. And I think it's going to be very telling towards this fight. Who's going to come out with this next Guardian?
Yes, and Demov the Calico looking pretty set up for some great fights. Not able to quite complete the last one, forced to back away. And his position does go down. Things are getting a little too hectic. I think this far pushed in to Virtus Pro's side. So gonna have to move away from that, kind of give up that space, go back to the Guardian and hope that it kind of stalemates a little bit more. The Holiday eventually coming, yes, absolutely. They were roaming around a little bit, finally came in to try and help out. Not gonna be able to do quite enough. As Shiv goes down too. A lot of the focus over on this right side, trying to get the Guardian, has opened up an opportunity perhaps for Virtus Pro to grab the left side. Wraith was trying to go for it, or Fearless Furies grabbed the left side, excuse me. Wraith is trying to go for it, but Mikkel S, he's on the defense, so not going to lose that Guardian. Walker also defended in mid lane. It's all about the right side. Yeah,
I think that this pocket pick is going to be great for at least keeping those troops bound. Good wave clear. I think that was a moment for Fearless Furies that you'd like to get back. A little over-aggressive past that Guardian. You get caught out if you're Arian. And you're allowing a lot for Virtus Pro inside of these team fights to potentially clear and push into that Guardian at the side. Eplifine, you have to look at him because this Yamato up to 10k souls is far beyond some of the players of Virtus Pro for this early game. So if Eplifine can stay on this course, it is going to be something where this Yamato is going to be very, very handy for when these team fights do get involved towards your earn fights or your walker fights.
Yeah, it is a very good point to bring up. We've seen Yamato really contributing heavily to team victories overall. It is still kind of worrying seeing some of the other characters sort of fall down in the Soul Collection, though, as VP is starting to make a bit of a longer bridge here. Now up 7k in the Souls, grabbing a Guardian finally too. We have that patch, so now we need all 3 Walkers and all 3 Guardians to actually get that flex slot, right? So that is a pretty big change up. We're paying attention to how that works out as we actually have to clear the map a little more. Shadow Transformation to make sure that Overcome is taken down without dying to the Walker. Ideally, he did not, not being able to be stunned. Parry, expectation didn't quite work out, and now we're on a 2-on-1, so Yamato is at the end of the line. Meanwhile, friendly Guardian on the right side, taken out by Apocal. And some more fights happening on the left, yes, because that was starting to get a little worrisome for the Walker, by the way, on Fearless Furies, but they are covering at this point.
You have to give some props to Amplify. I mean, holding your life that long with the Shadow Transformation, especially against both Dimov and Zergy, it delays so much in terms of moving this urn from left to right. It's still going to be Zergy collecting and returning the urn for Virtus Pro as the first urn is going to be collected, but having that 2v1 last so long for Amplify just gives numbers for the rest of your team across the map in different areas. And for Fearless Furies, they're able to secure that left side Guardian and the right side Guardian. So now with all Guardians gone for Virtus Pro, it's a flex slot for Fearless Furies first.
Exactly, yes. If Fearless Furies can continue in that objective hunt, then I'm less worried about the soul difference. Like, that could be bridged, but can they continue with that? I mean, the longer the game goes, I think the expectation is that the more favored team would win, even maybe the draft necessarily dictate that. But we'll see. We'll see. The push coming in from Fearless Furies from the get-go has actually been quite impressive. Going back to that mid lane, that ended up being a bit problematic for Virtus Pro. But Virtus Pro, you could get their eyes set on that last Guardian at some point in time right now on either ends of the map, dueling. But they could set their sights on that and take it out.
I think I've been impressed in general for Fearless Furies in their duels. There's a lot to be desired for team fights right now. So many decisions that are being made to overextend past objectives or into lanes that the wave just isn't there caught up with you, and 2v1s that you just aren't going to escape, and you're trying to bolster some hero performance out of these high farming individuals on Fearless Furies that just isn't giving way to Virtus Pro faltering in any way. Virtus Pro doing a fantastic job at rotating together, playing these 2v1s, pushing into the walkers now, and keeping a fantastic macro across the map.
Yeah, that does seem to be the macro problem is real. Guardians have evened up, and now he's set our sights on walkers. Virtus Pro able to find the first one, and even maybe getting that second one on the left side. 2-on-1 only the Holiday here to defend, which frankly is nice enough. Threat the lasso into the walker is a bit extreme. Now even Bebop coming along, so Ditto on the hook, right? Means you're going to have to be very careful how you approach that walker kill, but obviously that is Virtus Pro continuing leading despite some early game difficulties that did not last very long. Objectives have gone their way at this point, as well as the souls now heavily in Virtus Pro's lead. So yeah, Amplify is doing great on Yamato as far as the souls, but is that going to be enough to impact everything in this game? And Virtus Pro just have it across the board.
But now we're kind of getting into that big brain analysis that we were saying before. I haven't really been seeing those hooks from Fargar Echo very often. Bebop's getting chased down. You can see that, some key factors in this composition are falling behind, especially in farming aspects or the scaling that you would like to see, especially, for Arian. Of course, you don't need the Sinclair to be quite buffed up compared to others, but I don't think just in general we've seen Arian really landing too many important hexes, or Fargar Echo hitting those hooks in lane to try to displace some of these VP members. And it is so consistent from VP when you just look at everybody getting involved in their lanes, their waves, stealing jungles, and even for MKLS here, he is deep inside of Fearless Fury's side, grabbing any sort of souls that he can stay away from these camps. So Fearless Furies, you can start to see them falling behind early in this game, and it's 15 minutes in. They have to look for some area of the map where they can bring this one back, or start to bring this one back. And with the urn being moved right to left now, You want to get these waves all healthy on the right side and see if you can stack the left to combat this. You don't really want to give up this urn because that's when VP are going to start to scale even further past you.
Yeah, you know, I'm just getting flashbacks to yesterday whenever we saw VP get ahead. It might take a little while longer just as far as their great expectation for how good they are, but they do. And then it feels like once they've gotten those Guardians down, everything else topples so quickly after that, even if they also have all their Guardians down, right? So it's not that issue. It's just their team coordination starts to really hit. Perhaps their draft really starts to pop off in the mid game as well. Their map presence starts to become oppressive, right? As you were pointing out, suddenly Fearless Fury's farm's getting stolen. They don't have the lanes pushed, so they don't have that scouting either to know exactly where their opponent is coming in from, which I guess you could say that is kind of missing from their draft, when a Calico is usually pretty good at getting that scouting done as well. We do have a little pushback from Fearless Furies on the left side as far as the lane goes, but watching how this fight is ensuing, I don't think it's a big pushback.
You drop the urn, you group together, you collapse, and you can see how the fights are happening. Obicam on the outside with the assistance should be able to assassinate Knockman, and you do. So, urn now for Zergy to be recovered once more to try this again off of the 30-second timer that you do see for a few of these members of Fearless Fury now counting down. It is an offensive urn, and as soon as this walker on the left side does go down between Sherrick and Dimov, that's going to make it even easier to push this urn into the left side of the map. Middle is going to be the focus now for a few of them. So you do have the Death Slam available for Ballistic. He's alone. He's not going to use it just yet. When the team is here, though, it's a perfect time to use this ult. Or get caught out. That is a good trade.
Yeah, that was nice. Taking away that option is going to make the entire group fight a little more difficult. I mean, they lost the initiator, right? So a little more difficult. Maybe Fearless Furies can find something. They still have that Walker to support, too. Although it doesn't seem to be enough of an impact. Only one going down. Virtus Pro right there. Meanwhile, 3 going down. And we even have this very aggressive Warden. Whoa, Zergy getting behind the Walker. He last stands to chase someone down. I mean, this is just opening up the Walker. No one was there defending because they were pushed back so far into their own base despite the Guardian still being up, and Zergy is not done yet.
The last stand alone was disgusting, and then the Binding Word landing, the Flask as well, and Opocycle finally finishes off Zergy, but that's 30 seconds bought for the teams, like you said. Drop that Walker and further their lead on this map, and it's something to be talked about for Deadlock, that you don't usually see comebacks at this point in time, because even with the objectives around that you want Fearless Furies to push for, Virtus Pro are going to be the first ones there. They're going to be able to dictate the pace of this game now. The rhythm is in their favor, and you saw how much needed to be used just to take down Listic alone through that middle lane. And after that happened, you expended so much, you were so weak that the rest of Virtus Pro just collapses on you, and there's nothing you can do about it. You have to focus somebody down, but even then, you're not guaranteed the team fight at the advantage.
Honestly, I missed how Zergy got that far back, if it was intentional, or I found it funny if he got hooked. It was like a I'm not in here with you, you're in here with me situation. For Zergy, I'm not sure he would care, right? Like, the biggest threat to him perhaps is still that Yamato. I mean, Ray's done a good job on that farming you're bringing up, hopefully kind of getting back into action, but I don't know, the Warden is farmed quite well, and obviously has a lot of support too, but can just stand on their own for a very long time.
And I think with this recent patch too, it's going to make it even harder for the comeback that you do see for players or teams just getting behind, because we talked about, at least before this patch, you know, when you're down in scenarios like this, you want to split push to try to steal that Walker, but now that you need 3 Walkers just to further those flex slots, at least to get a third one, it's not a guarantee, and it's hard enough to get 1 single Walker when you're behind. To get 3 of them feels impossible at a moment like this, and I think for teams, they're going to find that being behind this far with this recent patch and those flex slots, the itemization being even more difficult to achieve, that will allow teams that get ahead to snowball further, and we're seeing that from Virtus Pro in this game. They're reaching a point in time where their itemization, their map presence, and their just keen sense for objective is keeping them into a place where they're looking to put this one away fast.
Maybe you had to try and do something about mid, but what they tried unfortunately failed. And the urn was not taken fast enough. That could have been an opening for an urn. Maybe it can still. No, they can't rush it. They got to fight for it now, so it's absolutely not going to be an opening. Oh, they tried to go for it. Oh, that actually works out. It actually works out. Not close enough to get that punch. Actually ends up getting the cap, but it's small potatoes, isn't it?
It's all that for a drop of blood.
Yeah, exactly. Not a big deal. I was going to talk about trying to push these lanes is so difficult. You're talking about how it's now even more difficult to get 3 walkers compared to 2. But I was checking out Arian and is that Fangarecto, the Bebop? We're a little blurry here on this side. My apologies. But the souls for them, I wonder if they're even close to getting to a flex slot point. Which is not to call them out specifically like, hey guys, you're not doing very well. It's just another sign that things have been going very, very poorly for a long time. That, yeah, a lot of their team has needed those flex slots, but I'm not even sure they're going all the way deep into that. Regardless, the team has not been doing well as a whole. We've had like a 30, 45k soul lead for a lot of the game at this point, and Virtus Pro is just looking to get it done.
Salt in the wounds for the fight in the pit. Sherik Zergi is going to decimate and topple this Empire. Fearless Furies fall in game 1. A near sub 22-minute game to open up for Virtus Pro in their second match of the day. And that is the expectation for this team that looks so lights out in Volume 6. A team that you have expectations. Everybody has expectations to be towards the top of the, at least, standings going into the playoffs and possibly even beyond that. And for games like that, they're just further pushing that narrative that they are the one of, if not the best in Europe.
Yeah. They are. If Abrahams isn't around, and then Abraham seems to have gotten under their skin in some type of way. So, some of the build up to that match that will happen in groups eventually, and then maybe in the playoff finale as well. While you're in groups, maybe this is the time to do that practicing I was talking about yesterday with ZP, which is like, you're not going to disrespect your opponents, of course, but for Virtus Pro, there's a little more of that flexibility here where they kind of just protect their game. It hasn't called out the ball for them where they need to make sure that everything is absolutely perfect. All of their guys are on their best heroes possible. There's a little more flexibility in that and how they can experiment. And I'm saying they did it here. I think they just continue to show what we know that they're good at, which is getting a lead and continuing with it. But that's the approach they can kind of be taking. Whereas Fearless Furies, obviously, they know from minute 0 or even sub-0 because of the draft too, right? That they need to be absolutely on point, take the wins where they can find them, and then those losses they take, they need to mitigate how much of a loss it is. And I think maybe that's kind of the combination that led to the eventual disaster just for the first 8 minutes of this game. The win in the middle looked nice, but it wasn't like a super big one. They didn't just take the Guardian immediately, right? But the lanes on the side, they could not hold up. And that, I suppose, just outweighed anything that was happening in mid. And I do think that just no matter what the draft looks like, late game, mid game, early game drafts, I just feel like Virtus Pro, by nature of themselves and their great communication, they're always going to like any type of longer games because they're almost always going to win them, aren't they?
Yeah. And I think that's just what we were talking about towards the start of this game, is that it's nice to win the mid lane, especially if you're Eplifine or Yano. A fantastic duo between the Holiday and the Yamato. Great lassos. You had the Yamato farming exponentially in comparison to everybody else in that early game. But when you are almost holding the lead through that middle lane still, as Virtus Pro, keeping the attention of 2 of the better players coming out of that laning phase, the Yamato or the Holiday had no opportunities to rotate or roam to assist the outside lines. And you saw that Fargarecko was getting behind, Arian was getting behind. You didn't get too much out of the Sinclair. The hooks weren't locking down kills for Apocycle like you would have hoped to. And when you fall behind towards the outside and, the players who are starting to get ahead aren't able to assist with that, Virtus Pro just do a good job at holding your attention and keeping you pinned into scenarios where you're not really able to do too much. So for that game one, I mean, the dueling was nice. I'd say that there was a couple team fights where you saw that Fearless Furies were overstaying their welcome or overextending into areas of the map where I don't think they should have been. And those mistakes really helped usher in an advantage for Virtus Pro, especially towards those outside lanes coming out of that laning phase. So going into the second one, I think that you're looking at this to have a little bit more of a stable composition, less reliability on those big moments out of your Bebop or, possibly even the Sinclair 2 to make big supportive plays or setup plays. You play around just some fundamental deadlock, working your lanes, scaling up, denying anything really towards Virtus Pro for them to get ahead. And I think that the longer the game goes on, the more potential you have for Fearless Furies. If you're trying to match the pace and the rhythm that Virtus Pro is going to be giving or wanting to take, it's just something where they look so good at executing as quick as possible, and not a lot of teams can mimic that.
Yeah, sometimes when we have these matches, we'll talk about like, well, they're having so much trouble in the early game, in the laning phase. Make sure you don't have that trouble and then see what happens after. And every time it's been like, well, it didn't really matter. I mean, I guess they did better in the laning phase, but Virtus Pro still won. So this is one of those damned if you do, damned if you don't situations where it feels like there's not a strong enough win for you at any point against Virtus Pro to then take that and roll with it. So if you draft towards the early game, maybe it looks better than some other matches versus Virtus Pro, but it's not going to snowball. Or if you draft for the late game, they might not even let you get to the late game, right? They're going to kill you before then. So, I mean, very difficult for everyone going up against Virtus Pro in general. Yeah. Once again, Fearless Furies prioritizing the Sinclair with their they got first 2 picks. So, but it's they got Warden too, though. So it's not going to have to be a counter Warden. And then Lady Geist was banned this time around for Fearless Furies. Actually, that's the opposite of what happened last time, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was Virtus Pro. Game 1 bans the Lady Geist right away. Viscous was the focus point for Fearless Furies for their ban initially. To make matters worse, off of Amplifine, who was playing fantastic in Game 1, VP straight up banned the Yamato. Take that one away. So that makes me wonder where Amplifine's going to go towards for this next game. But the Warden's going to be a great pickup in substitution for the Yamato to have those big ticket moments, to have the big impact from a hero on your team. Makes me wonder if now that Viscous is open, that's something that Virtus Pro do look towards for their initial, but they're going to go for the Calico and the Vindicta, where Furies, almost went for the Furries too, they go for the Holiday as their third pick.
You know what? They gave us a tongue twister, so they need at least like 5% of the blame on this one. The Holiday comes in, they had a lot of good presence with that Holiday, or good pressure, sorry. And then the presence wasn't as much as I was hoping for, actually. So I do still like that pick, and obviously she's a strong pick overall, but if the situation happens again where they do end up winning mid, if there can be some, I guess, more significant impact on the outer lanes, just thinking this is how they're going to play again, that's where I feel like the losses don't start to accumulate as early on. But they did start pretty early on, really recounting that game. It was like kind of even-ish. Then there was like a 5K difference, 8K, 12K. Like it was steady. And then it was like a deep dive on a graph. You're looking at it. But maybe that can be kind of held off a little bit more if Holiday gets another opportunity like they did last game.
I feel like if eventually we get to have in the API for Deadlock a way to look at a time lapse of a graph for the souls across a game, it would be really cool to see teams, especially who wins those souls early and who wins the souls late, and how that change up towards the laning phase is for teams as they're able to handle the macro a little bit more than the micro that we do see for the start of it. I think for Virtus Pro, that's where you really see them excel, is when that macro does come into play, that they're so good at rotating efficiently to assist each other in their lanes, and that becomes almost suffocating to watch for the other side. In that game in particular, it really felt suffocating for some of the members of Fearless Furies. But so far, I'd say for their drafting phase right now, I'm not too upset with what I'm seeing from this team, because especially for the Fearless Furies, I mean, you take the Lash and the Warden now away from Virtus Pro from game number 1. You still get that Holiday. Maybe the Sinclair has a little bit better go in this game number 2. It's just possibly chalk it up to a bad start, but you take the lash away from Listic, you give it over towards Eplifine, who had his Yamato banned. And we've seen, at least against one win, Eplifine play very well on this lash roll.
Yeah. And I was looking at Virtus Pro's picks and bans, and they did end up banning Pocket, which they usually can give to Mikkel S, as we saw in the last game. But I guess this time around, he is going to be on that Shiv. And then grabbing the Kelvin, it's kind of interesting. I guess the last game, not really seeing that as priority, right? But most people still consider Kelvin pretty up there in the priority. I know he also got hit by the patch, but we're still talking about some really good objective capping when it comes to Kelvin, as well as great support. Obakim actually on Kelvin, I think is, I don't want to say it because I'm not experienced enough, but maybe the best support. His heals are always out of this world whenever you look at the post-game data. So that's pretty scary for me. I wonder if they're going to go for a Bebop. Now, I'm just seeing 7, by the way, so I brought it out. But Virtus Pro have played it. They could bring it out here, unless you think they need something else.
No, I think that Bebop would at least give some troubles to Fearless Furies, especially since we've seen them struggle against the Bebop against one win yesterday when Obi Overseas was playing it. You have the Calico, you have the Shiv. Those are going to be very tough to brawl against, at least if you're going to be putting them in solo lanes later on as the game goes on to find that extra farm, or even in the early game when you're pairing maybe the Shiv up with the Vindicta or the Calico alongside the Shiv would most likely go with the Kelvin. I'd say that you put the Vindicta alongside the Calico, but for everything that I saw, I was kind of leading into maybe pushing into more lockdown for Virtus Pro. The telekinesis does give you a small margin, a sliver of time for you to hit that mark for the lockdown, but I wasn't expecting them to go for the Wraith, especially considering how much burst you already have between the Calico, the Vindicta, as well as the Shiv.
I guess the Infernus was maybe a choice for them too towards a later stage of the draft, but it was taken by Fearless Furies. So it does seem like without Infernus, it's Wraith in a lot of situations. So I think they're pretty comfortable with that, right? Like, I think Sergey can play her as well, if I am remembering correctly, and it's pretty damn good. I was thinking during, your conversation about Fearless Furies and the drafting, I said that Obakim was going to be on Kelvin. That isn't always the case because he does also play the Vindicta. So we're back to who's going to be on who, and as far as Virtus Pro, who have to be the most studied team, by the way. So I expect a lot of the teams facing them to have some counter drafts in mind, but I just don't think you're ever going to be able to counter draft so significantly, even if it ended up perfect exactly how you envisioned, to really just be better than mechanically.
I was going to say too, we were talking about it for Virtus Pro. This team has been together since November of 2024, and without that, they're going to have a lot of depth. It's hard to counter anything that this team does bring, because I think that's one thing that Virtus Pro, and you saw it too a little bit for Hydra Nation, is that it's hard to ban around teams like that who are together and who have that much depth in their heroes, because like players like Obakim have multiple different heroes that they can play, so they have a backup, and they have a backup to that backup. And you see that for VP, that you have a lot of different players who can play different heroes, and that switch up does make it hard for you to target really into them. And on the other side for VP, it makes it very easy for them to target players on other teams when they can go to, take something that they might be good at, but they know that the other team really excels at. So you target that one, and for Fearless Furies, possibly that was what you're looking at for this Yamato. Force Eplifine over towards this Lash, and see if you can play a little bit better against that Lash than you did against the Yamato, which you did just win for. So for VP, they're feeling good about this draft. I'm a little bit worried towards the 7. I guess you don't have to worry about a Sinclair being on the other side to copy your ultimate, but I don't think, at least throughout yesterday or today, I have seen the impact from 7s that I would really like to feel confident in this pick. And, you pair it up with an Infernus, where do those souls go?
Right. Yeah, that's the question I was going to ask as well. And I agree. It feels like 7, it's not that he should be down in the list with like a Dynamo or something, right? He's not bad. It's just that it does feel like anytime we start talking about the potential of a 7, it's just grappled away for one way or another, taken out of the sky, knocked down before he gets I was going to call it Insufferable, which would be a hilarious name for it, but now I can't remember the actual name for the item. But anyways, until he can't be stunned is what I'm trying to say. And then even then, it seems like it doesn't ever get to that perfect opportunity where the ultimate really gets to shine. But obviously with some stun as well. We can talk about him in the laning phase and see if he can do well there for Fearless Furies. Unstoppable.
Give him everything you got.
I got there.
I think, you know, and this is what I like about the laning phase too, is, you know, for Fearless Furies, obviously it looks like you're going to be putting Arian alongside Amplifying towards mid, but you pair this 7 with a Warden against the Calico and Vindicta. You try taking flight as a Vindicta when you have to worry about the static charge and the Biting Word. Both of those stuns alone, in, I'd say, practice, and when you put it on pen and paper, it should be good. It should be a great matchup there for Fearless Furies.
Should at the very least be annoying, right? Then you feel like you just constantly can't get close, which, I mean, to be fair, it doesn't have to get that close, so there is that, but still, you get close for like 1 second, and then you're going to get stunned, and then Binding Word can, depending on the timing, can affect that as well. It just, maybe it doesn't make as much playable room there on that left lane. But I owed because I was wondering who was going to be on the Vindicta and the Kelvin. Obigum is on the Kelvin. It is Mikkel S on Vindicta, and I don't remember if this is something we've seen before, unfortunately, but that's always neat to see. Again, I think they've just been playing more with different characters and different heroes, and different people on them, so it's fun. We'll see how that's going to look out, and see if that pops off for him. But elsewhere, right, we talked about the difficulty of the left lane. Let's talk about the mid lane, where we do have that Holiday once again. So I was saying maybe if they could get some of that early start that looked promising like last game, and then they were able to kind of follow through with it a bit more, can that actually result in something with another attempt? So far, doesn't actually need to be the case. They're actually not applying as much pressure in that mid lane to Virtus Pro.
Yeah, and for your question for Michaelas, last time in Volume 5 when we did see this VP team, Michaelas played quite a bit of Vindicta, a lot of Lady Geist, and you even saw it towards the finals versus Paravision. 2 out of the 3 games, you had Michaelas on that Vindicta, and it was lights out.
Okay, all right, now I'm going to look forward to it. As far as a very positive thing for them. But that's going to take a little while until Assassinate comes up, then maybe... Again, that left lane can be very, very difficult, but Assassinate will eventually be able to come in through on the group fights. The Shiv Kelvin lane is kind of notoriously difficult. I know ZP was saying that people have kind of figured out a little bit more how to deal with it, so it's not as oppressive. Ooh! Okay, nicely done. Listic is taken out, getting a good opportunity there as Ayano. But oh no, not if the Kelvin grabs you. Good pounce pad, good pounce pad. Even get to return Keg, actually. Oh no, it still goes... Okay, well, I thought Ayano was scot-free, but he wasn't.
It's just a little Kobe with the frozen grenade, and surprisingly a lot of damage. And for Kelvin, you won't expect that slow from at least the Arctic Beam, but the frozen grenade untouched is going to be something you still have to worry about. And the healing that Obicam puts up, yeah, you brought it up. That is something that is going to be very feared alongside. Good telekinesis though, and as far Greco actually copies it onto Zergy, so you catch that over towards the right side. You're now looking to isolate another 1 versus 2 in Sherrick on the opposite end, but it's a trade. Navakin's going to come ahead for this one. You push further towards that right side walker, and now off of the respawn, at least for Far Greco, you can dedicate yourself to the left side to stack and see if you can snowball for these outer lanes.
All right, okay. This is like a weird flip, right? Where like Fierce Furies, you're actually doing some good pressure on the outer lanes, and then it's mid that's having a little bit more trouble against the deadly combination. But that is interesting. Bridge buffs are up. We are going to have some fight over that, perhaps. Looks like Infernus or maybe the Holiday will be able to grab that first and foremost. And the spear buff on the left side, not yet contested. Still a little too much happening in the lanes to make some time for that. But with a pick off in the middle, maybe mid could go for it. Okay, left side getting pushed heavily. Fearless Furies. Yeah, getting some potential on the outer ends.
I love that copy into the Assassinate. I mean, you don't normally see that very often from Sinclair, but Michaelis is going to be hunted down. This is fantastic for the outer lane of Fearless Furies. However, you do see that you are getting an answer now from Virtus Pro, at least on the right side. They're able to trade for Guardians. Lots of mid damage coming out from Virtus Pro too, so you're walking on eggshells right now if you're amplifying alongside Ayano. You go down here, you're threatened to lose your second Guardian, and you can start to see that VP, they recognize that, and they are moving players towards mid to see if they can handle it.
Yes, they are. Furnace had to go clear up the right side. At least the call was made that there wasn't that much pressure on the right. So Fearless Furies isn't over-defending the right side. They do need as many people as they can get into mid. So the Magician is back in mid. Can try and help out here. I got a Vindicta with Assassinate, not quite ready to go. This fight isn't concluding soon, so that will be available. Gareco looking for a good honest reputation as well. Seems like this will be a bit of a stalemate. Enough people from Fearless Furies were able to respond.
And you're worried about Ayano still having that lasso and Gareco with the copies, so those are two things that if you push that, you're most likely going to struggle underneath Guardian, and you can see instead Fearless Furies are going to look to use that to see if you can answer into a Guardian take of your own. So Static Charge looking to catch Zergy. Gareco gets knocked down underneath Guardian, and suddenly VP are pushing forward with sheer will and strength.
A lot of damage being done. Another one might be going down. Aggressive teleport to make sure the Arian does in fact fall. And now it is only the Lash to defend. Oh, more support's coming, but it might be a little too late. Seems the call has been made. The Guardian is a goner. Not going to try and take that fight on. Pretty aggressive Sinclair. Didn't get the memo, or just... I'm actually not sure why they were in the midst of that battle.
Yeah, I mean, you have two very key ultimates to use there in terms of that copy, as well as Ayano's lasso was not invested at all, even under the Guardian. You push that, you think that you're trying to figure out a way to pick one of these players from Virtus Pro and open up that opportunity, but you walk away without using either of them, and then Gareco tosses it in a last-ditch effort. That is something of a miscommunication. That is not what you like to see for Fearless Furies. And now you're getting caught out with the telekinesis, so it just makes matters worse.
Dude, Zergy is on the hunt. He does not like magicians. They scarred him early on in his childhood.
I don't know how they do it.
Yeah. I just want to know how he does it, man. He's a mind freak. Anyways, the 7 ult. With the Binding Word, however, this is going to be a bit brutal on the Vindicta. I was going to say, it seems like she's totally cool, calm, and collected. Mikkel S, Vindicta, confidence, just being okay. Under the 7 ult, finally goes for the Assassinate. Things are starting to turn back in Virtus Pro's favor, by the way. I do want to mention that there was, I think, a 5k lead at one point for Fearless Furies when they were still pushing and taking objectives pretty well. Now it is turning back in Virtus Pro's favor.
No way into the slash in a parry to stop you from punching the vending machine. And that is a big brain play from Dimov. That is a unfortunato for Gareco. You just got 200 IQ'd in that moment. That is lovely to see for VP, that you're thinking that deep into those small mechanical moments. But yeah, I think there was a lull for Fearless Furies, that you missed an opportunity to really pull ahead in this game, especially for that mid take towards the Guardian. That's where those ultimates and that proactivity really comes into effect. And now on the other side for Virtus Pro, where you say they're pulling ahead, that third Guardian goes down, first flex slot opens up, and a 10k soul lead for them to start to push further into their next wave of items. That's just gonna start this snowball that we're used to seeing from them.
Yeah, Arian 7 is really struggling on the farm at this point. Perhaps leading to just a lot of comfortableness even being under the ultimate. That is concerning. I also want to say that Gareco is just... I think what's happening is that... So Sinclair has excellent escape, right? If they place their assistant... Okay, nicely done. Gets the bridge buff. Might go for the Kelvin as well. Frozen Shelter to try and help. I think the Magician is gonna win out, or at least survive, maybe able to escape. But I'll get to my point after this battle concludes. Yes, the escape looks possible. Actually, go back in the hunt. Kelvin got low enough. Gareco hoping for something in his favor finally, and he does find it. So some trades going down on both ends, but Gareco, I don't think he's anticipating needing to put his assistant down in a very secure location. Because usually you see, oh my gosh, the Sinclair is in trouble, gotta run away, and he does. He's like way back in base or something with his assistant. That's just not happening for him as of yet. I think he'll fix that. I think he'll fix it. Great lasso, stun as well, and then the Hex. Yeah, okay, Zergy, you kind of, maybe that was fair enough. Gareco kind of needed that.
Listic is trading, and if you stay alive, this will most likely lead to the Walker as well as a delayed urn run that you were looking for from Fearless Furies. They seemingly still want to push towards this. D-Mob from the static charge, not going to get chased. Arian drops, and you're wondering, do they get the urn? They do. However, they are losing so much in terms of space across the map. On the right side, you have Obicam pushing into the Walker. Steelistic shredding you and slashing you to bits. Ayano's going to get finished off with the killing blow as that rage is immense. Eplifine finally puts it to rest. However, the rest of your team is not doing well.
Sergey's like, you what, mate? Can't believe you killed me. He's still on the hunt. Magician goes down. Eplifine goes down on our screens as well, and this, I think you're right, is like, you know, they got the urn. Not exactly at what cost, because it wasn't them trying to protect the urn, I think, that got him in trouble. It just, everything else was already so pushed. There were so many opportunities for Virtus Pro available in these fights that were going down. Another one's going to, yeah, 7 stands no chance. 12k versus 8.4k, but also just telekinesis available and all that. Zergi's going to be on the hunt. He's going to find any attempts for Arian to try and sneak in maybe some of that farming and just obliterate him.
Hey, he can. I mean, you can stat check almost anybody on this team right now, as if that telekinesis hits and it's available. And you know, you look at that cooldown is already up again. So this Wraith is starting to become quite the issue. And you still haven't got your first flex slot opened up right now if you're Fearless Furies. So a lot of focus should go into this next team fight, making sure that you're not getting caught overextended and isolated into 1vx scenarios. As long as you can keep your lives, try to bait out a mistake from, you know, Zergi, who may be hunting you. And this could be a moment for you to then get this Guardian and to start pulling things back. You're totally not out of this just yet. You're only down 12k, 13k souls. So you give it good time. One solid team fight that you really set up and knock home. And you could find yourself right back into this game. But this next engage, wherever you find yourself, is going to be very telling on how this game will end.
I think you're right. Like the next, unless it's just like a 1-for-1 or something, but if it's as bad as I think we can all predict, then Fearless Furies might lose even more of that map presence, might lose some walkers, and then it is that snowball that is apparent in every VP game in this tournament so far. And that is 1v1 so far, but yeah, more people fall in. Actually, some trading out happening. This is not as bad as it could have been. It could be getting worse.
It might be worse.
Listic is on the hunt. That Warden's getting awfully low. Killing blow. He didn't have to be used. He just went down without it.
It's like I said last game. So much to invest just to take down Obicam that you forget about Listic, who's right around the corner, full HP, and waiting for this to be finished out so he can then start to get involved towards these fights. Ultimate from Eplifine is going to drop them underneath the Walker, but you are walking past it. You don't care whatsoever. And you can start to see things skewing in terms of these team fights back into the favor of Virtus Pro to look to finish off this game too. Just like you did in game number 1. And I didn't mind that at all for Fearless Furies. They went into that fight with a great idea. You force out the Snow Globe early, the Frozen Shelter from Obicam. You copy it if you're Fargareco, and you answer back with one of your own to keep your team healthy in that team fight within the Dedison camp. But after it's all done, and you haven't touched Eplifine, who is just hiding behind a wall. Obicam goes down, and you're reeling for any sort of safety because you've invested way too much.
Yeah. One thing I wanted to note is that Nakaman, the Infernus here, like, they're doing okay. Compared to the rest of their team, they're in Gret and Souls, right? We don't want to see with an Infernus, matching some of the powerful players on Virtus Pro. That's well and good, but it feels like a lot of this game has been unfortunately relegated to some of the defenses, cleaning up the lanes, maybe contributing to some of the souls, right? But cleaning up the lanes and not really being so actionable that we see like the Infernus impact in every one of these fights. Even that last team fight, even though I think he was there, not quite from the beginning, but there for a while, still really wasn't able to get something big, like a big combustion, right? A big stun on the opposing team, so despite doing all right in Souls, having some good items, just not being able to be as impactful as you would need, you know, the real star player, the real carry, I think that you would need up against Virtus Pro, who are once again allocating correctly as far as the Souls, communicating correctly, getting the objectives, as well as an urn here, since they're applying so much pressure to the Walker. That urn was actually very free. Virtus Pro, they're going to lose a Walker in turn, so that is something, as well as the Guardian finally going down.
Okay.
That's good. but we're still talking about this 20k bridge, and we could still have some problems as far as keeping your characters alive.
This is a great start, and you should be able to finish off Sherrick as well. So it's something to talk about. It's a lot better than Game 1 already from Fearless Furies. It's just a lot of these individual fights that you're losing along the way is something that we continue to talk about, where VP are stat checking you and hunting you across the map. Zergi's can collect yet another one. Here comes the combustive combustion alongside that, but you're just running now for Namakin. It doesn't amount to anything. What?
I feel like when the Calico kind of doesn't mind running away from the combustion, that's just like a warning sign. You're like, well, why did you let me do that? You could have run away. I think you were just about out of range. It's like, well, everyone else is coming, and you're doomed anyway. Zergi does go down to total power out of the team fight. Binding word on Dimov, but not to any follow-up, and it's just Fearless Furies down to 3 as they no longer have the Guardians, obviously, no longer have the Walkers, and the next opportunity, well, either mid, which we did have just a ping on mid, or obviously one of the base Guardians, or really both, because I think mid and then Guardians is absolutely the play here.
It's not a binding word to help kill. It's a binding word to just stay alive. Dimov.
Right.
Aura farming. Locked in. 26k. Rejuve, that's going to make this even more difficult. He saw the Tornado just in case there was a steal, and looks like Namakin was going to go for it. Gives up his life in the meantime, and 35 seconds off the respawn. You have to look at these members who are pushed up from Fearless Furies to start grouping up and back up, because if not, here comes Dimov and the rest on the chase to look for more.
Kill streak of Dimov is insane. Oh, and they're gonna add to it. Oh, Lash, you poor boy. Run. They're frozen. They're chased. Maybe some juking. Absolutely not. Everyone is collapsing on them. Yep, that's a 13 kill streak. Team up.
It's just casual 13 in a row for the Calico. Maybe Calico still needs to be banned first. That's what we're recognizing.
Right, yes.
Or, you know, maybe Dimov is just him.
You know, in retrospect, that probably should have still been cut out with Dimov being so good on him. But, well, hindsight's a little too late at this point. Any other character will still be difficult. As we were talking about in the very beginning, it's just when you're facing a team of this caliber, there doesn't seem to be a real option out. There's not really a cheese that exists in Deadlock. I don't think we're really using that term right now in the esport that would somehow blindside your opponent and lead to a really quick snowball that could end in a win, despite how good they are at communicating, despite how much they can try and recover with some of the comeback mechanics in Deadlock. It doesn't exist in the first place. Even when Fearless Furies had this like 4k soul lead in the very beginning, and you're like, hold on, okay, wait a minute. It just disappears in the blink of an eye, and then it compounds in favor of Virtus Pro, and now they're up 30k.
I think the communication of VP is just so respectable, and you know the glaze is worth it when you're looking at a team like this. You'll truly never feels alone on the map, even when you're watching through a game. And for people at home who just might not even recognize it, you watch that map and you watch what they do through these lanes, and it's just in a position where somebody's always there to assist. Somebody's always there to back you up, and you never truly see them found in isolated scenarios, and they're usually the ones trying to hunt to see if they can set things up like that all the time, just staying active, staying forward, and looking to use the abilities and the tools that they do have to re-engage when it is all done. 3 members just barreling on through, and it looks like this Patron, it's about to get weakened.
At the very least, maybe they do not go for the finale right here, with the rest of them about to pop up with that Patron being destroyed as well. But I am concerned. I am very concerned. The last fight, big team fight that was won by Virtus Pro, everyone was falling like flies with Fearless Furies, was kind of under Seven's ult. Like, they didn't even care. Speaking to our point earlier about how Seven doesn't have that much of an impact, as cool of a character as he can be. And so that's why I'm like, can't you just stay in? None of the players from Fearless Furies are scary enough. And once again, getting taken down super quickly. Who is actually going to be able to do something against the might of Virtus Pro at this stage in the game? Absolutely no one, which is why they're sticking around and going after the Patron.
Maybe Abrahams, maybe one win. The Fearless Furies, they are not going to come close to touching Virtus Pro in any capacity for this game. Another sub 22-minute game. This time, sub 21 in their favor. It's a 2-0 to end their day 2. And for Fearless Fury, their road gets a lot more difficult now if they want to try to towards those playoffs, Zombie. And I think for just alone, you look back at the drafting for this, there was a moment where Viscus was still available as the second round ban. There was a moment where you could have been playing that Calico. It wasn't something of priority right off the get-go. You go for the Warden, you go for the Lash. It doesn't work or pay off in any capacity. And it just shows that giving Dimov this Calico is an issue. Putting Zergy on Wraith is something you should be worried about. And when Obafim gets to play that Kelvin, I mean, how many times do we see that Frozen Shelter come into effect to deny any ultimates that is thrown at this VP team? It is just very fundamental, very coordinated attacks.
Yeah, sometimes Zergy isn't allowed to play Wraith. She is banned out. And so in my mind, the Infernus is so impressive on him. Obviously, it wasn't given to him this time. It's like, well, Wraith is also that character, right? I was like second guessing myself. And then it just took within like 6 minutes to be like, oh no, that's right. That is his character. Jesus. Like that was just absolutely brutal, the way that he was assassinating everyone on the back line, making sure none of the squishies were able to survive. And in the beginning, I do believe that Fagreco just was kind of, I didn't think I needed to be super safe with the assistant, is what I'm guessing, is why they were caught out so often. I think eventually they might have started placing it in safer positions. I think we didn't see that as much on the kill feed, but it wasn't about that at that point, right? It was about them actively trying to participate in some of these team fights and not really getting anything that was big and beautiful, like a humongous hex or a really impactful steal on someone's ultimate. And the player who I thought maybe could start to do something, maybe take more isolated duels, the Infernus on Fearless Furies, never really got any highlights.
And, you know, there were moments early when you saw the lasso from Ayano really make some impactful fights for Fearless Furies, but as the game goes on, they just didn't seem like there was opportunities to hit things like a lasso or to set up for a storm cloud, or you know, I don't even know if I saw a single death slam that led to a team fight won from Eplifine. So it's just these opportunities that aren't really approached for Fearless Furies. You can see it in pen and paper on like the potential for what you're putting together here for the team, but on the execution, it's just not falling into place. And it kind of goes down to what we saw in that initial team fight for the mid Guardian out of Fearless Furies. When you have a stack where you have an ultimate for Fagreco and Ayano, and you're pushing somebody like Virtus Pro underneath their Guardians without ultimates, you have to look to take advantage of that. That's a moment where you should be looking to land a lasso or any sort of audience participation to copy an ult to use against them. But you don't, you lose, VP turn it, and it seems like as soon as they turn that situation, that was the moment where VP started to run away with it.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes on VP side, we have like Dimov and Calico just take all the accolades, all the highlights, you know, sometimes Zergy, I suppose, but this is like the most team effort that I've seen. Maybe kills could have gone to someone else, but obviously not. Calico on a 17. Is that the kill streak that they ended up having? It was 14, I think. It was insane. But and Obafim always pointing out the healing. It's so drastically farther ahead than anyone. And I mean, Kelvin's good for this, and not really on the other side. We have so much a player for that support type. But it's so high. And then he also got the assist lead in that one. So very active, very much in participation in almost all of the fights that were happening. You were pointing him out as kind of being like the, you know, don't chase me, pretty boy. And then like everyone goes after him and forgets about the rest of the team that comes in. Beautiful work there from Virtus Pro as expected. That is going to be it for them. They took on Melee Creeps today, 2-0, and Fearless Furies 2-0 as well. When we come back from this break, it's going to be Abrahams versus Drakkar. We saw a decent bit of Drakkar yesterday, so we'll see what they can bring to currently the top team in Europe. So come back in a couple of minutes, guys, and check it out with us. we're going to be seeing some Abrahams after witnessing Virtus Pro dominating it again in their day of groups. We might be seeing the same thing from Abrahams, who have been able to kind of subvert, Virtus Pro in terms of that top position, at least face to face. We'll see if they're as dominant as Virtus Pro was, as they do face Drakkar.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people who are probably looking towards Volume 6, and I can't wait to watch Virtus Pro play 1win or play Abrahams or all of that. But there have been some teams that have really come out to surprise me, and albeit the record isn't the best right now for Drakkar, I've been really enjoying what this team has been able to put together just on their own. It's 0-3, so they've lost all of their matchups. They've gone 1-1, I think, or they've at least won a map off of somebody I've seen for themselves. I'd have to go back and see where that did come from, but they have a long road. Just like kind of Fearless Furies, what I was saying is that this is a long climb to get back into a position to aim for that top 5 to go in towards the playoffs in that double elimination bracket, and they have the making to get it done. It's just who's going to really step up for this team to be that player, that pop-off player to really ignite that flame, because we've seen a whole lot of players who have had the opportunities to play their heroes well, but it doesn't seem like it's really connecting as a whole.
Unfortunately, Drakkar have not won a map, and they did have to face two of like the top teams that we talk about. One is 1win team, of course.
Yeah.
The other one was Virtus Pro. We know that Virtus Pro is going to win against almost everyone here. But then there was, I think, a lot of discussion and just thoughts about who would potentially take like a 4th spot, right? If you're thinking Abrahams, Virtus Pro, 1win, is it Melee Creeps? Is it going to be Lotos? Because I wanted to bring that up. Lotos took out Drakkar. And I was really impressed with Lotos yesterday, even though they also they faced VP and Abrahams. They really had it tough that first day. But what they showed in those games actually still very impressive. So I wondered, we had a lot of talk about Drakkar. I think it was a more kind of familiar team overall. Lotos kind of coming in is like, okay, how's this going to work out? Well, I think Lotus have now, proven that they may be more so eyeing that 4th spot as we think about the playoffs, which was interesting. We're not going to see them again today, so I know that sounds kind of left field, but it just is that Drakkar having more troubles than expected. If you were thinking like, okay, who's going to be 4th is Drakkar. I mean, that opportunity is starting to kind of run away from them and not doing super well. And having 3 games in one day, I mean, sometimes if you're on a win streak, that's fantastic, right? But if you're not doing a whole lot of winning, then it kind of can be difficult to bring up the morale again, and especially when you're facing the top team in Europe.
I think, I really rate some of the players, too, on that Lotos team for Pyro and Rake. I love seeing them play. I think they're great players just in general. It's unfortunate that you get a tough strength of schedule like you do in day number 1, but you can really say the same, at least for when I look at this Drakkar team. You see Piggy come into a situation to join a team again through the close qualifiers. They make it in, and I've been enjoying watching Vrake play and Trax, and I think, when we saw them play for Atlas last volume, in Volume 5, albeit it was an 8th place finish, not the best. Watching them you saw them start to get it to going towards the last couple of days. It took them a little bit to click, but once they did, you started to see those fundamentals, those ideas really blossom for them. And it's still slow for Drakkar going into Volume 6. I'd like to see them start implementing some of those ideas. Somebody start, finding the conversation pieces of, how do we get around teams like Abrahams or really test them? And I look towards Piggy to be that player for this team, to really ignite those conversations on how to buff yourself out, especially going in towards the draft phases, where they've already surprised us with a Viscous pick and a Lady Geist ban. Abrahams, they get rid of Sinclair.
Okay, yeah, Viscous not coming in immediately in our previous drafts and actually getting banned in the second half. But just a correction, you were right. They did take a map off of Melee Creeps.
Did they?
And, I was watching that a little bit, and it kind of got out of my mind because the second map of these where Melee Creeps kind of had a better draft phase, I believe, and kind of got started off a little bit better. So they were able to make that a 1-1 as opposed to a 2-0. So Drakkar, not in like a absolutely total loss streak, but it can be a difficult day for them in the start. But you're right, like maybe Piggy can bring it together and get something going against Abrahams, who they could have studied a lot from, and try to get some I don't know, ideal strategy, ideal draft pick. And
Yeah.
starting off with Viscus, obviously one of the key things they wanted to do. They do not ban Calico though, and Calico is going to be taken first for Abraham. So obviously some people are maybe evaluating her a little bit less, and some people are evaluating her still pretty highly.
Yeah. And, I like the Viscous pick from Drakkar because obviously you get the cube to stop certain ultimates from having major impact. So we saw VP using Viscous yesterday. Very good for diving underneath Guardians with the puddle punch and, with that goo ball. So that extra layer of support in terms of damage that Viscous does apply and safety is very good for when those team fights do come into effect, where Drakkar have been struggling in that sense. But you do give up the Calico on the other side, so obviously we just saw D-Mov was able to really punish when that was given up for VP in our last game. Has me a little bit worried for it going through again for Abrahams, but a lot of people have been banning Lady Guys today, and that just goes to show that obviously in scrims, something's going on with Lady Geist overnight between yesterday and today that puts her in a more priority ban than Calico right now.
I do wonder what that is. I mean, they both got affected, and the patch is kind of having people try and quickly reevaluate, but I suppose it can only be so quick. But Calico and Kelvin starting off for Abrahams feels pretty strong. I mean, a Warden pick could eventually come through too if they feel secure in that. They're not going to have Sinclair to be a bother for him. That Kelvin, not Lash, but Shiv combo as well can be devastating. We saw that actually in our last game, how powerful they can be in that lane. For Drakkar, still kind of waiting, right? Like, what else is going to evolve out of finally being able to choose a Viscous?
I hope one day we get to see the Hoot Bebop that we got from Thanos last time, because it was literally carrying that Thanos teams at times, and I think that it would be very fun. But Hoot is in Calico jail right now. You take the Kelvin away from Piggy. You get the Infernus over towards Abrahams as well. We get a whole flurry of things getting picked now off of this draft, so we gotta catch up a little bit. Pocket banned by Abrahams, a little less engage coming out from the pocket that we've been seeing a lot from the Afflictions. And a lot of burst damage coming out from the Spirit that you get from the Satchel on top of the Flying Cloak. So you get rid of the pocket. Don't have to worry about that for your Abrahams whatsoever. And, even with the Kelvin, I feel like you would have been able to deal with that very well. But for the other side, for Drakkar, opting in for the Mirage and the Shiv. And it makes me wonder where they're going to go for this ban, because in my eyes, you don't want to give Abrahams now a Warden. So if that is something that I'm looking at, I would probably look to either ban the Warden or maybe even Lash. I've been seeing people ban the Lash at times in this moment.
Yes, yeah, at times, yeah. I mean, I'm kind of on the Warden because I called it for Abrahams if it was still available, and yeah. Good calls, Caster Duo. But right, they probably would have chosen him if it was still available, and Drakkar just get that out of the equation. So they're obviously also able to just take Lash, or why do I keep doing that? I swear I've never done this before. Why did they took Shiv? He looks nothing like Lash, and he's not an asshole. But anyways, the Shiv was also taken, I believe, for Abrahams could choose, right? So that was 2 for Drakkar, 1 for Abrahams. So the Infernus, though, I'm so sure they're still very comfortable with it. And now whose pick would it be? Abrahams. Although we're kind of like rubber banding. It feels like we're gonna. Sometimes we get the immediate one update. Sometimes we get like all 4 things at once.
It's we're gonna come back to this, and it's gonna be all 6 done for both sides that we get to catch up with for what they're choosing. But I mean, like, just to go over what you have for both sides. I mean, for Abrahams, you already have great solo presence in a Calico who's going to be able to take a lot of those 1v1 fights that you get the support from the Calvin, as well as that early laning phase and the late team fights effect that the Infernus is going to give you with the burn. But you put towards anything that's next, you're looking at lockdown for both of these 2 teams, where you pick up the Holiday for Drakkar, you get the Lash for Abrahams, and off of the second pick for Drakkar, you add a much needed damage dealer now to it for those carry rolls, and that's where you're going to have alongside the Shiv now a Vindicta.
Yeah. I was thinking that there's going to be some type of pull away, and that is Holiday nowadays. I mean, we saw Paradox. Did we see her yesterday? Maybe we just talked about how it is that she's kind of fallen from being chosen every single time a little while back to now being replaced by Holiday, and then not always. But yeah, Holiday makes a lot of sense. And then finally, we'll pick for Drakkar. What would they actually need to kind of round out this composition?
You could go
Wraith
for
is
Wraith
still on the
here.
board. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to go. It's just another layer of burst damage into what is already a very stacked team. You haven't really looked at any team with this meta that's being formed into, you want to have those, frontline brawlers like the Mo and Krill, like we used to see before. That just hasn't been a thing. A lot of people have been going into those damage dealers to round out these compositions, and I think a late game Wraith would go a long way for Drakkar, where Abraham's, I don't think you really need to steal it away, but it could be something where you look to latch onto that Wraith for one of your last picks to keep it out of their hands, force them into a role of putting Blob onto that 7 maybe.
Yeah, that's a good point. Abrahams could absolutely take that instead. I don't want to pair up with Infernus though. What else do we got here?
I'm trying to think through what's left.
Right. That's what I'm doing as well. Hayes. Oh, I was just about to say that. Hayes also has been chosen a decent amount back up again, and that is also going to be very helpful against the Vindicta. That last series that we saw, I know it was different teams, and I'm just thinking about how difficult it was for some of those backline characters to actually survive for a long time. And now I'm just imagining Abraham's doing a great job with the Hayes, picking off some of the Vindicta, obviously, but even the Holiday could be in some trouble. And then finishing with Abrams, I feel like has got to be a trademark. It's not for them, but
I was going to say it's a meta pick.
Yeah, but it is that solid front line.
Well, I don't mean it in terms of it's like meta towards the game. It's more meta towards Abrahams as a team. As you're going for your mascot now to represent you to the last one. And I don't really mind that at all, especially when you look towards going lane to lane. Hayes is going to be great for landing those sleep darts if you can, or sleep daggers. If you can hit onto a Vindicta unknowingly, that's going to lock down some early kills. You put Abrams into a situation where a shoulder charge in that laning phase is really good for setting up somebody like a Calico. So putting those two together is great. The only issue is, and ZP brought this up yesterday, which I thought is a great thing for whenever we see Abrams picked, is it is very easy to see Abrams struggle when he starts getting behind. It's very difficult to then you're in a situation where you're in shoulder charge jail almost. You're trying to just be the one to hit those shoulder charges, lock somebody down. You might die for it, but you're trying to trade yourself out in that situation once you start falling behind. So it's really important that if you are going for the Abrams, you want to make sure that you are, not just throwing your life away in those laning phases for free, and B, trying to stay relatively healthy in terms of game state. At Drakkar, they are going to go for the Wraith to close out their 6th pick, and that is something that, again, puts focus towards this Abrams that might struggle against something like a Wraith who could just burst down that health very fast.
Right. And it is important to note that because when we saw Abrams appear yesterday, I believe the time we saw it, it was flat. It really couldn't do very much. Got burned down immediately, or actually, I think there was even some problems of having it in participation of group fights. It was also a bit of a struggle for that team that had chosen them. But I think if you are ready to accommodate Abrams, make sure he doesn't fall behind. So then you're going to have a pretty strong front line. And I'm kind of liking Abraham's draft more than Drakkar. I mean, not that I can say that Drakkar is bad or anything like that. It's just, I like the Abrahams. Obviously got the Calico. Calvin's very strong. Objective taking with him is great. I think Infernus is comfortable for them too. Lash is going to get maybe some of the powerful death slams. The Hayes, yes, could go for some of the backline characters, like I noted, but her and Calico are kind of going to dominate the neutral zones, right? They're going to be running around, taking out the farm, taking out the boxes, and then also getting a lot of scouting done. And we've seen that from Hayes. I mean, literally choosing to go for a scout over trying to maybe get a pick off on someone who's farming, just to make sure that the rest of the team is there and to ensure that they can really snowball a victory like that.
It's that second layer of eyes to a team fight that really goes a long way for Hayes. I think that's a great thing to look at for Hayes players, and I think Obakam has really set the standard for Hayes being viable in some compositions if you feel comfortable enough on that hero, which it looks like Abrahams is. And I see somebody in chat too saying not enough people are banning jam sides Infernus. I would like to see exactly if this Infernus pick is going to be like that much of a difference. But I relatively look at this draft I think that Drakkar have put everything into place to be able to withstand what Abrahams does have. It's very equal in my eyes in terms of picking up hero presence, especially with, trying to go for those lane matchups. You're going to most likely put, a Viscus in a situation where you can stop any sleep daggers or any death slams to really have major impact. You're going to look to see if you can scale your Shiv very early on. Wraith over time is going to buff up naturally. And then, maybe you match the Holiday alongside Vindicta for a mid lane presence if you can get those lassos to lock down and assassinate when those ultimates do come into play. But it is a fragile composition that you have right now if you're Drakkar, and mechanically Abrahams are the better team, so you're gonna have to step up on a lot of different fronts.
Me, sometimes hard to say that definitively, but I think we're allowed to. They've been dominating the Deadlock competitive scene for a while, and Drakkar, at the end of the day, even if they have a lot of individually great players, there's always that extra spice that goes along with being the team for so long and finding that success as a team too, which took Abrahams, I want to say a couple of months, but they actually found it fairly quickly. As we continue to look back on the era of esports and Deadlock, it's going to be very quick looking back on that. But the laning phase has the gun. We got our setup here. So the Holiday actually is going to be with that Mirage. And that could burst someone down. I mean, if the lasso comes through and Mirage is there too, that could be quite scary. So the Lash going to be careful not to get too aggressive. Some of those ground slams. And then the Haze, not necessarily the most impressive when it comes to the laning phase. That could be a potential pressure point there for Drakkar in the mid lane. And then if it is going to work out in the mid lane, again, the Holiday roaming around helping the outer lanes is the ideal scenario. We didn't quite see that complete its effectiveness in the previous series, but it can be very good.
I feel bad for this Abrams pick too, because you're going up against having to maneuver through puddle punches and the rage that's going to be built up against you, and he is being bullied down into the shop early on, so tough to take space when you have no health to do it. And we then look at this pickup for Piggy. You're going to be punched down. This Haze just chipping around. Yeah, it's not going to be too threatening, but it is going to keep you away from stealing that jungle for now. And you can see the cards are just barely whiffing on hitting its mark, but as soon as it does, that Haze has to be careful not to just get blown up.
This is very scary, I would say, for mid lane. Drakkar is going to be able to apply some excellent pressure. And yeah, even denying them access to their own camp on that right side, if they can continue doing that, or left side, depending on how you're looking at it, left or right. Yeah. That's also going to start to compound as well. Now, I don't think this is necessarily a lane where, like, if everything fails for Abrahams, and they fail, right? But we're going to see some of that maybe secondary power from Haze show up more so than maybe her actual assassination power if she ends up struggling here.
We can see that already Hoot has moved from that outer left lane into mid, and you are surrounded right now. I like that from Piggy. Is going to use the bounce pad to get away. You recognize that. Maybe it was a little bit of communication, and the re-engagement with the barrel locks a kill onto Saf. So you avoid Hoot, the gank doesn't work, and you get a kill for yourself. A fantastic trade out of Piggy.
Absolutely. That was really, really great for Drakkar, because that could have been deadly, obviously. But on the other hand, like, it could have been deadly because you don't know if Calico is going to go for some type of help on another lane, or she's just going for box runs, right? So to call it out immediately, first of all, has to happen to make sure that your teammates are not exposed like they almost were. But then just to like call it out with confidence, you know, the chances, like, it could be a chance that she wasn't actually coming over. She was just disappeared from the lane for the boxes. But yeah, we even have a swap actually at this point, all right? She's decided to go stay in mid. I do think that's going to be end up being better off for mid. They realized that was going to be a pressure point for Drakkar, and they don't want them to have that. So let's see how it changes up now that Calico is here. Seems like it's a pretty good option as Hoot does take down Piggy.
Yeah, Piggy immediately traded out. Trax is low in the air. The Arctic Beam. Wow. Nerfed, by the way. And
yeah, right? Yeah.
Still going to be able to shred you out of mid-air, and that is going to prove to be an issue for this Vindicta, at least for this laning phase. So solid there from Saints. Abraham's starting to look good, at least in these lanes. You got a little bit of congestion out of Drakkar off some of these early back and forths, but 5 minutes in, we're going to get towards these ultimates, and this is when maybe you can start to look for an advantage. In for the return to shadows. Piggy is 1 HP. Who's going to finish it? And you're behind enemy lines, but at an advantage.
Yeah, that was, I think, the most that Piggy could have done in that situation. They were pretty assured dead, but trying to get maybe Fragile Haze into some trouble as well. It really wasn't, though. It wasn't a lot of trouble. They didn't take a lot of damage from the Guardian, so kind of doing what you can in that scenario. But very clearly, Hoot's transfer over into the mid is working out very, very well. And now the other lanes, a bit more of a stalemate, I suppose, across both teams. Not too much of a lead for Abrahams when it comes to the souls either. I don't see anyone falling drastically behind. So, I mean, it was a nice play from Drakkar, from Abrahams to fix what they did. But Drakkar is still fighting them on this landing phase.
It is very, I'd say, steady. This is a lot better than what we saw, at least throughout the laning phase in the last game between Fearless Furies and VP. A lot of tower dives, a lot of team fights early, and a lot of giving up lives right at the start of each game. And Piggy, I don't think you're going to be able to turn this one, but you are going to be able to escape and handshake a way out of it. Holds your life and doesn't give things up, and that is big from Piggy as well, because that is going to allow for their wave to freeze, and they're going to deny some good Guardian damage that could have been for Abrahams.
Yeah, Lash and Wraith decided to get involved on that as well, and now they're kind of running away or running after each other as they go back to the left lane. That was potentially scary. I could see why Piggy had some confidence moving into the Guardian like that, but it just feels like confidence against a Calico who's prowling around anywhere is awfully scary. Fortunately, the Haze wasn't able to double up. You might be right. Oh, they're coming from behind. They are not the one who has the backstabber. That did not end up working out.
You can get a freeze frame there and just add it to images that have unfortunate circumstances eventually.
I bet you're wondering how I got here.
Yeah, there's a moment where that lasso hits and you are big brain, but you lose it, and you might be losing your Guardian now because of it. It was a big sleep dart, though, from Taz, and good sidestep to avoid that ultimate. But for Piggy, you just bit off a little bit more than you can chew, and that's going to equalize things more towards his mid lane.
Yeah. And you're right, if the lasso hits, you feel like such a baller, man. You're like, I gotcha, I took away the pressure, I kind of, surprised you just by going from behind, but it didn't work out that way. And the mid lane will continue to be a big contest, but a little action now being seen on the right side. Jamside does get taken out, and per chat, right, it is very dangerous to let Jamside have that Infernus. Keeping him suppressed, if you can, would obviously be ideal. Not so much as of yet. Whoa. A lot of names going down. All of a sudden, Abraham's collecting 3. Hoot does get taken out in turn, but that was a nice 10-second delivery there for Abrahams, who did get a Guardian on the left side. Still have all of theirs up.
Yeah, Abraham's going to be the first ones to take a Guardian on that left side of the map, like you did say, and that's going to allow Saint to assist Taz to keep their middle Guardian alive, and that Arctic Beam is so lethal right now. You have to be scared. Good tether down. Saint's in trouble. This has to be a kill, and it will be. As you're looking to trade in terms of the state of the game, you want this middle Guardian down as quick as possible.
Yeah, I know he got taken out, but Saint's actually kind of crazy right now on that Kelvin, far ahead in the souls compared to the rest of the team, and certainly the opposing team. Piggy once again taken down, having some trouble. That Guardian is going to fall as well. So at the end result, Abraham's able to take left, able to take mid, and now emphasizing some more pressure off to the right side. They defend their Guardian, but it's going to turn around on Drakkar, who thought they might have had a point where they could get something in turn, and now they're just straight up in trouble. Cosmetical gets taken down, and the Guardian is now in their sights. Captain on Viscus, what's left to defend here. Holiday coming over to try and help. Can they actually keep that third Guardian alive? Or are they going to get the flex slot to Abrahams?
I think it's not a can you. It's you need to keep this Guardian alive right now. At least stem the bleeding for a second for you to collect your thoughts. Goo Ball going to be invested, and together just going to hide into a doorway that the ball can't get through. So you watch the Viscus roll back away. gaining that space, and off of the respawn, Cosmetical is going to take that bridge control. You have tracks here as well. You really want this middle Guardian to start to open up some sort of lane health back in favor of Drakkar, but there is still bodies here trying to defend it, and
oh no,
bullet dance as well that just shreds right through Piggy, who is, I'd say, on the short end of the stick for a lot of these early middle Guardian takes that we're trying to see from Drakkar. Piggy just way too ahead of the rest of the team.
I think it was Drakkar who got the ping off, though, to try and warn Piggy, if I saw that correctly. But it was like a 0.5 second warning. You know, Hayes wants to come in and you don't have that much warning. They're going to bullet down, beat down to death. So
she's so
very
fast.
Unfortunate. Exactly, yeah. I mean, she's not going to see too against a great team like Abraham's. So even though I think it was Viscus who might have pointed her out, it just, yeah, it was too late.
And without that cube, seems like you're a sitting duck. As over towards the right side, we can see a little bit of a fight for this Guardian. Combustion from Jam side. That's going to hit quite a bit of players on Drakkar. Steel forcing this Guardian damage in the neutral fight. This is a lot of damage towards the objective. Even though nobody's dying from Drakkar, Abraham's happy to walk away with these trades. Up in the air, Drax is getting nothing done. You just have to sit and watch this objective now fall for the first flex slot to go to Abraham's.
Yep. They might not quite have enough items to capitalize on it yet, but we know that's also going to lead to a lot of map presence, you know, and they're already the ones who have the two characters that are going to start roaming around the middle parts of this map outside of the lanes, getting that scouting information, and then also getting a lot of the picks. So Vindicta has to be extra careful whenever she thinks she can, you know, move away from the walker or move away from a teammate. It's going to be extremely scary for that to happen, especially as she's, you know, maybe not, you know, the most farmed on our team, which is okay. It just further compounds, I think, her squishiness.
Good lasso. Doesn't matter. Oh, you're just taking him on a trip downtown at this moment. Right into the goo ball back.
Uh-oh. Oh, nice.
Slam's going to be avoided, and a couple kills now for Drakkar to start to work off of. And my eyes immediately go towards the mini-map for this moment with 2 down. How do you expand on this moment? Unfortunately, you don't have any wave health towards mid, so you're not able to push into this Guardian just yet. And because of that, Together is now looking to defend on the left side and turn it back into favor of Abraham's to stop really any presence that's coming out for that left side of the map.
Mirage is able to come in here. Varric does take down a Guardian. That is good news. And I do want to highlight Varric because they do have quite a few souls. So they could obviously be very powerful. Having a Mirage who's well farmed, who sits in the back line, is we have a fight that I guess Varric cannot survive at this point. So now my point feels a little less useful, but still, if they're able to keep up on that farm and actually be a powerful backline presence, continuing to fire away during some of these bigger, longer fights, that would be good. But they are finally taken out. We do have the lead continuing to grow for Abrahams as well overall in the soul lead. So 14k lead for Abrahams as they continue pressuring and taking that map presence, and then not even really needing to be coy about this, right? They are just pushing into the walkers.
But yeah, both left and right, and it's an offensive earn too, that you walk in, you set the bar pretty high, and you tell them, we're not afraid to walk into your base now, even with an objective like the earn. We are not afraid of you, and I think Taz is doing a good job at really dictating that respect that is shown now from Drakkar, who you can see a couple members starting to fall behind, in Piggy, who is just on, I'd say, the respawn block quite a bit now, playing this holiday. We see a location issue now. It has to be fixed for Drakkar. You're going into this next one. You have all your ultimates available, and I would really like to see, you know, Piggy or Blob really isolate and
also and get the execution, quite literally, and being able to survive as well. Seeing them get very, very low is a little worried because Jam side's doing okay on the souls. Piggy, as you said, kind of in survive quick right there, but who does go down? That's always a nice pick, taking the Calico out of the equation. Now Drakkar looking at this possible second Guardian on the right side. Oh, but then their Walker is in trouble. Oh.
It's a give and take right now, and it looks like you had enough bodies over towards the left Walker to be able to stop the middle take before it gets below half. So limiting the damage done. Still Jam side, though, going to take down Cosmetical over towards the right side of the map. And now look at Captain. He's flooding into that left side Guardian. He's going to look to open up a flex slot now for Drakkar off of it. And it is going to work out. So all the Guardians gone for Abrahams. That's going to give some itemization now to some of the souls that's building for Drakkar. See if you can buff out these heroes, have a little bit more substance for these team fights, and work towards a way back against Abrahams. However, you talked about Hoot dying down in the left side of the map. He was 1v3 in the team, and he took that Guardian down to a quarter health, or the Walker down to a quarter health.
That is good additional information. I was like, oh, they found Hoot. Great, fantastic. But they did so much, apparently, even as they went down. And even just taking away people, having 3 have to focus on you also can feel very pressured a tremendous amount, but enough that no one was there to actually help out to defend the urn. That was a quick take, and now they can spread out and start to pressure the walkers for real this time.
Oh, we're worried for Captain and Cosmeticals. They were a little overextended through mid, but Abrahams chose not to engage on that one. It is going to be a flood in towards the left side. You can see Trax has been noted, the ping, and this is going to be a bad.
Yeah, I can't believe Saint was a little scout and Kelvin right there, just hiding behind everything, getting that information. We think that Hayes is usually the one to do so, but Hayes and Lash on the right side as we have a big battle up on the left. Blob does go down, but so does Jam side. Some of those carries
right
being
TP.
taken out. That should be enough to save it, I believe. Is this the one that got very low? Yeah, definitely not low enough. So not going to be able to get... certainly not a 2-for-1 deal. That was nice handling of that double-pronged pressure, even triple-pronged to an extent, because the mid isn't until triple 2, but the count... yeah, Piggy is just having a bad time, man. It's like... he's like almost like unconsciously attracted to the Haze sometimes. Feels like he's just in the wrong place, and Haze isn't even go looking for the kill. But yeah, back to that midpoint. Okay, Calico... Yeah, I was like, okay, she's just going to grab it because Calico has an opportunity? Absolutely. Viscous could not stop it.
And is that going to snowball into the left walker as well? Hoots is backdooring so many of these objectives, and with this low HP on the walker towards the left side, you almost have to dedicate a player from Drakkar to play base defense, and that puddle punch away. Hoot not able to finish off Captain, but together is there to assist and collect those orbs. From the Viscous, shoulder charge onto Blob. Oh, you did not stand a chance. The haymakers that together is throwing. It is just so hard. It's like Mike Tyson level punches.
Right. If we were talking about Abrams potentially not having an impact, should they not have the right amount of souls or the right start to the game? Well, this isn't it. Together is perfectly fine. He can be big, bold, and brave. The good news is 2 other walkers ended up surviving. Well, very temporarily. That left side looks like it's going to go down. But the right side was held just barely. Unfortunately, the revive's not coming in fast enough to hold on that left side. They do have to just give that up. But the patch happened, right? So no additional flex slot as of yet.
The streets are mine.
This is, again, it's just, I want to reiterate the point that, Deadlock was already a tough game to make comebacks on, and I think that with this recent patch, it's become even more difficult because we would see games that snowball and teams on the losing side struggle to even get a second walker. Forget a third walker. So as soon as those walkers go down and that third flex slot is opened up for the team that's getting ahead, how do you justify trying to come back and open up the items on the other side? Because it just seems physically impossible to get that third walker sometimes when you are so far behind. And I feel bad for the teams that are going to be on the receiving end for some of these losses because it is not easy.
Captain was trying to maybe get a split push, trust the team on left, him on right, but he was just found out, and then the left never really got pushed far enough. Then Vindicta tried to escape, and obviously Hoot's going to chase that down, no problem. And so, for 1 second, there was a little more yellow, and there was blue. That has quickly changed. Now Abraham's pushing all the lanes forward once again, looking at this last walker, finding where their opponents are, and even getting behind the walker to make sure that they're going to get the assassinates done. Shiv is proving a little tough to kill. And that, him and Vrayak are kind of what I'm looking at maybe for Drakkar to try and bring this game back, but it's just not happening. Even though he's tough to kill, eventually enough players get on him. Shiv does go down as well. And that is the walker down. Flex slot open now for the in-base Guardians. It's a 40k soul lead has been made for Abrahams.
And why not go for the Rejuvenate at this point? I feel like that's the cherry on top, the coup de grace for what could be right now for Abrahams, putting away game number 1. And Shiv, it takes a little bit longer to kill the Shiv, but it's the same outcome, just a little bit more time dedicated to getting it done there. As you really like Taz and that scouting that you're getting from the Haze, and just generally acknowledging, okay, well, I see 2 people in front of me. I don't really think they deserve to be sleep darted. I'm looking for a target that has a little bit more substance, a little bit more, I'd say, damage to deal, and you target that Wraith, you stop at least Blob, for the most part, from getting involved in that fight there, and it really makes you struggle, especially when you're taking that telekinesis away from Blob. It allows Sap for the safe death slam that you did get.
Captain, once again, was just trying to go be a hero, honestly. You know, if that is the communication coming from the team, hey, maybe we can distract them, that you can get a cheeky walker. Fair enough sometimes in these desperate plays, but it's just not working. It is not working. And maybe, you know, Viscous can also sometimes be someone who runs away with some assurance, I suppose, with the goo ball. It's that's also not happening with any of the fights he's fighting on Abraham's side of the map. Just no way forward. No way forward for Drakkar. They're going to struggle to even take down some of the squishier characters on Abraham, you know, which, you know, like the Haze even kill squishy, so they kill you first anyway. So this is looking to be Base Guardians, Shrine, potentially that first level of the Patron too. And then maybe they will have to back out, so we're not quite in game over phase, but it is looking excellent for Abrahams.
Well, no need to back out right now. Fighting underneath those Base Guardians with the Frozen Shelter is going to stall them out. Kills come through, so will the objective. Trax is alive, but even with the Assassinate, targets are limited on whatever you're going to get done. Unfortunate for Blob, the target for the telekinesis lands onto Hoot, and Ava can outrun the telekinesis forever. And that's just not going to be really much of an impact for those team fights where you need Blob to start having something in the fights. The Wraith just cannot get going. Patron's going to be transforming. We set up and towards the end game now for Abrahams. Drakkar on their heels in base. Everybody's going to be alive. You do have mostly the ultimates there. The only one you won't have is the goo ball, but enough to make an impact if you can hit them.
It's big if. God, they even tried to run back to base. It wasn't going to be enough. It's together on Abrams that has the 8 kill streak, by the way. So able to finish off a lot of these fights and start them and then finish them too, actually. How damn healthy he is. Frozen Shelter, maybe just to buy some time, take him, you know, away from actually entering into the pit alongside you, so you can go after the Patron. Could they go after the Patron? Just, you know, right-click it down, left-click down, whatever. Yeah, sure. But they could also start taking everyone else. Looks like that was just awkward enough, where they were kind of going for the Patron and kind of taking the people as they were coming, that it is going to force them to back away, but it is very temporary.
You don't want to chase for too long. Cube's only good for a safe amount of time. As soon as it is done, that Sleep Dart is going to set up Captain for the respawn. When you disengage, you force a chase at a Drakkar, and you're going to be able to re-engage this with pretty much everybody there. Your ropes and the fast swing for Hoot to get back into the action. Piggy is down. You're pushing the base, quite literally pushing into the fountain of Drakkar, because you don't care. His Abraham's team are the elite for Europe.
They are. Kind of all started in the beginning with the lane change, you know? I don't think they would have lost if they did not put that Calico into the mid, but that was really the only painful point for them in this entire game. It was like the first 7 minutes where that was a little bit painful for the Lash, and they had to trade out. That was really it. And then everything else was pretty much smooth sailing. I feel like Calico was always on top of opportunities to get the kills. Haze was almost always magically, like, you know, like a magnet for Holiday at some points. And for Holiday couldn't get started. Piggy not having the best game. And even the players who were able to get some decent souls for a while there, the Shiv and the Mirage, it, as you know, we said with Shiv, it just made him last a little bit longer in team fights, but he eventually went down. And the Mirage, you never really saw that just like point and click power down in some of the engagements that you would like to see if they are being one of the more powerful members on their team. It just, everything went up Abrams.
Everything went Abrams' way, and I have to say, you know, we kind of put some focus over towards the Haze for maybe not having the impact into the early phase, at least the laney phase. before that you would like to see out of certain heroes, and that was the, I'd say, focus point on Hayes whenever she gets picked. But shout out to Taz for every single time that we were spectating this Hayes. A sleep dart was landed. I mean, you saw the lasso as well avoided back from Piggy, and you're able to turn it with your bullet dance yourself. And there were so many times where that this Hayes did have impact. Laning phase, a really solid team composition that Abrams does have, or Abrahams does have towards it. And it's almost ushering in a new playstyle for Hayes players just in general, and something a little different to look at. The setup is good from Taz. The impact was good from the Hayes as well. And it's definitely something that I think we're going to see a lot more of in Deadlock from here on out, is Hayes starting to find her way into compositions when you have a player who maybe specializes in this hero.
Yeah, I mentioned in our last series, sometimes that Calico just has all the accolades. Oh, yeah, there you go. It's not even that bad in the healing. They wouldn't win against the Kelvin, of course, but not even bad there. Yeah, obviously Hoot was going to be very, very active and got everything rolling as soon as they made that trade in lane. So very good result here for Abrahams. I do want to just add on to your point about Hayes. Fantastic here in the professional sense. Love that, like, you know, the scouting is going to be more emphasized as we watch more professional Deadlock. But I just want to give a little PSA. Do not expect the Hayes in your lobby to be like that. Yeah. Absolutely not. Hayes is going to be like, excuse me, I dove and then I didn't win. So, I mean, what's happening here?
Hayes is it's not what you like to see in your ranked games, but it's a sight to behold when you see somebody like Taz play it. For sure. Yes. And while we have the scoreboard up as well, you see Blob 0-9 on the Wraith. That is something that is really unfortunate to see. Obviously, in the comparison from the Hayes, the Calico into something of a Wraith, when you go for that focus point, when we see it so impactful for Virtus Pro in the series prior, when you put Zergy on the Wraith in general, it is just not the results that you want from a hero like that within your team. And you can see at moments too, quite literally, somebody like Taz was singling out the Wraith to sleep, to make sure that that telekinesis isn't able to be used, to make sure that those cards aren't being thrown out, there's no burst damage. And that is heads up communication, just priority coming out from Abrahams to understand where the focus points are in these team fights and taking them right out, giving no options away.
I was saying Vindicta might be the real vulnerable one in some of the pounce opportunities of a Hayes and Calico, and that did happen. But I wasn't really considering Wraith as well. Do obviously, you know, can be squishy and needs to use that teleport to run away. But the thing is, she does have it. And so if you can kind of get any type of prediction, then hopefully you're able to escape. And that just wasn't actually possible. She actually would oftentimes go down before she could get the teleport off. And I'm not even sure it was because like a slowing hex was available or anything like that. I think it just was, the damage got so insane at some point that it was, if you don't have 5-second notice, you have 1 or 2 second notice. It's already too late. You got a second game draft underway. This time, Calico is banned.
I saw that coming. I think everybody saw that coming.
Yeah,
eventually, Calico has to go in the ban phase. And instead, that opens up for us. Now we get an opportunity to see, why have people been banning this Lady Geist ahead of the Calico so much today? So Abrahams is going to put that on display for us this time, choosing it right off the get-go. And that wonders to me if Drakkar, instead of going over towards picking into what you prefer to play, if you go into maybe grabbing a Warden in the first set of these drafts for Drakkar, that's a possibility. But instead, no. I mean, you still go for that Viscus that we did see. And Viscus was really good for Drakkar. We saw it a lot in the laning phase, finding value for those team fights. But it's really hard to work around when you want Cosmetical to play on the Shiv or the Calico. We've seen Cosmetical play towards the pocket, but it just seems like more of a priority to focus putting Cosmetical into this Shiv role.
A couple of notes from me. You know, Mirage being bound out by Abrahams, they might have put some respect on how well they were farming at the very least, right? They were keeping pace for a while. I wanted to take that out of perhaps like the best character that was involved in the first game. And then second of all, grabbing Warden really early. Well, it has happened today and it happened yesterday and it happens all the time. I think there is some fear with grabbing Warden that early in case they're able to counter with the Magician as well as the Infernus, which they're already looking to get for Jam side. They're going to grab the magician early on anyway, but that might hesitate to a warden choice later on. And then grabbing Kelvin too, which just always seems like such a solid pick. Maybe not very much first, but sometimes even banned right. So grabbing him contributed very well last game. So
makes me wonder if because there's you can't go towards the Kelvin. I mean, the holiday wasn't working for you. Does Piggy go back to the Bebop that we saw played yesterday in that role? Because it was definitely tough to figure out where you fit in towards this team. But the Bebop has been something where, like you said, when you're getting those hooks, when you're setting up your team, the lasso wasn't working. It's a little bit safer if you're hitting those hooks. You don't have to overextend yourself to work that ultimate in, and it's a lot easier of a cooldown to manage for yourself in that same sense. So haven't really seen Bebop at all work, at least today. We've seen it one time, and it didn't work whatsoever. It is going to be that Infernus picked up by Drakkar, so Chatter, who mentioned it, it is going to be a pseudo-ban on Jam side, who's not going to be able to play this Infernus this time. But for Drakkar, if that's going to go over towards somebody like Blob, maybe even Vrake, I think that this is something that hopefully is a lot better than that Wraith pick that we saw.
Yeah, that didn't end up working out very well. Next phase is bans, right?
Yeah.
Again, we could get everything at once. And who gets the first ban? So
I think it would be Drakkar would get first ban for the second side, and then it would go back to Abraham's.
Okay. I think you're right.
And then it would go into Drakkar for the second set to get that first pick in the second wave of the drafting phase. And I mean, for this one, just in particular, if you're Drakkar, you look to target somebody off of this from the last one. Obviously, you've already targeted Calico.
I was wondering.
Away from Hoots, and yeah, you get the Haze ban away from Taz, and it just goes to show. It says, if we can't play the Haze right now, you don't want to make that an option for Abraham's, obviously, because it is something that they can flex, and you can't. So take it out completely, and I think that's a great target ban.
Yeah, I do. I don't think that is what solely Abraham's relies on, of course, to win the games. I think they just worked out brilliantly last game. And you do take away the kind of the most recent memory, painful memory that you have, which were the Calico and Haze. But Abraham still have a lot of other choices that I think they're going to do well with. I'm wondering who's going to take the holiday, if it is going to be given an opportunity, unless it is banned.
Do we get the Hoot Bebop? Is this one of those times? Maybe? I mean, I would be a big fan. I like, he is unreal. I just want to see him play Bebop again, like, because he treated us to so many games where you just looked fantastic on it last time around. But again, I mean, you step into a role that you now have to play and fill for your team. I guess it doesn't fit the narrative right now of Abraham's.
Yeah, so I kind of forgot that Pocket has been banned pretty religiously so far. So that is Abraham's ban. But yeah, if it is going to be Bebop, I imagine that might be one of their last picks. Not coming out as soon as that, which I'd still like to see it too. I am one of those rare people who apparently doesn't mind laning against Bebop, so I don't have this intrinsic grudge against him. I think that when you see the hooks work professionally, it's not on you anyway. You're not the one who got cooked, so it is just fun. But it can sometimes be feast or famine with Bebop if they do not get those hooks. But you're right, he was really good with them. So
I think years of playing against hook legends, champions, or heroes, it trains you for moments like a Bebop. I think the the biggest issue that people had, I'd say I had with Bebop, is the fact that the cooldown was just absurd. It was hard to track when that hook was available and when it wasn't. It's just sometimes that Bebop would just have it on cooldown every single fight.
I still have frustrations, of course, when it's just like, it seems like it's at the end of its rope and then it just goes 10 feet further. And you're like, well, that doesn't, excuse you, that doesn't make any sense. But it was Lash, and I was looking at Lash, that possible pick for Abraham's. So I'm going to get some, I called secondary initiation yesterday. But obviously if you get a good death slam, that can be quite scary. Kelvin's not there on Drakkar to stop that from happening. So how is Drakkar going to answer to this?
It's a big thing. Again, it could take, we could get everything at the same time, guys. We could get just one at a time, which is fun to dissect.
No one's chosen Warden yet.
That would be.
That's what I was wondering.
Because I haven't really noticed this Drakkar team really move into possibly getting the Warden picked up for their team. But I am going to be pumped to see this Bebop pick for Abrahams.
Yep. Not waiting quite till the very last second to grab him. So having some priority there. Yamato also wasn't banned out, by the way, which we don't think we talked about last game either, but Yamato has been a rather solid pick in these games so far. And I don't know if Drakkar were picking her. I wish I remembered, but that is also an option as they get the next two.
We haven't yet seen Drakkar play the Warden pick. A lot of Warden bans from this team. A lot of just Warden B played against them, which they struggled against. And it doesn't seem like it's a very comfortable thing for you to get. We've seen Piggy, however, play the Sinclair, which isn't going to be available this time. The Kelvin, which isn't going to be available this time. The Bebop, which isn't available either. But the Holiday is, and that has to be where you kind of guide your direction for this, is going back into that Holiday pick for Piggy. That we do get come into play, and Trax back onto the Vindicta. I didn't have anything against Trax playing on the Vindicta just in general, but to see that it's coming back here for the late pick, that seems very standard for Drakkar in the way that they've been building out their compositions, and they do go for that Warden now.
Which is interesting. When you're saying that they don't really go for it, maybe they aren't well practiced on it, then I was expecting maybe Yamato, but I don't know their feeling on that character either, just as a team. Overall she's a great pick, but going for the Warden. Feels so odd to see him come out last, by the way, and unfortunately there is still that Sinclair, which was kind of a sticking point as to Drakkar grabbing the Warden. Infernus is a great kit against Warden too, which obviously isn't available for Abrahams. That kind of helps Drakkar in a sense, I suppose, and they did take it away from Jam side too. So then the final are we actually have McGinnis?
I know somewhere in the world, a shiver just went like a phantom shake just went up Naked's spine as he knows that McGinnis was chosen.
Is this a flex?
Are we being trolled right now? Where's the cameras? Where's the cameras?
Right. Yesterday there was a bit of a hiccup where it looked like McGinnis was being chosen first, which was actually insane. But last, if they have a lot of confidence, I guess I'm gonna have to kind of remember how McGinnis works. When you're not in my bad lobbies, but in a good lobby. Hold on, what are they planning to do with this McGinnis?
I really don't know where this McGinnis goes. Who's going to play this McGinnis and what it is, but this is absolute, yes, mate, it is cinema that we're getting a McGinnis pick.
I mean, okay, so if we think about things that can happen when you think about McGinnis interaction with other characters, which feels like I am entirely drawing on bad games, not good ones, but still, a wall can kind of punish Warden if they last stand, let's say too obviously. Then you just wall and run away is better than just running away, especially as the guy gets speedy. Split pushing, technically it was supposed to be her kind of power, I suppose. And then there was the arguments that were, should be better or worse on the 3-lane versus the 4-lane, which is old by now, isn't it? It's been a while. Her turrets are annoying, but they're not unmanageable. A healing, obviously, they're going to have double healing with Kelvin, unless they change up what Kelvin does, which would be interesting.
It's just where do you okay, so you got is this building into more of a McGinnis? Because you don't really need to have the spirit build because you have a Lady Geist. You don't need the the support because you have a Kelvin. This has to be a gun build that we're getting into this McGinnis pick because it fits. That's what you really need. And Abrahams, this is definitely a little bit trolling into seeing what you can get away with. We saw it a lot in Volume 5. One Win tried to pull the McGinnis out. We thought they were trolling. They said, no, with the new patch, we actually are trying to see if McGinnis is viable in this patch. And I don't think that's the same here for Abrahams. I think that this is a moment where they're just trying to see if they can ego pick a McGinnis in and get away with it.
That might be. It might be. I mean, it may be, two birds with one stone. You know, like they're like, yeah, we're pretty sure she's not very good, but we think we can get away with it. And then maybe she is. Maybe we subscribe. Yeah, whatever. But I was looking at the patch specifically because I was wondering if that had any influence on it whatsoever. It's about building a gun build. That could be true. Walker spirit resist was reduced. I know there's a lot of conversation about how it's seemingly unfair to let those gun characters just burst down Walker. And Spear would have trouble. So could there be something there? Again, going into like a split push situation. Of course, the HP was increased overall, but still. Don't think it'd be anything on soul orbs. I don't think the way they changed like both middle lane and mid boss infrastructure necessarily benefits her in any way, but I could absolutely be wrong about that. This is fun. You know, we're gonna see something new.
I cannot wait to be in a situation where Jamside pulls out this McGinnis, walks down a lane on your own, you wall off anybody trying to contest you on a walker, and this McGinnis just burns it in 0.5 seconds. It's, you know, McGinnis can, if you play your cards right, it could be something that can be quite trolly, yet really, I'd say, effective against the objectives.
Yes, it can. Yeah, it can. It just... And one thing that could be so annoying... Okay, well, first of all, sub 1 minute kill. Cosmetical gets taken down. Okay, and Captain 2, well... That sucks for Drakkar. And also we're probably sitting in bafflement as we were as to what exactly their plan would be. That is cool. What is the plan? That is cool. What is the plan of McGinnis? You still need all the correct mechanics. You're going to have to lose your lane immediately off the bat. Left lane already under a little bit of trouble because of how fast both of them went down.
I'm still in awe. It's just everything. Also, you know, and I said it to you before, I miss the old McGinnis player model. I will say it. I might be in the I might be alone in that take, but I am very strong in that take. It was awesome to see, but Piggy with the hook, escaping with a sliver of health in that moment for the Holiday. Hopefully we don't see the Holiday struggle as much as it did before, and it looked like Hoot attempted to get aggressive there and pays with their life, so the Lady Geist gonna bite off a little bit more than they can chew.
Just one comment on the McGinnis model too before we get too deep into the strategy is a lot of aggression coming in the mid lane. I feel like if they kept her somewhat similar to what she has now, but they gave her that same pose where she looks really smug and kind of cool, and then they also gave her the welding hat back, then I'd actually be totally okay with it. But we got to move on. We got to let it go. The Bebop got a hook already that was effective. Not going to get that one there. But Drakkar, how are they dealing with McGinnis on the right side? I mean, we can talk about the interactions in mid and left because we're very used to them as Piggy goes down. Not another bad one for Piggy. But the McGinnis,
sub 3 minute Guardian
there? Oh, yeah. No, that's a good point. Oh, sub 3 minute Guardian.
That is absolutely insane from Taz. So this Bebop is electric right now. Together is going to collect a kill playing on this Lash that we saw Saf playing before. Saf flexing over towards the Sinclair. You can tell that
Piggy.
Abraham's having a little bit of fun on this one, but I'll tell you who isn't having fun. And it is one of our favorites in Piggy, who just continues to die.
All the Piggies are going home today, man. This is not worth getting out of bed for right now. Sub 5 minute second Guardian is looking awfully likely as the left lane is being pressured. We do have that rotation over from Drakkar to try and save it, but the hook a little more frequent than the lasso, and as I bring it up, the hook is effective. Why?
That's good.
What?
The wise words, you hit hook, you do good. You miss hook and bad. And right now, I don't think I've seen Taz miss a hook. You didn't hook him around the wall the second time, but it landed. So far, Taz is feeling really good with Bebop in this second game, and it is snowballing the pressure that you're getting from Drakkar early on. 2 Guardians gone prior to that 5 minute marker. And as soon as you get pressured over towards the right lane, like we're seeing, all you have to do is back up, throw down your wall, and start to heal up if you're jam side, so you're good to re-engage immediately.
And I can't get over this McGinnis, but seeing chat discuss it as well. So the patch not only made it so that maybe Spirit's a little more effective against the walkers, but then you also don't have to stick around to gather the orbs anymore when you kill someone or you kill objectives, which means that McGinnis doesn't take as many losses if she needs to get the heck out of there after pushing by her lonesome. So I'm still not convinced that it's it's the new meta and this is a sign of things to come. But I could see where maybe this could be kind of a good experiment as we have the new patch. But it's like so not about McGinnis anyway in this game. Drakkar, they put up a bit of a fight last game. It ended up snowballing heavily in Abraham's favor as we expected. But at least they had that fight, and this time it's like they stepped into the ring as the bell sounded and they just got immediately bopped. Like they are trying to get up right now. Like their coach is making that sign that's like, do you want to give up right now? Like, are you okay? Are you going to pass out? And Drakkar, of course, aren't going to give up yet, but it is tough.
It's like, tell me you got 5 more rounds right now, or I'm calling it. And your coach is really trying to gas you up, but he knows that you are bleeding out.
It's just overwhelming. It is overwhelming. Every time we see that kill feed, it is Abraham gave him 2. That would have been baller, but he was already way too low.
And a lot of times, too, with McGinnis and that spectral wall that you do see is using that wall in lane to, maybe even in team fights, to isolate and kind of neutralize certain team fights and displace people in the midst of it. It's really good for separating members in the other team. That's one way that it can be used. And if Jamside is good for that and the communication is on point for Abraham's, it's definitely something that you can see work into a lot of these fights with this McGinnis pick. But for Drakkar at the same time, a Spectral Wall is only as effective against you as much as you are just not really taking it into account. So if you're paying attention to that cooldown, that the possibility, it's good to use it against Abraham's too.
Together maybe looking for some revenge. Can't quite take them on, one-on-one. It's not that big of a difference as far as those two in the lead for together, but with some help, that could eventually happen. McGinnis is going to be pretty good about also holding objectives by herself, obviously. So if there was the opportunity for Drakkar to try and get a punch back after losing something else, like we saw a little bit last game, that might even be less likely with McGinnis, who might be very much focused on that as her goal. Was that another hook? Thought I heard it. Oh, there's another hook. Okay, I was like looking in the future for 1 second.
The foresight, you saw it. It happens. The hooks from
I didn't mean to reveal that I was, I could see into the future, but I guess now you know.
You got Zombie Grub is clairvoyant and the all-knowing for Deadlock. So here's a Death Slam together, right back into the Guardian. So much damage onto Cosmetical, and the Shiv does not stand a chance there, even if you did. There were 2 more members from Abraham's just around the corner, and Trax is going to recognize that one as you are down 3 in a row for Together. 8 minutes in, already a flex slot. Sub 7 minutes is when that 3rd Guardian did go down, and you got yourself a 12k soul lead. This is starting to get a little ugly.
Are they going to get a walker before 10 minutes? That's the next question. We take the copy last stand. Always love when that happens. Warden gonna go down, unfortunately. We were talking about a 3k, at least almost 4k difference between those two in a one-on-one battle. So that didn't go very well. See, Spirit's not a problem for the Magician either, so that worked out well, stealing the last stands. We can highlight all the battles that are happening, but we could also just tell you, in summary, Abraham's is winning every single one, and it is getting easier with time because they just keep winning them and keep increasing the souls and keep getting better items.
And they're just targeting right now. They're not even pushing into these walkers realistically. You can see a little bit of wave pushed into your Guardian over towards the right side, but they are just trying to keep Drakkar down and keep kicking them while they're in that situation. So eventually these Guardians, these walkers will fall. And it's just how many can we take down beforehand. Lasso from Piggy. Saf immediately able to recover, and you're being chased if you want. 9 seconds from now, you're gonna have Lasso of your own, but it is not needed.
Wait a minute.
Playing with your food at this point. I mean, that's an extra couple seconds on the respawn timer, but Saf's gonna get costed for it. He just
Yeah, at least.
Wrote his own grave.
Yeah, but it was also like, I think this was, I don't think if this game was very, very even that he would have dedicated to killing Piggy like that, right? He would have been like, oh, I can't get the lasso in return, and like, let's just like back away for a second. But I said wait because you say lasso as well. Are you English? You secretly English? You Canadian?
I think, you know, it's just, it comes a part of being in the Commonwealth.
I love the accent. I wish I had more than just a boring old mid-Atlantic American accent. But I am always like, lasso.
Just wait till I start saying a boot.
Oh boy, please do. Please do. I would love to hear it. I want a Bronx accent. I want a good old Southern drawl. I want something a little more entertaining. But I will not say lasso. I'm pretty sure, anyway.
I think both times, you know, as Canadian as I can be, I live on, both times that I've moved in my life, I've lived on the border of America, so I got a little bit of that Canadian accent going.
Gooball running around, trying, but hey, just look at the souls. You know, in StarCraft, we have a common saying, look at the supply, from a very famous French commentator. Deadlock is going to be look at the souls. It's the simplest analysis you can do, but that is really just continuing to push Abrahams forward in a way that Drakkar can't catch up because they're not also getting room to breathe. Maybe if they got a second, instead of everyone dying every time we talk, they could coordinate, but they can't even coordinate.
Yeah, Zaf is salivating every single time he sees Frake go for the last stand. He says, all right, I can do it too. Better now that I'm at 12k souls and you're still at 7.8, not even 8k for this Warden just yet. And you didn't get to see the first Walker drop sub 10 minutes here in game 2 for Abrahams, but the next best thing is as close as you possibly can get to that 10-minute marker. Hyper Beam's going to bleed right through that objective and the players too for Drakkar sitting behind it. So try as you might. This thing is fallen.
Yes, it is. Meanwhile, the Guardian was saved on the left side, just on Guardian watch right now. Drakkar was hoping that minion, 10,044, whatever it is, he was able to get it. Nope, not going to happen. And then maybe a bit of a server issue. But do we need to see the game? I mean, I really hate being so brutal to Drakkar, who had a fine enough first game. It's just they're facing Abrahams, who's the best right now. But this is a game that I don't think, even they can, well, I don't want to say take seriously because obviously they will. And they are trying to do something that might bring them back. I was going to point out that the Infernus is actually well farmed enough that maybe they're hoping that would make an impact. But it's a game that I think they know has already snowballed too much. So there's only so many things they can think of or try and do just for a couple of maybe highlight moments. But then, what are the realistic comeback opportunities?
Oh, I was going to say we're back, and what did we miss? Another Walker gone on the left side. So, starting to push that margin a little bit further in terms of not just souls, but space in lanes.
That was fun.
And you can see that a lot of people for Drakkar just in a little bit of a lull through their own spawn, and a lot of people just standing still right now. I don't even know what we're waiting for right at this one. How do you hit that?
Oh my god. Even when they're trying to take this really cautious approach, because they know they need something like a team fight to maybe change things up. Hook. Just every time. It's so frustrating to watch this. Like, I can only imagine how frustrating it is for Drakkar. Blob is, by the way, the person I was talking about. So they're at 15k, which would have them, probably win a handful of mono battles and a handful of maybe even 1v2s in, like, really ideal situations. But there's no one else who's even close on their team. And worse, most of the people on their team are so far down. Like, poor Piggy. They've just been slaughtered over and over and over again. It's a whole herd. Down at 7k souls. When everyone else on Abrahams are in double digits.
Piggy is having a rough go at this one across both of the games. And it's tough to say, especially for a team that is on the brink of possibly losing another one. As you were able to tie up melee creeps, you go into day number 2 with a new vibe for your squad, hoping to finish off strong versus some of the top ones. And
what?
You're just trying to time the parries, and together it's just you go for a heavy one, you go for a light melee. Both Cosmetical misses the parry every single time, and it's a boxing match that together is happy to win.
Yeah, that was That wasn't him giving up. That was him trying to play the mind game that is the punch parry. But the problem is that even if he did get a parry, there were more people descending on him, and then he still would have lost the 1v1. So it's just there's actually been no point in time in this game across about 15 minutes, guys, not even yet, that I think Drakkar have teamed up together, truly.
I haven't seen the combustion. I haven't seen a lasso. Last Stand is getting out last standed by the Sinclair. Trax, I don't think we've seen an assassinate, and we don't think we've seen a killing blow. So this is a situation where quite literally everything is working for Abrahams with this composition that they are just throwing together. It looks like they just threw a dart at a board and it landed on McGinnis, and here we are with Champside. And now you're pushing to finish this one in one of the fastest games that we have seen in Volume 6 so far here for the EU Bombshell. And Abrahams, who are regarded as, at this moment, the kings of Europe from recent Fight Night results. They ask, how could you be better than Virtus Pro after what we just watched the game before? And they are showing it right now.
This could be a 17-minute Patron. That's going to be my guess here, as Drakkar sells a couple people up so that they'll be buying more time. Everyone's getting obliterated except for Blob, who also could not reach a stun with the combustion when we did finally see it. So that wasn't effective. Funnily enough, Drakkar are going to get objectives in this game because Abrahams has not cared to go back and clean the left side lane. So it did kill the Guardian, it did kill the Walker. They might even let the base Guardians go down. Who cares? They're clearly going to win.
Yeah, this is pointing towards Abrahams, looking sharp, polished, confident, you name it. As Drake Track's going to overextend, they go down, and this should be it. Waltz back in, roll out the red carpet. Patron is going down, and it is Abrahams rising once more for another win, 2-0 across this week of action. And they don't even look contested right now. That is the scary thing, ZG.
It is very scary. There's not much more to say on that game, is there? The interesting thing was going to be the McGinnis, and she didn't matter. I mean, there might have been some highlights that we missed, or there was a sick wall, or the turrets shot someone down, I guess. I don't know, but it wasn't really the focal point. They could have added anyone they wanted. They could have added any other character who is in the bottom of the barrel draft pick. They could have added Dynamo. They could have added Grey Talon. I don't know if it would have mattered. I am a little shocked by that, though, just before we all start being like, wow, they could do anything and still win against Drakkar, because Drakkar wasn't doing that badly in the first game. Like, this is the second game they played, and that was absolutely a stomp. First game was definitely one-sided, but not nearly as bad. And it's like, what exactly went wrong to have that snowball so quickly? Was it a mentality thing? Was it that they didn't expect, or the very first thing that happened was actually the Geist going down, if I recall correctly, followed then by a couple of kills on Drakkar's side. And I wonder if maybe they thought they could push out of the gates really strong, and then they just were rebuffed instantly.
Yeah.
But it feels like this isn't, no matter how good Abrahams is, this shouldn't have snowballed this fast.
No, I know whether it's a mentality, a confidence issue for the team going into the second game. It could even be just as much a preparation issue when you get thrown something like a McGinnis and a Bebop that you don't really see Abrahams utilize. Even the lady guys coming in is probably not something that you're really noting for this team to play up against or studying for them to play going into this match. So as soon as you do, just your approach to this game becomes a whole lot different. And when Taz is hitting hooks from downtown, displacing you, setting up somebody like Saf or really anybody on this team to just burst down a member of Drakkar, it's hard to deal with a player like that. And we saw this team on Drakkar struggle against Overseas yesterday with this exact same pick of Bebop. It's obviously an issue of having to, match up against something like this in lane, avoid those hooks, and really count when that cooldown is available. But it could be just as much a preparation issue for Drakkar as it could be a confidence issue when you're looking at it. And, you talk about just not having fun when you're in a situation like this. Piggy 0-14 in game number 2, and just constantly getting picked off by the squad. That's going to hurt for a player that, I mean, when you look at Drakkar, and I said it before, I look at Piggy to be an essential leader for this team, to kind of invest in this team and instill some kind of strategy for them to go up against teams like this. And when you're being focused like that, you never even have the opportunity to put those in place for a game. And it's really hard to play like that when you're just fighting for yourself and not just your team.
Yeah. Yeah, that's absolutely brutal. I don't think you had fun at all in that game if you were Drakkar. And then going back to what I was mentioning, it can be tough to come in at your third series of the day and being on really losing overall. In the day before, you also lost. It's hard to also bring you up from that. Even if your first game started off with some strength, it did end in a loss too. And yeah, perhaps it really was just a lot of the mentality going on. I'd like to say hopefully they can do better tomorrow. They're actually playing one game tomorrow and then one game the final day of groups. But it's going to be very tough to bring them back and actually advance, by the way, in this tournament at this point. But that's that for that series. So we are going to be moving on to the second one. We still got 2 more series to go, guys. Up next, it's going to be Abraham's versus One Win Team, which was the highlight match that ZP picked out yesterday. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back. It's the match you've been waiting for. Abraham's versus One Win Team is going to be our upcoming match. And if you're excited for it, do me a favor and go ahead and click that follow button, as well as follow all the socials for One Win Bombshell. This is volume 6. So they've already presented so many great deadlock tournaments as we watch this budding esport continue to develop. So, Seymour, what are we thinking for Abraham's versus One Win?
Well, this has been a battle that a lot of people, I'm sure, are looking forward to seeing. Abraham's, One Win, and VP all kind of tussle against each other. It's going to determine who our first seeds will be by the time the standing is done, as you imagine that top 3 of Europe are going to continue to be the top 3 of Europe. But for this 1-win team, this match means a lot more to them than I'm sure people would probably be thinking, because in the past couple of matchups between Abrahams and 1-win, it has been nothing but Abrahams finding success against this team. They're 0-3 against Abrahams in the last 3 times that they've met. They've lost every single game, and that's worrisome because we already put a lot of story towards this 1-win squad going into this tournament. That last time that we saw them in the Bombshell, they had a fall from grace, an identity crisis. They were struggling to get a real good read on the meta, and it seems like, yes, they're rising, but they're still not holding a candle to where they were before.
Yeah, that does seem to be a struggle for them. They have not been able to beat Abrahams. They've also been struggling against Virtus Pro. So that's why we talk about those two being up there, right? And that match is going to happen tomorrow. So as far as the whole group stage goes, I think everyone's looking for Abrahams Virtus Pro, of course. As far as today, this is still a great story as far as what you're talking about. 1-win trying to find out their place in Deadlock, although another patch did hit, so we'll see how that works out, and whether or not they can start breaking into the conversation again about being that like actual top team in Deadlock as well. So yeah, the pressure might be a little more on them. Abraham's getting a little bit of a warm up, being able to experiment as well in the last series, probably feeling pretty good about going into this as a team. But 1-win is where you really got to crack down. I think you got to obviously respect them, even though you've been winning against them. They are one of those teams that everyone looks at as, okay, can they cause the upset, the most realistic perhaps upset that we're going to be talking about.
And because you went into this one as you're now playing your 2 matches for the day as 1-win, it gives you time to prepare against Abrahams. And you got to watch that last game. You see where those strengths do come into play. And for them, they look at the Calvin that we did see for the first initial ban, which, to be honest, it's not a bad ban whatsoever. The issue for that is you leave the Ladygeist open, you leave the Calico open, and for Abrahams, they do end up going for that Ladygeist, where they are the ones to ban out the Viscous, which doesn't surprise me either, because yesterday ABL was putting on a clinic in that Viscous role. So much damage, so much support for the team, and he looks great on it. Yeah.
1-win going for the Warden and Magician immediately. What do we call Magician? I guess Sinclair's just aren't really cool enough. But the Magicians, too, because it's 2 people. And I think that obviously can be the count of the Warden, but they've grabbed that. It's also just a solid pick overall. Abrahams could go for the Infernus, though, at this point. So that would be very scary. We talk about Jam side, having that just as a very good hero for them, but then also being able to help out against that Warden, too. Might be what they want to get if they can get it, right? So 1-win needs that choice as well.
I think I'm with you on that Magician call. You know, it's not just one person in that mannequin. It's 2 people. So how can it be just the Magnificent Sinclair in that whole sense? It is just in general, Magician right there. But you know what? We love the Magnificent Sinclair. It is good. I love how they changed it into the wand, too. The wand was such a good touch for Sinclair into it. But we are going to get an Infernus early from 1-win. Yeah, and that, you know, right away, like you said, it takes it away from Jam side. So obviously, you know, in 1-win, like, come on, guys, we're not going to get Jam side on that McGinnis just by taking away the Infernus. But, you know, they're just dangling it out there in front of them now.
So for Abrahams, what now will be their choices? I can get a Lash. Is the Bebop going to make an appearance? I feel like if it was going to be 6th. I'm thinking on the rest of the draft goes. McGinnis. I'm feeling the McGinnis. It's going to happen, man.
Well, if we get the McGinnis, that would be crazy. But we got the bans to kind of see if they're going to really target anybody right now from 1-win on the Abraham side. Bebop isn't a bad choice to kind of pick in this situation, only because of how good Overseas is on that Bebop as well. It's just, if you have the ability to play him, you can go for that too. But the fact that Calico makes it all the way into a 2nd ban is kind of wild to think about, considering that Calico has just been on the forefront of Deadlock for, I don't even know how long, way too long. Months. Yeah. And so 1-win's going to just ban that out. Very good call for that. You don't want to give it to Abrahams in any capacity. And for Abrahams on the other side, when you're looking to target this 1-win team and take something away, you have a Lash still available, which is some lockdown that you could definitely get into. One Win don't have to worry about the Sinclair taking anything away from the Warden, so that's going to be a good feeling for them. But when I'm just looking at, where One Win was kind of prioritizing who they did play, they have played a good amount of Yamato, and they have played a good amount of Wraith too. So if that's something that Abrahams wants to look into, maybe, you ban the Yamato, you go into picking the Wraith, that's something to kind of think about. But they banned the 7 away from One Win. Okay. And then that gives One Win the Yamato, which Zanya's excellent at playing Yamato. So they're going to be happy for that.
Yeah, I am really surprised with the 7. I was thinking Pocket because that's been their ban multiple times previously, which still obviously would have given One Win Yamato, but Yamato also would have been on that. But I wonder why they're fearing 7 so much. Whatever it is, they obviously do fear it. So now we're back to Abrahams. Now the question is, who's going to grab the Holiday? I kind of feel the Wraith for Abrahams too. I think going to get an Abrams. That front line is also going to be necessary soon enough.
Together was crazy on that Abrams, so
he was.
It's definitely something to keep in your mind. But Lash is still up. You still have Holiday available as well to go into just for some lockdown. I'd like to see Abrahams start to prioritize into that, and they go for the. Yeah, I don't even know why I wasn't thinking about this. For Taz, you get the Haze again,
Haze,
and you're getting the Lash over towards Saf. So I think it's just I've hardwired my brain to just forget that Haze exists. And
it's funny, isn't it? She reappears for 1 second and then she gets banned and we're like, where'd it go? Haze exists.
Haze
maybe we are being hazed right now. She's in our dreams, deleting things from our memories. Something more
in my brain.
Right? But yeah, that does make a lot of sense. And I was with you. I kind of forgot. This is why you need to just the biggest portraits of the characters you can get, so you can make sure to keep track of every single one. We haven't seen a lot of Ivy, although that can be a pick. The Holiday still hasn't come in, or a Paradox alternatively, which feels like we're talking about her less these days.
Which is funny because when Holiday came out, and I was saying, man, this is just the dollar store version of Paradox. And now it seems like the role is reversed. And it's like Paradox is the dollar store version of Holiday. Nobody wants to go there.
When my first games with Holiday, I faced a Paradox in lane, and I was like, it's like future cowgirl versus Western cowgirl. Just still think holds. Very, very similar in their actions. The Bebop is chosen by One Win. Do you think that's actually because they want to use it? Anything in particular against the characters that we're seeing? Yeah. Or is it a takeaway from Abrahams?
No, I think this is overseas. It's a very confident pick for overseas to go for that Bebop. We see it all the time for this team. They played it against Drakkar yesterday, and again, Drakkar struggled against it, and we saw that Abrahams was also able to kind of utilize in that same sense. And you think about for somebody like a Bebop, if you can catch a Ladygeist, if you can catch a Lash, really anybody on this team for Abrahams, that's a good setup to just delete these heroes, just in general. And when you can put the confidence in your teammate to do that, it's no way. No way we get the McGinnis again for Jam side in that whole sense. I wasn't
joking when I was feeling the McGinnis. That wasn't a joke. I just knew it was going to happen. I totally anticipated this.
Okay. Maybe right, McGinnis cool. is back.
McGinnis is back, baby. If they win, that'll be the tagline for the series.
It's such a small sample size because you can't just look at Abrahams playing McGinnis twice and be like, yeah, McGinnis is back. Because you said it even last game, is that you could have put anybody in place of McGinnis in that last game and it probably would have been the same results.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's the make or break for this composition, but it's funny. It certainly is funny.
Let me think. So the points about the patch I think are still valid. Just a reminder, the walkers, they're more vulnerable to spirit builds, right? That's happened. Although they have more HP, a split difference. You don't need to stick around for souls anymore. So the McGinnis can push and then maybe leave, where she's not the most mobile character. She does have the wall to try and escape. Sometimes can't do it fast enough. Now she can do it a little bit faster. Don't know about any of the architecture differences. Can't speak to that. But I am wondering specifically against the heroes that we're seeing. So once again, she can wall if the last stand is apparent. She can also wall off against a furnace. Basically walling if you are not ready to take on whatever ult that you see is really what I'm going to come down to in this analysis, right? If you predict the Last Stand, Combustion, or the Shadow Transformation. To an extent, you can also predict Bebop and Holiday and their pools, but like to an extent, right? And you're pretty much only protecting yourself at that point. It's got to be like instantaneous.
It's a reaction at that time.
Yes, yeah. So then what else would be helpful from McGinnis's kit against One Win's team?
So, I mean, again, it's just like that solo presence in towards lane where you're able to drop your healing on your teammates. You're able to put up those turrets. You get any sort of like you can take away from spirit resistance from people with those turrets as well. You know, it's you build into maybe a silencer as well for the McGinnis, and it's just that extra support that you're able to give towards your team with those turrets, with that wall and your heals. It's very good for a McGinnis, but trying to flesh out, you know, fully how McGinnis does make the impact, I think that's not really where we should look at Abrahams in this whole sense, because you still got like this lady guys, the haze, the lash, so many things to set up this Shiv to execute, that the McGinnis is just going to be here for the ride, I feel like, in this whole team. And for One Win, you have to be really worried about this, because you go for the Sinclair just to counterpick it away from being against the Warden. And now you look at Sinclair, you have a job right now. Your job is to hit those death slams. Your job is to go maybe find a soul exchange, you know, with that Lady Geist at some point, and be that player for One Win. And if I'm sure, I think that would be Xenon playing on this Sinclair pick, and I know he's fully capable of playing Sinclair. We've seen him do it a lot. If not him, then Flammable, and they're both just fantastic for Sinclair. So it is something where with Warden and Sinclair on a team together, that might end up snowballing to an issue for Abrahams, and that's where you might look towards those spectral walls to stop it.
It's going to be funny when someone does a big brain analysis on this and they discover that McGinnis is actually the linchpin. And we're like, I don't even know if it's going to matter. Like, it's going to be about some of these other guys. And McGinnis is the reason that they stomped so hard last game and are going to stomp so hard this time. Of course, I don't really believe that, but it is... I think you're right to point out all the other dynamics that are happening across the board for these two teams. It's always funny with McGinnis too, because I think we can talk about the wall and the dissecting of team fights and the infrastructure. Don't really ever talk about her ult, which I think is totally fair. And it's still kind of a bugaboo, I would say, about her, is that we just, as far as the ult go, there's a lot that you don't really get to say, okay, not too bad. But hers is kind of one of those. I wonder if that's going to affect how they team fight, you know, in the future. Should we actually be effective in those team fights without the wall? Will she have all their turrets up as well is always a question. If it ends up being a big battle, can she have the turrets up at all times when it is most necessary is another issue with her. So, I mean, I still really do want to focus on her, but maybe we really shouldn't.
One of my favorite times is, like, I play a lot of McGinnis. I love playing McGinnis, and her kit's so fun. But I think one of my favorite things about that ultimate is that at one point I was literally just using it as a farming tool, just to get through those tier 4 camps as quick as possible. It wasn't even something that I'm like, okay, let's use it against the enemy. No, everything has to line into place for that to really pull into some damage on the opponents. Why not just farm this camp as quick as possible with it?
That's funny. I don't think that's really a, good thing.
It worked. It worked for the most part.
It would work, yes. Let's talk about a little bit the laning setup as we see here. Again, it's going to be with Lash over on that right side up against Infernus and Sinclair. This is not the Bebop from last game. Swap the teams here. It's 1-1 with the Bebop. So the first hook, not going to land. It was magical. The last game that we saw, it almost always hit. Not going to happen this time. That's going to be obviously a very big point, is to just simply dodge the Bebop hooks. Easier said than done. But perhaps you can take a little bit more space with the characters that we have on the mid lane. Guys just throwing out her bombs. For instance, Mirage kind of staying a distance away. Not getting too aggressive, trying to tornado in.
And this is another time to fully test out the haze and how capable a haze can be in the spot system that's being put into place by Taz. And One Win now, they're tested and they're trying to figure out, okay, we have to make sure that we're spot checking for this haze, communicating when we do see them, keep track of where this position is, and deny these sleep darts from taking any key tools away from One Win in the team fights. So Taz was fantastic in the laning phase at denying the holiday from Piggy. And then furthermore, moving into the full macro of the map and picking off Blob every single time that Wraith, was caught out of position. So that's something that, again, I'm going to put a focus on the Taz. I'm going to look to see that this Haze is actually something that can be utilized in these team comps and has, a place in the system to pick some of these members. Set up your teammate with these sleep daggers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's going to be a little difficult for her, the character Haze, in the early game, I would say, as we see them being pressured right now. But then, yes, keeping an eye on Taz as the game goes on, going to be critical, actually, to their game plan. That mid lane, I thought maybe it was Abrahams who are going to have to be a little careful about playing aggressive there. I was wrong. They're playing very aggressive. To be fair, the ult's not out for the lasso as of yet, right? So that's not the other hook option that could be quite scary. But they are pushing it while they can. Barrage is on a hunt by the looks of things. ABL is definitely going to get away, though. So Saf is just taking some real positioning here. And then we got this situation where the mid lane is being pushed by Abrahams, but then their side lanes are struggling a bit.
So, it's no surprise, I'd say, for this one-win team. I think that they've put together some really strong lanes, especially you look over towards the left side, Infernus and Warden. You hit a binding word, and Xenon is going to do a lot of damage, especially towards the laning phase. It's the way that he works, and you're not going to get the same thing from Taz unless those sleep daggers do really land. So that's going to be tough to kind of battle up against. And actually, it is Xenon over with the Sinclair, and it's going to be Zanya there for the Yamato. So same thing, same idea for those binding words, but for Xenon, we can talk about it more towards Flammable. And as soon as that ultimate is available, which very soon it is available for the Sinclair, you have a Lash in front of you. Unfortunately, you also have Jamside playing McGinnis, who is killing it, by the way.
Working out pretty well there. Flammable was being awfully aggressive. Did not have the ult yet to try and get something done. And actually, just the ult finishes for Saint and Jamside. They can continue pressuring with it. Might see an ult from McGinnis at this point, then, if they feel like they can continue with it. Lash, is he going to go over to the mid or just going for some boxes? Somebody just went for boxes, going to be coming back. Spirit Lasso was effective. I mean, finally, I was waiting for the repercussions of being aggressive in the mid lane, and we do finally have them. Saf is taken down. However, geez Louise, Overseas getting very low, too. Going to have to get out of that Hyper Beam and just tuck away into a corner.
What a terrible, terrible thing to have to deal with. Hook into a lasso.
Right?
And even the tornado from Saf doesn't get you further away enough to escape just with that bomb decimating that Mirage. So that's tilting a little bit, even to watch.
It is, yes.
Same sense.
Yeah, that's about as tilting as you can get. I mean, you feel like you're just never ever safe. Overseas did finally go down. I don't think they got time to go heal, so that does make sense. We just had Abraham's reach a little bit. Maybe not so simple.
How?
Okay, they will survive.
That's something that you remember.
Yeah, okay. That reach was actually quite good then. Hoots and Saf going for Bebop, finding Holiday as well. Continue pressuring there. Bebop has, of course, recovered already, but now we have more aggression pointed towards that mid lane. Lash has come over. Saint looking to help out on the push of the Guardian. He decides it's not going to go very favorably, as Saf is still too low and has to go back and heal.
And Hoot is lurking. As Lady Geist looking for a soul exchange.
Yes, she is.
You saw that, you were thinking about going in on Overseas there, but if you take any sort of Guardian damage at all, you risk not getting that ultimate off in time, and that's the scary part from up top. Death Slam. Oh, it hits, but he's inside, so he's able to avoid it. Now Combustion in from Xenon to fully escape and get that spacing. You leave your teammate alone. Jamside's going to work off of it and kill Flammable. So still a kill from Abrahams, but it could have been worse.
Possibly, yeah. As we see more duels happening across the field. But I was thinking more about that right side lane. You know, people say that the Lash ult can be good to steal for the Sinclair, and I've actually always been a little confused about that, just personally. This is very much maybe reaching too far of my own inexperience. But you can't get very high with it, so it sometimes feels like the Sinclair up against a Lash doesn't really want to steal that, and it's like that McGinnis' steal is much better. But more to the interesting point, McGinnis can hold defensively on her own. Maybe that will give Lash some freedom to go over to the middle lane more often. Right now, that is not the case, as the Magician is trying to tackle both characters, not quite able to do so. And that is actually a lot of death for Flammable at that point. I see what they were wanting to do right there, and it did look promising for a second, but ultimately failing means Flammable is starting to fall a decent bit behind in the early game.
Yeah, and not what you want to see for the Sinclair and for the transformation. Zanya is just going to get burnt down by the bullet dance, and together alongside this Haze denies that ultimate from Zanya from getting anything going in the laning phase already. Abrahams has been able to, or sorry, OneWin has been able to finish off the tower.
Have their tower finished off.
I think it's like flipped around in the colors or something.
Oh, is it?
And what I was looking at, I thought, yeah, I might going crazy here. Yeah, no, it's OneWin's tower is gone. I am crazy for looking at it. Abrahams wins out on that right side, and that's the McGinnis. That's what you want to see from the McGinnis. Just push into Guardian, do a ton of damage, section off the opponents with that wall, and when Flammable does go for those fights, and you saw that that wall was able to shut out any escape that the Sinclair could get.
I just want to say, if you count the amount of times I flipped the teams and the Guardians going down yesterday, you feel much better, I think. Happens so often. It's a difficult game to track. And also just unexpected McGinnis, I feel like throws a curveball. You're like, well, the McGinnis doesn't win that lane. Oh, it did. Oh, okay. Which theoretically, you know, in regular games, shall we say, not competitive is fine, but in competitive, you just don't see her very often. But yeah, it did work out. And then again, you know, she can kind of defend her own Guardian, even if maybe two people come at her to a better extent, leaving that Lash open to try and hit that mid again. So that's kind of nice, because sometimes you don't get that freedom to roam around. The Lash is very mobile, so there is, of course, a little freedom there, but even more so now that you know that your Guardian is safe. A lot of pushing happening in the mid lane. Lash forced to disengage and just be the sole survivor, in fact, sole defender of this Guardian. Oh no, the guy's
looks like with that right side Guardian, we're actually getting a collapse coming out from that middle lane and left lane, so hunt for Taz is on. You have Saint up top, no Death Slam available, no real support you can give towards Taz, but the Haze is going to be able to escape fully. Jam side gets overwhelmed on the right. That opens up a trade now for the Guardian. As the urn has been collected by OneWin and moved towards the left side. Zanya's going to put the team in a little bit of a vulnerable position. Saint's going to be happy to grab this one and start to carry it for this team. 12-second respawn for Zanya, and you're going to start to see everything shift over to the right.
Yeah, as the urn is being taken, we need that decision to be made. Is OneWin going to defend it? Are they going to look for other opportunities? If there even are, it doesn't really seem to be the case right now. In fact, the stuck battle happening way before urn, closer to the Guardian. Unfortunately, who was unable to escape back to it in time to save their life. So Magician was on the hunt. Urn could still be picked up, but we have more people being drawn into this potential urn fight. Haze now on Haze on the chase. Alongside the McGinnis, which you don't think much of a chasing character, but Event's there to help, and by all means up the zip line. And while all this was happening, did have that urn return without much to be said about it. So nice pick up there for OneWin. The souls have been quite even this entire game. We are not getting ourselves a stomp where it seems like the future is already very clear. This is not clear. They're both getting opportunities, both teams. Yeah. And so we have a situation where, yes, the Guardians might be a little mismatched right now, but I still absolutely believe in OneWin being able to push back.
And they do a fantastic job at, you know, overextending for that urn. You collapse and catch it on rotation, and they're able to secure it. So they're still fully in this one for souls. It's just where do you spend those souls? When that flex slot is available, you still haven't even fully finished off your beginning slots for these items. So you still have time right now for OneWin to fully get this one going for themselves. And over towards the left lane we go. It's a quad stack coming up from 1win.
It's a lot. They really want this left lane Guardian, and they are going to be able to find it. Like evening things up. I mean, usually when these Guardians go down, yeah, the fight's not quite over yet. Picking up a big bag of souls right there, too. It's actually really not over. There's some aggression coming out, the Lash, maybe looking for the opportunity before 1win is able to just back away. Yeah, when you lose the Guardians, as 1win has, really what was snowballing in our previous games was just that it was also so much lost map presence. And I think what's important here is that 1win is not simply having to relent the entirety of that portion of the map. They are fighting back themselves. They would maybe like some more opportunities to get picked with these Bebop and Holiday, right? Start these fights off a little bit better. But aside from that, they're keeping pace, and now their eyes are on that last Guardian. Abraham's looking to defend mid.
Well, they have the Death Slam. You also have the Bullet Dance, so good combo being set up. However, Taz is on the right side of the map, so that Death Slam is only good for so much, and fairly certain that 1win, they recognize the potential for that fight against them, and they fully disengage off of that mid Guardian before things can get bad from them playing the long con right now. And Together's going for quite the chase across the map, and you can see that really this Shiv wants to start isolating some duels against 1win, but again, it's just another thing that 1win are doing really good is denying this one. However, sleep onto Empty Dreams, and that's just gonna burn this last stand.
Yeah, exactly. That's gonna burn the last stand. Yeah, there was no follow-up to guarantee a kill and a Warden, but you at least got the last stand of the equation when the rest of your team is actually sharping around too. So you wait that out. Maybe the call will come in to actually go for a team fight. A little bit Shiv finding Conchition right now, also finding the Holiday. Could they take on actually Bogus? They can. Lash comes in to help out. Lasso was available, but only bought so much time. And a 2 against 1 that entire way, not going to work out with the killing blow available. The rest of 1win trying to come in to help out as well, but it might already be too late. They are forced back to the Walker. Well, Bullet Dance, not going to be in range anymore. Easy. Cancel. Chase after Xenon. Goodbye.
So fast for Taz. The tracking is immaculate. Overseas going to go down as well. That's 3 players from 1win down in succession. And where do Abrahams decide to invest this advantage? Well, he didn't really have any good wave health.
I see the enemy.
So it goes back to trying to hunt down, and it looks like they have another player. Flammable's going to be spotted out, and you get the ping out from Taz. He's going to chase this one.
It's like the command, you know, hey, go after him. Not quite going to be able to chase. If the Sinclair does have the assistant somewhere safe, then it's, you know, there's actually just nothing you can do about that. Which is going to have to be safer as time goes on. The pushing is starting to happen to maybe a more worrying degree. 1win losing, you know, some of their map, but then not having anyone like a Haze to go scouting around looking and seeing what's happening can be a bit concerning. I guess the Sinclair can fill that role because of the assistant, but can be dangerous if they're burned down like way too fast, for instance. Big fight over on the right side. Abrahams likes what they see, and then pauses. So I guess something's going on with Shiv.
Yeah, that together, just some issues possibly going on for the team, just in general. So hoping it can be solved as quick as possible. But this is where we get to move into more podcast zone, and you know, in general, when you look from games 1 and 2 that we got for Abrahams up against Drakkar, they were given so many times where you actually had Taz in a situation to get those sleeps, to get those kills. But I'm very impressed with the heads-up communication that we're seeing from this from this 1win team, to deny anything from Taz so far. They get that third Guardian through mids. The last flex, or the first flex slot, is opened up in 1win side. The only thing is now that urn is being moved from right to left. It is going to be a neutral urn to watch for.
Yeah, which feels like by this point we're already talking about urns deep in your opponent's base. But this game is actually staying very even. Even as 1win maybe takes some successive blows, they're holding on. I mean, they're not letting it snowball in any significant way. As of yet, I am still worried that maybe Taz will come online, start finding more picks, and then I'm really worried about the lack of map presence here for 1win. But the urn is going to be the next problem. are we going to try and go and defend that? There's nothing else that's really tempting besides defending the urn, though. Like, is that maybe the right side be pushed a little bit? Yamato trying to get that head. Hayes has found Holiday. Oh, no. Does, fortunately, for Holiday miss. Now wants to give the chase, but it's going to be actually a 3-on-2. Go back to the Walker. Safeguard it.
Dedicate to the right side of the Walker, though. They're not even going to bother with this urn at all. I thought they were going to contest this urn, and it's not even getting pushed in by Saints, so a lot of respect being shown by Abrahams, and they have to be careful to not lose this right side. You can see everybody's going to TP over to stop this one.
Yeah. Slash actually hits, so nice targeting there. So ABL does go down. Yeah, the urn kind of temporarily aside as the Walkers became a pretty significant target. Telegram to be used to try and escape. We'll be able to do Hayes. Okay, not going to burn down right there. Very, very, very close, and we'll have to evacuate, I would expect. If they don't go back home, they're going to be very, very vulnerable for the future. But the urn is back on the docket. The first priority as we have the teams start to head on over there. Hyper Beam sent out. We got the Warden last stand, and that is going to provide a lot of fear to try and put in this urn. You really just can't go through it. Can you focus fire it now that that's no longer there? The Warden gets sort of death slammed. They're going to go down. Looks like they do. Empty Dreams is going to fall. So that front line gone. The rest of the team still around. Yamato is going to need some help. Not going to be able to get it. And Overseas, I think, just realized that was not going to go well and had pulled out a little bit sooner. So, good defense, I guess, of the urn, you could say, right? For Abrahams, who now might be able to cap it.
That's a really heads-up play from Abrahams, just to recognize everything that's going to be pushed into him. The last stand in the Hyper Beam. You avoid the Hyper Beam, you kind of disconnect from that fight, and as soon as you come back, it's a Death Slam from Saint that sets up that team fight to turn back in favor of Abrahams. Now looking to push this urn in. 3 players stacking up for 1 win. They don't want to let it go for free, but they have to let it go at this point, and it doesn't look like it will be for free. However, the combustion is going to be used to at least garner some space for 1 win.
1 win, bit on the ropes at this point. They're in some trouble. Empty Dreams is gone. Overseas is gone. Is there anything going well for 1 win? I think as they all disengage, it is not the case. And actually, Sinclair in some trouble right now. Flammable just out in the open. Looks like it wasn't detected. They're successfully hiding, juking away, and can recover. Go back to the Walker, which they really need to do. It's just a question of can they do so safely? Can they help out Xenon on the defense of the Walker? Or is that just a goner? So many people from Abrahams are bearing down on it. Looks like it was just the 2. Seeing if that was an open opportunity, it's not so much. Enough from 1 win came on over. So Abraham's focusing perhaps more so on gathering some of the camp on this side and setting up for a future fight. They did take a 10k soul lead thanks to that urn. And that is a little worrisome, but objectives are even. And all players are up, well, except Jam side, but 25 seconds on that one.
And you don't even really have any damage over towards mid. You don't take any damage on your left Walker. Very good moment there for 1 win. It could have been a lot worse giving up that urn. As you can start to see that soul lead is growing for their team. So going to be able to get to, tier 2, tier 3 items now for a lot of these players who are starting to get some more souls underneath their pockets. So urn on the left now. Going to spawn up. Couple lulls across the map. You can start to see a little bit of I think Abraham's setting up for watching this rotation over towards right off of this urn pickup, and look at the positioning that we're getting from Saints in a spot that if anybody does decide to move left to right here, this is a moment where that lash could catch people early.
Urn being teased at this point. Actually, a lot of 1 win went over to the left side. Bullet Dance is not going to be able to throw, should scare anyone away, I should say, as that was a goner for Taz. Overseas also did fall, however, so it's not without its repercussions. Yeah, the wall is going to stop things, put it on ice for a little bit, and, well, Zania was left behind there, so that is taken out too. The urn, what happened to it?
Well, it got returned for Abraham, so that's
yes.
It's 131 to 115k, another 15k lead for this team, and They're pushing into the right side Walker too. They're looking for this team fight to go their way. However, Last Stand burns through the McGinnis. Now on the escape, you have some help, but the Shiv is doing a good job of just staying alive. Death Slam down, avoids it, but it's still going to amount to the death of Empty Dreams. Saf secures this one. Flammable goes down as well. This Mirage is taking over in the team fights, and OneWin are reeling to just stay alive.
Yeah, we had the return Death Slam, which was quite entertaining to see, but it wasn't as good. Flammel goes down for the attempt. Unfortunately, with that urn, that second urn, also coinciding with a lost team battle for OneWin, I mean, it was really starting to fear for them. It looks like they are maybe going to even things up as far as winning this particular team battle, but what about the Walker? That unfortunately does go down. So, okay, yeah, a little bit of return. They do end up finding Saint. Great, but this is still overall Abrams' victory. 16k ahead, took down a Walker. The left side Walker also be taken out by minions at this point.
Yeah, everything, I mean, you're getting the trades for kills, but everything objective-wise is still ahead for Abrams. So you're dying, you're losing nothing for it, and even still, that soul lead is going to stay pretty skewed into your favor, right? And yeah, I mean, it's closing in a little bit, but you have nowhere to spend it for the most part. And that's the issue right now for OneWin. For Abrahams, I mean, you're setting yourselves up that if you get this last Walker, it's going to be very hard for you to come back from this deficit. And OneWin, you need to start looking at these team fights a little bit better into, where are you prioritizing this team fights? Because there's been many times where you're winning fights, but then the fight ends and you are A, half HP, and B, you have no real space in terms of where these lanes are pushed up to, and in that you don't really translate into a Walker. This time you do get the left Walker, so that is at least a marginally better trade than what we've seen in the past, and that soul lead is going to be extinguished off of it. It's just looking to see if you can get the second one now.
Yeah, there's already a bit of that gap bridged, because the fight that I thought was over, I was like, well, 3 people are down for Abrahams. Well, 4 people are down for Abrahams. And then it was suddenly all 6 people were down for Abrahams. So some staggering happened right there, or just kind of being caught out, maybe too greedy trying to farm while there was still so much presence for OneWin. I'm not sure, but that started to come back on the urn, or the souls. And then we had the Walker successfully, first of all, defended for OneWin. The minions were on top of it for sure, but the Warden came through to defend it. And then they were able to push it enough while there was still the recovery happening for Abraham. So, that's kind of what we've been missing from some of the previous games that we're getting a taste of now in an even deadlock game, where we are going to have more opportunities for the players in the deficit to make a comeback happen. No one is so far behind that you kind of wonder how they're going to impact the game. Like a 12k overseas who just hopes for a hook, right? No, he's at 21k. He's fine. Empty Dreams also making sure to stay high on the souls too, as a Warden, is being a great presence for some of these team fights, and of course Xenon as well. Just a matter of getting maybe more of that wombo combo with the combustion. Hayes decides to get the heck out of there, which makes a lot of sense. Abrahams, they do need to be wary of losing either a team fight straight up very quickly, or doing, again, that staggering whatever happened in the last one, because it was a great 60 seconds for them, and then it was a great 60 seconds for OneWin.
There's a moment there, there's a little bit of discourse and wondering, where does the mid come into effect there for OneWin after finding those kills, taking that Walker? Well, it's a situation you work so hard to climb back to, a situation where you just have a floor beneath your feet. You go for the mid, something... Oh my goodness, Empty Dreams, how are you still alive right now? And the soul exchange is going to be enough to trade. No, it won't. Warden stays alive.
Seriously?
Who does not? And you think about this could be a moment where you start to get some spacing inside these waves, push towards these Walkers, try to equalize in the objectives, or straight up steal this mid boss. But you still have to worry about overseas being alive. You still have to worry about Saint being alive for the steal, and same thing with Sap on that tornado. But they are going to give it a go.
Whoa.
So you have to think about that. This Lash ultimate has to posture.
This is a risky mid call. We have seen some mid calls where not everyone on the opposing team is down, but they're so far away, right, that could still be a good idea. But this isn't exactly that situation. 3 people are down for Abrahams, yes, so there's a chance that one was able to take it, but can we get a steal? Can we get any big baller ultimates to help out? Here we go. Juvenator coming down a little bit quicker after the patch as well. Shadow Transformation, a great way to try and secure it. Wasn't even necessarily as Empty Dreams able to get it, and Saint tried to go in. It resulted in a death. And that all started with another bit of like staggering, right? Where the 3 people were down for Abraham, so they really couldn't set up a defense of the mid as well as they would like, and then they were kind of forced to maybe just say, you know, we'll try, but this is not ideal. And then that further led to more problems. One win, able to defend their choice to go for mid, now have the rejuve, now have a bit of a soul lead, and are now pressuring the map significantly.
Yeah, One Win are doing fantastic at just choosing the right battles right now. And you're getting that guard or that walker down, you're equalizing in terms of the objective, you're moving the urn that is neutral for now. And as soon as you get it, that's going to bolster out a soul lead that's, I think, One Win are going to be very happy for at the end of it. This was at one point, Abraham's looking like they were running away with this game, but One Win off of a very overstayed welcome from Abraham's have completely turned this around.
I mean, they chased after Empty Dreams. That was what led to the 3 losses. So I feel like I'm understanding Deadlock now. But Empty Dreams being able to stay not just afloat, obviously, on the souls, but actually like a really good position for Warden has really worked out for him. That really was the first domino that has led to the success for One Win, and they're staying so on top with that, obviously getting now a significant soul lead. Xenon was also always there, making sure to stay up on top as an Infernus. Meanwhile, on the other side, I actually meant to ask you like 10 minutes ago, what do you think about Jamside, the McGinnis, getting a lot of the souls?
Behind. It's good to see that Jamside is present in terms of farming, but it just doesn't make sense on where you're allocating your resources in terms of the team, because Jamside has been solo pushing lanes, hasn't really been involved in a lot of these fights, and when it is, it just seems like Jamside is completely caught out of position very much, and you can see that you're building into that gun for McGinnis. I mean, at some point, you're banking on this McGinnis to be so powerful that that gun has sustain for your life, as well as lots of damage towards players like Overseas or Zanya. It just hasn't been evolved at all.
Yeah. And Tass has not had a good game either, right? Like, I mean, initially it was okay, I should say, but certainly not as the game has continued on. And they've fallen drastically far behind in the souls, and so it feels like when they even pop their bullet dance, even if it's like a fairly effective one, it just doesn't feel as scary, especially if you think about who they're popping it on. I mean, if they pop on a Magician who can just TP away, if they pop it on the Warden who's just like, whatever, man, I don't even care, then that's obviously less than ideal. We got some armor piercing rounds coming out for One Win team, which I guess just to make sure they take down the tanky Shiv if that ends up being an issue. But this is just kind of rounding out everything they need to round out, because One Win team, they have the souls, they have the objectives, they even got the base guardians, so they have all their flex slots.
And I think this is further solidifying just the idea of, yeah, it's nice to see Taz on this Haze and Jamside on the McGinnis, but a lot of things have to go right for it to work. And for Taz, I mean, you've been seeing this Haze attempt it for the Sleep Daggers. It just hasn't paid off in the same capacity that we saw before. And it looks like they are fishing again for what is now going to be another urn and bridge buffs up. So look at this from Sane. He's going to try to seal this one away. I like this, but he doesn't get the urn in time, and instead you value your life first, which is the proper go at it. This is going to be an offensive urn for One Win. You're walking in with the rejuve, so if you're fast enough, you're going to have a team fight with the fast respawns just in case it fails. No, they're just gone, so this is going to be an equal fight for urn.
Empty Dreams is really far ahead of the rest of the team. Are they okay? Apparently, because they're balling out, man. They have no problem. That doesn't mean the last stand won't be available for, I think, is a more brewing team fight. So that, is that a mistake? One that maybe Abrahams could capitalize on? Everyone's going over to Urn. This is going to be a humongous battle. This could be a game-deciding battle.
You got Lasso coming in for the flank. And right into that, the silencer as well to catch the McGinnis for jam side. Let's go on a trip. Safety's going to be found, though, from Saints as the Death Slam's going to pick him up, saving your McGinnis back in right towards the Bullet Dance. Enough damage to force one win away, but Xenon's still going to burn through this McGinnis for an opening kill trade, possibly, but you are low HP right now from Saints, and you do not want to give this one up for free. Saf, he goes down, holding on to that urn, and now One Win looking to go back in for the re-engage to see if they can finish off Abrams here and now.
Yeah, and actually Empty Dreams did end up having a last stand for the fight, so I thought that might have been just like a mistiming, but it was not. And then, I mean, the Death Slam looks so powerful for Abrahams, but it just didn't result in very much. And unfortunately, while Abrahams did get the I thought that was capped. No, it wasn't. No. Okay, I don't know what was. Maybe it was another objective. They did not get the urn, and I was going to say, they also lost the team fight pretty hardcore. Yeah. So that was a 40k difference anyway. So, yeah, but obviously even worse not getting that urn. Yeah, that's this might be now the snowball.
Where the Death Slam grabs, what, 3 people and throws it right into Taz with a Bullet Dance. But I think One Win are just to a point where they're so strong that bullet armor is going to outlast the Bullet Dance. So
yeah, right.
Taz is starting to become a null factor in this whole fight, and that is a scary thing for Abrams.
Yeah, they also, I think I saw at least 2 people in One Win with the return fire. So, I mean, Taz is already so undersold, and now there's the sponsors to him as well. But so that combination just doesn't work out, right? Like, it's not like Taz is the only person they could depend on for the entirety of the game, but certainly if that's where you Death Slammed him to, it's not the same wombo combo that you were envisioning in your best dreams, right? It's actually nothing. I guess that urn fight, I'm still going to say probably did decide the game. It's not quite over, but Abrahams, what is their comeback? What can they do in a team fight that will send One Win spiraling?
Well, the same question kind of goes into, you still haven't taken that third walker, and One Win have broken into your base. So they have all 4 flex slots available. This Rejuvenator is going to be the cherry on top to be the last nail in the coffin. You have to fight for this one, it feels. You're looking for a steal, but you don't even have your Lash available for a Death Slam.
Yeah, so what do you do? Like, you can't...
Drop down, Tornado, Sleep Dagger, Spectral Wall, anything right now.
Anything. It does not work out, though. Empty Dreams. Who also can pop an Unstoppable, by the way. He's going to be able to take that. Shadow Transformation. We got the ultimates up for One Win, and not so much for Abrahams, who are falling like flies. And this is, I think you're right, the final nail in the coffin. The urn might have been the ultimate decider, but One Win was winning at that point as well. And then the mid is just going to guarantee the victory. At the end of the day, do we blame the McGinnis? And do we blame it not because of the character, but also because it was where a lot of the souls were deposited into?
You had an idea for your jam side, and you can see in the build that you were trying to get to a point of no return for One Win. It's just you didn't get there in time. You didn't do it fast enough. And Abrahams were losing those team fights. They're losing the souls, and McGinnis is powerful, but just not powerful enough. And we see it in the slam attempts that, same thing with Taz. This Haze just not able to get powerful enough to really impact a lot of these team fights the way that you would hope for. And yeah, I do think 100%. I look at this game right now, and I look at this as Abrahams losing for the first time in a month. Wow. A map to One Win. And it really comes down to the drafting phase. And you had an idea, it just didn't work.
I guess so. Yeah, you might be right. Just not able to execute the idea in time could be a big problem. But also like a risky strat. I mean, I know the Jam side was denied his own Furnace, which he's so good on, but it's kind of a risky strat to put a lot of your souls on that character. Because let's actually talk about one of the reasons why McGinnis hasn't been seen very often, which I did kind of go over, but just to reemphasize. It's like her ult's not that great, and her wall can be effective, sure, but then her turrets, while they can pop off occasionally, maybe not with that particular build, but still they can help. It's hard to have them in the right location all the time. she's not a particularly agile character. It's like build movement for her, I would suppose. It's just, mostly it's the wall and get away that makes her annoying if you try and chase her. But if she doesn't get that, or if she's just forced to react to so many things, we also really saw a bunch of split pushing from her. That was maybe an opportunity to highlight what McGinnis can do against the walkers. I mean, I guess, yeah, summary is their plan might have been there. Whatever the plan was, the execution was there.
Yeah, it was a little late to the call. And McGinnis fans, you're going to have to wait, I think, another couple of patches before you're eating good right now. It was fun for the first time for Jam side. I mean, you try it again, and you don't work at all for this play. For the Haze, I mean, maybe it's just you're just not able to fully activate considering all of the souls that were taken from Jam side and that McGinnis build, and you're losing out on farm because of it. But it really just seemed like Abrahams, they were having fun with this draft, trying something new. Going into today's matches versus One Win, you still feel pretty confident that with this one you are battling very deep into this match against One Win, having the McGinnis and the Haze. And I'm hoping we get to see this team actually build out a more full-fledged composition going into game number 2 to actually see how they fare up against each other.
Yeah, and chat's even reminded me, like, yeah, her gun amps up too. So sometimes she just looks too late to the fight to even impact with her gun she was building into. So yeah, it's a difficult character to see coming back in. I think next draft, no McGinnis. I think everyone's gonna kind of agree on that one, but we'll see. But then I also wonder if they're gonna prioritize banning Empty Dreams Warden, because they have popped off with that Warden in many other games. Surprising scoreboard, actually. Usually, I guess we're so used to these one-sided matches. It's like, the team of one has all the highlights, but not necessarily here. So, but the soul count for the Warden did make him very strong.
The biggest thing to me that really stands out is Hoot 0-6, 7 assists for this Lady Geist. We saw a lot of priority on Lady Geist being banned earlier on today. I really expect Hoot to, if you're going to focus into the Lady Geist instead of the Calico, have the same outcome, the same impact that you do get from hero to hero. And it really went under the radar by how Jamside and Taz were going. That Hoot was underperforming in this Lady Geist role. Now, is that a whole question of a domino effect of the whole team is just off kilter with this composition being put together, that you're just not able to feel supported to be that hero to take over if you're Hoot on this Lady Geist? That is, I'd say, to be determined if they do go into it again with a different look into game number 2. But it is something of a surprise to see Hoot underperform on a hero like Lady Geist.
Yeah, and the soul count for her sometimes isn't the problem, and it wasn't really there either. But you still have that soul swap that can make her effective. That's still nice and good. But then it seems like there just wasn't enough of that. She did have some decent damage, even some healing, which is always fun to say. And I think she might have set up for some of that Shiv highlight kills there too. But it still wasn't active enough. And I'm like I guess I'm kind of meandering around the same question that you have, which is like, is it a him on Geist problem, or is it just the domino effect of everything else that was
it's really hard
to
gauge in that whole situation for this, because we're all in the same agreement that is, there's a reason why Abrams is considered the best team in Europe right now, because the results speak for themselves. And then you go into a game like that, they're not playing the typical heroes that they do play. You try something new, and it just makes us question, is that One Win playing out of their minds and playing really well, or is that, just down to the fact that Abrahams were having too much fun? So I hope we get that answer next game.
Yeah, if they go McGinnis again, I mean, they might really try and be cooking something. Their run to the playoff is, I want to say, assured. I don't think it is like mathematically, but I think it's pretty likely. So you could say that in order to experiment against, one of the other strong teams in Europe, they could do so here in a kind of like proper setting, if you will. But then on the other hand, there's a lot of pride in winning, I think, for everyone who ever plays any type of competitive game. I'm not sure they're going to be super happy about losing, even if they were willing to admit, like, oh, it was kind of like a flex idea, like we wanted to try it out. Feel like you're just not going to be happy about it, and they're going to go something more standard. And for One Win, they could just continue trying to like ban or counter pick or whatever against Abrahams as normal. It's not like they have to worry about the McGinnis because they really don't, apparently.
So at this point in time, where we can gauge into the playoffs now, I know it's only day 2, but with Virtus Pro sitting 4-0, haven't lost a map. Abrahams, they were 3-0 going into towards this match. If they win this next game, that's going to bring them into 3-1 standing. One win would be 2-1 going into their last match of the night, which will be next match, the last match of the night. That really sets things up that if this goes into a tie game, I'd imagine that Virtus Pro would feel secured in that number 1 seed going into the playoffs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. And then eventually we'll look at Abrahams versus Virtus Pro. But yeah, we got some bans already. I said that Warden is really scary, but there also might be a chance that you may just want to try and take the Warden too. So that's not the bans. It's going to be Shiv ban from 1-win team, which I'm kind of surprised by that. And Viscous for Abrahams.
And that Shiv ban comes down to, like, that is something that we saw being played by Together. Together was good on the Shiv, but for it to be prioritized ahead of the Calico instead, now you give Abrahams the Calico in place of the Shiv for Hoots. You get the Lady Geist for 1 win, and you're hoping that maybe that Lady Geist will be good for the soul exchange onto somebody like a Calico.
Interesting. Well, I feel like Abrahams, even without the McGinnis question that could be coming in 6th pick, already getting an even better draft, right? Because they do get the Calico and they do get Infernus on Jam side too. So I mean, this already instills more confidence in their second game. Not that I'm really saying like, well, Abraham's lost 1 game, I guess they're cooked. I guess it's over. But this is probably going to be the more standard draft that'll look stronger for them. So now it's 1-win team's decision. So what other characters they would like? Who worked out really well? Who they want to secure right off the bat?
Well,
Warden.
1-win's going to go for the Warden.
Yes.
Do they go for the Warden Sinclair early in just to make sure that you can't get that Sinclair counter from Abrahams? Because 1-win have been, you put Flammable on the Sinclair, you feel good for this team. You put a Warden alongside him, you feel even better for this team.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's not immediate. So, maybe there is some indecision. Someone else looks more appealing for 1-win. They're going to prioritize Yamato, Holiday. Like, I'm thinking of everyone who came in the last game. I feel the Sinclair as well. It's just taking a little while.
I think that what we should be happy about is that seeing an Infernus under Abrahams means that there is no McGinnis in this game, period. Whatsoever.
It must go on Jam side, yeah. So he will absolutely not be going, yeah.
So that is an answer to the questions now for us about the McGinnis picks, is that it's not happening in game 2. There is no way. What is going to happen, though, is 1-win's going to grab the Mirage, Abrahams now the Kelvin, and in turn for Abrahams, is this a ban Sinclair moment, or is this target ban something on their side? Maybe go for a ban towards the Bebop, towards the Yamato, the Holiday in the sense, and then grab the Sinclair for yourself to have a counter towards this Warden.
It's multiple ways that could play out, actually. I think you kind of summarized it. So Calvin's a great pickup for Abrahams. I am liking their setup so far. And then the question is, where is the Magician slot in? Is our biggest question right now. Are we going to see a Haze again, too, after there was that underperformance? Do we blame the Haze? Do we blame the rest of the game?
I wouldn't blame the Haze too much. I think that they would still be viable.
Yeah, I agree. Well, I think it depends on what maybe they're not going to choose it particularly quickly. It is what they see from their opponents. Lash is actually going to be banned by Abrahams.
I like that. A lot of people have been playing Lash. You look at somebody on 1-win, like I'm pretty sure that would go towards
I'm fairly certain that would go towards either Zanya or Xenon. I could be wrong about that in what I've written down over here, but just in general, I think like Lash as a hero, ever since we've moved into a situation where E-Shift is a tier 4 item and it does take a lot longer, it's been very difficult to avoid those death slams. And for either one of these two teams, especially for Abraham's, getting rid of it just allows you to focus in on maybe dealing with a Bebop, maybe dealing with a Holiday, not having to worry about this Lash interrupting a mid-fight from the top of a roof, and it just adds an extra dynamic away from them. They do grab the Sinclair, but before we get our second ban on the other side, so who's banned from one win?
That is the order, isn't it? So what while we wait on that, I guess I am a little surprised by the Lash, just because they do have the Kelvin, right, for the Dome to try and help out. And then Counterspell has been making its way into more people's pockets. Although I'm not sure about the emphasis on it, as far as like if you think it's going to be a really tight battle getting to the flex slots. But yeah, Lash is banned. So there you have it. I was wondering if maybe Yamato would have been a stronger one, but Yamato is taken by one win team, and we still don't know what the second ban is.
This is even a big thing too. You ban Lash even though you have the Kelvin to kind of dome off anything to happen from that. It's a great point that was brought up for that. So it has to be a comfort thing for Abrahams to get rid of it, or just hey, we don't know what else to ban, so let's ban Lash out of it. Bebop's going to be picked up by one win again for Overseas. Not surprised at that whatsoever. I just want to know what their second ban is.
Right? What could it have been? Was it a Holiday that was banned? Did they ban a Haze? Were they scared of the potential, even though it wasn't really effective last game? Eventually, we'll have the full DACA, guys. Eventually.
So where do you go for the rest of this for what is picked? Because if it was Holiday that was banned from one win, then you're looking at this one for Abrams that you don't really have too much engage and really any setup. Pocket is still available too, and we haven't seen anybody play Pocket in quite a while, at least you and I. So if that's also not being banned as the second one from this one-win team, so Holiday hasn't been banned, you're going to get that lasso, which is going to make you feel a little bit more comfortable in terms of at least trying to counter out those hooks that Overseas is going to be throwing. If you can get some good lassos out from this Holiday, again, a great way to kind of buff out this whole team. But I think you finish this one off for Abrahams. Wraith is here. Still a good pickup for the team. And I think for one win, I think either one of these two teams, I think, would be looking at this Wraith potentially to be picked up for the last. If not that, and the Pocket isn't banned, potentially that could be another one.
Do you think Abrahams is enough frontline to grab a Wraith?
I mean, you have the Kelvin and you have the Calico. Sinclair is going to be able to counter out this Warden completely. So again, that's going to be a lot of focus points. So I think just in general, when you like for frontline on Abrahams, you're pretty good on that one, and you needed a little bit more engage. And the Pocket gets picked, and the Vindicta. What is that second ban?
It's just gonna eat us up. Maybe it was Wraith. Maybe it was 7. They did that last time. I don't know. It wasn't 1 win though. Wasn't it Abrahams that banned him? Oh no, it was 1 win. Okay, so maybe it is 7. They just don't like playing against him. That's the official guess, guys.
It was Haze that was banned. Apparently, we got told from production that Haze was banned.
Okay,
so
okay.
No Taz Haze this time at all. We get rid of it, and instead we get the Pocket pick. I'm excited to see Pocket into this team because in general, obviously it's not going to have the engage like the Lash, whereas you're engaging towards your team, you're engaging into one win with this one with that affliction, and pairing that alongside the last stand that can be copied from the Sinclair and your Calico that Hoot's going to be playing, that might be some solid setup coming out from Abrahams with this composition.
Okay, yeah. I mean, like the idea for a 1-win team, abandoning Hayes. I mean, yeah, weren't particularly impressive last game. That does not guarantee it for this one when it usually is. So that's kind of the McGinnis isn't going to throw a wrench into any plans here, so we need to be proper scared of it. Also, but maybe it opens up the Vindicta choice as well, so not as much fear being picked off. Although Calico will also be roaming around, and you can still try and get the lasso, though the range is not usually as great. So there you have it. All right, more normal looking stuff.
I think this is going to make us feel pretty comfortable for the outcome of this game. To say this is Abraham's coming at full strength towards 1 win in game number 2. It's definitely going to be a lot more difficult for 1 win, especially down to the laning phase. Not having to worry about jam side getting caught as this McGinnis, like you said, without that mobility that McGinnis lacks, is going to allow for a little bit more dynamic in where you choose to fight. So that's going to be nice for Abrahams as well. The thing kind of comes down now. I'm excited to see how this Lady Geist versus Calico matchup goes because we never get to see that.
Yeah, one's almost always banned, isn't it? Yeah, all right. I was thinking about jam side also, I think is now going to be better rewarded for the high soul count that he is typically able to get. The game is about to begin, guys. I'm curious about the laning setups. I don't have as many of the potential really scary combos as well as the Kelvin Shift band. But see, we are in game number 2. Bit of an upset for game 1 with 1 win taking it. Kind of already started as a head scratcher with the McGinnis, but that has now been pushed to the side as that can be experimented with in the future. Now, you want to prove that you can still take down 1 win and further bolster your score.
I think one of my favorite things about the Cursed Apple has to be the fact that it looks like it's purposely created to have active advertisements that change on these billboards for TOs to put in and out. And for 1 win, the creativity to put signs up for the tournament is loved by me. I think that's awesome.
I'm looking forward to more of the graphics being in that kind of like 1920s/30s style too. I really hope like sponsors and whatnot take advantage of that because I actually really love the setting. I don't think you get this setting too often. And then the little Lovecraftian elements that go into it's really cool too. But it's a good point when you think about the potential, the future of the esport having that available. The lanes have been chosen. Already we have a bit of difficulty in the mid.
See ya.
That's not what I was focused on, but Empty Dreams does go down, and then mid is just we have Abrahams pushing super aggressively.
They won't want to follow me.
And that's something for Abrahams to start to focus in on if you can keep Empty Dreams behind. We saw the matchup between Saf on this Sinclair against Drakkar and their Warden back in game 2 of our previous matchup for Abrahams. And once that Warden started to fall behind, it really wasn't, Sinclair versus Warden. It was Sinclair copies the last stand. The Warden gets absolutely obliterated, and then you have to worry about Saf from there on out with the ultimate in hand. So you can once again keep Empty Dreams behind. That is going to set up Saf for some very quick success, but it is not what you would expect for a team like 1 win.
Yeah, a little mistake early on. I think the other mistake maybe at ABL getting so low. So they're just not really involved. I mean, you haven't died to revive, which, I'm not saying it's better to die all the time, but you're just kind of suppressed on your lane, especially because you're not anywhere close to your ult at this point. So ABL, like, what is the hope? He kind of throws out some attacks when need be, survive, and then wait for the ult so they can finally get a good soul swap.
Yeah, I mean, you're still a ways away from it, though. You're only at 1.7k. You're still 1.3k away from being in a position where you can get that soul exchange. So that's a lot of passive farming coming out. Big satchel from the flying cloak, and you're in trouble now, Zanya, having to escape. It is a reposition from together, but Zanya will actively still live from this one, and with having both ABL and Zanya this low HP, that is going to stunt your farming for a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. That is going to be a concern. Box is gonna only get you so far, basically, right? Before you need to get in the front line and actually start taking some damage. Elsewhere, we have Together getting into a little bit of trouble on that right side, but good teleport away from Pocket can keep you alive for quite some time. And a bit of not much making moves over on the right. We had such an even game in the last game for so long. It was really some entertaining deadlock, and no one is really getting that much of a lift up here in the early game of this one either. ABL does finally go down. It kind of felt inevitable though, so that I don't know. You kind of just like let that one go and revive and come back in. Xenon's also been healing up steadily as we've been talking, so that lane is gonna once again be able to kind of go mano a mano with their opponents. Duo.
I haven't really kind of thought of it too much, but Taz getting the Holiday pick, it is something that we saw a lot back in Volume 5 when Holiday was the forefront of either ban or you pick, and the Holiday can completely crack open games with the amount of playmaking capabilities across that lasso and potentially even crack shots. So having Taz with the Holiday, something to worry about for one win, as it is going to be a comfort pick for sure for this player. But in for the slash in, I got a jump scare off. That was like 4D Calico jump right in my face.
A little bit scary. It's just this cold front now, so if anyone's just a little bit too far forward, that is going to be a kill for Calico. But right, I mean, good point about Task. Like Holiday, we didn't see them as the most impressive playmaker in some of the other games, but that is a point for them a lot of the time. And honestly, even before their lasso, their poke in lane is really quite annoying with the jump pad peg combination and crack shot. Yes, whenever you can get it, it's a lot of damage. Either going to go for some box farm. Apparently, technically, you can just jump onto boxes to crash into them as well, but it has been reduced in its speed. There is no doubt about that. The question is more if Calico is still worthy of the high priority that we see her in some of the competitive games. Very much a duel happening. Oh, that lasso hit! Okay, according to my screen, it did not, but that did hit, and Overseas is going to be taken out.
It's like Angelina Jolie in Wanted, curving the lasso around the corner. It hits, though, and Overseas is going to blow up because of it. And Empty Dreams low as well. Same thing with Zanya. So one win going to be backed up for the moment. So we get a pause and we can look towards what is going on right now in the presence of the map. And does look like Jamside is on a little bit of a mission back there. I think I'm looking towards that left lane to see what is active after this pause is done, to see if Empty Dreams does end up falling. He is just hiding away towards the outside of that shop to see if you can, get Jamside off your back.
It's time for the MJ Jamside to appear, man. It's like, he didn't necessarily get talked back to or anything, and he wasn't a particular target on McGinnis that kept on dying, but it's like, time to go Super Saiyan. Time to go for what Jamside can bring with Infernus.
You took that personally.
Exactly. And they're going to start off with the laning phase going his way. Not finding the person that he wanted to find necessarily. Flammable also in trouble, especially if you get that afterburn going. It adds. It absolutely adds. And Flammable, they don't really want to be pushed away for this long, but there is such an opening that Flammable, as well as the Warden, have to entirely back away. Now their Guardian completely wide open. It was already taking damage from the minions anyway. They're going to try to return back in to save it, but I don't think they should. We'll find out they're able to escape.
I don't think they do save it at all, and even still, Saint had the frozen shelter. So after it goes down, you pop that frozen shelter, you're going to be able to heal up through that team fight, and Empty Dreams is lucky to stay alive off of this burn. And it looks like he will. Elsewhere, Overseas won't. The Bebop dies yet again. Abraham's coming in with the heavy fist of justice after what happened in game one.
They are not happy with how that ended up, but at least for one win, they are able to keep their characters alive, even though their Guardian went down. This is the match of EU pauses. They just are all like pushing it into this match as opposed to spreading them out. Very unfortunate.
Well, it looks like ABL's going to be gone for a second, so gonna have to wait to get this lady guys back in for a little bit. There's a moment to chat for both teams and kind of figure out what to do from here on out, because Abraham's you walk into this game after losing that with a lot better of a composition, and so far it has been ruthless in terms of pressure, especially with the Sinclair Calico through mid also finding a Guardian.
There's a 7k soul lead for Abrahams, just to give that picture of where they're getting their leads, because it's not all in Guardians at this point, but 2 out of 3 are gone. But yeah, it's pretty substantial. Didn't get this far, I think, early on last game. There was a point where, yes, it was 1-1 who did fall behind, and they were able to recover. Very distinctively, actually, when the Abrahams kind of just kept running in, not all together, is when things started to go south for 1 win, and that's maybe something they're going to have to hope for again. As overseas, not having a great game, not getting the bebop hooks, instead actually just getting gunned down every time we look over here. Shadow transformation is going to keep going to be stolen. Magician looks so funny when he's stealing ults. And then you use it to kill him out of. There you go.
Yeah, so fairly safe to say that Saf is feeling good on this pick. The Arctic Beam. Doing so much damage. Oh my goodness, Xenon, you gotta feel bad for this one. You can't move, you can't live, you can't do anything against the Kelvin sometimes, and it is pure cinema when it's in the hands of Saint, and he is putting on a clink with it for sure. So that soul lead starting to grow to now 10k at 8 minutes. Third Guardian does fall in the midst of all that, like we were talking about, so that flex slot is going to be open now for Abraham, since Last Stand's going to be picked up, but is it going to have really any impact? You do have the Run to the Shadows, going to use it to avoid the Binding Word, eliminate Empty Dreams, and Hoot back into the winning ways.
Empty Dreams having a much more difficult time. I mean, they're trying to keep afloat on the souls, but we can see that Abraham's just getting leaps and bounds ahead. Now up 12k as well, continuing to safeguard their own Guardians. It has, you know, kind of evened out as far as they're not pushing a Walker anytime soon. And in fact, right side for Abraham's might be a bit of a sore point. Okay, that Bebop hook was quite close, but not good enough. So yeah, that's not even a concern. So yeah, it's just souls in lead of Abraham. Objectives in the lead. Hoot is going to be taken down. So finally that happens, and I don't believe the Magician's going to be able to follow up this Hex with anything other elsewhere, but they think they can. They think they can. They're going to go actually pretty deep in here. They're going to escape out, and that doesn't result in a death there. So it's Abraham's across the board.
Saf playing so good. Just the positioning from the Spectral Assistant, keeping away. OC is going to be looking for the hook. It's a lasso, though. I thought you got the hook off, but Taz takes you for a ride. Hex is going to keep you at least steady for the meantime, but that hook has yet to be seen so far. Overseas dead again.
There are too many deaths happening. It's not even one person who's having a tough time. It is pretty much everyone having a tough time. The only positive I can say is that Empty Dreams is still trying to stay afloat, despite all the bad things that are happening. Obviously, the Guardian has been taken down, so there's more opportunity for Abraham to have that map control, which means they will get these bridge buffs at the 10-minute mark. Earn can now be a play for them as well, which can cause some problems for One Win, who they can't grab it, so they're not going to be able to like hold on to it and try and recover with it. They just, yeah, 100% Abrahams can take it. Whether they cap it or not remains to be seen. But if they're taking it out of the hands of One Win, they're taking away a possible comeback mechanic.
The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
They're not grabbing it. I thought they were, but they were not.
This is going to be a fight. Hyper Beam up top. Good movement from overseas. It's going to be a lot of damage layered down onto Abrahams to at least deter them from grabbing this urn. It is going to be picked up, though. However, by One Win. So on the run now away from that, and look towards the right side. And look at the pressure that we're getting from Abrahams now on that Walker. It's pushing Zanya all the way back, and you're not going to have a safe run for this urn just yet.
Yeah, they might be able to make some space, but now the left side is also in trouble. Both Walkers in... Oh my god, no. They just teleported across, leaving some more room for the Walker to get torn down on the right side. I don't think it is going to go down. It is going to be saved, but it must be injured. The Urn still in control of One Win, which they really do need to get, but now it's the Urn spot that is being protected. And still some problems on the left side happening as Abrahams look to push in. They will be losing Saint by looks of things. yes. I mean, I know he can sometimes escape, but that finally happens. But the urn, it's just not seeming possible. And every time they might try to emphasize the urn run, they might lose location and situational preparedness, I guess the way to put it, for the left side walker, right, to actually successfully defend that.
Well, Abraham's just starting to kind of run away with things, for the most part. And that urn is right there to secure for either one of these teams. So who's going to pick it up? And Zanya is going to get it secured. And Assassinates are missing from Flammable. Crimson Slash in. Return to Shadows should finish off that kill eventually. And Hoot burns a lot of time staying alive.
You know, though, that was one of those other sequence of events that did end up favoring OneWin. I was really concerned if they're going to try and, you know, get the urn, were they going to lose one of these walkers? And they did not. They didn't lose the walker. They didn't lose the urn. They capped it. And I think Abraham's might have been a little too deep because they were able to stay so aggressive for so long. Maybe they actually overstayed, started losing one by one, and now we have that soul gap bridged. Only a 2K difference, 1K difference. So this actually a bit of a different of a timing on the situation, but a similar situation to last game where it was, OneWin were kind of falling behind a little bit, but then suddenly we had Abraham's take a subpar fight after subpar fight, and now things have been reset.
Definitely seems that way for both of these two teams. So as long as you can get this third Guardian on the right side, that is fully going to equalize this game just in general in terms of macro and micro. And you can start to see it equalize as well across the souls spread for OneWin. Still behind for the majority. Zanya's going to be feeling good about a couple of these fights. Xenon's going to be feeling good for a couple of these fights. And I think you're really opting in to see Flammable land some of these hooks, or sorry, land some of these Assassinates, and Overseas lands the hooks.
Yes, we do. Hyper Beam follow-up, trying to actually get the kill. So far dodging weight, nope, not long enough, as there was a Magician helping out on the ground too. So Together does get taken down. Or the Amato was helping him, of course, but the Magician had to flee, which actually, is that going to be fast enough? Or are they going to be okay? It looks like Saf might be taken down, too. As more pressure is applied to the left side, we have lost some of that pushback on the lanes that OneWin is starting to build, and they're once again in a bit of emergency mode, making sure that the right place at the right time. They absolutely do need to grab this Guardian, so the emphasis on that was certainly appropriate, especially after taking that fight so well. And there you do have that equalizing on the objectives and a little bit of a soul lead for OneWin.
Things started to swing for them. It was grim out the gates for game two. Abraham's did everything pointing their way that the change in the composition was going to be an improvement for the outcome as well. But yeah, I give some respect over towards OneWin and the way that they've been able to climb their way back into it. 15 minutes, the next 15 seconds. And we're going to start thinking about these bridge buffs for both teams and where to go for it. You can see Zanya's going to go up. See what we get here. Spots out a couple members from Abraham's, and the Hex leads to the collection of that bridge buff. And Zanya, now is the question that you're asking yourself. Is it even possible to walk into it? And I think the respectable answer is no.
Unfortunately, I wasn't even going to say this went so fast with the buffs were on either side. We have the Holiday they picked up on the left side. Hyper Beam once again trying to find the kills. This time not nearly as vulnerable, but if you're just going to stand in it, then yes, you are going to go down. Together, unfortunately, no place to hide. Once again, the victim of a Hyper Beam. On the left side, we do have that Walker being pushed again. We can see from multiple angles. Going to have to push them away from the backside angle, which is very annoying. Empty Dreams getting very, very low and is going to die to the afterburn too. So one less to defend the Walker. Good news is the middle and right for OneWin are doing fine as far as being pushed. It is the left lane, though, that is in some trouble. Not because the Walker at this point, but because now the Urn. So there could be that Wombo combo. There could be the attempt from Abraham to get the Urn and the Walker. Seems like this is not a good enough situation. So they're going to hold on to it for a little while. Maybe hope, basically, that OneWin just stop being there for a second so that the Kelvin can come in and dome and ensure the
would have been a nice hook to land for Overseas, but yeah, everybody posturing onto the left side. Triple stack from Abraham's. Double stack at the other side. A couple fights through mid, and some good wave presence coming out from OneWin on the right side. Should eventually earn some respect from Abrams, but they're just walking into this Walker, and it looks like, yeah, this is going to be Jamside walking back to see if he can clear this wave with his Afterburn.
Yeah, which maybe him and the Walker together are going to be okay here, but the urn was just postured around for so long, and it finally ends up with Saint being able to get that without any additional usage of abilities, by the way. It looked like One Win was going to be able to try and do something about it, but whatever they saw they didn't like, and Urn going the way of Abrahams just keeps it even, actually. They're back to 97 versus 98 case. Very, very even game. Eventually, big fight happening in the middle of the mid and right. Who's going to have the lead here? Xenon does go down. And maybe that is going to disperse One Win from continuing the fight. Empty Dreams trying to come in on the left side, fully push back this lane for One Win. No walkers taken as of yet. There's too much of a stalemate.
This game truly has been brought to a standstill, which is nice to see after the games that we got in the first couple that were blowouts. This is, in fact, the technical #1 team in Europe of Abrahams versus the technical #3 team in Europe, if we're going off of the Deadlock Fight Night standings that we've seen in the past couple weeks. As the last map win for One Win was the first time they took a map off of Abrahams. First off ever, but second off since last, I think, May 7th was the first time that they played it against each other. So finally getting that map win under the belt. Yes, Jamside was playing on McGinnis. Yes, Taz was playing on Hayes, but it is still a moment for One Win to build some confidence, just in general.
And it's not like the second game has gone super poorly. It looked for a second like it could. Things were starting to spiral. Those souls were getting really concerning. The objectives weren't being evened out, but no, we've come to that very even point. I guess the question is, now we're looking at the soul allocation. Seems appropriate, first of all, so I definitely nothing to call out as a big mistake. And second of all, I think it just might come down to positioning. Who has that better acknowledgement of an incoming fight. Right now, we do have One Win taking the fight to start off. Tass caught out a little too far apart from the rest of the team. His team, and then, you know what? His team, and then going down. We do have another fight ensuing, though. The Hyper Beam, once again, this time around, not going to find together just out in the open, so that's not going to work out super well, making sure that everyone is hidden like rats underneath the subway. Moving over to the attack, to the Walker more so. One Win going to be able to deflect that. And actually, they're going to find Hoot. Hoot was not able to escape.
There's a big tether from Flammable on Taz trying to escape from that. You can see that you're going for the lasso, but you just don't land it in time. Warp Stone away from the corner. Maybe you get some good movement from Saint, but
bruh,
this is the chase, and you're about to have the Assassinate as well to worry about. He is taking so much time away from this. Do you drop on down? If he had the Frozen Shelter, I mean, why not throw that Frozen Shelter down on the Temple Guardian and stall things out a little bit more, but Saint is still alive. A lasso now onto Overseas, so while the Rejuvenator is dropping, potentially a kill onto Bebop early on to sway numbers over towards you, and the Frozen Shelter is going to come into effect to hold down this Rejuvenator for a little bit longer, but it's still going to be captured by Zanya.
How sick would that have been if Saint barely makes it out alive and is able to come back to help guard against their Rejuve take? Unfortunately, the rest of the team was not there to try and capitalize on the Frozen Shelter in the time that it bought, but it would have been sick. That would have been a highlight for real. Unfortunately, what ends up happening is that One Win ends up getting the Rejuve. Abrahams, it doesn't give away too much for it, I guess is actually the good news, but the Rejuve is still going to be a sticking point. One Win did lose a Walker off to the left side, but now it is their time with the Rejuve buff and the minions coming forward to try and get a couple of Walkers of their own. Abraham's actually decided to pick up the Urn. That's going to be a Saf out of the equation of this team fight around this Walker, which that's going to go down 100%. It was very, very low to begin with. And now I don't know how they're really going to get the Urn across the map. They really got to clean up these lanes.
One Win starting to bolster a lead here that Abrahams did not see coming off the start that they did have, but haven't really seen the effects of this composition fully come together. Taz, I mean, you do get the lasso into Overseas just before that Rejuvenator, to no avail. Overseas stays alive. Saint drops down with that frozen shelter into the Rejuve pit, stalls out for a few seconds. Where's the follow-up? It's not there. I mean, you don't have anything to really disrupt that. Maybe you drop in with the combustion from Jamside and an affliction from Together, but it doesn't get there in time. And one win, they are hitting their timings perfectly right now as a team. And I think that is really breaking this individualistic fight style that we're seeing from Abrahams in the game too.
His hyper beam ends up being it feels like almost a bigger problem than I would expect. Not only actually securing some kills in the earlier portions of the game, but then just making sure that everyone has to flee from it. And then it feels like while they're fleeing, Empty Dreams is just on them. You know, like he's like, okay, you're fleeing away, you're not connected, you're not joined up together. Let me go and just find you and kill you. Ends up working out quite well for one win, who have pushed almost all of the walkers, but that left side walker is now going to be damaged, if not killed, by the minions because so much emphasis is on the base guardians being kept alive. Abraham's down 3. Got to make some tough choices at this point. They are going to send a Kelvin over to the left side, make sure that doesn't go down. He's going to try as fast as possible to come back on the right, but yeah, something had to go. There is way too much coming from one win, and it is the base guardians. They will find an additional flex slot regardless of that walker, but it's also a matter of minutes for that walker to fall too.
Yeah, and now you look towards the third one. So rotations coming out from mid. 5 players stacked to the left side of the map. You have the Warden on the right. He's going to be getting caught in the tornado, and Together just burned completely down. Jamside soon to follow. The walker opens up that third flex slot now. That one win's looking to run away with this one, leave it in the past. And a team that last time for Volume 5, we questioned, is this a team that even competes at the top anymore? Is this a team that just doesn't have a read on the meta? Well, Volume 6, they do the deep dive, they figure things out, and this one-win team, they look a lot better now.
Yeah. The real Warden winning out in the little last stand versus last stand, although another player did end up falling. Got to point out that Zania on Yamato has quite a few souls. Very powerful Yamato coming into some of these fights. With the slash, with the shadow transformation, it would stay so long with that ult too. And they're not going to push their luck any further because it isn't quite time, I would say, to go after, you know, everything in the base of Abraham's. But this was a very powerful blow. 30k lead in souls for one win team. Still have the Rejuvenator, I think that will dissipate soon enough, but they got so many objectives with it that it's certainly not a failed one just because they didn't grab the Patron. There it is. It actually does finally expire. But so much of the map is now theirs. They can start farming everything. They've already farmed, I think, maybe a decent amount for Abraham's side. And Abraham's not getting the fights they're looking for. I'm going to start paying even more attention to Together and his Affliction, because last team fight that wanted to happen, yeah, he was taken out too fast. Was not able to get any type of Affliction off.
So now we're into really panic mode for Abrahams. They just look at you. The last stand is going to be utilized from Zaf, but to really no effect on that side. You're grouped up together. You're looking for this walker to kickstart something of a comeback for your team, but you're not able to get it. You turn around and look at ABL out of position.
Yeah, well, Xenon's in position. Into the base he goes. We saw this actually yesterday. Mirage just taking advantage of their ability to teleport when their team needs them most to push the lane into the base. Abrahams thought they were going to push off to the right side while being pushed so heavily on the left, and then they didn't even get the walker with their strategy, with their plan. Now everyone's dispersing, and there doesn't be any momentum for Abrahams to work with as they are forced to send someone back to clean up their base. Urn has now been picked up, and this could be another, actually very much similar to last game. If this Urn is capped by one win and they win the team fight, that's going to be it. That basically might as well be game over.
They're doing fast on this transition. Over towards the base, they pull the Urn all the way into the safe zone, or well, how safe is it really, but one winner knocking on the doors. Here's the combustion from Jamside. That's going to force them away, give some space now to recuperate. And you look at Safi is so far deep in the back, but he is going to use his Spectral Assistant to get back into the team. 31 seconds to hold on to this Urn. Wait till your teammates come back and force the next team fight.
Yeah, just hiding it and not trying to cap it in case it is stolen and then you lose the team fight. Definitely the play right here. I need to calm things down. figure out a perfect game plan for the next group fight execution. But if the Urn is attempted, that's going to be the real test, perhaps. I mean, maybe the real test will end up in the base. But I think we're having one win, maybe wait for the rejuve to really secure the lead that they can then take, you know, maybe a bit of a risk to push into the base with. With the lane starting to get moved out, could the Urn come back into play? I think so. Of course, Abrahams doesn't know how far away one win is. And yeah, the Urn is starting to make its walk back. Mid boss is going to be taken. That would be an opportune moment to get your Urn, but then you kind of also need to stop them from taking mid boss, don't you? And that's the next big moment. How is the mid boss going to go? It's not going to go well for Abraham, so they're just going to immediately lose Saf. Does TP out of there?
See now, does Yamato just not just phase through walls off that, or is it just that Yamato is actually a phantom and is able to just go through it completely? But no matter the case, Yamato isn't really having the biggest impact here as everybody else. You look at that from the Yamato Zanya, and it is going to be the slash that's going to do the majority of this damage. Back to the wall again. Taz latched onto and dead. Overseas going to fall, but is that going to be enough to turn this fight? You have the last stand now from Empty Dream pushing in to Jam side. Another kill for the Warden, 4 dead for Abrahams. This is looking like a Patron angle.
Yeah, well, yeah, for sure. Now, I just wonder why the fight happened on that right side, actually. I'm not sure what ended up causing it. You know, that obviously wasn't around the Urn, of course. And it also, I guess maybe it was kind of around mid as they both were posturing. Someone thought they had a good chance to pick someone off immediately, and that turned sour. That can lead to the disastrous fight that we just saw. But yeah, whatever happened, it was a disaster, and there was nothing to be gained from it. It's not like it distracted, you know, a left lane, you know, minion push or something along those lines. So now mid is more open than ever. They're not even going to pause as together DCs momentarily.
Do they not have a pause available? There it is.
Okay, I was like, well, it's not, you know. All right, so maybe it's not noticing initially, so he didn't get the alert either, which sometimes we see that pause from the person who is disconnecting, but
he is also off the respawn, so it's not like it's really going to impact anything.
True.
Disconnected, so wait out that timer, wait for Together to get back, and now you can look to unpause it, Hoot, whenever you quite desire. But yeah, this is the right call, I'd say, for one win. Mid-boss into what we said last time would be the final nail in the coffin. Saf is here, but if Saf steals this one, might be the best steal I've ever seen.
So difficult. Shadow Transformation is going to be available. You could parry, but then it's going to hit it again. Oh, he does steal it! Oh! We saw this yesterday, and it did not work out, but here it does. Abrahams, the sliver of a lifeline, steals Shadow Transformation to try and survive for as long as possible. We'll have to depend on that Rejuve to come back, or... No, they got the heck out of there. Are they going to do the juke? Run away!
You hit the hex, you jump in. The parry was good. I'm pretty sure he parried maybe 2 of them. Everybody else on one win was going for the parry, so it gave them a little bit of an upset, and that is a crazy steal from Saf. Again, and the magnificent Sinclair, he does it again. What a show.
Is that the start to something? Is that the start of the comeback? Saf barely able to survive, running away from the Rejuve once again on death's door, somehow still up and running as we have Yamato up against Warden. The Warden is going to win this with Kelvin, making sure the execution is there. Frozen Shelter, the combustion is going to help out. I think the Warden is going to have to back away for a hot second, wait for the rest of the team, but all said and done, Abrahams lose 3, one win only losing that Yamato, and that just took so much effort to kill the Yamato. 40k souls on Zanya, so they're very tough. That's the Rejuve used up for 4 out of 6 on Abrahams. And somehow it's not even Saf. Saf was so low this entire time. He's actually able to get back up.
He gets back up in his own spawn, and it's not going to be, I'd say, what turns this back into the favor of Abrahams, but it is going to at least give him a chance. There is still a lot that has to fall into place for this to be a full-fledged comeback. And you can see that Saf is now going for the Walker on the right side. He didn't have any wave control, so he's going to have to TP back to his assistant. You can see the Urn is going to be run as well. So that wave control through the middle, you can dedicate some figures there. Saf backs up, and this should look to be a safe earn collection. Overseas thought for a second was going to take a look at that, but instead, OneWin just opting in to let it go.
Yeah, call to be made. Oh, it ABL barely saved that last Guardian, by the way, so no flex slot has opened up for Abrahams. That's going to be a concern, especially as those supercharged minions continue to come forward. Rescue Beam does come into play, as it was nerfed, but still can be a very helpful item to keep that Vindicta alive. No one going to over-dedicate here, because, I mean, even though there is still a solid soul lead for a one-win, about 40k, I think you can tell kind of in the way that they're hesitant to approach some of these engagements. Obviously, they didn't try and do anything about Earn, which is a smart call. That they know the game is not quite over. They can't let the rejuve just be something that they totally neglect and be like, oh, it was no big deal. We're still going to win this. Don't even worry, guys. That can lead to a little more comfortability from Abrahams. That can lead to them pushing the lanes back enough to feel secure in some of the pickups on the farms that are finally happening as well, to maybe further bridge that soul gap. And then maybe we still have some chances for some picks to start things off, like Lasso perhaps finding these two over here. I think they did see each other across the lane, but not going to go for it.
There's still a real chance that this does come back for Abrahams. You just need to start getting one of these walkers down sooner or later, and this next team fight will most likely lead into it. So play your cards right. You could potentially get this one going, but you also know that you are walking a thin line in each one of these fights, and you are down in that itemization category because you've lost some base guardians. So
yeah.
It is really hard to walk into these fights for Abrahams right now and feel like you have what it takes to actually fight a good team fight against this one-win team. You're hoping that somebody overextends, makes that mistake, and gets a little too antsy.
Right, which I think one was also, like, versely aware of, right? They're like, yeah, don't lead this to an even bigger opening for Abrahams to return back into this game. This would be an opportunity for Abrahams. Looking at the middle right now, we got a lot of players for Abrahams. They do find out some from OneWin, or reverse that. OneWin found a bunch of people from Abrahams, but one of those people was the Magicians. They just teleport out. I think we're still kind of on the hunt. OneWin looking for a potential pick before the rest of the team come together. And it does not happen. But now at this point, OneWin has pushed those lanes way far back and have kind of taken back a commanding position in this game.
Yeah, still a 36k soul lead and still feeling very much in that driver's seat. So all you have to do is not throw it away, realistically. I mean, easier said than done sometimes. The Hex in, a couple melees onto Flammable. The parry coming back, but you have the TP out. So all's well that ends well.
Yeah. I guess he would have been able to burn down the VP fast enough, but good parry. Okay, it feels like we're walking a knife's edge, even though OneWin are decidedly in the lead. Almost that 40k soul lead. All of their lanes are pushed. A bunch of the farm has been gathered already. No objectives to speak of as of yet, and so we're kind of like testing the waters to see if maybe they can get that pick. Whichever team really can. Calico coming on the backside. I don't think they're gonna find anyone. Yeah, there's maybe Box running more so, but both teams hesitant to go for a full dive. Now that mid is back up, is the play to try and go for mid.
This is
Abrahams would be able to respond. Or maybe Abrahams goes for it. That'd be very, very ballsy.
OneWin have been looking for a way to draw them out of the base. This could be a great opportunity for that. You get the bridge buffs as well. A couple fights happening across the map, and there's a big one too for Hood. He was fighting for the right side bridge. Everybody gonna collapse through mid. And you look at the big things to shake this one up. It's going to be Saf. It's going to be Empty Dreams, which Warden ult can do a little bit more in terms of the damage.
Yeah, it can be the better front line. So far, it is the real Warden finding Taz. So it's just been definitely happening everywhere, by the way, like almost teasing that first pick, and it finally happens. So OneWin leading the charge right now. They think they've got this chance. Hoot's also in trouble, so another one will fall. I believe
that's
huge. Can't stand up for that long. Together also fell. This might be it. OneWin was waiting for it. That mid-boss teased out the Abrahams team from the base. A little bit of a turnaround, though. 2 for 2. It's not quite decided as of yet. And when you are at the even players, that's not going to go for mid. But there it is. There's that little more action side of One Win winning this battle. It's not clear cut. It is not clear cut. It's still going on, in fact. It's actually kind of funny. I thought one team would win decisively enough to go for mid. That's maybe finally what's happened. Is Saint does also go down. Yeah, they also just go for the base, of course, but mid is going to be the call. It took a little while. But after everything is said and done, Saf is the only survivor, and the mid will be taken by One Win.
And Saf knew that. He knew that the base was going to be an option. If you stall out towards Temple Guardian, they're going to take their attention there. So instead, you just go for the base defense there. Deny that presence, and maybe we get the second go at stealing this thing. There's no way he does it twice. Surely this time they're going to be ready.
Surely not.
And here it comes. You have the Spectral Assistant this time around. The Rabbit Hex is going to be the difference. They get in for it. Here we go. Parry.
Oh my god.
And a parry back. And it's Zanya to get it done. Saf's going to die. Unfortunate. You almost get it a second time, but One Win, they learn from their mistakes.
That was great. That was longest rejuve taken, I suppose. Everyone was parrying and punching and parrying. But it finally goes the way of One Win. And now that is going to be the nail in the coffin. Almost 50k soul lead. The urn is available if they want to grab that as well, or just gather up and go for that patron. Just very, very likely.
So, okay, now we stand around the Rejuvenator, fake the melee, and we all just parry at the same time. That's basically what you go for to get Saf down in that scenario. So, One Win, you get the Rejuve. This should be a 2-0 on their side. As good as Abrahams have played this one, it is a valiant effort in the game. Now is the time that this one's probably going to be put away at the 40-minute marker.
Yeah. What a response from One Win after questions about their stability as Deadlock continued to evolve, as a couple other teams started to band together and really make a name for themselves, like Abrahams. One Win was like, where exactly are you at? And the first game, maybe you could have handed it away with the McGinnis. The second game is now proof. It's not the McGinnis that has led to One Win just making some great decisions. You know, they kind of made a bit of a comeback in both games as well, just making sure to allocate the souls where need be and get the picks that are really important, and then, you know, just taking some good team battles over time. Abraham's, their Saf is currently the richest character, which makes some sense since he's actually been one of the ones alive for a long time, I think, maybe impacting some of that. But is that where you want all your souls? I don't think it matters. I think it's just been the repercussions of the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, I really don't know if it's a situation of where you put everything other than a way of One Win's team fights was so incredibly well fleshed out. You saw Flammable hitting some stakes that were pinning down Taz, denying that lasso from really getting any effect to pull it back from the team. Together, the Afflictions, albeit they're fancy and they're good at solid engage, it just wasn't enough to break through some of these frontliners that we got through One Win. And, you know, Saf had some great moments with copying that Warden ultimate as well, but in the end, it just really didn't matter. Even in the fight just prior to what we got for that Temple Guardian, Saf copying the Calvin ult keeps some of the teammates alive. It just didn't change things in the outcome. It prolongs it when you steal the Rejuvenator, but for One Win going into 4-0 standing, denying the tie from a team like Abrahams, that is going to match you up against VP now for a chance at the #1 seed going into playoffs later this week.
Yeah, the tomorrow is going to have some really awesome games, because tomorrow's end is going to be Abrahams versus VP, and then One Win versus VP. So we're going to see that matchup very, very quickly. But what a game by One Win. It just feels like even if they had some struggles in the early game, we really started to see how some of their team cohesion could work out. The stakes were isolating some people. The hyper beam was forcing everyone to flee at times, which opened up other opportunities. Empty Dream just once again popping off as a warden too. Because didn't he struggle in the early game? We were talking about if you can keep Empty Dreams suppressed, then maybe you can lead to a better mid game. But even with a couple of losses in lane, Empty Dreams still came forward on the soul count, and so it was so impactful for so many of these engagements, to the point that, yeah, even when it was a little like testy who would win, the fake warden or the real warden came off top almost every time.
Empty Dreams really stepped up in a lot of moments for this team. I do agree. I thought Saf played good, but, you know, aside from Saf, there were just moments where you didn't have consistent DPS coming out from Jamside on this Infernus. And, you know, the Pocket, you know, as good as Pocket can be, I don't really see the Affliction really making the difference in the team fight like we got from the Vindicta, the Assassinates off of Zanya, and the slashes that we were getting from the Yamato. And you put that all on top of the Warden and the ultimate that you get, there's just so much consistent DPS coming out from this one-win team that at the end of the day, try as hard as you want. Calvin, you can heal a lot, but you can't really out-heal all of that damage at the same time, and Abrahams just couldn't match it in the longevity of some of these team fights. And, you know, it just kind of reiterate and go back into that fight that you had right before that last Temple Guardian was walked in for, and you had to have Saf, instead of copy Empty Dreams, copy the Kelvin ultimate, just to have two frozen shelters to outlast that, to give you a chance at outlasting that, and it still wasn't enough to win that fight.
And at the end of the day, I guess Saf was a lot of the highlight. I mean, for good reason, of course, but it was maybe not paired up as well with some of the other players on the team. Some of those Afflictions were just simply not able to be gotten. Actually, this is a fight that's an example of that, where Pocket still has the Affliction, couldn't get it off to help out a team fight. Jamside, we started off this game looking like an MJ moment, you know, just like serious revenge, proving that he's really good in the Furnace after playing a kind of surprising McGinnis. That fell off too, and suddenly we weren't talking about Jamside getting, you know, picks or really impacting the team fights as much. So it was kind of the Magician highlight game, where it was really cool, you know, stealing the Rejuve is cool, counting on him to get the best ultimate possible is a lot of pressure to put on one person. And for the other side of things, we didn't just have Empty Dreams, you know, leading the charge. Quite literally, Xenon was a solid backline, really good on Souls, obviously, by the end of it, but I think just kept even the entire time, so the Mirage is perfectly fine. ABL, I'm sure, coming in with a couple of great swaps that we may have just missed out on. And then Zanya was kind of, I feel like, the co-conspirator, like the other person that was just so scary outside of Empty Dreams. Couldn't kill him very fast. He had to dedicate a lot to both of these guys to actually finally burn them down. And then their ability to add damage and get kills too is very good. You know, a lot of chasing that Zanya was able to do to secure kills, while Empty Dreams was just solid tank on the front.
You thought that it was going to be MJ on the Bulls with Jamside just furiously, you know, lighting things up on that Infernus. And you thought it was going to be MJ on the Wizards casting spells and Saf as Sinclair. But neither one were able to really step up and carry for this game. And you got to give some respect for one win and what they were able to do, because for so long, Abrahams have been at the top of the list for EU deadlock. And in this game, and this series, just in general, for one win, they show that now going into Volume 6, we're looking at shifting those standings around between this, and one win on their path to revenge has already toppled one target.
Yeah. Excellent game. Nice to have something a little more interesting to talk about. More even games, a surprising McGinnis pick, and then a bit of an upset as one-win team comes back into the forefront of the discussion about who is going to lead the charge in Europe. But we're not quite done yet. One-win team has one more match. Our final match of the day is coming up after this break.
breakdown.
Don't stop.
Welcome back, everyone. We're getting into our final match, lickety split, apparently. So we
Yeah.
are going to be able to see one win team again. They're going to be going up against Griga Gaming, who have been able to, I guess, like kind of stay afloat, you might want to say. They've won one Melee Crepe. Did it again! Melee Creeps. They've won one Fearless Series. Otherwise, I think they're coming in as not maybe the expected upset team, but after that last performance on one win, I'm like really, really scared for Giga. It was the same before that last victory from one win, but now it's even just like, oh man, they're pumped. They just went out against like some rivals. They've proved that they're able to be top dog again. Like, this is going to be really scary for Giga.
It's going to be very difficult. Just to kind of put it in perspective of this Griga Gaming or a team, you look at them in Volume 5, and this is Wolfie from Paravision, who played extremely well against those top teams, made top 3 in Volume 5, actually getting getting a better placing than this one-win roster. Paravision breaks apart. He comes together with some of the parts of Aegis Aurora, who are also testing those top teams back in Volume 5 as well for the EU Bombshell. And I think that gives me a lot of hope for this Griga Gaming team, because when you take some of the best parts where Wolfie was fantastic against, your one wins and your VPs from that Paravision team, and then you put it in a team that was testing them, not able to break through, but is looking to break through now with this Griga Gaming team, I think that it makes me really excited to see how high the ceiling for this team can be pushed going into it. And hey, I mean, they've already done a very good job at least taking some maps off of teams going 1-1 off of, I'm pretty sure it was Melee Creeps the other day. You say Melee Crepes, I think it's just because it's getting to the point
Melee
where I'm hungry and I could go for a Melee Crepe. So
is that just like right into your mouth immediately? You don't even wait for it to like be put in a plate. Yeah, I also am, but no, that's nice story building actually. Like I'm coming in here being like, I'm not really sure what to expect from Giga. They're not one of the most talked about teams. They haven't had a ton of matches as of yet. Actually, it seems they're going to be stacked mostly in the coming days, but that was, pretty exciting. It's like, okay, all right, we can see what the potential for them are, but when they're facing a one-win team who is looking better than ever, that's where it's still this gap, at least in my mind, and I'd be happy if Griga Gaming were to prove me wrong. They do have now, I suppose, that advantage that you talked about in the previous series, which is they did get to watch one-win team and how they played out. So their first choice is actually going to be to ban the Mirage, which I actually don't recall ever saying that was like the main problem, but I guess I just don't want to deal with them.
I don't know if the stat still is a thing about Mirage, but I know at one point there was a stat that was Mirage had in at least North America a 100% pick ban rate. So it was either like always picked or always banned in the sense. And Mirage is good. I'd say like a consistent good.
Yes.
But I don't think Mirage is consistently ever the hero that is the reason why teams win. It's a weird one. It is a weird one. Calico's still up. Lady Geist is still up. And we can see Lady Geist get picked up by Griga Gaming.
Yeah, I think Mirage, he's actually very solid as far as I can understand it from a lot of other smarter people than me. But it is kind of almost like a sleeper hit, where sometimes the impact isn't the highlight because it's not like a death slam or it's not a I don't even know, even a soul exchange at the right, exact last second can be really cool. Mirage is just consistently there, quite literally too, as far as the teleport is concerned for the map presence. So it is almost always a good ban or a pick. And I'm not saying that Xenon didn't play well on Mirage. I'm just like wondering who I would be most intimidated by going up against this team. But I think in that sense, is they're going to know like, hey, they were making a huge impact that entire time. It's obviously a strong character. Let's get him out of the equation. Yeah, that does make a lot of sense. And one win also did ban Holiday. It's going to take that opening opportunity away from Griga.
So no lassos this time. Might be
an early Lash, an early Bebop, Warden pick up for one win. They go and double down with the Viscous as well for their second one, and a Vindicta for the third. So you get the Binding Word and the Stake, as well as the Cube for the safety net for one win. And with everything that Viscous has been bringing to teams, at least for the past couple of days, for the one-win Bombshell, just in general, Viscous has been fantastic on the oppression that is created through the CC, the damage, and the puddle punches that, either save teammates or force enemies into rough positions. And you can see the answer back from Grega Gaming is to go in and bring somebody like a Shiv who's able to do immense amount of damages and the killing blow, and then the Sinclair on top of that will be a direct counter to the Warden.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we say that as if it's as easy as just being like, I'm Sinclair and I'm here next to Warden, so Warden doesn't work anymore. But obviously that last game proved very much not to be the case, even when they were both kind of battling it out very even with each other in souls. But
it's as close to counter as you can get.
Right, yeah, of course. I'm not saying it's wrong to say that either, but I just mean like this is where my mind drifted to for the ban, was like that Warden just seems so powerful in Empty Dreams, but I might be over evaluating that. But now the next bans do come through. Bebop is actually banned by Grigga, so they do not want to deal with that annoyance. And then Kelvin taken away by one win, as opposed to being taken. So, I think that kind of early, don't you think?
Yeah, I think that I've been enjoying the Kelvin bans just in general, because getting rid of a lot of those frozen shelters allows you to have more engage as a team just in general. We saw so many times that this one-win team, even last game, were trying to engage against Abrahams, but you would see that the frozen shelter from Zaf, or the frozen shelter just in general from your Kelvin, was stopping that aggression that you were getting from the Warden. And without that, and with the Viscous on your team, who's going to stop this Warden from just running into your team in this whole sense and heal you back up? Because the Kelvin now isn't going to have that opportunity.
And with Kelvin out, Greg Game and do that take the opportunity to take the Lash as well. Also, Haze going to be nice to potentially take out Vindicta before she gets really started. Yamato comes in for one win team, though, and I think that's very, very scary. I mean, you're talking about the top scorers, I guess. It was a team effort, all that, but the top scorers of the last last series, I've always Warden Yamato. It was just it seemed so oppressive. The Warden was able to get enough farm to just have, even better last stands than the Magician. And then Yamato was there not just provide some front line, but then also giving a lot of chases that were very effective. And then they chase with a Vindicta that's not taken down by a Haze. Suddenly the Assassinate also takes out your ability to run away. It's kind of scary. I'm not saying that Grea Gaming has done anything wrong, of course, but it's just one win team getting some of their powerful picks in this.
I think that Zanya is incredible on the Yamato, and it's scary to see that pick go through.
Calico.
On top of giving them a Calico, giving them a Warden, Vindicta, like these are just some of the most consistent heroes that we see getting picked within, the quote unquote meta compositions that get put together. Obviously it changes, you can plug and play a whole lot, but these are very strong heroes going the way of one win. And Grega already has a steep hill to climb just to match up against this squad. They're going to go for the Haze, which is, I do like the Haze pick just in general. I think that is showing that, Taz has showed that this is a good hero to pick. Same thing with Obakam. Different and I think easily avoidable for teams who are very aware of where the Haze is approaching from. But it is something for Grega Gaming to look to invest in for this game.
I wonder if we're going to see Paradox come out with the holiday ban from either team. Wraith is still available. I feel like we just don't mention Calico if she's not chosen immediately, because then we just kind of assume in our nailed it. Anyways, that we assume in our brain that she's banned. It is Paradox for one win team. So They don't have the holiday. They have the futuristic holiday, sort of.
The first holiday. The
Paradox
first, came
that's
first.
Right.
And,
right. I play both, but I still like Paradox more.
I love Paradox. I think that it's one of the coolest things in general, and I can give some respect to the Deadlock, just the devs in general for what they've created for these unique abilities. The fact that you can jump, aim in, and slow yourself down, and the whole game doesn't slow down around you. Like everybody else is still moving at the same speed, but that whole ability for Paradox, I think, is so cool. To have in a hero shooter, just like Viscous is one of my favorite, designed heroes just in general.
And I love his background as well, sea enemy. You want to hear something really embarrassing from me? Just to get it out there. I played Paradox probably over 100 hours because she was one of my mains from the get-go. Goodness, by the way, but I only realized what it meant by you can slow down time on yourself if you right click like a month ago. I just never really figured it out.
Big change, huh?
I was like, whoa. Oh man, I felt incredibly stupid because like this changes the game. Oh, of course it does. And I think I did it. I just didn't really realize what was happening. So that is my excuse. Moving on. McGinnis is chosen.
I don't even want to look at McGinnis anymore. After what we saw from against one win, that one game prior, it's just the relationship with McGinnis is over, and I think we've moved on from seeing her be played in a couple of these compositions. In general, like you can see where you want to go, like with bringing a McGinnis into it. Like she's a very dynamic, very flexible hero in terms of you get a little bit of everything with her, but at the same time, she's also very slow with the movement. It takes a lot of souls to do a lot of damage for a McGinnis. And there are just some heroes that I think support a little bit better than she does. So putting her into this one for Grega definitely looks like they want to have some fun with the McGinnis. But I'm just not sold with the McGinnis at this moment with people wanting to play her throughout today.
It's like you played her when she was a nice girl, and then you saw someone like take her instead. And now she's just like an evil word I can't say on stream. It's really a 180, isn't it?
It really is. And it kind of goes with her like
change
story, the background too that you were explaining to me too. It's just it kind of goes hand in hand, and it's like McGinnis isn't really the nicest person.
Yeah. Oh, what an interesting development. I mean, I'm glad we're here to see the McGinnis meta evolve, I suppose, which is to be nothing for a long time and then actually being chosen. But it really feels like it's going to come down to her inability to be involved in team fights 100%. That's going to keep her limited. Because when you need to ramp up your gun, you need to be involved from the get-go. And when you need to have your turrets all down, you need to be involved from the get-go or somehow drag the fight over to you. And then the wall can be brilliant. And presumably we don't have as many bad walls on the professional side as on the ladder. But it... And then again, we don't even really talk about our ult as something that's desirable. So then what is it really? Is it the wall? Is it the idea that one time you will have this amazing engagement where McGinnis has everything she needs to have to actually be effective? Just don't know.
I think if you can get McGinnis to a point where you're split pushing effectively, in place of like a Mirage or a Wraith and what they're able to bring against, Guardians and Walkers, that's a strong thing to see. I guess we were just getting trolled. I guess we were just getting trolled this entire time.
Not again.
And production was having fun with us. Or this is the troll. I don't know what's real anymore.
We don't have our mark or whatever it was, Inception. We don't know what's real and what's not. Okay, 7. All right. Well, one thing McGinnis lets us do is have really theoretical but yeah. Now I'm like deflated. I'm like, oh, which is like still one of my favorite characters. It's getting all ramped up with the potential. It's not even there.
It's a lot better, though, I'd say, than having the McGinnis on your team. So it is going to be the 7. We see it now in the game itself as One Win are looking for the last game of the night to proceed to a 4-0 standing in the groups after day 2. Grega Gaming looking to do one of the funniest things we would see across the Bombshell and see if they can, again, steal a map away from a team that they're looking to upset. Maybe even 2. Good parry coming out onto ABL, and what? Sonya Sniper strikes first.
Nicely done. Brimming with confidence, running after a weakened Viscous. Think you've got this in the bag. Nope, just kidding. That was pretty cool. Win-win. Still looking at their actual lanes now, as we have finally the draft sufficiently made. What are the lanes and how are they going to shape up for the early game? Can we get any momentum built up for Grega Gaming? Besides the very early 1v1 skirmish, which sometimes overall doesn't seem to affect like the the later stages, even 4 or 5 minutes from now. Where is the pressure going to be applied from Giga Gaming, or are they going to have the pressure applied to them? Right now, they are pushing heavily on the right side.
Right through mid. What a slash coming out from the Yamato, and we've been seeing a lot of that from the power slash that we get early on, is that the laning presence from Zanya is bound to hit. And as this Yamato ramps up, the flying strike as well is good for following up and finishing off those kills. So if you let Zanya get to those antics that we saw back in their last game, then we might be seeing 1 win evolve tonight to 2 win.
Good one. That or the fact that they got 2 wins on Abraham's probably deserves an upgrade in their name, though.
Yeah, they've already, maybe they could go to 4 win then.
Exactly. So I'm gonna be able to clear the minions very, very fast. You'd think they'll be able to apply a little pressure on their opposing team, but Nathan and Warden looking a little aggressive on the left side. Fremont actually got taken down in mid alongside Wolfie, so that's not going particularly well for Giga Gaming. Yamato and Viscus. I mean, Yamato can really push being aggressive. Viscus can save them if need be. We're not even at our ults quite yet, of course. Zanya will be able to heal up. I feel like this is a game, just because we know that 1 win is so good, where we are looking for those opening opportunities. Sometimes this has happened in our previous matches that we were able to cast today, where the underdog had a nice lane that did not end up compounding. And for Giga Gaming, right now no lane is looking all that promising. Even the right side where they are pushing is still like a lane that has a Calico, which I'm scared is going to turn around on them soon enough.
Blinding word in the static charge. One's able to escape, the other is not. We swap over towards mid quickly. A lot of trades in the damage, and everybody just trying to size each other up. No soul exchange available for the Lady Geist of Wolfie, so has to disengage from that battle, as both Zanya and Wolfie are quite extremely low in those handshake arrangements. But throughout the midst of it, I like this from Giga Gaming. I think that we're really seeing mechanically a team that is standing up to the oppression that 1 win's bringing to this laning phase.
Well, they're trying to, but on the left side, I think Warden, yeah, they got their ult so much faster. I think the call was made, hey, I have the ult, let's really push them. Like, simple as, because they were already doing a good job in that lane anyway. So that seems to be exactly what happened. Warden just got their ult so fast. I mean, Empty Dreams, opposite of last game where he actually started off a little slow. Now he's starting off great, and then it's like, oh god, how great is Empty Dreams going to be in the mid game and in the late game if we actually get there, which I'm not sure that we will. But that's a point that I'm really going to focus on. Overseas also finally getting their ults. All the ults really just coming online as I'm speaking. But yeah, that ult from the Warden just caused the Guardian to fall.
So a sub 5 minutes early Guardian there. That is pretty darn good from Empty Dreams, if I do say so. And in terms of where 1 win wants to go with this game against Giga, yeah, you lose a couple of these early engagements, but you're now going to be able to allow for some freedom as the camps start to spawn for someone like Empty Dreams. Quick little pause here from Giga Gaming. And potentially just a chance to reconnect, figure out the issues with all this, but we'll see what's going on. I'm sure he'll be back soon.
Yeah, Bandwise having some trouble. Yeah, really just stacking all the pauses towards the later half of the day. The Warden is, I guess, just farming. I wonder if there's also going to be opportunity to move over into mid and help them out.
Space Gem pose coming out from the Lash?
Yes. Yes, it is. Dude, you know that bug that you have when you die and you get stuck in the animation that you died in, I guess is maybe what the bug is?
Okay.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
maybe you don't, but it's really rampant now, and it feels like it happens all the time. And it is incredibly annoying, but a couple days ago, I had the coolest Wraith position. It was like her mid-teleport, so her like arms were like super comically outreach, and her legs were way far behind her. I mean, it's usually a bug that's not easily playable with just because it's so annoying. But that was insane. That I was just like, please kill me so I can reset. This bug is not working out for me.
I never get like the fun bugs whenever I'm playing the game. I won't lie, nothing like that. But that is pretty awesome. Then you think that what's the possibilities of what can happen when?
Oh, there's been gifs of people doing it for like they died I guess on like a zip line. So now their character is literally just like zip lining. The movement they're not even like stuck in place. It's like the movement, which looks a little R-rated sometimes, by the way, but creates some comedy gifs.
It creates a lot of fun here for Deadlocked. With that first Guardian down, it has freed up some space to start to push elsewhere. And it looks like they're going to be stacking up onto this right lane for Overseas. And the Paradox has a little bit of backup now alongside the Calico and the Vindicta for your team. So early kill there is going to separate some of these members from Griga Gaming even more. And these Guardians are starting to feel the wrath, the trouble of one win.
Yeah, Empty Dreams is just going around farming, collecting boxes, not too worried about their Guardian, honestly, too. But did not move over into mid. In fact, it was Griga Gaming who reinforced mid, but to really no effect. Okay, they called out that they saw Lash. I don't know if they're going to continue chasing. Probably in the skies, but we're looking on this right side and how much more one win can push this back. Because even though they brought another man over, the pushback was limited. And now, actually, maybe Vindicta could be in some trouble. I see I see the rest of the team kind of looking around, seeing how they could corner her. And I'm not sure Flammable is going to be able to get away. No.
Some good damage coming out, though. At the same time, should back down some of the members of One Win from trying to press further into the second and third Guardians on each side. So looking to see if Griga Gaming can battle out of the base. But you look at the HP of Wolfie, he has the Soul Exchange available. But as long as One Win keeps the distance away from this lady, guys, it is not going to be an issue whatsoever. And Wolfie is going to waste so much time missing out on souls.
Yeah, you can only stay in your precarious soul swap position for so long, right? Before you really got to get involved. And they know they're going to stay away from you, too. That's going to be key for One Win. Vindicta is getting some opportune assassinations. The rest of the team setting that up. And there's Wolfie low on Geist being in that vulnerable position. Does manage to avoid the assassination. Soul starting to rack up a little bit. Only one Guardian down so far, so it's certainly not snowball territory. Haze is caught out a little bit, but has a buddy. So the cube will save business. Paradox swap, but Paradox is so darn low.
Paradox swap kills on both sides, so still going to be Griga Gaming actually trading now in Guardians. You look through mid, and it looks like it is going to still be an advantage for One Win. Good assassinate landing as well onto Sonya's sniper, and ABL rolling deep into the side of Griga Gaming. So trades favoring One Win heading into the 10th minute when we are going to get fully everything spawned up on the map. What's going on?
11k on Empty Dreams.
Yeah, he is farming.
Dude, that is...
He's farming.
Dude, that is so concerning. I mean, I know the 7's also getting some farm here, but I am so concerned. He hasn't gone to help out any lanes, and that is very much a decision made here that is leading him to now have a substantial soul lead almost everyone in this lobby. And if he gets involved now, I mean, there could be a massacre. Pop-up board and last stand. Yeah, exactly.
And fortunately, Resume is going to be able to copy that last stand, but we've seen, what that copy does when you're just not able to get it going. Paradoxical swap in. Sonya has the movement and is going to be able to escape from that ultimate. And now at the 10-minute marker, we got the urn to drop. So this is something to pay attention to. And rotation over from Bandwise and Rez. It is going to stack up to see if potentially the Sinclair can stop the urn from getting ran away. But Overseas is going to pick it up and start working from left to right.
Yeah, and that Warden I'm still looking at for the last stand. Like, Empty Dreams could come in on the right side. Maybe not now. Calico left to defend for now, but with the Warden, Calico, and the Paradox dropping there temporarily, I mean, just with the Warden, honestly. Yeah, this could go really poorly. You know, Grigga Gaming think that they have a chance. They're like, that is possible. No! And they don't even need a last stand. Overseas returns the urn, no problem at all.
Oh.
And then Empty Dreams just about to go ham with the rest of his team. Easy.
It's not even that, too. It's the swappings of the stake that we're going to be seeing between Flammable and Overseas. That makes it near impossible to escape somebody like Empty Dreams. The setup right now from One Win, it is fluent, and it's going to lead to the early slot unlocked for them. For that first flex slot off, the Guardian's going to be toppled. The first stage done for One Win. Now free reign to roam the jungles to your pleasure. So Grigga's going to have to find a way to banter back from this one. And they've done a good job, at least in poking the bear, in terms of you get the Guardian towards the top right. You look towards damaging the top left one as well. But I would like to see them in the coming minutes, see if they can get some good wave control and then collapse on one of these two Guardians.
Overseas was so sneaky, like hiding away from the vision was very sneaky indeed. Didn't open up any opportunities for assassinations, surprise kills, right? Because the rest of the team of Grigga Gaming were actually moving over to that location. So I don't know if there was some preconceived plan for that teleport usage from Overseas, but I guess it just didn't work out. Perhaps more importantly, they weren't found out and they weren't killed. Things, have kind of calmed down, even though the soul lead is pretty darn good, and I'm really worried about Empty Dreams alongside that combination you were talking about with the teammates helping. I mean, it's not like Grigga Gaming or something that's somewhere where they just can't do anything. Getting a Hex? Don't have any follow-up. Shadow Transformation is used. That to escape, or they're going to re-engage? They're going to re-engage.
Bulletan's looking to isolate Flammable, but easy escape, still tracked down. Lovely from Freemock on the follow-up from that ultimate. So much damage from ABL. Still alive, the Sleep Dagger for the escape, and you are thanking the lucky stars that your teammates are now here. In trouble is ABL. Warpstone not able to fully get it. Wait, what? First time I've ever seen the Sinclair copy this. And ABL is still alive, by the way.
Right, exactly. They juke. I mean, it wasn't really a juke, but they used the juke corner. And then they cubed. So the Magician couldn't kill him fast enough, which with the ball might have just been the one shot. And then it's such an awkward situation. He just had to, run away from the ball. Like, that was a goosey-loosey chase, honestly, as we still have the remnants of it before us right here. Okay. It actually is not going to go the way of One Win. So you had, basically one team find one person, and the other team actually go, no-ha, it was a trap, and then the other team was like, no-ha, it's actually a trap. And at the end of the day, it's Grigga Gaming that comes out on top as far as the kills. But are they going to be able to move this forward in any significant way, take down an objective? Flammable comes back in after dying and just dies immediately again.
This is where you got to push into the Guardian ASAP and try to take a second one now for your team. It's a good shutdown from Flammable in using the Death Slam, investing it to not only get the cube out, but collect the kill onto the Vindicta. It doesn't translate into a Guardian taken. I think it definitely should have, but the call for Grigga was not to overextend, instead just play your life, not giving anything more up. I think it's a missed opportunity, but obviously the player is more confident in their calls.
It is unfortunate, though, to be able to get two pretty quickly and not move that into another Guardian kill. A little fight going down. This Lash is not extremely powerful, unfortunately. Also outgunned, so it's not really fair. Oh, Haze is here to help out. All right, it's not a sniper, at least trying to save the teammates, which I think was effective. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Fleur did just go down, and where is the movement's really headed? Right now for One Win team, seems like they're thinking about pushing that right lane walker. Mid lane, they still have their Guardian up to depend on to save them if they do want to pressure that a lot, but Yamato did go back to safeguard it.
Well, even still, a lot of kills coming through from Grigga Gaming, as Sonya's going to fall in retaliation. Good hacks. And Rez is going to be caught by the Kinetic Carbine. Flammable, a second kill. off the assassinate. So good answer back from One Win's going to push right into this Walker that's already damaged up. Now for the last stand to see if they can burn right through it.
They might just be able to. Not a lot of opposition currently, although there was someone in the back lines killing Flammable. So that's the opposition. It was happening away from safeguarding the actual Walker, wasn't it? So the Walker does go down. It will lose Flammable and Empty Dream. So there's the trade. So that doesn't sound like the worst thing in the world, but really there's nothing else as far as the objectives going for Giga Gaming, right? So if it was an isolation, if all the other objectives were completely even, maybe that's something they could walk away with, feeling proud, but that was just, that was too little to say, like, I give up a Walker. This Walker also in extreme danger. It's about to go down too. There you have it. That's 2 Walkers down. Guardian still up, by the way, for One Win team. So the flex slot is not available for Giga Gaming, and this might be where the snowball is really starting.
This is why I was so confused by the Mirage ban from Griga and the Bebop ban as well. Obviously, you target the Bebop towards somebody like overseas, but ABL on Viscous, every single time I see him playing this hero, it is a sight to behold. I mean, so much CC, so much damage, and presence in the fights that is really hard to deal with. And you see it again. ABL is having a lot of impact when the Scoo Ball is active, when the puddle punches save teammates or displace enemies. And it is something that I think a lot of people should put a lot more focus into potentially taking away.
Yeah, well, there are only so many bans, aren't there? Because I'm also still looking at Zanya, who's having a great impact, and Empty Dreams, who I've been talking about all day long. And it's like, you only have 2 bans, so it's just difficult stuff. Zanya, speaking of, was just soloing, pushing the Walker in mid, so that's on the flex slot in the way of One Win, as we have a fight going on here. Is there a way for Giga Gaming to take it in such astounding fashion? No, not with the last stand online. Fleur, I don't believe so with any chance. At least Xenon does get taken out too, but to what end is always the question, as we see players on either team get taken down. To what end? For One Win, if it doesn't lead to anything else, that's not the biggest of problems. But for Giga, if this doesn't lead to anything else, that is still a big problem. They really need these objectives. And actually, they end up losing it straight up. 2 more people fell.
Okay, so One Win just walking through the streets of the Cursed Apple with the utmost confidence of battling against Giga Gaming, with the lead starting to bolster in their favor. You can start to see things slow down as well for this team. So down towards the jungles, farm up a little bit more, work into finishing off the next slot of items that you can get with all 3 slots open after the Walkers are down. And this puts us in the same situation, the same question that we've been asking all day long, is as soon as those 3 Walkers and the snowball starts to begin, we have yet to see a team properly come back.
Right, yeah, when it's not just the wins as far as the character kills going down, but also the objectives. That's where it really feels like a hard stopping point. Like Giga Gaming is gonna have to come up with some way to recover in a way that a bunch of other matches today, the underdog was not able to. Magician once again in trouble. They had already had to escape from Addicta, now trying to escape from Yamato, which they were successful with, but Senya Sniper did go down. Still protecting their own Guardian, by the way, so One Win's not going to give up that flex slot. As we get closer and closer to like all members of Giga Gaming really needing the flex slot too. The Lash, it does not have a lot of souls. Fremok needs to be in a way that he doesn't get caught out and killed too quick. And then maybe if we could get one hell of a Death Slam combined with actually doing pretty well ban-wise, the Storm, then I could see going for a pretty good team fight. But I'm just so worried that Fremok's not going to be able to be involved, having to run away from being sniped long before the fight starts.
It has been the case for, I'd say, majority of this. I mean, ban-wise has been good for damage, 26k, lots of impact to these fights, but it's still been One Win winning, so can't just be ban-wise at the end of it, and you have to start getting, like you said, somebody like Fremont involved in this, and it looks like Overseas is looking for the next target, so Ern's going to be dropping, Kinetic Carbine procced, and no target just yet, but the Paradoxical Swap is available.
Sleep Dagger on Vindicta, but I'm not sure they tracked where Hayes was, or maybe they did actually. She's coming in. Everyone is coming in from Giga Gaming, but they're also all getting very, very low, very fast. A big damage dealer in the way of Bandwise gets taken down immediately. Fluoride is also doing pretty well. Fluoride is also doing pretty well, but not able to be involved in this fight as much as they would like. And then once they finally are, they're also taken down, just with the delayed probably health loss, right? It's taking a little while longer. Yeah, these ideal scenarios for a possible comeback are not really being set up, and even worse, it's going really bad for Drakkar Gaming, which has now opened up the opportunity for OneWin to go for mid. All the lanes are at least pushed enough to kind of have that vision in case they are going to try something. As in, Claire is up, and they are going for it. Are they in position? So many ults being used to secure this. I guess they were a little scared of maybe the Sinclair trying to go for a steal. So that's that's the only good news I would say, right? Yeah. Is that OneWin had to use a couple of ults to secure it, but that's good news and a field of bad.
I mean, you use Last Stand and Shadow Transformation, which you give it like 30 seconds, they'll be back once again. So still, Drakkar Gaming, I mean, they're really for really anything to go their way. As now it's the urn looking to get deposited. That slam up, still gonna get to positive too, so you get that chance. Stunned out from the air, and it just blows up in his face.
I was wondering, and there was that Hex available, although immediately death was declared right after that Hex, and there was not the ability for the Thunderstorm to be called down by Bandwise, so even though they were a little glumped up for a hot second, it was not enough. Now the base Guardians are going to be going down. The Shrines, sure to follow. More picks while you can get it. Yeah, Shiv's a little too tanky to be taken down that quickly, but Shrines go down, Patron goes down. And the question is, do they just stick around and try and end the game right here, right now, which they really don't have to do? Or are they confident enough and want to kind of, just get on to the next one that they do stick around? They're going to pull back.
So 3 down again. You're going to get the shorter respawn timers because of the Patron transforming. You are on death's door right now for Drakkar Gaming in this one. Unstoppable on Bandwise, so no chance to take him out of that storm cloud as soon as he jumps up in towards the air. And this is your time to show what that 20k souls is really made out of.
They still have no flex slot. That is so... the sad sight, seeing all the items taken, and then no room for another one without giving up one, right? Without that flex slot, which just feels bad, man. And that Guardian is still kind of being protected. Zania is going quite aggressive on this lane, so if they win the fight, then obviously the Guardian's going to stay up, no problem. And if they win the fight, then it is going to be Drakkar Gaming's base going down. Finally, we get Bandwise involved with a Storm, but it's... Not actually. I take that back. This isn't really necessarily affecting all that much. Mato was forced to go back into it, but then still able to escape. Maybe the chase can happen. Maybe Zania will go down. Yes, indeed. Overseas did as well. This is where the rejuve comes in, right? Even if they pop a couple of ults, they get maybe a sick combination, you are going to be able to say, okay, that kind of sucks, but we'll just be back on the front lines very soon.
Even with the soul exchange, Wolfie immediately absorbed by this Warden Empty Dreams. 32k souls ahead, and he is going to break through this Amber Patron like it is Swiss cheese. So, as soon as everybody spawns up, you imagine that OneWin are going to group up one more time to bring everything back together to get one final triumphant end.
A little dance outside of the base Guardians currently. But obviously not everyone is up for Drakkar Gaming, so OneWin team coming in for the assist, ensuring that not a single person is taken out while they look for the final stage. The Warden ults protecting it. I don't think Drakkar Gaming can even try and get close to the pit, much less do anything. A Storm is unavailable on Bandwise, and so there's not last one more do the thing, and that is it. OneWin is going to take map number 1.
They do it in a very convincing fashion when looking towards this in general, in terms of the standings. I think for Griga, a lot of expectations for this team being 0-2-0 with back-to-back tie games inside of that map count. It is setting them up around that 5th seed, but looking at, you still have to play OneWin, you still have to play Abrahams, you still have to play Virtus Pro there was some steep competition ahead of you for you to solidify inside of that top 5 situation going into the playoffs later on down the line. For a game like this one, you wanted to come out, show up a little bit more than what I think was given in that start of the game. They're doing a fantastic job at battling through that laning phase. As soon as it exits the laning phase, and you saw how fast Empty Dreams was able to get to 11K and then 20K and then 30K, it just became a real big problem when it shows that, yes, you can go for the counter in the Sinclair pick to copy that last stand, but it only really works if Sinclair is able to keep up with this Warden pick. And so far, for back-to-back maps, Empty Dreams has just been an animal in terms of getting ahead.
Yeah. And it's not that it's solely focused on him, as you were right to point out, with the teammate supporting, but even further on that point, some of the early last stands. Okay, so the very first one happened so fast because he was just getting the farm so much faster than everyone else. That was excellent timing. You're going to push when you have that ult above everyone else, and it's a strong ult and a strong push position. Then there was the ult that came into, I thought it was going to secure the urn. It was maybe a threat to secure the urn, but it wasn't really part of it. Anyway, that was a great decision, right? But it was really like the easier decisions to make when you look at the mini map when the rest of your team are already pushing Drakkar Gaming. Like they're already opening up these opportunities, and they're already communicating with you that you're gonna, okay, we're gonna open this up, and they're definitely not gonna be able to run away from you. And then Vindicta also able to take out anyone who's able to avoid Empty Dreams, and of course the Yamato this entire time too. And sort of like, what do you do in the drafts to try and help you out? Do you take out Yamato Warden because they've had such powerful games in the last 2 games that we have seen? Or are you still more worried about the other guys that you already banned out? The draft is a difficult place to start things off for your gaming, and then the rest of the game doesn't get much better.
I think it kind of goes into what we were saying too in the draft when we were looking at one win put together this composition. They got a lot of firepower on their side, getting ABL on that Viscus, having the Calico Warden and the Yamato, which we've seen this team really excel in. And then you kind of just topple it with having a Vindicta like Flammable, who is always involved in terms of the assists that we do see for the damage onto players, which is sitting at almost 20,000 damage coming out from Flammable. And a Paradox, which albeit overseas has been fantastic in terms of playing the Bebop, but we've also seen overseas easily switch from Bebop to Paradox and still have the same amount of impact in terms of setting things up with that swap. So nothing changes in that sense, and you just hand over powerhouse heroes like the Warden, the Calico, and the Yamato. And it really shows how easy it is for these heroes to go from 0 to 100 in the sense of this game for the team. And we see it with Empty Dreams here. You could have seen it with Xenon. You saw Zanya as well doing an immense amount of damage. And it reflects, I think, the most in showing that, yeah, Empty Dreams was 34,000 souls total, 10 kills, 1 death, 12 assists. But you look at the damage from everybody else on the team, and everybody was involved in these fights. It wasn't just Empty Dreams. It was a full team effort from one win.
Yeah, absolutely. And then there was a time where I guess Sonic Sniper might have had some potential of taking out the Vindicta. Like Vindicta was having some trouble in the early game, I guess, staying alive, like, consistently. That obviously got fixed as time went on, though. And that wasn't just maybe some items we missed out, I guess. But I'm thinking more that there seemed to be a lot of protection going in on Vindicta as the game went on Flammable, to make sure that, last time there was a team fight that seemed like she would be targeted first, that sleep dagger that caught her. It actually ended up turning around on Drakkar Gaming. That was when they lost like 4 people almost immediately in a big team fight. So, it's all the good things. It's a friendship really being the positive here, because it's not just, hey, we're going to make sure to team up to kill a lot of people, but it's also, hey, we recognize that there's a potential for this haze to suddenly start to kind of sleeper hit us, and we're going to protect our teammates from that. So a lot about also being in proper position. The calls, I think, are being made so quickly, and that's maybe even what's more impressive about Empty Dreams than, the fact that he did get so much in the souls, and then obviously just a great player all around. The calls are being made so quickly. Like, as soon as I have the idea, like, oh, the ult's there, like, he's like 10 steps ahead of me, and he's like, yeah, the ult's there, I'm going to go for it.
Yeah, it's just already in the play.
Yeah, exactly. And it feels like they really are able to almost visualize how the game is going to go to a certain extent and execute it, right? Rather than a lot of pausing or hesitation. And then if they do go for something that's a little bit impromptu, like a snipe on someone they saw was a little out of the way, the rest of the team is there so fast.
Yeah, well, draft phase for the second game. And I think there's a lot of expectations now to look at for Griga Gaming going into it. Immediate ban from them onto the Warden. Way better than the Mirage ban to start things off, in my opinion. I was not a big fan of that. I think that there could be better bans to come through, and we see that the Mirage really being off the board doesn't change anything in terms of the narrative for this one-win team. But you look at, one win targeting the Holiday still, trying to take some of that lockdown away from Griga now, and take a very key point to a lot of compositions away. Griga also follow it up with picking out the Viscous, so that is the pseudo ban away from a player like ABL and taking it away from him.
That's a good point. I did say there's only so many bans, but then there's the pseudo ban, if you will. Picking it to hopefully have someone on your team who's really good with it, of course, but then also taking it away from someone who just proved to be very, very good at it. But that would be the question as we continue on. So the other threat was Yamato. And I wonder if one win is going to go ahead and take that very quickly to ensure that it's not the mid-stage ban. But we still have so many other, high priority picks that are also going to have to be concerned about. Obviously, the Sinclair could still be a pick, even the Warden's away. It's of the only usage that Sinclair has. Hayes has had more of an interesting discussion point as well in these drafts today, where some people have prioritized banning them and prioritizing picking them. Okay, Yamato is both of the heroes that I brought up. What is the official term, by the way? It is heroes, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
Hero
heroes,
Labs.
Yeah. You go into heroes.
Yep.
Terms.
Yeah. So Yamato and Sinclair just instantly taken by one win.
And Mirage for Griga Gaming. So they ban it, they take it away, they're going into it. Still a lot given up to this one-win team in terms of, you give them that Yamato, you give them the Sinclair. And that's something that Flammable has loved to play quite a bit aside from the Vindicta. So still getting some very comfortable picks here. Heading into this third one for Griga, I wouldn't mind seeing them move into maybe stealing something else away, like the Calico or even the Vindicta. Possibly even the Bebop pickup for Griga Gaming. But again, you target the Bebop, you get the Paradox for overseas. So it really doesn't matter at that point.
Yeah. And you got to wonder how much the counters taking away from the one-win team is still going to favor Griga if they're not the usual picks, which I'm afraid I'm just ignorant of. But it's all well and good in the theory crafting, but then if someone's not 1,000 hours deep in Vindicta, they're 1,000 hours deep somewhere else, or they're only 200 hours deep in Vindicta, whatever it is, maybe it won't be as impressive. But that's what we're going to find out when we finally get into the game. How much can Griga use these picks now taken away from one-win team to their own effectiveness? Bebop was then banned, which I know the Bebop can be really good, and we see some highlight plays. Bebop's hook hitting literally every single time it's thrown out. But I'm still kind of surprised to see it banned every time.
I think that, you've seen teams really struggle to this Bebop. And it really comes down to, do you want to play against the Bebop or do you want to play against the Paradox? And if Bebop is that big of an issue, especially when, you're having to deal with the spacing of a hyper beam from the sky, Bebop provides a lot of damage, even with the bombs too, and how far they can stack. So you take it away, you force it over towards the Paradox pick, which hasn't actually come through just yet from one-win team. They go for the Lash ban, so that's even more playmaking potentials gone from this game just in general. And into these last couple of picks, Paradox is still wide open for both sides.
Yeah. Wraith also has made an appearance in a little while. Obviously, with the Infernus, though, and one's quite comfortable there. The Kelvin pick is a great pickup, too, being left on the table for as long as it was. So, throwing out the names, I would say Calico, first of all, which is just like every time it's not picked, it's like, oh, it's banned. It wasn't banned. We could get Calico. The Wraith, and then the Paradox, as you were pointing out, too. Yeah. And then the 7, which, has some priority, apparently, amongst these teams in one way or another. Okay, it's so funny seeing Calico picked last, but there it is. It's on Griga's side. We're one win for the Paradox.
It's funny because we've slowly, across just a single day of Deadlock, have gone from Calico being the most banned hero to then the most picked if it's not banned, and now a last pick. So it's sometimes not even getting picked at all. And it's weird that happens across just one day. It's the tendencies to change so quickly for Deadlock always surprises me when players just are starting to figure out more stuff to think about from game to game. It's the ever-changing game. I think that the day that Deadlock kind of like plateaus for like a couple months in terms of having like that strict meta composition, it's going to be really weird how deep that meta composition really does go, because we are just, for the past year, every month it's something new.
Obviously, if there's a balance change, that's like the biggest thing, right? But then even when it, again, like they stop on the patches, they kind of let it ride for a little while, we still can see such drastic differences, especially if they add more heroes, which is almost certainly going to come. But Calico, it felt like she wasn't really losing importance. I mean, she was still very, very, very good, but there's maybe a time very recently where she was like maybe not number one pick, and that was already being kind of discussed. And I wonder if there is ever some fear from the teams that you can't over rely on what is seen as the overpowered character for too long, and there's already that willingness to experiment. And now it's just kind of like, well, we knew the nerf was going to come, and then do we think it's really the biggest nerf ever? Up to each individual person. But that apparently is enough to kind of push it over the edge. So that, yeah, it's either not picked sometimes or picked last.
Oh, I think that a lot of answers are about to get answered, or a lot of questions are going to be answered going into game number 2 for this one. This is a big moment for Drakkar Gaming. And I think that if you can take a map win against one win, just in general with what you've put together here, it would send ripples through the standings and give some opportunities to other teams to move up as well. So you're not only looking to do yourself a favor, but you're also looking to do a favor for other teams now.
It would be a very neat thing to talk about post-game if they're able to take a map. But even with the draft phase seemingly a little more just like straight up countered towards one win, I still wonder about the execution. Is one win a mechanically better team? I tried to highlight kind of the outside of the best pick for each person, how effective they are to communicate with each other, how quick the decision making is, how quick they are to respond to someone that's in a bit of danger, so that we have that kind of funny, the viscous copy that was initially starting off good for one team, then another, then another, then another. So yeah, it's still going to be very problematic for Drakkar, especially if Bandwise is going to have more DC trouble.
Yeah, it's two games in a row. You started off with a little bit of a pause. Is it just it's got to be just a thing that, pausing the game has happened so much more today than I ever would have expected from other days. We don't get to see it as much as we do today, but players are using it to full effect right now. So coming out the gates inside of it, still too early to really have any effect, I'd say, for this pause. So it's quite literally a disconnect pause.
Sorry, there might be some information to share on stream very soon. But yeah, I mean, sometimes we see a disconnect because it is a bug, to be fair. So it's not like a big concern. But the longer a disconnect happens, the more that we're a little concerned. So this is also a character that, hopefully they were able to rely on a bit more in the last game, which is how many souls they were able to bring up, but never really get the highlight.
I wonder where that highlight would come from for Drakkar Gaming in the effect of taking over this game for some of the heroes that you have chosen. You have the Calico this time. You have the Vindicta as well. Obviously, you look towards this Vindicta to land some pretty nutty stakes because it's basically the Vindicta versus the Paradox and who can set things up a little bit better. And aside from that, this is probably the most loose style of compositions we have seen without having some sort of permanent lockdown on each team, except for the swap, I guess, for overseas. For Drakkar Gaming, it's going to be very tough to work off of this.
Well, Mirage is being a bit of a lane bully so far. Ults will come online eventually, and then the swap is going to threaten anyone who's being over-aggressive. This time around, I don't think we're going to have quite that same seamless Warden getting farmed into Call to push into Guardian, into Call to help out the other lanes. You know, it's not as clear-cut as that. We're also not quite at that point anyway. But I was talking about it last game in the beginning. Can Griga Gaming get even a lane in their favor so that then maybe they can start to explore opportunities to push other lanes, help out? And it didn't quite ever result in that. So there are moments where we're like, okay, Griga is fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. But as it usually happens when we have this kind of overwhelming favorite in a match, it doesn't result in anything more permanent. Very deep dive right there.
I was going to say deep dive from Xenon, but I always forget that, you know, it's the new thing to just TP back if it doesn't work. And Freemock's going to be happy to live a little bit longer. There's good avoidance of the Essence Bomb. But you even look at ABL on the other side, who's 0.8k away from getting into that soul exchange, and is going to milk this life as long as inhumanly possible. You know, I don't know if they're technically a ghoul.
Oh, Geist?
Geist? Some kind of
she has Oathbreaker, I believe is what it's called, which is like a spell imbued into her arm that's like some mystic being that makes her look young. She's actually a super old lady. So I don't know what you would call that. Not a time traveler exactly, but something along those lines. Not a time
travel at all.
Anyway.
Like Melisandre from Game of Thrones.
Yes, actually, that is very apt. I don't like her because, well, I hate her grenade, first of all, so that is absolutely a balance complaint. But then also because lore-wise, I don't know, she kind of seems like a rich... something that rhymes with rich. Anyway, this is continuing on, obviously. Just moving away from that. 3 in mid lane right now. So we had that, I guess, call. I don't know who made it first, OneWin or Griga, but a lot of emphasis on the mid lane to try and win it. It's getting all types of down and dirty, though, as everyone's chasing everyone. It does look like Zanya was a little too far forward, not able to escape. The tornado coming through, too. So that is going to be favorable to Griga, at least temporarily.
The Afterburn almost getting rid of Bandwise as well. It's fun to watch Zanya dance and finesse as Yamato, as you really think that there's possibility to turn fights like that out of this pick, but difficult one to find yourself in. Rez is going to get caught as well. Good trades from both sides, and you look at the health pool for Griga. They are living on a prayer.
Yes, they are. Everyone is so low, except Irizumi, but I mean, that's because they just revs. So not a great thing that's happening here, as it seems like it's just a little bit further for a lot of people to be taken out. It's actually ABL, who was quite low and I guess couldn't get any type of soul swap off. Then also Wolfie falling down too, caught in the frozen shelter. So the win's starting to stack up here for OneWin.
Oh, deep dive from Empty Dreams, and Sanya's gonna get caught through the satchel. So another 2 kills from OneWin, starting to work into the Guardians, at least in lanes, the middle lane and the right lane. Zanya's going to get interrupted from the Ghoul Ball. A second one as well from Irizumi, as the Viscous is able to fully disengage from that fight, and now it's Fluoride who's in trouble.
Unfortunately, quite healthy. Leave House's escape still available. Need be. They do have the Guardian to fall back to. But that is becoming, I think, less dependable on the right side. I believe it's taking quite a beating. It's the mid lane that remains to be this big contention point as they bring in people over and over and over again. This is coming back to try and support there. But no one quite breaking the mid. Obviously, OneWin has already gained that left side Guardian, and I think really can take the right one very soon. Does Calvin have the ult? Maybe that's something that they'd wait on, and then maybe that right lane goes down. Then, ABL, once again, falling. Bandwise did have to dive deep for that and was taken out. Don't know how much they're also just like warding off the death with their bloodlet, but yeah, there's gonna be a trade.
Big Frost grenade, lots of slow from the Arctic Beam, alongside with Empty Dreams. This Calvin Infernus has been literally a song of fire and ice. It is so pleasant to listen to. Not if you're a Griga Gaming fan, but together it's the oppressive damage that you get from the Kelvin's Arctic Beam into the Afterburn, but the Affliction goes deep, and for the Satchel, not a lot of damage onto Empty Dreams. The Affliction's gonna knock you down, but not fully back you up.
Yeah, well, I guess that does complicate this timing I was looking at for Flammable and Empty Dreams, which was both their ults are coming online very soon. So I think that did just make them reconsider. Obviously, they need to worry about their own health, and Frozen Shelter obviously can be used to heal. You know, you don't want to use it when you're 2-on-2 and you're almost dead. So that did just buy, I think, Brightside a little bit more time. Meanwhile, we had, I think, Shadow Transformation used, so Zanya was deep into the thick of a fight. I'm sure what happened there. Seems like maybe they just bounce off each other. Because the left lane is starting to push into Walker at this point. I mean, they don't have to, and that's something that they're stopping and just farming instead. There's the Frozen Shelter, so, and the Combustion did come out, so the timing, as I said, it was delayed, but it eventually happened.
As we get to the 8-minute mark past this one, another kill into Irizumi out of ABL. Right Guardian almost going down, and it looks like it will. So soon as Wolfie gets into there, they're going to try to see if they can find any sort of trades that you want to, but it's the escape from Wolfie. Fluoride's low through mid. Another Walker, and that's the first flex lock opened up.
Yeah, all the Guardians are down now. Well, that Walker really helped out. Flammable thought they had... I mean, you get that many ice beams on top of a Calico, and you're like, just die, just die, just die. Maybe a little overeager, as the rest of the team was coming out to help Wolfie as well. Fortunately, Empty Dreams, not also a consequence of pushing too hard. It's just been farming the boxes, has been speaking. With the other Guardians down, we are going to start opening up that map presence, which Xenon's just taking more time to get boxes. Does find the Shiv. They really want to take this fight? Seems like it. Hex, Vexing Bolt, Assistant is up to add that damage as well, but Shiv is fairly tanky. It's really just taking it away from getting that last creep.
And it won't really take too much away from at least the state of that lane at the moment. Still one win. Trying to figure out a way to push into this Walker. It's a copy on the Ghoul Ball again from Xenon. And I love this out of the Sinclair. It's so much fun to get to see some of the different ultimates get copied out. Sonya Sniper shoved into a locker in the underground subway. It really felt like bullying to an extent.
Yeah, it was 3-on-1, and then the fourth guy was like, "What you guys doing?" Yeah, I'll get on board. This is a bit cruel. But yeah, this is really spiraled out of control in terms of the soul so early on. 10 minutes in, we do have that urn available too. Okay, ABL just got taken down, so is the urn going to be picked up? The fight's happening in the midst of things. Swap goes down, damage. Oh, the Frozen Shelter's helping out on one win as well. Not resulting in kills quite yet, but Drakkar Gaming, some of their last lives for these characters. Shiv's got to go ham to try and save the lives of his teammates. It's not going to be able to happen. Kill Zanya fast enough. And then the urn was picked up, but that... I'm not even sure that was necessarily on purpose. He might have just been standing in that position for too long.
Bandwise is actually trading effectively right now across this urn take, and hey, this is a lot of stall from overseas, but eventually the Paradox is going to fall. It's a defensive urn take for Griga Gaming. Okay. Still trying to keep this one going though for Bandwise. It is the Bloodlet that keeps you in this battle versus ABL's Lady Guys, so you still have the urn moving. It is Fremont getting it as quick as possible into your pockets, but a lot of these trades coming out from ABL is going to stall things out for Griga Gaming, even getting these souls.
I'm still kind of surprised that they're able to sneak that soul urn away, even though, yes, a lot of people from 1-1 did go down. I guess it was just in that correct enough timing that they couldn't res and go back and help. But being able to get that easy of a soul, and yeah, I guess I'd say it's overall still pretty easy. Obviously, the cap is easy, but then actually getting the urn did cost him a couple lives. Ended up being worth it. It still only bridges the gap so much. Because, yes, it helps out on the souls, but now we have some significant pressure being applied to the walkers on every angle. Seems like Griga Gaming's in position to hold on for now.
And see if they can hold on for a little bit longer for this game, as I want to hold out hope for this Griga Gaming team that they can turn things around as you immediately get Flammable to drop the Frozen Shelter onto Empty Dreams, keep this Infernus as healthy as possible with as much pressure towards that right side walker as you can. Slowly Overseas going to be rotating in through the buildings, and it looks like Sonya Sniper alongside Fremok are looking for an angle on top of this.
And Affliction is ready. Let's see how effective it is. Getting people low, so Fremok can actually get some serious damage done. Empty Dreams taken out of the equation is always a really good pickup, but not going to result in anything further. I just said it. The ult from Pocket, the Affliction did go down. Doesn't seem like it resulted in a follow-up.
Oh, it's good, though, to see Sonya Sniper back onto a Pocket pick that we see Sonya use quite a bit, especially last volume for the one-win Bombshell, but to the effects that we were expecting, maybe not the best, as Flammable's just able to go into the 1-versus-1. Frozen Shelter available in 7 seconds, but Sonya's got the movement, and it looks like that movement's enough to get you away.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's one of the reasons that Pocket is really nice, too, right? So up with the Affliction. Okay, they don't escape. Never mind. Well, theoretically, what's nice about Pocket is they can go in and steal some camps, and then they'll be able to escape with how much they have in terms of that escape. So, didn't work out that time, but it can work out a lot of other times. Just kind of looks sucky. Wolfie is taken down as the Walker is still involved. That's a lot of damage on Empty Dreams. The combustion happened, but there was counter by the cube, and now the goo ball just bouncing around like a pinball machine inside the Frozen Shelter. You're not going to take that down anytime quick, and it looks like it won't take anyone down in turn, but a move away at this point, perhaps? Or, well, it did heal up both these one-win characters, so they're going to stay their ground.
I think I just got, like, one of the perfect community-made things that we can get as soon as it opens up the possibilities of making fun mini-games for Deadlock.
Yeah.
Viscous Pinball.
Absolutely.
That would be
100%.
so fun.
That has to happen.
Somebody write that down, just for when we're able to create some community stuff for this game. It would be awesome.
It would, yeah. Viscous, once again, saved by the cube, but the mid-walker did go down. We were talking about this fight over on the right side, which still hasn't resulted in a walker's dying, and actually now a lot of damage. Oh my good lord, yeah, Empty Dreams just went down so fast. Sonya Sniper actually getting in with an Affliction was very helpful, able to clear this up. To be fair, Empty Dreams and Flammable were over on that right side for a very long time. And initially, the division of Griga Gaming to protect all their walkers was kind of taking up the opportunity to go and send more people over there, but then their mid-walker died, so yeah, maybe Empty Dreams Flammable could have gotten away at that point, but it seems like there's still an open opportunity for a second walker regardless. It's just on the left, not on the right.
Yeah, it will be. And through that, Sonya Sniper did go in with the Cold Front to see if he could slow a little bit of that damage down towards that walker. It amounts to quite the opposite, though. The walker still goes down. And same with a couple of these Griga Gaming members in for the Flying Strike. Zanya's going to finish off with the Power Slash on the Wolfie. So 3 quick kills. And one win. They can decide whether or not they want to push this urn, which looks like they do. And maybe even at some point, you win another fight, you might be looking to get this Temple Guardian as well eventually.
Yeah, perhaps. Zana taking a long time to die, finally does go down. But right side walker is far more important. Right side walker turns to using the teleport on that side too to help out a brewing team fight around the urn, which actually isn't close enough. I believe that could just be got. Yeah, it is. You just stick the landing if no one's there to try and punch you down, and now you can get involved in the fight as well. Frozen Shelter once again as a shift just so darn low. Bandwise goes down. Is everyone going to go down is my question. How much is Griga Gaming going to lose on this when they didn't even stop the urn?
Razumi going to fall in the same sense. Flammable getting involved for this one-win team to now push into the base guardians of Griga Gaming. But imagine they're going to turn around and go for this mid-boss. You get that mid-boss, and that's the really next step into cracking the code to finish this 2-0 over Griga Gaming, which everything is pointing in that direction right now. I don't want to take anything away from this Griga team, but one win are really stepping up here in day 2.
Yeah. They look fantastic, the Abrahams, and it's really not missing a beat. In their second series of the day, ABL quite bold, but decided maybe a team communication thing, even like, hey, you go and try and get the base guardians, which did happen, and then we will absolutely be able to take care of mid. All the lanes are pushed. They're going to be distracted by you. They're going to need more than one person to take you down to, and mid was in fact wide open. So
yeah, you get another, like, your last flex slot open, and you get the rejuve at the same time. Double the value for just one life.
And this is one of those games where you look at the mini map and you realize Grig Gaming have not gotten a guardian.
Ooh.
Ouchies.
You know, I just expected one to be down. I won't lie. Like, looking at the map, even just my eyes deceived me. Just thinking one by now was gone. But this is this is one way to win a game. Really set yourself apart.
Yeah, one of the grimmest statements you can make. Poor Sonya. Found out, didn't realize that they were farming. Or maybe they did, thought there was just one person, but now it's two. Just, you know, collect yourselves and push, right? I think it's what we're waiting on. Maybe they're going to go back and buy some items with some miscellaneous money, yeah. Then you can push as a team. I mean, maybe if you need to push as a team, you're feeling so confident and one person is down on Cricket Gaming that you are pushing through these other base guardians. And it's just empty dreams who has to catch up.
I imagine he's going to be there very soon. Lots of zip lines to get there in time. Frozen Shelter inside the Power Slash for Zanya to start to track down some of these players. Fremok extremely low. First to fall in this exchange. A second one onto Bandwise. And that is everybody toppling over the edge for Cricket Gaming. It is the disengage for the last three, but Flora's not going to get it out in time. And now for the Shrines. One win stepping through the base, stepping up to the challenge that has presented itself in the one-win Bombshell for Volume 6. A lot of questions around this team and how far they can battle their way back into the deadlock standings. And you talk about their last game versus Abrahams. It's a statement against the top teams here in Europe. And versus Cricket Gaming, this is the solidification that they are taking the next step.
Tempted fight, is you just have to. I mean, this was that finally getting that Shrines first level, second level, and they just dedicate to it that we've been calling as a possibility. And one would actually go for it. And they do just basically click it down. Don't even have to win the team fight necessarily, which they were doing as well. The Patron was the target, and that is one-win team, taking the 2-0. And as you were trying to explain with more emphasis, they just look really damn good.
Yeah, they look so fleshed out in everything. For one win going into this tournament, it has something to prove. I definitely would put on their shoulders versus some of the top teams in Europe. They get it done with Abrahams, VP in their sightlines for sure, but 4-0 in the standings is going to tie themselves up with VP, keep them in good graces to potentially go flawless through the group stages and steal that #1 seed away from Virtus Pro. If they tie, I really don't know what happens in that same sense if they go 1-1 and draw each other, but either way, it's really fun to see some of these players on one win start to find that confidence once again that kind of left them after the last time we saw them take the stage here.
I do think match one win versus VP is really going to be yes, they did take down another fantastic team in Abraham, so like that's a big discussion point. But also they've been kind of locked out from facing Abrahams, I think, in recent Deadlock Fight Nights because they had to face VP first. So I wonder if that's also going to be just a test of like, is it a stylistic thing, or are they really bringing it to try and you know reach for the top spot, literally #1? But that's going to be happening again tomorrow, so we'll hold off on that. Just watching the highlights of game #2 between these two teams. Yamato, once again, an amazing addition. You only have so many bans, even when you try and just pick away your opponent's highlight characters and use them for yourself. That still wasn't enough. I mean, Cricket Gaming really took away most of the typical options, but it did not phase one win.
No, it didn't. And it's really good to see the depth in their hero pool when you look at the performance that even overseas is able to put on. With this paradox in place of the Bebop, it just makes it a lot harder for you to figure out a way around this ban phase. for one win and the depth that they're able to show. And even when you take Empty Dreams as Warden away, the Infernus was fantastic in that game number 2. And you look at it here in terms of damage, in terms of kills, assists, the whole shebang. Only 2K down from what ABL was able to do on player damage. Leading the lobby in kills, leading the lobby in good vibes right now for one win. And this whole team just really performing as a whole. Nobody falling apart.
Yeah, no one lacking, and then maybe being a potential pick point for the other team where they just kind of hammer home. I think that can happen, where just someone is struggling so much just with how the early game laning phase went, or not getting as many opportunities as their character needed, what have you, and then when it happens, sometimes they're bullied. That's like the first target, and that didn't really exist. Even when like maybe overseas, the Paradox looked a little vulnerable. There was always a team right behind her, so that the swap could come in, and then the rest of the team was like, "Yeah, great, free pickup, thanks, Paradox." And it just, we can't really say as many good things. We can't say as. Wait, hold on. We cannot say too many good things. There we go, about one win team and how they performed today. And then it's just another test tomorrow against VP.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that the job's not done. You look forward now for one win. You look towards the end of the road of this group stage, and then it just gets harder and harder in a potential rematch versus Abrahams, and a potential rematch versus, Greggy Gaming, and then you look towards that VP game to really set a standard for what to expect inside of those playoffs. And I do want to look over towards Greggy Gaming too, and give at least some props to Bandwise. I thought that his Shiv was fantastic. Wolfie too on the Calico was really enjoyable to watch. It's the same thing that I said going into this, off of what we saw back in Volume 5 for this team. When Wolfie played for Paravision, that Calico was ridiculously good in that grand final. Didn't net them a win, but it was a strong factor towards the team's success. And, the same can be said for, Fremok, Sonya, and Bandwise coming over from Aegis Aurora into this team that we do see in front of us. It has the fundamentals. It has the baseline to build off of it. Might take some time, but once everything clicks, I'm really excited to see this team grow.
Yeah, me too. We've seen some promise in some of these teams. So I had my eyes on Lotus. I didn't come up with my Lotus T-shirt like I said I was yesterday, but one day maybe, especially if you do take out some of these top teams. We do have one final announcement before we go ahead and call it a night, however, which is a very sad announcement, which is that Melee Creeps has been disqualified from One Win Bombshell Vol.6 because 2 players left their team. So I think chat's already been talking about that quite a bit, the storm, the flurry on X and all that good stuff, but just to get that confirmation out there. So very unfortunate about that. I think a lot of people were looking forward to seeing Melee Creeps and kind of that NA craziness and how it would affect a majority European tournament, but not anymore. So I'm not sure also what that means for tomorrow's schedule, but I'm sure we'll be coming out with more information soon.
It's definitely going to shake things up because on top of it, for future deadlock or at least one win bombshells, it also is going to not allow those players to participate in the future ones, at least the next one. That is going to happen. So unfortunate for them and the team that they do land on. I imagine that for Melee Creeps, they'll find their footing wherever they do land, and I hope that when they do come together and have another chance to compete against some of the European teams, it's just a better showing.
Yeah, that's the positive note we can try and end on, but that might change up the schedule significantly. Again, information hopefully found on all the socials you should be following anyway for One Win Bombshell, and then tomorrow at the very least we'll have 5 series still. So still pretty stacked. And don't forget that tomorrow is going to be Abrahams versus Virtus Pro and One Win Team versus Virtus Pro, which I think is just, the highlights there. So get your schedules prepared as much as you possibly can. Get ready to watch some exciting deadlock action. We had a great series here today, which I'm very thankful for. I think that was really fun to cast, and I'm looking forward to what tomorrow has to bring. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for day 3 of One Win Bombshell Volume 6. Bye.